Restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends June 28. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo.
Kohl's deal days are right on time. Summer arrives and suddenly you need shorts that fit, flip-flops that survive the pool deck, a bath towel that isn't secretly your beach towel. Get up to 50% off at Kohl's and Kohls.com. Plus daily deals, free shipping, and instant Kohl's Cash. Now the only thing left on your list is having fun. Select styles, exclusions apply. No purchase necessary to get instant Kohl's Cash. While supplies last. Ends June 28th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Meet Sophia, a huge soccer fan. With her Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's streaming 3 games, video calling her cousin in Mexico,
and running the quiniela all on my new Samsung Galaxy.
She's practically running the whole tournament from her phone.
Good thing I have Total Wireless.
Switch to Total Wireless Total Max 5G or All Access plans to get on a network that won't put you second. Plus, a Samsung Galaxy on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Reach your saving goals with Miristar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at miristarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA. No purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
Listen up. Sarah Monty Ford has one of Ford's biggest offers of the year. From now through July 6th, Ford is running its American Value for American Values employee pricing event. You pay what Ford employees pay on most new 2025 and 2026 Ford vehicles in stock at Sarah Monty Ford. We're talking Maverick, Bronco, F-150, Mustang Mach-E, Bronco Sport, Explorer, Super Duty, and Ranger. Visit Sarah Monty Ford right off of 280 Coleman Daly City or shop 24/7 at SarahMontyFord.com.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight. Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
Mexico opens the tournament as a co-host with the weight of a passionate nation on its back. Their technically brilliant goalkeeper and creative attackers drive a side that has long been built on flair, craft, and an electric home atmosphere.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Morning clouds today in San Francisco with a high of 64.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo.
Wow, wow, wow. What a day we got for you on the morning roast. Waking up this morning with, a blockbuster, quite frankly. If you're just waking up this morning, been under a rock, you've been enjoying summer vacation, Giannis Antetokounmpo, that trade saga is over.
Wow, dude.
On Monday night, the Milwaukee Bucks agreed to trade the two-time MVP along with Bobby Portis to the Miami Heat for Tyler Hero, Khalil Ware, Jaime Jaquez Jr., Kasparis Jakinocic. That's a tough name. Doesn't matter. 2 first-round picks. Check that. 3 first-round picks, including number 13 this year, 1 pick swap, a second-rounder. And yes, Giannis Antetokounmpo has finally been traded after years and years and years and off seasons of, are they going to trade him? Do I want to stay in Milwaukee? You had Giannis last week saying what? I don't want to be on the Bucks, but I want to stay in Milwaukee, which is what the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. Well, you're in Miami now, Giannis. You got what you wanted. You're gone. I know Warriors fans, you've wanted this guy in the Bay to pair with Steph Curry for a very long time. Joe, I know we've talked about it ad nauseum on the show. Hell, you talked about it with another host once upon a time with Bonte for years and years and years. It felt like that ship has finally sailed. Giannis no longer in Milwaukee. He is in Miami Heat. Also yesterday, the Wolves moving off Julius Randle in a 3-team trade. Randle going to the next. Nick Claxton going to the Bulls. And the Wolves basically shedding some salary and adding some first-round picks in this year's draft. And yeah, we have the NBA draft tonight. So there's a lot happening. Good morning, Joe.
Let's start with Giannis. Thank God this one's over.
Yeah.
You want to talk about something that has just annoyed the absolute hell out of all of America? We watched Aaron Rodgers go from a lovable guy who was a babyface straight to a heel. And I would argue today, even though he's one of the all-time great quarterbacks in terms of talent-wise, the majority of Americans are just exhausted with Aaron Rodgers.
He definitely hurt his reputation just as a dude the last 5, 6, 7 years.
100%. I look at Giannis and I say to myself, dude, when you won that title, America, the world was happy for you. You were the template for stay in the small market, grind it out with my team, keep tweaking. Eventually, I got over the hump. And your one ring in Milwaukee felt as satisfying as any championship anywhere else.
Yeah.
And since then, look, that Bucks team physically fell apart, himself included. And I have major concerns about his Achilles and his calf and his body in general. He has a ton of wear and tear. But what he's put us through as an NBA culture has been absolutely exhausting. I am so ready to punt this one into the moon and say, Giannis, congratulations on retirement. You ain't winning a damn thing in Miami. I see that you want to live in a tax-free state. God bless you. You want to live in the sun. I mean, who wouldn't want to live in Miami over Milwaukee? But the way it went down, oh my God. And if you think you're getting the best years of Giannis Antetokounmpo regarding his like physical prime, laughable. Good for Miami. Fine. I guess this is the best they can do in a draft haul. And then I'm talking about Milwaukee in return. But when I'm talking about Giannis, oh my God. And just, can I just thank you, the listener, for putting up with how many thousands of hours?
Oh my God.
Steiny and Goo, Willard and Dibbs.
So this goes back to the pandemic.
Shasky and Bonte. With Kate.
With Kate, this goes back to the pandemic.
With Kate, okay? You and me. I just want to say I apologize on behalf of the station for beating the dead horse that is Giannis Antetokounmpo to the Warriors to a bloody pulp for the last 5 years. I mean, I'm more tired than you are of it, trust me. We've been in reruns for way too long, and I'm just happy it's over. I'm just happy it's over.
It is officially over, yes.
God.
So if you're just joining us, yes, the Milwaukee Bucks agreed to trade Giannis Antetokounmpo alongside Bobby Portis to the Miami Heat for Tyler Hero, Khalil Ware, Jaime Jaquez Jr. All right, I think I got the pronunciation on this last guy. Kasparis Jakinionis. There we go. 3 first-round picks, including number 13 this year, 1 pick swap, and a second-rounder. That, according to ESPN's Shams Charania. So, yes, a lot of drama around the NBA landscape happening on the day and the night before the NBA draft, which is tonight. What will the Warriors do with the number 11th overall pick? Hey, I already see Warriors. They are hitting up my DMs. I'm seeing them on the text line. Why don't we check in on Jaylen Brown? Boston Celtics, they were dangling him for Giannis, it felt like. We had Jermaine Wiggins on yesterday. It looked like, Joe, from all the tea leaves, it was like, Giannis is going to the Boston Celtics. This is like, they've been talking about this for weeks. And then we get the Shams notification last night. I was about to fall asleep. You were about to fall asleep. It was 9 o'clock. Hey, Miami Heat, they get it done. So Jaylen Brown, how's he feeling? After he had probably his best regular season with the team, he was an MVP candidate at one point. He's probably a little bit disgruntled. They want to move off him. Warriors, you want Jaylen Brown?
I mean, who knows? Who knows what's going on there? But can we just real quick dissect some of this trade?
Yeah.
So there's like this Giannis angle of going from babyface to heel. It's honestly.
Can you explain that to the audience? Because that's a WWE wrestling term.
In wrestling, when you're a babyface, think Hulk Hogan in his prime.
Loved, right? Loved,
the crowd favorite.
Yes.
Right? And by babyface, meaning your child to grandma loves who this guy is. And there's a pop when his name is announced. Right now, in professional sports, who would be the number one babyface? Jalen Brunson, for example.
Sure.
Most people love him.
The good guy or a hero, yes.
Yeah, the underdog story, So,
honestly, Steph, for almost his whole career.
Agreed.
Babyface.
Magic Johnson.
And that was actually kind of his nickname, too, the Babyface Assassin.
Yeah, Magic Johnson. Yeah. Never wants to be the bad guy. Always does the right thing.
Yeah.
Morally superior to everyone else. And it's just grounded in humility.
You know who was that for a while? Russell Wilson.
Yes.
Russell Wilson. Everyone loved Russ.
It's a great call.
Except for 9 fans.
And at some point, you become the heel, where you're the bad guy. Think in this one, let's just for simplicity's sake, think the Joker, okay? You're the bad guy. Okay. You're laughing in everyone's face.
I thought you were going to go Two-Face on me when he started out as Harvey Dent, which was the baby face, and then he turned into the heel that was
just going to go traditional bad guy. You know what I mean?
Fine.
Just traditional bad guy. You know, like Lex Luthor. You know what I mean? Like you're not a good guy, and the crowd hates you, and they boo you when you come out.
Okay.
All right? For a long time, Kane, when he first came out, was a bad guy. But eventually, sometimes the bad guys get embraced as the good guys.
That's right.
But that's a whole nother angle that I don't want to get into.
If you can go over as the heel, you're going to be beloved forever, yes.
Getting back to this trade, I did find it interesting as the Warriors have the 11th pick overall tonight. Do you know where Tyler Hero was selected in the draft?
Out of Kentucky? Was he a top 15 pick?
He was the 2019 13th overall
13th,
pick.
Okay. That's what I thought, top 15.
Pretty good pick.
Yeah.
6'5", 195, about 190 coming out of Kentucky. And they really shined him up. And there was a time, Jordan Poole, Tyrese Maxey, Tyler Hero, they were all up for extensions at the exact same time. The other guy that was involved in the trade was a guy who was also taken in the first round. Do you know where Khalil Ware was selected?
Where was he?
15th overall.
Okay.
So as the Warriors have the 11th overall pick, this gives you a good indicator. These are two guys. Everyone's going to bring up Klay Thompson. He's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
The chances of drafting a Hall of Famer at 11, probably pretty slim.
One of the greatest shooters of all time, yeah.
But let's be realistic. You could draft two very promising, useful rotation pieces, if not mid-level starters.
Absolutely.
Like a Khalil Ware, who maybe eventually will be a mid-level starter, and then Tyler Hero, who I think most teams would agree, like Tyler Hero's a pretty good player.
Yeah.
Did you know that he was an all-star in 2025?
He was. I do remember that.
Did you know that he was the sixth man of the year? Did you know that he was an all-rookie second team?
Yeah.
Do you know that he won the championship for three-point shooting in All-Star Weekend?
I do remember that.
Won the three-point shooting thing. So, he's been a very, very, very good player.
He has been.
And this gives you an indicator of the type of talent that could be available if your team is willing to commit to the development around 11.
It's a good point, and it got me thinking, too. Obviously, there was a lot of consternation when Jimmy Butler was, pushing his way out of Miami. He wanted to get traded. The Heat weren't giving in. There was clearly a lot of contention between the head coach, Eric Spoelstra, Pat Riley, all of it. Pat Riley was going with Dan Le Batard saying, maybe I could have handled it differently. Maybe I could take some ownership here. it was a mess. And obviously Jimmy Butler eventually gets traded. The Warriors move off of Andrew Wiggins. It just got me thinking, like, if the Warriors had done basically what the Miami Heat did the last couple seasons, where it's like, okay, we're going to move off of some of our best players, but we're going to be in the market for a big boy, like a true big boy. Because that's what Giannis is. Like, you and I can both agree. Like, there's levels to superstardom, and he still is a superstar when healthy. He's talent-wise, just look at the guy. He is marketable as hell. Yeah. Yes, like Jimmy Butler, Giannis Antetokounmpo. There's levels to this, and I love Jimmy, but he's not on the level of a Giannis Antetokounmpo. I'm saying all this to say, could the Warriors have been in the position that the Miami Heat were in right now had they just waited a couple years like the Miami Heat did and just move off some of their bloated contracts? They moved off Jimmy Butler. Yes, they retained Andrew Wiggins, but on a solid price point from their perspective. They moved off from Tyler Hero. Like, they still have Bam Adebayo, but they shed a lot and took their lumps for a couple years and were kind of just mediocre, which is what the Warriors have kind of been outside of a stretch with Jimmy Butler. It just got me thinking is all. Like, were the Warriors better off not making that move for Jimmy Butler in hindsight if they wanted to actually contend and get a Giannis Antetokounmpo now? I'm in lockstep with you, Joe. I never thought Giannis was going to be the solution, even now if you were going to get him this summer. But, it's an interesting, like, woulda, coulda, shoulda scenario, I guess is what I'm going through in my head right now as we're waiting for Jimmy Butler to come back next year, as they have the number 11th overall pick tonight. They're going to use it. Now, are they going to stay at 11? Are they going to trade up? Are they going to trade back? Who knows? But from what I heard, and Mike Dunleavy on this station to the media, it sounds like they're definitely going to draft a player and probably keep him. I don't think they want to be tied to salary post next year, the year after that. And when I say salary, like $30+ million, I don't think they're in the business of doing that.
So your question is, had the Warriors not made the Jimmy Butler deal, would they have been in a position to make this deal?
Kind of. That's kind of what I'm thinking right now.
Well, they don't have Tyler Hero, and they don't have Khalil Ware, and they would have had to give up picks. Like, again, your point on Andrew Wiggins is an interesting one.
They don't have but the Heat were interested in Jonathan Kuminga. That was reported
at the time.
So
you're saying,
I'm saying is, if the Warriors had just been patient like the Miami Heat and moved off of salary instead of trying to add salary, would they be in the position that the Miami Heat are in right now if they didn't make the Jimmy Butler trade? That's what I'm saying.
I just don't think Giannis wanted to come to the Warriors.
Well, he might not have wanted to come here ultimately at the end of the day. There were some reports, some murmurs about his family members and all that stuff, but I don't know if that's true. And yes, going from Milwaukee to Miami might be way more enticing at this point of his career than going from Milwaukee to the Bay Area, even though we love the Bay. Miami's different for the lifestyle of some of these guys. Yeah. It just is. It just got me thinking, I'm not saying it would have happened, Joe. It's just the things that go through my head if I'm a Warriors fan waking up this morning that's disappointed.
It never went through my head.
No, I know. But a lot of Warriors fans...
South Beach is always going to be a destination.
A lot of Warriors fans wanted Giannis. Can we all agree on that? They were infatuated with this guy and wanted him to pick.
A lot of guys that I know growing up wanted Tyra Banks, and that wasn't realistic, okay? Like,
America's
South Beach has had an allure for the NBA for a long, long time. Like, we talk a lot about the Lakers and their brand. I just wrote down names who thrived and either were traded because they wanted to be traded to that destination or landed in South Beach via a trade or free agency. Just think about it. In the early 90s, Tim Hardaway and Alonzo Mourning. Shaq ended up in South Beach.
He did.
LeBron and Chris Bosh ended up in South Beach. Eventually, Ray Allen ended up in South Beach. Jimmy Butler ended up in South Beach. And now Giannis has ended up in South Beach. And this is not, I was drafted there and I was developed and to me, South Beach actually might be, and I mean Miami, might be a bigger destination for the NBA players than even the LA market.
That's true. It's true. And Giannis Antetokounmpo, the latest guy going down there, might be the perfect example, at least in our lifetime, right? Now, the great equalizer in that conversation, obviously LeBron chose to go to Miami, but he also chose to go to the Lakers on the final part of his career. So those are the two. And if we're looking at the best player of this generation, that is right there. That's the example. He chose those two places. Now he went back to Cleveland, sentimentality, right? The place that drafted him, grew up in Ohio. He's a big Ohio, like all that. So, yeah, it's finally over though, Joe. I think we can finally turn the page on the Giannis Antetokounmpo saga. And the one that got away, is he going to be at the top list of the one that got away for Warriors fans?
But now that,
but he never was. So
I want you guys
can't
to think
say
about
that.
this though. Like, We spent all this time obsessing. We'll just get Giannis and we'll figure it out. The second I saw that trade, the first thing I thought of is, all right, now what other moves do they have to do? Because they're in big trouble. They have no playmaker in the half court.
This is their starting lineup right now. This is just the depth chart on ESPN. Davion Mitchell, Norman Powell, Andrew Wiggins, Giannis, Bam Adebayo.
And no picks.
And no picks. And Bobby Portis.
Again, that team is not competing with the New York Knicks right now.
Not right now, no.
At all.
But if Giannis stays healthy.
Yeah, what? Giannis stays healthy, what? They go to the playoffs?
Probably.
Okay.
The East, I still don't think them, I know they're better than the West, but I don't think much of them.
I just think when you make a move of that magnitude, the end result has to be championship or bust.
What do you think of, as we're dominating the conversation, the Giannis thing? Just that it was a sneaky one in there, the 3-team trade last night. The Wolves moving off Julius Randle.
What it tells me is that the NBA now, even more than picks, bad contracts are the worst value in the sport. Being stuck with a bad contract might be the worst asset in the sport. For example, if the Warriors lock up Brandon Podziemski, I'm not trying to pick on him, but let's say they give him $22 million a year. And after this year, we're like, oh my God, that might be a little rich. You're stuck. You're stuck. And you have to attach and staple picks to an individual to get him out of here. And so, Julius Randle cooked the Warriors 2 years ago.
He did. Cooked Draymond.
And 1 calendar year later, they're stapling a pick to get him out of town? That's surprising.
That's my main takeaway. And that's a good point about, bad contracts. Bad contracts in the NBA could turn from great to bad in just a year, because it was looking like a really good contract when he was balling against the Warriors, right? When Julius Randle was looking like the best player in that series and through that playoffs alongside Anthony Edwards, right? It was looking great until it wasn't. And until you started seeing the attitude, until you started seeing the bad body language, until you started to see what you saw this past year.
It's a ball hog.
It's a ball hog. Yeah. And it's not a winning tandem if he's your second best player alongside, Anthony Edwards, who we all think is not only a rising star, he's a star now in this league. But he's at that age now where he has to take that next step in a very stacked Western Conference, because the Wolves, let's be honest, they're in that second tier. They're at the top of that second tier in the West. It's the Spurs, it's the Thunder, and those Wolves, those pesky Wolves, they keep knocking on the door, Joe. They just can't break through. You can beat the Nuggets, you can beat the Lakers, but you're not in that upper echelon. And I think this move signals to me, maybe they're trying to make another big splash potentially this summer.
Possibly, but they gave up a lot of picks to get Gobert.
Yeah.
They've given up a pick to get rid of Julius Randle. I mean, they gave up Cat for Julius Randle.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Minnesota, it's interesting.
Well, and then they're signing the guy, Ayo Dosunmu.
That felt like an overpay.
5-year, $112 million for... I like the player, but that much?
Well, no. The most perplexing move yesterday is, hey, when you have a chance to overpay Trae Young, you got to go do it.
True.
I mean, give me a break. One thing me and Steiny can spoon over one day when we're both on our deathbed is our distaste for Trae Young.
Well,
you want to talk about a guy that will never win anything.
Steiny loves his Wizards now, so he might like the trade, or might like the steal for Trae Young.
Whenever you can give him $212 million, you do it. You have to do it. God, what? Just the money. How much money has he made?
I was going to tell you, right? You want to know?
He's won one playoff series.
So
series.
Prior to this new contract, his career earnings was $192 million. After this contract, hey guys, get this. Trae Young's career earnings, $405 million. Oh my God. Oh, that's great. Business of Sports Hall of Fame, first ballot candidate, Trae Young. Oh, man, the NBA's on fire already. Hey, we thought there was going to be no more drama with this new, CBA, whatever, this new cap rules, all of that, the trade stuff. Hey, it's still drama. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. The Morning Roast is presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. All this talk of bad contracts, Joe, got me thinking. Is Rafi Devers the worst contract in his sport? As we're talking about Julius Randle maybe being the worst contract in his, or Trae Young now? We'll talk about it. We got multiple guests today. Stacked guest list. Shout out Sam Lubman in the back. Keith Law joining us, 8:20. Evan Wiebeck, California Post, 8:50. Dave Fleming, voice of the Giants, 9:20. It's all going to be sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Ford's American Value for American Values employee pricing event is happening now at Ceremony Ford. Get employee pricing for all almost new 2025 and 2026 Fords in stock, right off 280 in Colma Daly City, or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's cars with a K.
J Vineyards returns as the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries, continuing its mission to uplift women across industries. J Vineyards and the Valkyries share a commitment to female leadership, ambition, and breaking barriers to support women who raise the bar in sports and beyond. So Valks fans, join us at the game, at home, or at Jay's Tasting Room in Healdsburg for a memorable experience. J Vineyards, raise a glass to excellence, on the court and in every bottle.
Hey, it's Willard. At Habas Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Habas Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Habas fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Habas Law, relentless for justice. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
The burrito is fire.
Hi, this is Maya.
And I'm Antonio. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito
is that it fuels our morning.
It's the full package.
You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns for a nice little crunch.
The chicken's always nice. It's crispy, it's juicy. And the cheeses, they melt together in a beautiful way.
And it gives me energy. It's perfect.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can gift to a child.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Join us on Tuesday, June 23rd for our draft party and special live broadcast with Willard and Debs inside Laughing Monk Brewery in San Francisco from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. We'll be bringing you up-to-date draft coverage. Plus, we'll have a ton of prizes. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's, and by the first ever Infinity QX65. Big time bounce back for European champions Spain. Spain, after drawing 0-0 against Cape Verde in its opener, thrashed Saudi Arabia 4-0, getting star winger Lamine Yamal back in the lineup. Sunday also saw Belgium and Uruguay both getting held to draw surprisingly by Iran and Cape Verde, respectively. I'm Nick Costos.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
It's your boy Ricky Antonio, the winner of the Listener Knockout Champion. You feel me? Shout out to Spadonian Chats, man, on 95.7 The Game. Could I get a water though?
Ooh, God. We got a lot happening right now. We got a lot. Where's my guru drop? Sports, man. It's happening.
Write it down.
Sports, man. I'll write it down.
10:04.
10:04.
4 minutes into the show.
4 minutes into it.
Guru, why couldn't the Warriors make this deal for Giannis?
Steiny!
I would have done it.
Steiny, that bothers me. Well, it's my favorite. It bothers me. On Father's Day and I'm yelling. Or was it Mother's Day?
That was our Thundercat.
If you're just joining us, Giannis is no longer a Milwaukee Buck. He is a Miami Heat. Him and Bobby Portis traded for Tyler Hero, Khalil Ware, Jaime Jaquez Jr., Kasparis, Yakachonis, 3 first-round picks, including number 13 this year, a pick swap, and 1 second-rounder. Some other news and notes from around the association yesterday. Trae Young signing a big, fat contract to stay with the Washington Wizards. It's a 4-year deal that takes his career earnings over $405 million, Joe. And there was also a 3-team trade yesterday between the Minnesota Timberwolves, Brooklyn Nets, Chicago Bulls that sends Julius Randle to the Nets, Nick Claxton to the Bulls, and the Minnesota Timberwolves add the number 28 pick in Tuesday draft and also the number 33 pick.
So the Trae Young deal is just ridiculous. I mean, it's honest to God ridiculous.
Why?
Start naming players in the NBA you'd rather have over Trae Young. Just go. How many guys can I get? How many guys can I write down?
Victor Wembanyama.
Okay,
Victor. Give me music. Give me the music. Victor Wembanyama.
Okay, this guy's making $55+
Thank you.
million a year.
All right, Victor Wembanyama, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Okay.
Jalen Brunson. All right. Give me Karl Anthony Towns over him. I'm just going to go through the teams we just saw.
Just go.
All right, I'd rather have Steph Curry right now than him. I'd rather have Luka Doncic. I'd rather have Austin Reeves over him.
LeBron.
I'd rather have LeBron James over him. I'd rather have Amen Thompson over him. Like I can just go like name.
Joe, I might list 40 guys. I'm not
just gonna name the whole NBA. Like, what are we doing here?
Like, legitimately, like I might name like 35 guys before I get to Trae Young. I can't believe some of these. This is where, like, I'm so happy that the Warriors have not overcommitted anything into the future. Like, quite frankly, and if Jimmy Butler comes around asking for $40+ million, take a hike. Take a hike. Like, take a long hike into the woods, and I don't ever want to hear from you again. So I'm looking at this, and I'm saying to myself, the number one asset that the Warriors have today is not whoever they're going to pick at 11. It's the flexibility into the future. And believe me, I roll my eyes at that too, Warrior fans. I hear you. Like, I know the future is murky. We have no idea. But if I was just listing what's the worst thing that the Warriors could do right now, given where they're at, it's to lock themselves into more money for aging players that is not going to age well. Right? Wouldn't that be the number one? So
that's what Mike Dunleavy's basically been saying.
And he's right. So, like, right, for example, Draymond Green, we were supposed to find out. Cal Kami was saying last night, and then other people were saying the 29th, Draymond, opt in, opt out. I am not signing up for more years and more money for Draymond Green. Now, less money over multiple years, I'll consider it. I'm not signing up for more money. Steph Curry, I love you. You're an all-time legend. I might push the decision down the road. Let me see how many games you play this year. You know, you play 60 games, here's $50 million. You know, if we lock ourselves into a $72 million a year deal with Steph Curry, which would be like kind of where his new average would be.
Sure.
And he's playing 38 games next year, we're in big trouble. So if I'm the Warriors, the last thing I'm doing is signing anyone to significant money over multiple years. Podziemski, now I get to him. Connor Gillespie.
Yeah,
the kid down in Phoenix signed a new contract. There was the kid in Minnesota who signed a new deal, a 5-year, $112 million. All right?
Ayo.
I am not giving Brandon Podziemski the amount of money Ayo got. I think the conversation is around the amount of money Connor Gillespie put in.
Colin.
I keep saying Connor.
Connor, I think, is the other.
The baseball player that the Giants drafted in the second round out of Wichita State.
4-year, $48 million contract for Colin Gillespie.
That's $12 million a year.
That is.
That seems reasonable.
That does.
I like that. Hey, even if I bumped it up to $15 million or $17 million, that to me is palatable for my taste buds.
Do you think Warriors fans agree with you?
Well, they probably don't because he's a very polarizing player. But that being said,
that fourth year I think is key because it's at your it's at your price point. That's why I'm in agreement with you. I would do that deal in a heartbeat. Now, Brandon Podziemski probably feels he's a better player slightly than Colin Gillespie. That's what his agent's going to be telling you.
Below Moody.
Yeah, I agree.
Connors.
But we're talking about the hubris of Brandon Podziemski here.
But the CBA has also amended, and I think I'm looking at the CBA and how teams are reacting to the live current CBA. And I think the teams are telling you, especially with like a Julius Randle trade, the worst thing that you can have in this sport is too many years and too much money on a player.
Correct.
That's it.
By the way, I found the NBA 2K ratings, and Trae Young is listed 10th overall amongst point guards.
No wonder the TikTok, teenage fans think he's good.
He's listed ahead of James Harden, LaMelo Ball, Damian Lillard, Keontae George, Ja Morant, De'Aaron Fox, Dylan Harper. This is his first year. Dylan Harper will supersede him pretty soon. Derek White, Darius Garland, AJ Mitchell, Emmanuel Quickley. There you go. The ones ahead of him, Jamal Murray, Kyrie Irving, Tyrese Maxey, Tyrese Halliburton, Cade Cunningham, Steph Curry, Jalen Brunson, Luka Doncic, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
And Wemby's not on that list?
Well, this is point guards.
Oh, point guards.
Point guards. I'm just going
okay. Well, that's
position.
Different.
He's listed 10th overall.
That's just a point guard.
Is this just a point guard? Just his 2K rating.
Again, that tells you that there are 35 to 40 guys in the league better than Trae Young. That's just insane. I can't believe that number.
Big, fat contract. Career earnings, $400 million for Trae Young.
Wizards already need to start rebuilding the rebuild.
Let's go. Well, hold on.
I love you.
What's going on with Anthony Davis? That's what I want to know.
What do you mean? What's going on? He's injured again.
Well, hold on. If I pull up what's his contract details right now? He's got a player option next year. All right, so he's making $58 million this season. How do I get him? How do I get Anthony Davis right now?
How many more years left on his deal?
He has a player option next year. If he wants to pick that up at $62 million. I know we all laugh.
$62 million.
Is he going to opt out?
Any chance you can? Hey, anytime you have an opportunity to overpay for Mr. Ace Bandage, Anthony Davis, you do it. Give me a break.
So you don't think he's going to get traded? No one's trying to take on that salary?
Start the youth movement now. Clean the books. Stop acquiring old guys that are hurt. You know where this is led. You getting Anthony Davis I'm talking about the Warriors, would be an automatic. It's a matter of time before this dynamite blows.
Be great for the Boxer and Gersten injury report.
That is true.
This guy, last night, Anthony Davis stubbed his toe sleeping. He's out 4 to 6 weeks.
Hey, those Legos will get you.
Anthony Davis, a strong wind ruined his cataracts, and he's going to be out for 5-6 weeks.
Hey, he just needs
a strong wind.
He needs to just wear the goggles full time, is what he needs to do. He just refuses to. Hey, we're doing something really cool. Did you know what we're doing here at the station? We're giving you a chance to win a round of golf at the beautiful Silverado Resort Monday, July 13th with the hosts here at 95.7 The Game. We are picking 6 winners, one for each host, and all you have to do, this is simple, people, send us a video of your swing, your golf trip, if that's what you want to do, and just sell yourself to us. All right, sell yourself. That's what you're doing. 30 seconds or less. Why we should want to play with you and why you, why you? Why? Carter, why do I want to play with you? And again, Men, women, it doesn't matter. Because I feel like we always cater to the men here, and that's fair. Most of our listeners are men, but we have a lot of strong female listeners too that can probably kick my ass, I know for sure, in golf. Want to see your videos too.
Or just have fun.
That's what it's all about. When I go out to golf, Joe, am I going out there to, break 70?
Certainly not to play well.
No! It's to have some White Claws and have a good time, baby. Because there are no laws when you're on the claws.
There's no doubt you're a White Claw guy.
Well, when I'm golfing, for sure. Dude, when I was at Pinecrest,
Pinehurst?
Pinehurst, but the place is Pinecrest where it is.
Okay.
That's the
I thought you meant the diner down the street here. You know what I'm talking about? The 24-hour diner?
No, I'm kind of curious what that is supposed to mean.
What?
You said, when I was at Pinecrest with the White Claws. There's a story behind that.
I had like 20 of them because it was like 100.
Dude, we were LARPing.
Well, no.
You should have been there.
It was August.
I'm 20 claws deep and the LARPing comes out.
It was August in North Carolina. And it was like 100 degrees with humidity.
That's a good
Dude, your feet must have been stank. Dude, the jokes, bro. You just put them on a tee.
Golf. Thank you.
Oh, no. I'm on fire.
I'm sorry.
I'm on fire.
Are my feet not supposed to be sweaty in 100-degree heat playing golf? Are your feet not sweating, Joe? Is that what you're saying? Shut up. 957thegame.com. Submit it there. Make it under 30 seconds, and you might be playing with us at Silverado Resort Monday, July 13th. Sell yourself.
And so, like honestly, if you want to give me you shotgunning a beer before a hole and then just taking a swing because you look like you're going to have a great time, Claw. I'm good with that. If you shotgun a White Claw, I'm putting you with Spadoni. Well, definitely not putting you with me.
Well, now they're saying I should bring a bottle of new vodka.
I'm typecasting you.
New vodka?
Don't shotgun that.
No, don't do that. But it is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. All right, what's coming up on the game is...
Got any extra of those?
Huh?
What's up, dude? Give me some. Just use some for the cabin.
Just wait. Wait. Sponsored by Front Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section on the Safeway app and breeze through checkout. Fire up the grill and taste the difference. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast, untrimmed twin packs featuring high-quality beef with moderate marbling are just $5.99 per pound. And here comes my high-quality partner, Dan Dibley,
who loves marbling as well. And also, you can pick up sweet, juicy red cherries for just $2.99 per pound. Fresh, flavorful, and perfect for summer snacking. Stock up on sweet summer corn with a clip or click offer and get 8 ears for just $1. Limit 8.
Sweet. I like it. These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer in the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Ragnar the Terrible is interviewing at a big bank. Let's listen.
Everyone, this is 5th century warlord Ragnar the Terrible. He killed it in his first interview. Not literally, but close. Ragnar, what would you do if a customer complained about high loan rates?
I make video presentation.
Star One is nothing like the big banks. We have better rates, minimal fees, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Summer's heating up, but your wallet doesn't have to. New windows and doors don't have to cost you a thing until 2028. Book this June and pay nothing for 2 summers with American Vision Windows. We've installed over 1 million windows across California and get most jobs done in 1 day. Hurry, offer ends June 30th. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. New customers only. Some restrictions apply. Call or see website for details. Offer ends June 30th, 2026.
Want to talk about low testosterone or impotence? No way, right? But did you know 1 out of 4 men suffer from this condition? Listen to Dr. Robert Rowley from Prime Male Medical.
At Prime Male Medical, we specialize in acoustic wave therapy, sublingual lozenges, injectable medications, and testosterone treatments.
Get your first visit, PSA test, testosterone test, Doppler ultrasound, and a year of follow-up visits for just $99. Go to PrimeMaleMedical.com or call 415-761-4037. 415-761-4037.
I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. ATCO has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust ATCO for the solution.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Blow it up! Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
Am I soft? You think I'm soft?
And Joe Shasky.
You're not hard.
On 95.7 The Game.
No lies were told.
Just a taste of what you get on the morning roast. I'm feeling good today. It's a Tuesday, which normally, not a big fan of Tuesdays, but today, I mean, we got the NBA draft. World Cup has been on fire. You had Messi having a brace again yesterday. You had Mbappe having a brace for France. Erling Haaland, as I cough a little bit, Haaland, dude, that rowboat chant they do in unison for Norway, it's pretty sick. I'm not going to lie.
It's not bad.
That's my second team right now. Obviously, U.S.
You're that guy, huh?
And then I'm going Norway. Well, I'm part Norwegian.
No, you're not.
Like 5% on Ancestry. You guys ever do that? Ancestry.com?
No one believes what you just said. I mean, you don't even believe what you just said.
No, I am. Like you can
you're like smiling ear to ear as you say it. No, I don't believe
that's
you.
That's because the coffee. But that's you go trace my lineage. You can trace it to the actual village in Norway because of Ancestry.com. I sold my DNA to a company and now they have it. So there you go. You guys didn't do that? I got it for a Christmas gift once.
I actually did do it, and they lost my kid, and I never found out what I am.
They didn't lose it. They kept it for reasons.
They were concerned.
Yeah, they were very concerned, Carter. They don't want to tell you that.
Carter's so tall, he's part Nephilim. You know, like in the Bible, they had giants. They're called the Nephilim. You never heard this term?
I've never heard that.
Did you watch this on History Channel?
Well, no, I just said in the Bible,
again,
they have giants. They're called the Nephilim. Okay, and
in the Bible, what testament is this? New or old?
It's the old.
Okay,
it's not.
It's gotta be the old.
It's gotta be the old. Okay, continue. Nephilim. This is the first time Nephilim in the. Oh, here we go.
It.
Nephilim. The Nephilim are mysterious, legendary beings mentioned briefly in the Old Testament.
Thank you.
AKA the Torah. The Bible describes them as the offspring of the sons of God and human women. Yeah. Oh, so they're like demigods then. A demigod is okay. All right.
So like, when David killed Goliath was a part of was one of the like remaining Nephilim that survived the flood.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Centuries later, when Moses sent spies into the promised land of Canaan, they reported seeing massive beings known as the Nephilim.
Yeah, see?
Or the sons of Enoch. The spies claim...
Enoch, that's the book of Enoch, which...
Well, this is A-N-A-K, not Enoch. Okay. This is different. Enoch. Okay. Not the book of Enoch, which is a banned book of the Bible.
It's not banned. It was just... it was edited out.
The Catholic Church doesn't acknowledge it.
I agree. I am a biblical figure. Thanks,
That's what I'm saying.
I agree.
You're getting way
We're into the deep of the weeds.
I love how you become an expert while Googling, while doing research on the fly.
I've watched
I'm the one that actually has the knowledge.
No.
And you're over there
stop the knowledge.
AI
Please.
Google.
Please.
It's just a
Please.
microcosm.
Yes, to your point, Joe, too.
Please.
Exactly.
No, I've watched the banned books of the Bible on History Channel, and the book of Enoch goes through Jesus in his adolescent years. All right.
Technically, Enoch is a prophet that went up into the skies and then looked back down.
Talked about Jesus when he was like a teenager and some of the miracles he did and some of the shenanigans young Jay used to do. All right.
All right, I'm
gonna get canceled here. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. I say all that to say, Joe.
LARPing as an expert right now.
LARPing as an expert, please. Going to Catholic school my entire life, Joe. Kindergarten all the way through high school. It's Catholic school, all right? So don't tell me what I don't know.
Chasky went to Catholic school.
His whole life?
Yeah.
Kindergarten? All the way?
You just don't know, Spadoni. It's a thing around here.
Please.
And probably one of the only ones from this station that actively goes to church.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Do you have Father Patrick in your phone? Do you text with him? Asking him to pray for our 49ers, our Giants, and our Warriors, and then he shoots back, Joe, I can't do that.
No!
God
So
doesn't
it's his
choose
fault that
teams.
they're losing.
He prays for everyone.
No, but I did have an uncle, rest in peace, Uncle Frank, who was he was a pastor. Rest in peace. He was.
Oh, so you're holy.
I was. My Uncle Frank, great man, great human being, great relationship with Jesus and God, and he's now with him. So rest in peace, Uncle Frank.
Would he absolve the Giants of all of their sins of the season?
No. Not Rafi Devers. He ain't getting resolved right now. Absolved. I don't care. Can we dissect him for a second, please? Rafi Devers, and you brought this up. We ran into each other in the elevator today, and you're like, not one person has come to the defense of this man. Not one teammate, former teammate, coach, whatever.
No. There are so many former athletes doing media. I'm talking about baseball athletes.
Oh, yeah.
Doing media. I was just consuming everything from all over the place. Talking baseball, John Boy Media. There's so many different baseball pods.
We heard some yesterday, obviously. Steve Phillips, Ron Darling.
Xavier Scruggs or whatever.
Yeah.
There's so many. AJ Przinsky. Not one former player did I hear yesterday even try to defend Rafi Devers, nor did I see one former player say it's not a big deal. Basically, to a man, every single guy connected with the game at the highest level was saying the exact same thing. Oh my God, this dude disrespected his teammates, his manager, his organization, and the game of baseball. It was... I can't remember a day where unanimously all of the former players all agreed. Like, think about that.
Well, and I still see some people, a few, but some trying to defend Rafi Devers.
There's nothing to defend.
How can you?
He's wrong.
We're making too big a deal out of this. This is a nothing burger. Heat of the moment. Please. Hey, Eric Burns. Yeah, come on. Let's get into this.
So I get a kick out of Eric Burns. He did this whole soliloquy about his dad for Father's Day. And then he goes, I got to get into the Rafi Devers thing. He goes, because, he's a Bay Area guy, Mountain View.
Redwood City, yeah.
St. Francis. And so I heard this, and I almost fell out of my seat.
Eric Burns, what's his podcast called? Because he's
it's
We'll get it in
Deuce
a second.
is Wild.
Deuce is Wild. There you go.
That's him and Will Clark.
Oh, this might have just been a video he's recording by himself.
No, he does like his own thing every day, but Deuce is Wild is what they call the other one. I'm pulling it up right now. One sec.
No, well, let's play it in the meantime. Eric Burns.
No Filter Network.
No Filter Network. That's right. Burnsy going off on Devers.
Look, this is pretty simple. That's one of the most dog shit, immature, embarrassing moments that I've seen from a big league player. As unprofessional as you could possibly get, as selfish as you could possibly be, by basically saying, F you to your manager, F you to your teammate, F you to your first base coach, and really kind of F you to the game of baseball in general. It was horrific. I cannot make light of this situation at all, really. Tony Vitello's trying to sweep it under the rug. Hey, it's no big deal, competitor. I want my guy to be out there. Dude, save that shit, man. If he wasn't making 300 large, he'd be fucking released. Gone.
And then he went on, and we don't have the full audio, right, but he went on to go, I know what everyone's going to say today. This guy's untradeable. I'm telling you, you've got to get rid of him. He goes, I know guys with the Giants, and he's like kind of like explaining like, this dude needs to go. And he says, I don't care how much you have to pay down. Someone will take him for pennies on the dollar. You have to get rid of him. And I was like, whoa. And then he made another point about Vitello that probably got kind of swept under the rug. And I think that's another angle to the Rafi Devers. If everyone's in unison on Rafi, we're all nodding our head. I'll allow someone out there to say, it's not that big of a deal. And he's a competitor.
I'm not going to allow it.
All the professional athletes disagree with you. So you're allowed to have your point of view. We won't agree. And I don't think anything I say is going to convince them. So let's move it on. Tony Vitello and how he handled it and what he does going forward is going to be under a bigger microscope than Rafi Devers. People have already made up their mind on Rafi. Boston, they told us. San Francisco now is very well aware of what he is and who he is. And now the only thing that the jury is out on is how are Buster and Tony Vitello going to react to this situation?
I think they have to speak today. One of them does. I'm not expecting Buster Posey to make any like comments or anything like that, but I am expecting Tony Vitello. First thing he has to say today before the game is addressing this. He has to, because he has to get out in front of it, Joe, because the first question from the media is going to be not regarding the A's, not regarding this series coming up here. It's going to be about what took place on Sunday in Miami. It's going to be about Rafi Devers. And it's like, hey, Tony, you've had a chance now to look back and see what took place. And Rafi Devers being all pissed off and refusing to come out of the game. Like, do you feel differently after rewatching it if you've done that? And have you addressed this with Rafael Devers? Because that's going to be the question.
I would assume on the flight home, and at some point yesterday, there was some discussion, and I'm sure they talked about it. Look, I listened to Mark Willard yesterday, and on the crossover, he insinuated that things have happened already internally with the organization, meaning Vitello's flipped spreads and gone crazy in nuclear, and they've had multiple conversations. So I'll take his word at that. Like, Mark's pretty tapped in. He's got some good insights on that one, and I wouldn't be surprised. But, everyone is paying attention to how you handle this. And there's the private aspect, and then there's the public aspect.
Well, I would like to ask Giants fans, what is the right way to handle this if you're Tony Vitello? What should he do? Because he does feel like a rock in a hard place right now, given he needs to maintain, first and foremost, the respect of the clubhouse. That's what's most important. Not the respect of the fan base. That'll come.
It feels
but the clubhouse right now, that feels like it's teetering.
Well, teetering? Right? He might have already lost it.
And this might be an isolated Rafi Devers problem. If Rafi Devers is the cancer that's in the locker room, then you got to remove that, okay? And you can't let that seep to other individuals. You can't let anyone start taking sides, because that's when it becomes a full-blown problem on their hands. If you're Posey, Manassian, and then Vitello's got to move up out of there. He's just got to be gone. There might be a scenario, Joe, where we're a couple months down the road here, and both Rafi Devers and Vitello are gone. That is a scenario. Not just one of them, as we were talking about yesterday, both of them, because it gets that bad.
Look,
and it might be because Vitello steps down, for all we know. I have no idea. Like, that could be a realistic possibility. He might be looking at this and saying, you know what? I thought it was going to be a good move for my career. I thought it was going to be great. I thought it was going to go differently. Maybe I'm not cut out for this. Maybe I'll go back to college because the college game's always there for him. By the way, shout out the Oklahoma Sooners who won the national championship yesterday over North Carolina.
I don't know. I think Vitello and Posey, like I look at them as like a combo right now, and I don't know how they deal with it. I really don't know how they're going to deal with this. Credibility's on the line. I think more so for Buster Posey than even Vitello. I think a lot of people already have like their opinions set on Vitello. I think Posey, you got to think about it from his perspective. This is his franchise player with the most money committed to him and the biggest trade that he's pulled off, since becoming a manager. That feels like a failure.
Yes.
Okay. I think we can all say that was a horrible deal in retrospect. Forget who the players are that they gave up. Then you could say he might have failed by bringing in this manager.
Yep.
And then you could say, has he failed by having his number 2 as general manager, not be a seasoned guy? All 3 levels you failed at? So now I'm going like, well, does Buster have any credibility as a front office guy? And now I ask the question, and as you allude to, like, hey, Tony might step down or get fired or whatever. Has Buster earned the right to hire a third manager? Has Buster, after he gave Bob Melvin some extension?
Yeah.
Has Buster earned the right to go get a second general manager if they need to go in that direction? I don't know.
I don't have any confidence in him right now. I don't know how Giants fans could have confidence in him. I understand you love, the person, what he did as a player, but as an executive right now, he's got an F- grade.
Yeah, but
if you're grading Buster Posey right now, a year ago from this Rafi Devers trade removed, and what this team is, 15 games under 500, like you cannot convince me this guy gets a passing grade as an executive.
No, he doesn't.
You cannot sell me on that right now.
It's also
nor could you
early,
sell me. But yeah, sure, it's early, but how are you selling me on the future with Buster at the helm?
Well, Bryce Eldridge.
Oh,
that's it. And again, that's a Farhan drafted guy. But you're asking, like, there are some salvaging pieces. Hey, look what I did with Luis Ariz. That's a great 1-year deal.
Sure.
There's other ones that are not so great.
Exactly.
Look at Casey Schmidt. See, this is where I'm up in the air.
Like, does the good wash out the bad with this team? I'd probably say no right now.
The good is not enough to wash out any of the bad.
Correct. It's not. Not to say that he hasn't made some good moves, but I can't look past the inability to target pitchers this offseason was horrible. Like, to not have that addressed as we're watching Tyler Mahle coming back, who's been one of the worst pitchers in baseball, Adrian Hauser, who you signed to not a 1-year deal, by the way, a 2-year deal. In 2 months in, Joe, you're already moving him to the bullpen. That's atrocious.
How much money was he given? I don't know the answer to this, and I'm not caping up for him. What was the budget that was allocated him to go out and get people this offseason? I don't know the answer.
I don't know the answer to that either, but this is when you have to get creative, and this is when you have to have a good number 2 when you don't have enough experience as the head honcho and the general managing background. You have to lean on a guy like Zach Manassian to pull those moves off. And you know what? It's looking like a bad pick too, as you mentioned. What's Manassian done? I've only heard him comment one time this year saying, oh yeah, Tony's got the final say on the everyday lineup. A lot of fall guys, right?
And that is a lot of fall guys.
I mean, and I thought yesterday was about Devers and Vitello, and I think today's going to be about Buster Posey.
I thought yesterday was the birthday cake on top of a poop cake that was this season.
Poop cake?
Am I wrong?
Who's blowing out the candles on this thing? Giants fans?
We're all blowing it out.
Has any, honestly, this season has been a season from hell, and I would like to kind of peel back everything that's happened this year. And look, Jung Lee's been a really nice bright spot. Luis Ariz has been a really nice bright spot, and Casey Schmidt, and obviously Bryce Eldridge's emergence. And maybe 2, 3, 4 years from now, we look back and say, hey, during all this crisis, look what ended up coming out. Look, a diamond came out of all the pressure of the BS that's going on right now. Maybe. Today it doesn't feel that way.
Maybe.
It feels like big picture, not a lot has gone right.
No.
And this feels like an absolute season from hell. And I'd kind of like to go through some of the layers of it.
And we certainly can. And I want people to join in the conversation as you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, in Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always on the free Odyssey app. Coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios, 1 hour down, 3 to go here. It's Spadoni and Shasky. It's the Morning Roast. Still reacting to, the biggest news of the last 48 hours. Rafael Devers refusing to be pinch ran for having being verbally and physically defiant to his manager, to his coaching staff, to the players on the field. And not one person, past, present, future, sticking up for this guy. And you know what? We talked a lot about him, Vitello. Now it's time to talk about Buster Posey, who's the architect of this entire team the last year. And your belief level in him right now, Giants fans, is what? Buster Posey being the president of baseball operations. It cannot be strong. If someone still has strong belief that he is the guy to turn this thing around, I do want to hear from you at 888-957-9570.
What are the bright spots this year? Give me just the bright spots.
Okay, the bright spots this year, Casey Schmidt's been a bright spot.
Moments. Moments. Bryce
Eldridge Grand Slam walk-off. That was an incredible moment. Okay?
Okay.
What's some other incredible moments that have happened this season for the San Francisco Giants?
It's not really a moment, and this is probably digging a little deep here, but the way Logan Webb's pitched the last few games, I don't know, it feels like I'm already reaching, though.
Well, no, it doesn't have to be a singular moment, but I do think Jung-Hoo Lee having that hit streak that he had, I was like, that was a fun stretch of baseball for him. I think the Atlanta series, absolutely. The hot start of the season for Casey Schmidt. I know it's not a moment, but he was the only bright spot for a very long time with this team, Joe.
So again,
I can't point to a lot of singular moments is what I'm getting at.
I'm going to rat-a-tat-tat these, and Sam, you did a great job putting this together. The Giants compete in the NL West.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, well, this year you'd think that they were competing in the TMZ division because listen to some of the things that have happened this year. Opening week, remember those disastrous games against the Yankees?
I do.
Do you remember when Robbie Ray pushed back on Tony?
I do.
All right, how about Padres game where Chapman tells Casey to catch the ball? How about when things get real testy with the Reds and Eric Miller screaming and yelling into the other dugout?
I actually like when Eric Miller was screaming at them.
Oh, yeah. How's that been for him since?
Not great, but in the moment, it was kind of cool.
Okay. Yeah. What about the disaster trip to Philadelphia and Tampa? Huh? Remember that?
I remember that.
Yeah, remember that? Where they got swept in Tampa?
Remember Willie was chopping up with Junior Camareno on the base pass.
Well, and don't forget, Joe, Patrick Bailey gone after that series, too.
All right. How about when they called Bryce up because the fans were losing their damn minds, and then they don't start him every day, and that becomes a thing all in itself.
Yeah.
How about the Pirates game with the awkward bullpen moment where Tony Vitello doesn't indicate whether he's going to a lefty or a righty?
I've had enough.
Okay. How about when Willie forgot how many outs there were in L.A. because he's over there rubbing up, dubbing it with Mookie Betts?
It's a tough scene.
By the way, you didn't bring up some of Elliot Ramos's missed plays in the outfield when he threw the ball. It looked like he was going to go to the cutoff man, and it ended up going into right center field.
Oh, no.
Manny Ramirez loved the way he threw that ball in. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Hey, that's Elliot just being Elliot.
How about pitching to Marte? Remember that? In the Arizona series?
Time?
Remember that? Yeah. How about the 9-run inning against the White Sox? The White Sox.
I'd rather be the White Sox.
Okay. How about when Willie was thrown out at home? Remember that?
I do.
And Hector Borg is just sending him.
Hector Borg, just say his name. I forgot about him.
Speaking of plays at the plate, how about when Jung-Hoo Lee was sent from first?
Yeah, that was tough.
And then got hurt.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Luis Ariz. Remember when he got picked off against the D-backs on the inside move?
I do.
Yeah, I remember that.
That was right after the Willie thing.
How about the back-to-back losses in Colorado? How about getting dominated by your former second-round pick, number one lefty in your entire organization? You traded him away, Kyle Harrison, and he never looked like that for you. How about the Keaton Wynn injury when he pitches 3 days in a row when he had never done that in his entire career?
It's not good.
How about the blown Logan Webb game? Remember that? Remember that one?
I do.
Which one?
How about the Pride Night fiasco, which is still lingering? How about the very next game, essentially, versus the Cubs? Remember that? The unfocused game? The blown lead Friday night? Rafi the other day? This has been a season from hell. Again, the Giants are not in the NL West anymore. They're in their own division. They're in the TMZ division, where every single minute of every single game, something is happening that is hellacious to the brand of the Giants.
So we've had, 3 or 4 bright spots we counted, and how many negative?
I think I missed
20
some.
plus.
I think I've missed some.
Oh, my God.
I mean, I didn't even bring up Victor Barracoto not even getting a throw-off on that game-winning hit against the Cubs.
Oh, he booted it, yeah.
How about the Will Brennan experiment? How'd that go?
Not great.
How about
the Jesus
Gerard
Rodriguez.
Encarnacion on this team?
That's right, Gerard was on the team this year.
He signs internationally because no one in the minors wants him, but we had him in the majors, suffocating at bats for Bryce Eldridge. I mean, guys, you want to talk about bad. We are down bad. Hey, but we're leading the TMZ division.
Can I cheer you up?
What?
With a World Soccer Championship update? We can do that because it's on fire right now, and it's brought to you by Jack's Bar and J-Town Pizza, your destination for international soccer action in San Jose's Japantown. And yes, the Stars were on fire yesterday for Argentina. It's also for France and also Norway. Incredible atmosphere, although that game with France in Iraq was almost rained out because they had some thunderstorms out in Philadelphia. But hey, rain, go away. Argentina gets it done over Austria, 2-0. France, 3-0 over Iraq. Norway, 3-2 the final over Senegal. They advance to the knockout stages. And Algeria getting it done late night, 2-1 over at San Francisco Bay Area Stadium. All right, and going on today, Portugal taking on Uzbekistan. You got England taking on Ghana in Group L. Panama v. Croatia. And wrapping it up today, Colombia taking on the Democratic Republic of Congo. And that's your World Soccer Championship update, brought to you by Jack's Bar and J-Town Pizza, your destination for international soccer action in San Jose's Japan town. What's coming up in the game is going to be brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort. Hey, your belief level in Buster Posey, Giants fans, what is it today? I know what it was this time last year. There was a lot of hope. This guy swung a big trade for Rafi Devers. He had already signed Willie Adames to a huge free agent deal. You had Matt Chapman. You had Robbie Ray. You had Landon Roop coming of age last year. You had Logan Webb. And just a year later, it's all fallen apart. Your belief level in this guy is what? 888-957-9570. This June, every Sunday could be your chance to win a big at Cache Creek Casino Resort. Spin to win with hourly cash prizes from 2 to 7 p.m., including a guaranteed $40,000 winner. Plus, every winner gets to spin for a chance at $500,000. One spin could change everything. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort, Carter.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Hey, it's Spadoni here. And the number 7, well, it's everywhere in the world. 7 days a week, lucky number 7. And in the vodka world, when a vodka is 7 times distilled, it creates a smooth, premium taste that is unbeatable. And there's no better vodka than New Vodka. Spelled N-U-E, New Vodka is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. It's an award-winning, American-made vodka that is smooth enough to sip and bold enough to mix. So at a time when everything costs more, New Vodka, well, it's the best deal in town. Pick up a bottle of New Vodka at your liquor store today and cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's NUEvodka.com.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Toyota's 4th of July sales event is on. This is the season for more.
It's always summer
check out Toyota's 21 hybrid and electrified models. Score deals on the 50 MPG Corolla Hybrid and 51 MPG Camry. Get 0% APR on all Toyota EVs like the new CHR. Or get 0% APR plus $1,500 finance cash on BZ. Don't miss Toyota's 4th of July sales event. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers in 6/30/26.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Julio from San Francisco. Used RNS of SF a few times now for our business. Great guys to work with. Special thank you to Marcelo, Roberto, and Alex for making this last project as seamless as possible. I will definitely use them again.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Odyssey Sports is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Join us on Tuesday, June 23rd for our draft party and special live broadcast with Willard and Debs inside Laughing Monk Brewery in San Francisco from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. We'll be bringing you up-to-date draft coverage. Plus, we'll have a ton of prizes. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
The Warriors will be a boneyard.
This is Big Pun from South City, and you know I'm tuned in to the Morning Roast with my guy, Joe Spadoni, and Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors got a big decision tonight.
About being a little cat.
I don't think they're going to be a little cat, Brandon. I think they're going to be dogs. Be wolves. So is that what Jerry West said? Everyone's saying everyone's got a dog. No, I want to be a wolf.
Stop being a female dog.
No, wolves eat dogs for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That's what Mike Dunleavy's going to be with his pick tonight. 11th overall. That is where the Warriors are at in the 2026 NBA draft. And will they draft there? Will they move up? Will they move down? Will they trade the pick? Who knows? A lot's taken place in the last 24 hours in the NBA landscape. And again, we'll be all over it. Willard and Dibs, they're going to be live over at Thrive City, correct? They're going to be thriving, 2 to 6. Can't wait. So stop on by for out there. And then we have an after show special there. The Grandy Man and E-Dog Evan Giddings doing a little Little after hours?
It's actually me and Grandy tonight, 6 to 9.
I should have known that.
Someone's paying attention.
Come on.
I actually feel bad. I'm sorry, Carter.
It'll be a long day tomorrow, but that's okay.
Well, no, that's what I assumed. See, this is what you can't do in radio. Just assume that the guys that you work with aren't going to be working at night because they get up early the next day. That's why Sam Lubman, I assume he's not at most night Giants games because he has to get up at like 3:30 in the morning the next day. You got to get up early tomorrow too. But Carter and Grandy, man, from 6 to 9, I'll be locked in.
Thanks, bro.
Let's go. Are you going to be locked in tonight, Carter? That's the question.
I'm always locked in.
Okay. All right. Let's go. By the way, be locked in for the next couple weeks because we're doing something really cool. We're giving you, the listener, a chance to win a round of golf at the picturesque Silverado Resort on Monday, July 13th with the hosts here at 95.7 The Game. That's right. We are picking 6 winners, one for each host, and all you have to do is send us a video of your swing, your outfit, and what makes you a fun partner on the golf course. Get your video done now and submit it to 957thegame.com. Please make it under 30 seconds. I'm not trying to watch 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute videos. 30 seconds or less, and you might be playing with us at Silverado Resort again, Monday, July 13th, but it's very exclusive. There's only 6 winners, Joe. 6. All right. There's a lot of joy and jubilation right now. There's a lot of hope for Golden State Warriors fans that this 11th overall pick tonight is going to be something. There was a lot of hope a year ago this time for Giants fans that Rafael Devers was going to be the guy. He's going to be the guy we start building around, Joe, right? Am I wrong? That's how Giants fans were feeling this time last year. They were a better team this time last year, much better than they are now. And they weren't even that great. They were kind of huddling around 500. We thought once they made that Devers trade, they had a massive series against the Dodgers. We thought, okay, even if we don't make the playoffs this season, we're building something for the future and for the now. I mean, you fast forward to June 23rd, 2026, 7:23 a.m., and it feels like this is all-time down in the last decade for the San Francisco Giants.
It's been a season from hell. I want to actually recap everything that I was just doing for the new audience.
Okay.
And Carter and I have been workshopping this. I've added in some other stuff to because I knew we were up against it.
There's more bad?
Let's say that you just, you're an alien and you just landed down here and you're like, hey, what happened this year with the Giants? You're like, what was the highlight of the year? Oh, the highlight is the Bryce Eldridge Grand Slam, right?
Yeah. No, that is the highlight. Yes.
Okay, that's the highlight. And I think everything else we're kind of grasping the straws. I just wrote down all of the wild things that have happened this year in a season from hell. This is a season from hell. There are some bright spots. Jung-Hoo Lee, KC, Arise, Bryce. But for the most part, it feels like nothing else has gone right. Like nothing. So, Carter, do me a favor. Cue up the music. And I'm just going to rat-a-tat-tat these. And if you want to get in at any point here, Joe.
I do love this bed.
All right. Season from hell, San Francisco Giants 2026 edition. We used to compete in the NL West. Now we compete in the TMC division. Before the season even starts, day 1 of spring training, Tony Vitello, the manager, sits down, holds court, and tells the media they were wrong about the timeline of when and where he chose to leave Tennessee and come to the Giants.
We're going before the season even started. You're right.
Day 1.
You're right.
Okay? That lasted a week. And then before the season even starts, Hayden Birdsong out for the year, Tommy John.
That's right.
Let's get to opening week. Hey, we're playing the Yankees. It's going to be awesome. Disastrous games against the Yanks. They don't score any runs. Don't forget, Robbie Ray, one of my veterans, pushes back on Tony Vitello. Oh, within the first couple of games, we're down in San Diego. Chapman tells Casey Schmidt, playing out of position at first base, catch the blanking ball. That was great. Remember when Christian Koss pitched more innings than games started in the infield?
I do remember that. It's pretty sad.
And then we found out Jose Budo's out for the year. Remember when Elliot Ramos threw a 26-hopper from left field to the right center field because he didn't know where he was throwing the ball? Also, remember when Ramos forgot what an infield fly rule was?
I do remember
and just took off? No repercussions.
Wasn't that last year?
Yeah.
Or did he do that again this year? You could have lied and I would have believed you.
Remember when Matt Chapman got thrown out running? Oh, yeah, I remember that. And then he was like sitting there going, I can't believe that I got thrown out. Yeah, you got thrown out, Matt.
It's fine.
Remember when things got testy with the Reds? Remember that guy, Eric Miller, who had like a moment where he was decent and has been terrible ever since?
Yeah.
How about when the outfield for the Giants got reprimanded for humping each other after winning? Remember that?
Well, they didn't really get reprimanded, but in the court of public opinion, people are like,
while we're remembering, remember the Gerard Encarnacion experience?
Gerard.
Yeah, he plays for another country.
I was going to say, he was featured more on the injury report than actual games for the Giants.
Well, there's that challenge he had at the end, too.
Season from hell. All right. How about the disastrous trip to Philly and in Tampa? You're 0 for Florida this year, by the way.
0 for Florida?
You're 0 for Florida.
That's not good.
Remember Buddy Kennedy getting on the mound before tracking an official Major League at-bat?
I do remember.
Yeah, that happened this year.
Yeah.
That happened this year. How about Jung-Hoo Lee when he got hurt, scoring from first and hosed at the plate? Remember when the fans demanded that Price gets called up only for him to sit on the bench for days on end? We had to like bully the manager and the GM into playing the guy? Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
How about the Pirate game when my manager went to make a pitching change and didn't distinguish whether we're going to the lefty or the righty?
And there was just massive confusion and no one knew what to do. Jesse Chavez, friend of the program, was like, what do you want? What do you want to do?
I have no idea.
He had his hands up.
How about Patrick Bailey and the manager on a Friday night getting into it over pitch selection, situation, and then the very next day, Patrick Bailey's traded?
See ya.
How about when Willie forgot how many outs there were because he was running the bases, yucking it up with Mookie Betts, who's playing shortstop?
That was one of the lowest moments of the season.
Was it that, or was it when I had two catchers in the outfield? Haas playing left and Jesus Rodriguez playing right field. Poor guy. How about Marte in Arizona? How many times are we going to pitch to this guy? Hey, let's flip him around. Let's get him to his dominant side. Let's have him hit a game winner. Remember that guy, Will Brennan?
Yeah, oh, yeah. That's your boy.
I remember him. He was getting starts over Bryce Eldridge. Remember when Gilbert missed that home run off the wall?
I do.
Or not, well, this was a home run. It was like a double off the wall. And then Chapman booted his second ball in the same inning, and they blew that game against Milwaukee.
It's a tough scene.
And then Chapman admits to Susan Slusser that horrific fans are sending him death threats in his DMs.
Not good.
Yeah, that happened this year.
He's been better, though, since that.
He's been awesome since then.
Although the last 7 games, not really good.
How about the 9-run inning against the White Sox? That was glorious. Season from hell. How about when Raffy doesn't run out a pop-up in the White Sox series when 7 or 8 pop-ups fell in that entire Sunny series at home?
Real quick on that White Sox game where they scored the 9 runs in that one inning. Those were the only runs they scored the rest of the game, though, Joe.
Oh, thanks.
So they improved from that point on.
I think that was the only inning the White Sox got a hit, too.
See, Sam? Positives.
How about when Willie got thrown out at home, Hector Borg, Windmill Borg sends him. He gets thrown out at home.
They called him Hurricane Hector.
Thought he jammed his knee, and then almost immediately Arise is picked off second.
Yeah.
How about the back-to-back horrible losses in Colorado? How about getting dominated by the guy you traded away for Raffy Devers, who never looked as good in San Francisco as he's looked in Milwaukee? Kyle Harrison, the local boy from De La Salle, shoving against you, screaming off the mound as he's pumping his fists. How about getting Keaton Wynn injured for pitching him 3 days in a row when he's never done that at any point in his career? Yep, season from hell. How about the blown Logan Webb game? I mean, just blown Logan Webb game. That's his entire career. How about that? Logan Webb pitches gem. Giants lose game 2-1. Like that could be the first page, the first paragraph of his Wikipedia page.
They're calling him Blogan Webb.
How about the Pride Night situation and the fallout since then and everything involved with that?
Yeah, it's still on my TV screen when I walked out, KTVU.
You play the Cubs right after that. You're completely unfocused. How about the blown lead on Friday night? How about the 4 errors and the 103 pitches to get through 3 innings for the Giants on Saturday, followed by Raffy Devers on Sunday, not wanting to get pinch ran for, showing up manager, teammates, and the organization all in once. You want to talk about a season from hell? This team may be dead last in the NL or dead last in the NL West. They are number 1 in the TMZ division. Season from hell.
But other than that, you got Bryce Eldridge. But seriously, Joe, like this might be, all things considered, as you just laid it out, in the circumstances and the expectations heading in the season, this might be the worst Giants season of my lifetime.
I just
like, no.
Joe, how many things did I name there?
No, there was like
40.
It felt like it was at least 30, at least. When you start before the season even begins, you got problems.
Joe, that was a 6.5 minute long rant of all the things that have gone wrong this year, and you left things out too. Like, I don't say it as like a criticism, but
we didn't even bring up Ryan Walker.
There's like, you could have gone a whole hour listing off all the things that have gone wrong this year.
I think you should post that entire 6 minutes on YouTube and on Instagram.
I will do that.
Please.
There you go. Producer calling the shots over here.
I'll invite you to collaborate or two.
Thank you.
Please do. Guys, like, am I being overdramatic?
No.
This is one of the worst seasons a team can have that I've ever seen.
Joe, I don't even know if you're being dramatic enough.
What do you mean?
I think you could even be more dramatic about how crazy this season's gone. Like, we're not even halfway through it, and this has been more miserable than I think any other Giants season I can remember in my lifetime as a fan.
It's an absolute dumpster fire, and it's been capitalized by what we saw in Miami with Rafi Devers. I think that, like, we were sugarcoating it for a little bit. Let's be honest. Like, because we all know it's hard to talk about baseball every single day with the same thing. So we can't be negative all the time. I think I had a rant that said I refuse to be angry at this team anymore.
Yeah,
that was a couple weeks ago. That was a Tuesday.
And Wednesday came. Like, how ridiculous. Like, Drew Gilbert, like, humping. Let's hump, guys.
Stop doing that, please.
But we won't wear the hats.
I don't want that image.
We won't wear the hats.
But we'll hump each other in the center field. We'll thrust. Oh, my God.
But don't wear the hats. It's like, how ridiculous. This team is just a nightmare.
Oh, my God. I mean, I feel like we're at 650. I feel like the middle is the worst place to be in the baseball standings, and the Giants have been unrealistic with their aspirations for postseasons for a few years now. So this might not be the worst thing for them. Like,
yeah,
if
but
we're
they
talking
don't get a pick. See, this is the problem. This year they get the number 4 pick from last year's results.
Which is important.
Yes.
They need to nail this one.
They will not get a top 10 pick this year.
This
upcoming year.
Yes.
Because they've been so high the last few years.
Yeah. So
that's the way it works.
But if you nail a number 4 pick, it could be the difference of being a team like this or being a team like you're about to see tonight. Nick Kurtz was the number 4 pick in the 2024 draft, Joe. That's the future of their team.
The 2024 draft will be studied for generations. It's one of the great drafts.
It is.
Of all time. We saw the kid from the Reds pitch. Like, it is an unbelievable. The Royals have a stud.
They do.
You know, like, everybody is. Bryce Eldridge was in that. Or not Bryce Eldridge. James Tibbs was in that draft.
Yeah, James Tibbs was in that draft.
Yeah.
And we'll see. He's in the Dodgers pipeline now. And then he was part of that trade for Rafi Devers. It all comes back to Devers at the end of the day, Joe. But, I mean.
It always comes back to Devers.
No, it does. But it does. In this scenario, it's coming back to Devers for Buster Posey, for Zach Manassian, for Tony Vitello. I am very curious to see the message that the Giants send tonight. They need to send some sort of message.
Like, what does that mean? What do you mean by that? Like, what?
Whether
like,
it's
like
an actual
him?
No. An actual message. Okay. Whether that is speaking to the media, whether that is, speaking and saying, hey, if you're Tony Vitello, Rafi knows he shouldn't have done that, yada, yada, yada. Or he says, hey, we took care of that behind closed doors, and we're going to keep it like that. Okay. Whether it's through a statement from Buster Posey, I have no idea, but a message needs to be sent that wasn't okay. That was taking place on Sunday in Miami. Whether it's Rafi Devers himself going out of his way for the first time, it feels like in a year, saying, you know what? I acted inappropriately. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have showed up my team. I shouldn't have shown up my teammate, my coaching staff, my manager, my organization, the fan base. That was a bad look, and I need to be better.
You really think Rafael Devers is going to apologize?
I don't think he needs to.
I don't think he will.
Do I think he will? No, but he needs to.
Well, that's not going to happen. Joe,
you don't think he needs to do that?
I don't think Rafi does anything he doesn't want to do.
I'm asking you right point blank. You don't think he needs to apologize?
All that matters is he addressed it with his teammates if they feel some kind of way. Doesn't matter what I'm being real here. It does not matter what I think.
I'm not saying he needs to do it to the fan base. I just need him to acknowledge that he apologized behind the scenes.
Well,
to his teammates.
Time will tell whether that happened or not, and I'll know by how people react to him on the field.
Like, that would be what I would ask. Like, Sam, like, if you were out there today in the media scrum, and I'm sure he's going to be asked about it, like, Tony, did Rafael Devers apologize for what took place?
I would have said, you're using the word apologize. Did he address the situation with his teammates?
No, I would like to use the word apologize, though, because it forces him to say something.
Yeah, but I don't know. I just know how these are grown men. I don't give a damn if he addresses it, because you know what? Because in society, we can always do this. In society, in relationships, whatever, you can give a fake apology that's not real. I'm sorry you feel that way is the ultimate, I don't really care. Like he could use one of those. Well, I'm sorry you guys feel that way. And I'm sorry you guys interpreted it that way. That's not what I was trying to do. See, that's a fake apology. And that doesn't land with me if I'm one of his teammates. I'm sorry you feel that way. You know, Matt Chapman, Logan Webb. That wasn't what I was trying to do. I'm just a competitor, and I don't want to be taken out of a game. No. That's fine if you feel that way. You can't wave off Jonah Cox, wave off, my guy, Jace Tingler, who's just trying to give you a pat on the behind, and just, don't touch me. Don't do that. It's so childish, too, in hindsight. God, what a big baby he is. He is a man-child. You know that song from Sabrina Carpenter? That's who he is. I don't know that.
Exactly.
Why you always come on running to me.
Thank you. Come back with that.
Karaoke Loveman?
Yeah, that's right. It's a great song.
Loveman,
Sabrina Carpenter's got bangers, dude.
She does.
And you got to educate yourself, Joe.
He does. He has to open up his repertoire. That's okay. It's a hole in his game. There's a lot of holes in Rafi Devers' game right now, and being a good teammate is one of them. And right now, I think is falling squarely on Buster Posey. That we were kind of talking about Vitello and Devers, but now today's talk about Buster Posey because he's the architect. He's the guy in charge. This is the one we were all fawning over when he got hired. It's like, yes, Buster. He gives credibility back to the organization that was lost with Farhan Zaidi. This is our guy. We love him. Yeah, he's unproven, but you know what? He's a leader. He gets it. He's going to get it done. He brought in Willie Adames. He signed Matt Chapman for a big deal. He made the big trade for Rafael Devers. You know what? Even if that doesn't work out, at least he had the stones to do it. Are we still feeling that way a year later? We still feeling like that? Even though we had the stones to make the trade, even though we knew there was some risk involved, it blew up in his face a year later. Are we still feeling that way about Buster Posey?
I'm going to give you the analogy. I brought this up very briefly yesterday, but in a different way. Mike Singletary to Niner fans was like, oh my God, we got Mike Singletary as a linebacker coach. He's going to be our head coach, like Samurai Mike.
Yeah.
Because Mike Singletary
Hall
was
of Famer.
Joe, he was the Patrick Willis of the Bears defense. Like he was a god.
And not just the Bear defense, the 85 Bear defense, which is the greatest of all time, right?
Which the Niners had to go through in the late 80s to get to the Super Bowl. And so we have tremendous respect for Samurai Mike as a player. I mean, he's one of the great all-time. The guy would break face masks.
Yep.
I mean, he is football.
The crazy eyes. Yeah.
By the end of his tenure, a year later, like he only coached like a year and a half, he was one of the biggest knucklehead coaches of all time. He was in way over his head. I fear Posey, similarly, is one of the great Barry athletes of all time, is going to be remembered for being if he can't get out of this situation, as one of the biggest bumbling front office executives we've ever seen.
And baked into all of that, in the national media, they're saying now, hey, Buster, why did you sign a college manager to manage a big league team that has guys like Rafi Devers on there when you knew Rafi was a malcontent in Boston? There was a possibility he could do the same thing here in San Francisco. But I think, like a lot of people are, hey, it didn't work for them over there. That doesn't mean it can't work here with us.
Andrew Wiggins.
There's a lot of hubris involved.
Andrew Wiggins, right?
David Sampson joined us about a month ago, and we talked about this very thing. Former president of the Miami Marlins, right, Joe?
Yeah.
And he said the same thing. We all think they could change with us.
Yeah,
when we acquire them, hey, it's different with us.
D'Angelo Russell, Andrew Wiggins.
There you go.
Right? Like, those are two examples of the Warriors. Like, it'll be different with us.
And it was with Andrew.
It wasn't.
Until it wasn't. But you know what? At least with Andrew Wiggins, you caught lightning in a bottle and you won a title.
Yeah.
You did. So no matter what, you could always fall back on, hey, we got the best version of Andrew Wiggins. Now, what happened after that? Obviously missing some time, the death of his father, his father being sick.
We're never going to see the best version of Rafi Devers.
No, we're not. We haven't. I think we've already seen the decline of who this player is. And I don't see it getting any better. Do you? Do you see this ever getting better with Rafael Devers in a Giants uniform? Ever? Would you bet on that? I would not. See, I don't think he's ever going to be. I said it last week. He's never going to be an all-star with this team, ever. I said it with Bonte. I was like, I don't think that happens.
He's just not likable.
No.
And I think that's one of his problems. If you don't talk, you're not likable. You know, like Pablo was very likable. So even when he became a villain, I think that he really struggled with dealing with that as a villain. I just don't. How can I have any opinion on who Rafi is? I've never heard him talk.
Well, that's the problem. Well,
I don't know who he is.
I would like, hey, boys in the back, and we went through the sound yesterday, can you put some of the introductory presser comments from one Rafael Devers on my board? Because I want to go back to the beginning of this. Because it feels like that's the only time he's really truly spoken to the media and to the fan base was at that presser. I know he's had a couple other ones.
The only reason why they are where they are.
No, but he's symbolic of that because he is the highest paid player in the organization. No, it kind of is though, because the way this guy was presented to the media and fan base was, this is the turning point for the Giants organization. This is when we are officially a big boy now. Hey, we're in a division with the Dodgers. He was asked a lot about the Dodgers at that presser. We're in a division with the Padres that are also feel like they have kind of lapped you in the last decade in this division. Like, you needed to sign a big boy. You got Willy Adames, not quite a big boy, but it's like, okay, that was a nice one. Now you needed to get someone that people actually fear in this division. And Rafi Devers, at that point, people feared him as a hitter. Clayton Kershaw was on Sunday Night Baseball when the trade went down. He's like, dude, at worst, that guy's a top 10 hitter in baseball.
Yeah, but things changed very quickly.
Very quickly they did.
Baseball.
This was Rafi Devers again through his interpreter. Let me get the interpreter's name because I have it right here. Erwin Igueros. We love Erwin. This is what he had to say about coming to the Giants. Hey, I'm here to give my 100%.
I'm here to give my 100%. I don't put any buts. They're the men in charge. I am here to play wherever they want me to play.
Oh, wherever they want me. Hey, I don't have to play third base. You want me to play first? Want me to DH? I'm fine with that. Okay. Hey, that's saying the right things after coming from Boston, where he thought he was a third baseman still. They moved him because they brought in Bregman, didn't want to do first base. All right, he's being a team player at the presser. I get it. All right. Hey, Rafi, what do you like about this Giants organization?
I love the welcome that I got by my teammates. I feel really good. That really motivates me. And everybody that I have talked to so far, they always talk about winning. So that's an added motivation for myself.
Yeah, unless they're teammates Jonah Cox, in which you're like, hey, if you come to relieve me at first base, just get the hell out of my way. Yeah, but I love my teammates first and foremost, right? Yeah. Hey.
And I want to win. Winning.
And I want to win. And all you've done here is be 30 games under 500 since acquiring you. But yeah, let's talk about winning. Again, he's not the only reason, just symbolic. Hey, how about playing with, Willy Adames? That's going to be fun, huh?
Well, I mean, once I got here, my teammates made me feel comfortable. I'm able to talk to them, and somebody that I really didn't meet, but I saw from afar, Willy Adames, just made it easy for me to talk to him, and I think I didn't feel very welcome.
That's great. I'm glad you're tight with Willy Adames, the second guy in command for Giants fans that they want out of here immediately. So that's great. Hey, I'm really happy you're boys with the guy everyone else wants removed from this team too, and that contract. By the way, quick little thing on Willy Adames I found fascinating. Whoever sent it to the chat, thank you. I think it was you, Joe. Little murmurs that there could be a potential trade for Willy Adames from a team like the New York Mets, who have Marcus Semien under contract. This was from Buster Olney. Pure speculation. Again, speculation, but it's interesting. Worth exploring for the Mets and Giants, a deal involving Willy Adames and Marcus Semien. The Giants would have to eat a good chunk of money in Adames' deal to make it happen, but Adames could play third, Bichette could move to second, and Semien would return to the Bay Area. SF has signaled a willingness to listen to offers for Adames, Chapman, and Devers.
I would have done that yesterday.
I hope Buster Posey's on
2
X.
years left on Semien's deal.
That's not bad.
Though he's played second base for the Mets and for the Rangers. You slide him over for a couple years, and then all your young prospects come through. It would make way more sense to this team. And Semien's a much better fit on a variety of levels and has familiarity with Chapman.
He absolutely does. And a Bay Area guy. Obviously went to Cal. His dad grew up here. You were mentioned in San Francisco.
I would love to have Semien.
He'd be great. And he's just, talking about a good dude and a good clubhouse presence. That is him, and a guy that works hard.
Yeah.
Ron Washington obviously can attest to that as well. All right, so again, if you're just joining us, we're reliving some of the comments made from one Rafael Devers at his introductory press conference last year. It was last June 17th, so again, 6 days ago to the year, Rafael Devers was introduced to the Giants media. Here's more from Devers, all right? He wants to make every team suffer, not just the Dodgers.
I know the potential that I have, and my mentality is not just to make the Dodgers suffer, but every team that we play against.
Play against or play for, because you're making the Giants suffer right now.
That was my question to him.
Yeah, Sam, was that yours?
Yeah, I was like, hey, Ralph, you made the Yankees miserable. Yeah, I know, actually, I was allowed into this one. I asked, like, hey, Ralphie, you always made the Yankees miserable. You're going to make the Dodgers miserable out here, and then he said that answer, and I was just like, I don't like that answer.
Was that was when you answered the question and Murph was going crazy?
It might have been the different one. I don't know.
Hey, Rafi, what do you like about the Giants?
Only the other stations allowed to ask questions in those press conferences?
Yes, Joe, that was a joke.
How ridiculous. Why do we do this? Like, no, like our own brethren. Why do we do this? We're in a dying medium and we're out here gatekeeping questions.
My man.
Dial it back, dude.
Well, one station's dying more than the other. Devers, on what he likes about the Giants organization.
I love the welcome that I got by my teammates. I feel really good. That really motivates me. And everybody that I have talked to so far, they always talk about winning. So that's an added motivation for myself.
Okay, what I'm getting from this press conference, winning. So much about winning.
But only when I'm in the lineup.
It's been
at every turn.
The absolute opposite of that. Oh, my God. By the way, I haven't heard the term leadership once in any of these responses from one Rafael Devers. Okay. Hey, Buster. How did this trade transpire?
Yeah, it's something that has been in the works for 3 or 4 weeks. Zach had conversations with their group, and then eventually myself and Craig Breslow the last week to 10 days. And it was good. It was obviously negotiations. Things are going to go back and forth. But was texting with Craig today, and we're just thanking each other for the candor and the respect that went into this negotiation.
Okay. Zach, hey, making it happen too. So it's Zach Manassian and Buster Posey.
Was Craig Breslow wearing a mask when he was robbing the Giants?
What was that movie, Point Break, where they're wearing all the different presidential masks?
Well, that was Dead Presidents.
Yeah, Dead Presidents. No. Didn't they wear like the Reagan masks?
There was a variety of them.
Variety
in the town, they also wore. I think
the nuns, the nun masks.
They wore a lot of different. There's
Ben
a bunch
Affleck.
of movies that have done that.
Yeah. Heat? No.
No.
They just didn't wear anything.
I argue Heat is one of the great shootouts of all time.
Oh, Val Kilmer with the ponytail, right?
Sick.
So dope.
This poor guy.
The diner scene with Al Pacino and De Niro.
It's the only scene of them together.
It's pretty cool.
Up to that point.
To that point, yes.
That's
obviously
what it was marketed.
The Irishman.
That does not count as a real movie.
What?
It's so bad.
Wasn't it Academy Award nominated?
It's a horrible movie. It goes to show you how bad the movies are.
There's some good performances in The Irishman.
Horrible.
Whoever's that guy that played...
he's wearing like hokas and he's like in his 80s and he's like beating someone up. He looks ridiculous. It's so unbelievable.
Well, the deep fake was really bad.
It was
really bad.
Awful.
There were some good performances, though.
Joe, I fell asleep 4 times trying to watch
That's on you. You're getting old. That's why.
No, it was not a good movie. It just wasn't.
The movie's 3 days long. How do you even stay awake?
The movie's not good. The Irishman was not a good movie.
You guys aren't cultured. You are an Irishman. You should love that.
It wasn't a good movie. Goodfellas, Casino, these are classics.
I thought there were some good elements of The Irishman. Was it long?
That movie was not good.
I disagree. Hey, Greg Johnson. A year ago, again, introductory presser for Rafi Devers. You getting that group core together?
Yeah, I mean, I think that certainly is always a concern when you lock up that much payroll over a longer period. But it also, I think, it's much outweighed by the getting the core group together for that period and getting the kind of player that that kind of eases that concern. And I think to us, to put it in baseball terms, you look for your pitch. And I think to our group, this is like a hanging slider to get to Rafi.
Oh, God.
In here.
Just stop it.
Too good of
a hanging
Greg
slider.
Might be a good guy.
And you struck out.
Greg might be a good guy. He cannot be a forward-facing, part of this organization in terms of what talks to the media. He's just not good at it. Like, I'm being 100%. Jed shouldn't do a lot of talking in front of the media because I don't think he's great at it. Like, I think Jed's done some really good things, but you got to know what you're good at and what you're not. And I think that when you're standing in front of the media, Greg comes off as someone who doesn't know what he's doing. Like, it's just the inflection in his voice and everything. He might be a smart, really good guy. I don't think he gives Giants fans a lot of confidence. I'm just being honest. Guys, I'm being honest.
That line right there, I mean, it was a hanging slider. You had to pull the trigger on that. You struck out on a hanging slider.
Well, what I would say is
you took it right down the middle.
Can we get a pinch hitter for this guy? Am I the only one?
I am
that
shocked.
Him and is like, stop talking.
I am kind of shocked at the lack of, like, Devers obviously a massive contract. No one really gassing up the teammate aspect of Rafi Devers. No,
he just got ran out of town in Boston. What are you talking about?
But this was a perfect opportunity for them to say, we believe in him as a teammate. Hey, we understood what the perception is, but we think this guy is a great teammate. He's won a World Series with Boston. He's been a big part of some great, great teams, all right? And we think he could do that here. And we want him to be a part of our core, one of our key guys. And I guess Greg Johnson was trying to say that, but it's always just about, winning. Yeah, I think he impacts this. I just winning. And it hasn't translated to that at all. In fact, it's been the opposite. He's contributed to a lot of losing. So much so, this has been one of the worst teams in baseball since acquiring him. Now, is that all because of Rafi Devers? No. The bad pitching and injuries has been a part of that. Randy Rodriguez, obviously, moving off Camilo Duvall. Hayden Birdsong getting hurt. Robbie Ray, in that second half last year, in the first half of this year, just not being a good pitcher, not being the number 2 that you need him to be. Logan Webb getting hurt, the chunkier. There's just been other things, but it feels like the catalyst was Rafi Devers. And that's what sucks. And this is a guy that you're locked into for year after year after year at millions and millions and millions of dollars. And I just don't know how they can move off this guy, especially after what took place on Sunday. That has to make it that much harder, or it makes it that much more money you'll have to eat if you are giving up him, right? Because if I'm another team saying, I'm taking all the risk here, taking on Rafi Devers' contract. I mean, you guys are going to have to eat $100 million of this thing, if not more. And maybe that's what it's going to have to take, Joe. And at this point, I know Eric Burns is going off and you're saying that maybe you have to. Maybe you have to, just for the sake of the locker room. Again, I'm very curious to see what Tony Vitello says, if Rafi Devers makes any comments, if Buster Posey said anything. I'm very curious to see how that goes down today in a 3-game set against the A's. I'm very curious.
I don't want to downplay his career. That's not what I'm here to do. Say he was never as good as we thought.
Rafi?
Yeah, but just his best years are clearly behind him from a physical peak standpoint. His first full season was that 2018 year. And I just listen to this line. Now, he led that team in hits. He led that team in doubles, and he led that team in total bases. Rafi Devers, Xander Bogaerts, who was 26 at the time, Bogaerts. Betts was 26. JD Martinez, he was the old guy, 31. Andrew Benintendi, Christian Vasquez.
Benintendi.
Jackie Bradley Jr. I mean, that team was really good.
Yeah.
Really good. And he had a monster year, an absolute monster year. And I don't want to take anything away from him, but he was 22 years old. And I look at that team, the 2019 team, 2018 team, and it's really interesting, man. I don't know. I'm looking at their lineup right now, and he wasn't the table setter. He definitely had a monster year. It's just that team was built very, very different than this Giants team.
When you have Mookie Betts and guys that you just mentioned there, hey, that's fine. You could be an afterthought. Not an afterthought, but you could be not the second, third, fourth most important. He's probably up the top 5, but you get what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're the highest paid player on the franchise, there is a different level of expectation. We were talking about this on the show call. It's just very interesting. When you are the highest paid player in the organization, there is an expectation of leadership that just has to be there.
Mm-hmm.
There is. It's okay if you're not the highest paid player and you don't have to be a leader and you don't speak a lot. We saw that with Andrew Wiggins. He was part of the core for the Warriors in their last championship. Did I think of him as an elite leader? No, but he didn't need to be. He was consistent. We knew who he was. He wasn't going to have any drama. That's fine. Now, there was some other drama that followed him that was like kind of out of his control, maybe. Whatever. I'm not going to go down the Andrew Wiggins rabbit hole right now, but you get what I'm saying. You could be a core player and don't have to be the leader of that team. Like when you have Stephen Curry and you have Draymond Green and you have Steve Kerr, that's fine. Those will be the leaders of that team. Kevon Looney even, to a degree, right? But on this Giants team, it's Rafi Devers, it's Willie Adames, it's Matt Chapman. And yet, to another extent, Logan Webb. Pitchers are a little different, I feel like, because they're not there every single day like those others. But we'll give Logan Webb the leadership category as well. Especially if you have a first-time manager making the jump and being as polarizing as Tony Vitello. You have got to have elite leadership in a tight-knit locker room if you're taking a risk like that. And I think we're realizing right now, we underestimated how big of a risk it was, Joe. And I think we're seeing in real time, it might just blow up in their faces, all of this. And that's unfortunate because I still think Tony Vitello with the right situation can be a solid big league manager, and he still might be. And this might work out. And they might sweep this.
Crazy doubts.
No, I know, but they might be able to sweep this under the rug and say, hey, like we took care of it behind the scenes. We're going to leave it at that. Rafi is good with me. I'm good with Rafi. We're fine. Nothing to see here.
Outside of Kerr and Draymond having explosions like this, name me another dynamic duo that has a relationship this fiery and it's worked out. Or something like this where you have a moment like this and ultimately, everybody's good. I'm just asking out loud.
No, it's a good question. You'd have to go throughout history, like, because I can't find any locally that have worked out when you just call out someone or you make a public defiant move. Like Travis Kelce comes to mind when he was yelling at Andy Reid in the Super Bowl, right? That kind of came to mind. But what happened to that game? They won the Super Bowl. Like to the victor goes A.J. Brown. But as we're seeing now, you won a Super Bowl, and then what happened? And then it was back to being disgruntled, and now he's off the team. And now he's in New England. He got what he wanted, right? So, even when I give examples that worked out, quote unquote, it ended up not working out. I mean, is Steve Kerr's and Draymond Green's relationship, is it great right now? Would you consider it like they're great with each other?
Well,
I don't know. Draymond makes comments like he made a couple months ago that he felt like Steve Kerr might have hindered parts of his career. Like when we thought Steve Kerr might be on his way out.
I can't believe that. He held me back.
I don't know. It's like he says things like that, then I start questioning. But to your point, Joe, I don't know if there is any coming back from what took place on Sunday. I can't give you a lot of examples of it working out. Pau Gasol and Phil Jackson once upon a time, I guess.
Joe, if this team loses 95 games, I have a hard time saying that Rafi, Adames, Chapman, Tony Vitello, Zach Manasian, and Buster Posey will all be here next year. One of those guys you would assume would have to be out the door. There's a lot of money and a lot of responsibility across those 6 guys that I referenced, and you would think that one of them would be the fall guy.
This hour is brought to you by Front Bank, which is here for you, here for good. Let's hit it. The injury report. The Athletics are in town today, and if you're wondering why designated hitter Brent Rooker is not in the lineup, it is because he is on the injured list with a bone bruise in his left knee. Ouch. Rooker was placed on the IL June 12th. Manager Mark Kotze did mention that Rooker had a cortisone injection into his knee. There is optimism that Rooker could return on the A's current road trip. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. All right. Halfway home here on a Tuesday, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNC FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, and we are coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. The Morning Roast, it's presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. We got 3 heroes joining us here in the next hour. All right. Keith Law, MLB insider for The Athletic, joining us, 8:20. Evan Wiebeck, California Post, covering all things Bay Area. He had an interesting article early on this season as you kind of went through all the top 30 things or 40 things that all went wrong this season, Joe, for the Giants. Evan Webeck was on it early, that there was a couple of behind-the-scenes potential blow-ups early on the season, not just the Robbie Ray thing. There was some other stuff that happened potentially. I want to ask Evan about that at 8:50. Dave Fleming, voice of the Giants, and the guy that was on the call for Rafi Devers along with Javi Lopez when he refused to come out for a pinch runner. That's at 9:20. So, yes, stacked here the next hour plus.
Remember when we got Rafi and we had Will Fleming on with Dave Fleming?
Yeah, his brother, obviously, who does games for the radio side for Boston.
Yeah. I wonder what kind of texts he sent his brother the last couple days.
Come on. Is he doing the Alex Cora text?
Well, it's the I told you so.
No, it's the sly smile, the grin is what he's doing. The side smirk, that's the emoji he's sending. That's an all-timer for me. Like that's what I would be doing. It's because, brothers, you got to rib each other. That's right. How do you think Dave's feeling after calling that? Does he still believe that Rafi could be the guy for the Giants, or can he come back from this?
Have a calming opinion on it.
Could be a voice of reason. Maybe we are all overreacting to this.
It was definitely a bad luck. No, we're not overreacting. All of baseball, everyone in baseball was talking about this yesterday. This is not, you cannot Joe, I've been watching Giants baseball my entire life. The only guy that I can think of that did this much insubordination on the field that way is when Miguel Tejada didn't want to bunt in the extra inning game, which I referenced yesterday.
JT Snow, former Giant, Gold Glover, joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday. This is what he had to say about Devers waving off Vitello.
The first problem is the player waving off the manager. That's disrespectful. It should never happen. The manager is trying to win the game. You're down by a run. You're not the fastest runner. Put your ego in your back pocket. Come out of the game. Once the guy's announced for you, Cox is he's in the game. To do the finger wave is not cool.
Here's more from JT, who was incredible yesterday. If you missed any of that interview, find it, YouTube or the free Odyssey app.
The manager had the chance to go up to him in the dugout, and if that was me, I would have been in his face, and I would have sent him right up to the clubhouse and probably not played him the next day. I don't know if he's intimidated. I don't know Tony Vitello. His first year, he's dealing with a lot of crap. Hasn't gone anywhere close to what Buster thought it would go. But there's two things there that, and if you're a player on the bench and you're watching that, you're like, player was wrong, manager was wrong, and maybe there's some communication. And I saw Tony say that, Rafi and I talk every day. That's kind of skirting the question, right? The guy asked him, did you talk to him? And the manager said, we talk every day. That didn't answer the question. And players watch. And I know guys are going to bat for him. It's a real problem.
Yeah, no, I'm out on benching him as sending a message. Dude, you're making $300+ million. You got to play. As far as I'm concerned. See, this is why I'm always anti-suspension in school, because I feel like you're rewarding the kid because he doesn't have to go to school. He gets to just stay home. I've been suspended once. I play video games all day. I was off campus for a little bit, and I shouldn't have been, but,
As someone who's been suspended multiple times, there is a line of, some schools have points, or, sure, hey, if you get suspended multiple times and you're expelled. So, in school, there's some ramifications that can hurt your, permanent record. Yes.
Exactly. But in baseball, what is benching him going to do, Joe? What message does that send?
Well,
I'm asking you, legitimately. You're a coach on the lower level. Does benching a kid, and maybe that's a tough comparison because you're trying to build character at a young age and, playing the game the right way. But if you had to bench someone, did you ever regret it? Did you always
here's the thing. If I think that individual is going to learn and never do it again, then yes. But also they're just at such a different level.
Sure.
You're not teaching life lessons at the big league level.
That's what I'm getting at. What lesson is he going to learn here?
No, this is just who he is.
That's kind of what I'm getting at. So benching him, I don't think is going to solve anything. This is the same thing with Willie Adames earlier in the season when he forgot the outs.
In the moment, just get out of the dugout. Just go in the locker and get out of here.
Leave. Get out of my face.
That I definitely buy into.
Right. But a little too late for that. Here's more from JT. Again, on fire. He says, I never would have traded for Rafi.
I think the Giants just need to take a step back and reboot. And you know what? I don't think the fans would be upset if you're Buster Posey and you said, we're going to take a couple years here and develop some guys and bring them up and let them play. I would have never traded for Rafael Devers last year. I'd heard through baseball, not a good guy, not a good teammate. I worked with Bryce Eldridge last year down in Sacramento and in spring training last year. And I would have brought him up and let him play and let him fail and let him succeed and get a couple young guys going and tell the fans, we're going to take a couple years. You're going to love these guys in a couple years, but be patient with us. Let's develop them.
And you know what? He wasn't the only one saying that about being a bad teammate. I mean, and again, you always have to go back to the source here. Jonathan Papelbon, obviously a former Boston Red Sox, didn't play with Rafi Devers, but as a part of that organization was on Willard and Dibbs last year, said he was a bad teammate. Now, do I think Jonathan Papelbon was the greatest teammate when he was a player? No, I do not. So maybe we were all saying, okay, it's the messenger here, not the message, whatever. We're not going to buy it. But there were some rumblings from a lot of Boston people. You said we had Will Fleming on. We had Jermaine Wiggins on. We had a lot of people on that from Boston, in the Boston area, that were like, dude, good luck. We dealt with this crap. We are just happy to move off the contract. And today, yesterday, they are doing cartwheels and saying, hey, Giants fans, we told you.
Well, did you see the Oklahoma head coach? They won the championship yesterday in college baseball. And I know people are going to say college is not the pros, as we're learning with Tony. Here's what he says. This was a quote after the semifinal game. We're trying to teach them in our culture to be selfless, to pick each other up. I mean, it's really what life's about. Absolutely. I mean, we live our life for that because of that reason. So that's the big difference. Man, if you could teach these young men to be selfless in a very selfish world, it's really big to me. It's big to me. When nobody cares who gets the credit, you can do amazing things. Pretty amazing. And we're a reflection of those guys not caring. That's the Oklahoma coach. I've talked to you a lot, like in situations in baseball when you're playing on teams, and let's say you don't get the runner over. One of the common like baseball isms that you'll hear as you're walking off, jogging off the field, you're ticked off, and you're like, hey, you'll turn to the next guy. Carter, pick me up right here. Let's go. Pick me up. That means like, hey, I dropped the ball. You got to pick it up and knock in this guy. Right? A 2-out hit with a runner in scoring position breathes life into an organization, breathes life into a dugout, right? And
that, or it's the opposite, saying, hey, dude, I got your back. Don't worry about it. Smack on the butt.
Exactly.
I got you. Yeah.
When I think about the 10, 12, and 14 teams, to a man, and again, winning, they didn't care how they scored runs. You know, Hunter Pence shattering his bat into 1,000 pieces and it hitting the bat
3 times.
7 or 8 times.
It's crazy.
3, whatever it was.
That's still one of the great slow-mo shots in sports.
It's incredible. The game is very selfless. And I know that a lot of people will say it's an individual game. It's an individual game that masquerades as a team game and all that. But like the reality is you're going to fail way more than you succeed in this game, in baseball.
Yeah.
And you have to be able psychologically to get over it. And you've got to be able to get past that you may not be the one that's the hero. It's not like basketball. Basketball, you run over, give me the ball. Everyone clear out. I got this.
Exactly.
Right?
It's different.
In baseball, you might get pitched around 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
And if you're selfish, you're swinging out of your shoes and trying to make things happen when you shouldn't be. If you're selfish, you're running into an out on the base pass without allowing somebody to trust the guy at the plate to knock you in. And so this game is, you got to be selfless. And yesterday was, Eric Burns said it best, one of the most selfish things he's ever seen.
Speaking of someone who's not selfish, who likes to pick us up all the time, that's Deli Boy joining us right now. What's up, Deli Boy?
Boys, how are we doing today? How was Father's Day?
Oh, it was fantastic. Hope you had a lovely Father's Day too, man. It looked like you had a good time seeing Toy Story over the weekend.
I did. Boys had a really good time. But you know what? I didn't have a good time is watching the Giants this weekend. So let me just say this. I just looked up the records. From June 15th, when we signed Devers, we are 53-67 since the trade. Now, has he made us better? The records say no. Now, everyone wants to point the finger. Is it Vitello? Is it Posey? Why are we mad at Posey? Posey did something that Farhan hasn't been able to do. Is just make moves, sign players. The thing is they haven't worked out. Hey, that's baseball. At least he did something. He's trying to be aggressive. The thing is now we have to pivot, right? It's not working out. And also, when you signed Vitello, what are we? What were we? You signed Vitello because what you wanted to do was build a new team, build around the young guys, but we have playoff expectations for a first-year manager. It didn't make sense. So what are we? What are we doing? I think we put Vitello in a really bad position right now. And listen, Devers just seems kind of like a cancer in this clubhouse. He's got to go. And also, look, it's frustrating as a as a Giants fan right now, because you're kind of like, where are we going with this? And also, we don't want this. I don't want to watch this. No one wants to see this guy. When I saw that on Sunday watching this, I said, oh, great. We're going to be talking about this all week. If he would have just got off the play and then not high-fiving a coach, I just said, like, okay, this is – you're not Bonds, buddy. You don't have that kind of aura where you can just kind of, like, you know, do these kind of things. Like, you're not hitting 45 home runs by the All-Star break. You're not hitting 280 where you can do this. You're not that kind of person. So why you have that kind of attitude? Especially if you have every single former baseball player is telling you that was a bad move. No one's caping up for him. Bro, you're in the wrong. You just are in the wrong. And Vitello's got to get in front of this and just say, we talked about it. We're dealing with it. We're gonna figure it out. And also, I don't want to see him play tonight. Bench him. I don't care if he hasn't missed a game all year. Send the message right away, right now. We're benching him. I don't even care if he's DHing. No, send the message right now. Maybe it'll shake him up. You know, maybe this will actually kind of prove that, like, oh yeah, maybe I was in the wrong. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Because it's not a good look. We're not at that place where we're 10 games up where you can have that kind of attitude because you're producing. We're 17 games out. Dude, we need to win as many games as we possibly can right now. I got to do whatever I can. And bro, you're not a fast runner. Let's just be real. You're one of the slowest guys in the league. So why are you even trying to fight it? You know, and it's not like it's in the 5th inning. It's the 9th. In a 1-run ball game, or 2-run ball game. We got to get a run.
Yeah, no, hey, Deli Boy, we appreciate it, man. I can hear the exasperation in your voice because I feel like that's a lot of Giants fans right now. They're exhausted by this guy and situation the last 48 hours. We're going to talk about it on the other side with Keith Law, senior baseball writer for The Athletic. The guy is very tapped in on the MLB draft as well. What is he saying with Bryce Eldridge, Rafi Devers, all of that, and Buster Posey, who he was very critical of the hire at the time, right? And he thought it was critical of putting the right people around Buster. Well, is that failing right now for the San Francisco Giants? We'll talk about it with Keith Law on the other side. It's sponsored by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Bay Area, listen up, because Ceremony Ford has one of Ford's biggest offers of the year. From now through July 6th, Ford is running its American Value for American Values employee pricing event. And yes, that means employee pricing for all at Ceremony Ford. Here is the deal. You pay what Ford employees pay on most of the new 2025 and 2026 Ford vehicles in stock. That's below MSRP employee pricing, available to the public. Not just the employees, not just the insiders. Everybody is going to get a seat at the table. And we're talking Maverick, Bronco, F-150, Mustang, Mach-E, Bronco Sport, Explorer, Super Utility, Ranger, SUV, truck, hybrid, electric, work rig, family hauler, weekend warrior. Ceremony Ford has the inventory, and Ford has the offer. American Value for American Values. Go to Ceremony Ford right off of 280 in Colma and Daly City, or shop 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
And I wake up with the Morning Joes, Spadoni and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. They're doing a great job.
Great job. Questionable. Debatable. Spadoni, Shasky. We got Keith Law, senior baseball writer for The Athletic, joining us.
We really do.
Very shortly.
Steiny and I were just talking about golf attire.
What was he saying?
No, I just said he had a nice sweater on today. I was like, I actually just like to wear like a sweater with no collar when I golf sometimes. It's very comfortable.
Sweater with no collar?
Yeah, just a sweater. It's like a nice sweater, which is fine if you're wearing the right attire.
Like no t-shirt underwear?
No, I wear a t-shirt, but not like a collar. I like to just rock a nice sweater.
Oh, okay.
It's fine.
Well, what if you have to take the sweater off?
Again, that's when you're playing. Because where did I grow up, Joe? Pacific Grove, Pebble Beach.
You
all
live
right?
in Oakland, where it's actually quite nice.
I'm telling you where I grew up.
Okay, what does that have to do with
It
where
has
you
to do
play?
with my attire and what I like to wear.
How many rounds of golf in Monterey have you played in the last 5 years?
Ooh, probably more than I played in the Bay Area.
Really?
Yeah. Because when I travel down there, I almost always golf with my dad or my brother.
Oh.
Well, also, you don't know the difference between a sweatshirt and a sweater, remember?
That is factual.
I'm going to kill you guys. I swear to God.
So, like, this is not a sweater. This is a quarter zip.
Yeah, I know
big difference.
The difference, guys.
Yeah, there's big difference.
Shut up, Carter. I know the difference.
I call this casual wear.
Sure, whatever. Okay.
You know, it's like business cash.
Do we got Keith Law or not? We got him. Thumbs up. 1 second. Keith can help me out here because
you don't wear cashmere sweaters like I did.
I'm bringing up golf real quick before we get Keith Law on because we're giving you a chance to win a round of golf at the beautiful Silverado Resort Monday, July 13th with the hosts here at 95.7 The Game. We are picking 6 winners, 1 for each host, and all you have to do is send us a video of your swing, what sweater you want to wear, and what makes you fun as a partner on the golf course. Get your video done now and submit it to 957thegame.com. Please make it 30 seconds or less. And you must, again, know how to golf. Just please know how to golf. Because I don't want to play someone that doesn't know how to golf. No offense. You're probably a good time, but it'll just make it a more fun time if you know how. And again, July 13th, Silverado Resort. And joining us now on the River Islands guest line is none other than Keith Law, senior baseball writer for The Athletic. Keith, good morning to you. Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. Let's dive right into it. The biggest topic the last 48 hours here in San Francisco. What was your reaction, Keith, when you saw Rafi Devers waving off Jonah Cox, the first base coach, Jace Tingler, the bench coach, and obviously one Tony Vitello? And good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning. It's first of all, I think it kind of underscores everything that, Alex Cora and the Red Sox folks had said or implied about Devers while he was there. I do think it adds to the sense that we had last week from those bigoted Giants players putting the Bible verse on their cap to, what I would call a highly performative display of their religion. Adds to the sense that Tony Vitello has no control over this team at this point. And this isn't hugely surprising, right? He was an extremely successful Division I coach. No qualms whatsoever, no concerns whatsoever, no criticism of what he did in college. But college and the majors, college and the pros are two entirely different things. And I think the Giants being out of the box in terms of hiring Vitello was questionable at the time because we really just didn't know what was going to happen. And now with the benefit of 2.5 months of just watching this play out, and it's the benefit of hindsight too, I think they made a mistake and they have to try to figure out a path out of this, which to me involves giving consequences to Devers for showing up the entire coaching staff. Ultimately, I don't care who you are, how much money you make, you are an employee of the team, you report up to the coach, not the other way around, and showing up, and your teammates, you embarrassed Jonah Cox, who did absolutely nothing wrong. There have to be consequences for Devers, both for the team, but also to try to give Vitello some measure of authority over the roster.
Was the bigger mistake trading for Devers, or was the bigger mistake going in the direction of Vitello?
Oh, Vitello, for far and away. And it's you can really split a lot of the decisions that have happened over the year and a half since Posey took over. There are the Posey decisions, and then there are the baseball ops decisions. And when the baseball ops folks seem to be taking charge, you're seeing pretty good decisions. If you talk to people who spend a lot of time watching the Giants farm system, you're hearing great things about what's going on in player development. They're modernizing a lot of things. They're trying more things. There's a lot more willingness to experiment on the player development side to try to modernize. That stuff's going great. And I think their farm system is on the way up. And then there's the Posey decisions when Buster has no front office experience whatsoever. He's a great player, but that doesn't make you a great manager, coach, scout, and certainly not executive. When he gets involved, the process isn't good. It's not even just that the outcomes aren't good, but that the process isn't good. And the process that was used to hire Tony Vitello seems to be Buster liked what he saw from him and said, okay, this guy would make a good major league manager, rather than considering, to me, the value of experience more than anything else. That could be minor league experience rather than major league experience. But the college game, it's just extremely different. You have guys they're obviously all much younger. They depend on you for their scholarships or to keep their NIL money. Yes, they can transfer out. Obviously, they have more agency than they used to. It's just a very different dynamic than managing a roster of 26 guys, some of whom are making $30 million a year.
So you referenced some sort of disciplinary action with Rafi Devers. I've never seen anything like this, especially at the professional level. Seen it in daddy ball, as I call it, you know, when you're doing travel ball and like you see a kid try to show up one of the dads, or their own dad. Like, what is an appropriate punishment? And I guess the follow-up to that is like, how do you punish a guy on an 8-year deal who's making hundreds of millions of dollars, and even if he doesn't think he was wrong?
You bench him. I mean, this is the first thing you do, right? He shouldn't play again for at least several days with the expectation that he is going to make things right. Like, you want to get back in the lineup, and I understand he might say, I'm fine just going on the bench and collecting my check. But you have to do this both as a way to, it's like behavior management, like you would with a toddler, right? You can't smear your spaghetti up against the wall on the wall. I'm sorry. You can't. I understand you think it's art, but you can't do that. And there has to be some kind of consequence so he doesn't keep doing this. But also so other players don't decide. They're not going to necessarily deny being pulled for a pinch runner, but you do not want other players on the team similarly showing up the coaching staff or embarrassing. Cox he's a rookie. I feel bad for him because he had nothing to do with any of this. He was just doing what he was told, right? And suddenly he's in the middle of a controversy that is even remotely of his own making. And Devers needs to be accountable for his actions to the coaching staff, to Cox specifically, and to the rest of the roster.
Keith, it was like a scene out of Major League 2 where Roger Dorn gets hit and then refuses to come off the base. And he's like, stretching at first. Like, it's the first thing I thought of. Did your phone just start ringing with people going, here we go? Like, was there, I guess, confirmation bias after it happened from the people that you know industry-wide regarding the Giants situation? Maybe not just Devers in particular, but just everything going on with the Giants.
Nothing about the Devers thing, but of course, right, I cover prospects. So, like, I'm less likely to get that stuff on a major league situation. Like, if something like that had happened in AA with a prospect, way more likely I would have heard about it. I did hear a lot more from folks in the industry about those 4 homophobic players on the Giants making a spectacle of themselves, which to me also comes down to Vitello. Vitello even choosing to put them in the game. Like, what, you didn't see? They wrote that bogus rainbow thing on their hats, which I keep coming back to. Like, rainbows are not real, folks. Rainbows are optical illusions. Like, do you think there's a pot of gold at the end of that? Because I promise you, there's definitely not one. But again, Vitello choosing to put those guys in the game on Pride Night, that is a choice. He could have seen what was on the hats and said, fine, I'm just not going to use you. You got a bunch of other relievers out there. So, yeah, I'm very opposed to what the players did, in addition to the fact they just violated the uniform rules, which is pretty obvious reason for them to get a scolding. But ultimately, Vitello chose to put them in the game. What are you doing? You know exactly what's going to happen. You understand. You cannot possibly, as Vitello, speaking to Vitello, you cannot possibly put those guys in the game and think there's not going to be any repercussions from this. It makes him look, again, like he is not in control of his own team, of his own roster, of his own players. And you're the guy at the top of that chain. Yes, I understand there are people above him in the front office. When it comes to the dugout in the clubhouse, you're the top guy. You should be showing, it's better decision making, but you need to be the one in charge. And right now it's like romper room. It looks like he's not in charge. Maybe that's not really what it's like in that clubhouse, but that's what it looks like from the outside. And he needs to take steps with the help of the front office to reclaim that authority. Because I'm assuming he's not going anywhere anytime soon. There's a lot of money left on that deal. So they need to start taking reparative steps to reestablish his authority as the manager of this team.
No, it feels like the perception is slowly becoming a reality, especially for the Giants fans. And Keith Law joining us here on the Morning Roast, senior baseball writer for The Athletic. What do you think the logic was? We're going back in time now. We were playing some of the introductory presser sound from Devers and Posey and, Greg Johnson and everything. What do you think the logic was moving off of Bob Melvin for Tony Vitello? Like, what were they thinking, was the big jumping off point from a guy like Bob, who's, baseball lifer, it feels like, as a manager. He's had multiple stops. He's been manager of the year a couple times, whether it's with the Padres, the A's. He had some good years, obviously, and going with an unproven guy and young hotshot Tony Vitello.
I think the sense was they wanted a change. They wanted something new. They wanted a new thinker, new philosophy. I hadn't really heard a lot against Melvin, maybe just that he was a little more set in his ways. But he's had a fair bit of success at multiple stops also. So I never heard anything to indicate to me that the Giants thought he was a bad manager, especially in terms of managing the people on the team, right? Which is obviously the main focus right now in anybody talking about Vitello. But I think a lot of this was instead about let's do something new. Let's try something new. I mean, they're in a very difficult division. The Dodgers are a juggernaut. And so I respect the belief that we need to try to be bold. We need to try bigger things, bigger swings to have more of an impact because you've just always got a tougher hill to climb. That said, Vitello was, again, it was questionable process, right? Did they really look at the resume? Did they really know what it was going to be like to have a guy who's only managed amateur players before now to come in and manage big leaguers, not just professionals? Like if Vitello said, I want to go manage in AA for 2 years to get some experience in the professional environment, that would have been great. Obviously, it's not right for him financially, but that to me is a pretty important interim step before managing big league players. And again, I respect the willingness to take a big shot, but I don't think the process here was good. And ultimately, that's why they're in this situation, why this is overshadowing the actual baseball too, which, okay, probably they don't want to talk about that either.
No, they're terrible. I wrote a list of everything that's happened this year.
No, seriously, Keith, real quick. Shasky went through the 40 lowlights of the season right now, and it started before the season even began.
Yeah, it started before the season began. So, okay, if they came to you, they said, Keith, what should we do? You know, Raffy, Tony, Buster, you know, what would your solution be?
Like I said, they have to take immediate steps to reestablish that Vitello is the manager of this club or fire him. That's it. You have two choices, right? I'm assuming they're not going to fire him. So there has to be some kind of consequence for Devers for showing up the team. Frankly, I think there need to be consequences for those 4 pitchers for showing up the team also. They created this controversy. They chose a performative act that overshadowed the rest of the team. Vitello needs to take charge. That's going to require the front office also having his back. It may also mean he needs to have someone else on his staff who's a more experienced manager or has more experience on a big league bench to try to help guide him in some of these situations, because it's just, you're managing a different type. You're managing older people who make a lot more money and don't need you and probably look at you, right? Ravi Devers says, I got an 8-year deal. Tony, you only got a 3-year deal and you're on a nice edge right now. He's like, I can outlast you. That's true, but you really don't want that dynamic in the clubhouse. So I think there are a lot of steps they need to take to try to repair the situation, to make it clear. Either make it clear Tony Vitello is our manager, he will be our manager, and you need to respect his authority, or they need to move on from him.
All right, so if you had to guess today, what's the most likely? Raffy gone, Tony gone, or they're both gone?
I think Tony goes before Raffy, because it's not like they're going to be able to move him. And I really doubt they're going to release him because he's also not worthless as a player, right? This is not a guy who's a clubhouse problem and also a terrible player. He's just not worth what he's being paid. I don't think he's going anywhere. I also would be shocked if they moved on from Tony before at least this offseason. Given the fanfare, the amount of investment, the financial investment, and sort of the psychological investment in this, I do not think they're going to just move on from him. My slightly cynical answer, though, is that they don't do anything with Devers, with those 4 pitchers, that they just try to let it blow over rather than taking affirmative, definitive steps to try to repair this situation, which is, okay, granted, I've never been a GM, so I'm speaking a bit out of school here, and I've never managed people, right? This is one of the most difficult parts of both of those jobs. But they need to do something to try to reestablish the order of things in the clubhouse and in the front office vis-a-vis the clubhouse.
If it was up to you and Greg Johnson, who's kind of like the head of the Giants ownership, said, hey,
yes,
you know, Buster wants to move on from this manager, would you advise that he's allowed to hire another person? Or would you would you tell Greg Johnson to get Buster someone else to make that decision on manager?
So it's a sunk cost, right? Vitello's paid what he's paid. So the decision to keep Vitello should be, do we think we're better off with him or without him? And if they've made the decision, for whatever reason, we want to move on from him, then I'd say yes. I would say let baseball ops hire the next manager. Let Zach Managian and his group actually make the hire. But this is the problem, is Buster is the guy who just sort of parachuted in and is saying, do this, do this, do this, do this. No, you have an entire staff of really talented, really smart people from Managian on down who can do this. And hiring the manager is a pretty important thing for a GM and a front office to do. Let them do this with a real process. And the other thing I would say too is that is something you want to do in the offseason, because there are a lot more candidates available in October than there are right now. Right now, what they'd end up doing is just hiring an interim manager, and maybe they'd get a good one, but your pool is nowhere near as large as it would be at least once the minor league season has ended and you start to get far more names available, guys whose contracts are up or guys who are available. At least the teams will give permission for them to make a move to another organization.
Keith Law joining us here on the River Islands Guest Line, senior baseball writer for The Athletic. It hasn't all been bad, Keith. There is some hope. This guy, Bryce Eldridge, all right? Giants fans are starting to get excited. Should they continue to be excited about this guy? Batting .298, got 6 home runs. I'm sure you saw the walk-off grand slam he had when the team came back 9-1. Like, it's been incredible there. So, like, that is the hope for this fan base right now. Should they continue to have hope in this guy is my question.
Oh, absolutely. I tell you, the biggest thing, I guess the performance is great. It was really great. But, I mean, this guy he was rushed to AAA. He's been pushed to levels and situations that he probably wasn't really ready for in terms of experience, or the year they had him play. I think it was the same year they pushed him to AAA. And then, hey, go to fall league too. Like, you're not an exhausted 19-year-old. And what we saw from him over really the last 2 years or so, certainly since he reached AA, is this guy's been having trouble making contact. And so far in the majors, that's been much improved over what we've seen from him in his previous time in the majors or when he was in the high minors. And that gives me the most cause for optimism going forward, because we knew he had power. We knew he was going to hit the ball hard. And so if he puts the ball in play more, it's going to mean higher batting average, higher slugging percentage. You just got to get the bat to the ball. And so far, in a modest sample, he's doing far better at that than he really has, I guess, without looking at his actual stats, I think probably since he was in high A, which is a really positive sign. And again, credit to Kyle Haynes and the player development department for helping him after he was rushed so badly that first full season in the minors.
Keith, great stuff, man. We really appreciate your insight as always. We'll do it again soon.
Thank you.
Yep, my pleasure.
There he goes. Keith Law, senior baseball writer for The Athletic. Keeps it real, which is what I appreciate about Keith. He's not going to sugarcoat anything, and he's like, yeah, couple days sitting on the bench for Rafi Devers. That's what he would start with. I thought that was fascinating. Not just one game benching him. That's not enough. A couple games here against the A's. Sit on the bench, Rafi. You could not play in these ones. That's interesting.
I can't imagine what has gone on from that flight home. They get home late at night. I'm sure it was tension, not a lot of talking. You get swept by the Marlins. Obviously, this is hanging over everyone's head. Everyone goes their own ways early Monday morning or whatever, Sunday night when they got home. And now everybody's going to get to the stadium today at whatever point. I wonder what is going on at that ballpark today.
How are some of these other players is interesting. We've had a lot of conversation about Luis Ariz, right? Like, and you wanted to keep him. I mean, you want to keep like the good players you've had this season.
Well, now the question is not, do you want to keep them? It's, do these guys want to stay?
That's what I wanted to get to. Why would you want to stay a part of this team right now?
If you have any equity whatsoever, you're going to want to jettison your way out of here.
And unfortunately, you know what my mind starts racing to? Guys like Logan Webb.
Yeah.
Like, what's Logan Webb thinking right now? As he had to, once again, speak on another player's behalf. I got to speak on Rafi's behalf because this guy declines to comment to the media. So I got to be the face of this organization again.
Of all the guys I would not be mad at wanting out after being a great soldier for so many years, it would be Logan Webb.
Right. Which would suck. Like, no, I don't want that as a Giant fan right now to move off of him. But, and again, you brought this up yesterday, Jonah. You've been on it. You know, if Rafi's this bad and he's this much of a cancer in the locker room potentially, maybe you have to attach a guy like Logan Webb to the deal just to get rid of him. Now, I don't know if Logan would be very happy about that. Again, I'm not going to speak for him, how he feels about Rafi Devers and how any of these players feel about him, because I don't know. But that could be a situation where a team says, they come call and say, you know what? We'll take Rafi off your hands. And you know what? We'll take a significant chunk of the salary, but you're giving us Logan Webb. And we'll give you a couple prospects, but not any of our top guys. You might have to think about that, which would be like, what What a sunk cost that is. But again, if this organization is down that bad where they have to move off this guy, yikes. Because Keith painted a picture right there where he doesn't see anyone trying to trade for Rafi Devers at all. And if that's the case, then Tony Vitello is bye-bye. He gone. Because there's no way these two could coexist heading into next year. No way.
Look, I have a feeling he'll be in the lineup tonight. I don't think he'll be benched.
I don't think so either. Well, because they've shown that they're not going to do that. If you're going to bench a player for anything prior to this Rafi Devers scenario, it would have been Willy Adames not knowing how many outs there were.
Or Ramos multiple times this year.
Now, this was another level of disrespect and defiance. And Willie, to his credit, apologized after the game and said, that can't happen. I'm embarrassed. He was
Cox also did this.
Yeah.
Where he took off and didn't know how many outs there were and got doubled up at first base.
And you know what? Jonah Cox, I could wrestle with, okay, young player, caught up in it. All right. He's trying to make his name for himself and it was a bad mistake and hopefully he owns up to it and apologized. I don't think Rafi Devers has apologized at all. That's the other thing here. I don't think he has. You talking about the plane ride home? I could see Rafi just acting like nothing happened on the plane. Be like, you know what? I'm fine. Let me go have my scoop of ice cream and I'm going to sit down with the cherry on top, hot fudge, add in some marshmallows. What else do you think Rafi Devers eats? What's his order? What's his ice cream order? Hot fudge sundae? Banana split maybe?
Don't do that.
No, that's what, please. Just having one too many. All right, other side. Let's get a more local perspective. We have the national perspective. Let's get the local perspective. Evan Webeck's been covering this team all season long. Giants beat writer for the California Post. He had an interesting article back in April about potential other incidents in the Giants clubhouse behind the scenes. I want to pick his brain on that, what he saw with Rafi Devers, Tony Vitello, Buster Posey, Manassian, all of it on the other side with Evan Webeck. And it's going to be brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week and pick up sweet, juicy red cherries for just $2.99 per pound. Fresh, flavorful, perfect for summer snacking. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
Some matches are too big to watch alone. That's why before the sun comes up, the lights are already on at Jack's Bar in San Jose's Japantown. Fans gather shoulder to shoulder as chants build toward kickoff. Tables shake after every goal. By sunrise, the whole place is roaring with the sound of the world's biggest matches. For decades, Bay Area soccer fans have found their way to Jack's for mornings like these. Open every weekend at 6 a.m. Real soccer culture. Real match day atmosphere. Jack's Bar in San Jose's Japantown.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley here. The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. Australia, in a match that's at San Francisco Bay Area Stadium, they're trading at 28% to beat Paraguay. That means a $100 trade will pay $340 if the Socceroos get the win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, D-I-B-S, to get $10 when you trade 10. K-A-L-S-H-I. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
There's nothing like match day in Oakland. Join the Oakland Roots at the Coliseum this season and experience the energy, passion, and pride of the town. Get your tickets now at OaklandRootsSC.com. Watch live on KTVU Plus or ESPN Plus. Oakland Roots Soccer. Oakland first. Always.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That was
my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home.
But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom.
Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Hey, it's Willard. At Habas Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Habas Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Habas fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Habas Law, relentless for justice. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Your summer food game is only as strong as what you're working with. This July 4th at Lowe's, get up to 45% off select major appliances and save up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Plus, save $50 on the select Pit Boss DX Smart Electric Smoker, now $249. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 6/24 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a hospitality manager at a 5-star hotel.
So I just checked into room 318, but someone was in there.
Room 318. Oh, you were supposed to be booked in 813, which is now booked.
So what do we do?
How about rock, paper, scissors for who gets the bid?
This is the job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Join us on Tuesday, June 23rd for our draft party and special live broadcast with Willard and Debs inside Laughing Monk Brewery in San Francisco from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. We'll be bringing you up-to-date draft coverage. Plus, we'll have a ton of prizes. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to the morning roast.
Hey, Dunleavy, get on the phone, start making calls, dude. Why you sitting at the desk twiddling your thumbs, bro?
With Joe Spadoni.
Stop playing with your pencils and playing tic-tac-toe with yourself. Get out there and make some moves, man. Make it happen. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
And Joe Shasky.
Giants, Niners, just on crack.
On 95.7 The Game.
I always feel like he's like running out of breath as he's calling.
Oh, it's great. I love Nick and Berkeley. Great interview we just had with Keith Law of The Athletic, senior baseball writer. If you missed any of that, find it on YouTube and the free Odyssey app. We're going to be joined shortly by Evan Wiebeck, who covers the Giants for the California Post. He actually just had this latest article posted about, 49 minutes ago. SF Giants pitchers have started calling their own games. Quote, trust factor. And then some of the article goes into the depth of Logan Webb. You know, he's starting to do it recently. Maybe that coincides with how well he's been pitching because he's calling his own games. This is the quote. I didn't throw the best until then, his 7 one-hit innings in Milwaukee. I just came back and thought, I've done it before. I haven't thrown to these guys a lot. I mean, I was with Patrick Bailey for a long period of time. There's a trust factor in those sorts of things, talking about, you know, calling his own games now with the likes of Haas, Susak. And the pitching coach says, quote, it's definitely a learning process for all of us. So we're just encouraging our guys to maybe call their own games. You saw Robbie Ray do it a little bit in Atlanta, and Landon Roop did it a little bit as well. And joining us now on the River Islands guest line, Evan Wiebeck. Evan, good morning. Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. Just reading some of the excerpts from your latest article for the California Post on the SF Giants pitchers starting to call their own games and using the term trust factor. That was Logan Webb's words. Is that something or nothing for you in light of all this questions coming out of Tony Vitello and whether or not he has a full grip on this locker room?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's something, and not nothing for sure. Is it like super substantial? Logan, I mean, he's called his own games before, right? Logan has, and he wasn't earlier this season. And you saw the results. You know, part of that had to do with the bursitis in his knees. You know, he got the rest and he's back. But basically, if you look at his stretch of pitching here, these last 4 starts, 31 innings, 3 earned runs. I mean, it starts the first game where he calls his own pitches is that, you know, perfect game bid, no hit bid, ultimately 1 hit, 7 inning outing in Milwaukee. And he follows that up with these 3 straight 8 inning outings. So it's clearly a difference and maybe the primary difference between what was going poorly for Logan to start the season and what's gone right now. And I mean, look, he said it took some time for him to build trust with Patty Bailey too. And obviously they built a tremendous relationship where, I mean, there was essentially just mind melt between the two of them in that battery, to the extent that Logan didn't throw to anybody else in spring training. And, you know, for the most part, the Giants staff was preparing to throw to Patrick Bailey all season. And, you know, when you trade your starting catcher, a guy who's expected to catch probably 150 games over the course of the regular season, it's going to cause some complications. And I think this is the result of that. You know, I think the most telling quotes to me came from Adrian Hauser, who obviously has not had a ton of success here. But he was telling me, I mean, he worked for 2 teams last year with a ton of catchers. And he said he had better, he used the term, you know, ping pong, you know, essentially just like a back and forth, a dialogue where, you know, they build a relationship and they kind of get to know each other. And this is a process that every pitcher and catcher in the major leagues goes through, right? I mean, it's, you know, catchers learn the pitchers, then pitchers, you know, learn the catchers, and, you know, ultimately there's only so much time to call the pitches. So you got to be on the same page. And Hauser said he's not been on the same page as much with any of the Giants catchers as he has been with any of the catchers he worked with, you know, the White Sox and the Rays last year. And I guess the one thing that I would say to maybe downplay this is that it is primarily still Logan who is calling the majority of his own pitches. The rest of the staff has started to experiment with it. But it's still Logan who's doing it the majority of the time. Like Robbie Ray, for example, you know, he's recently started throwing his 2-seamer more instead of his 4-seamer. He used to live at the top of the zone and kind of rely on that 4-seam, but he's started implementing this 2-seamer. And he said, well, you know, I have more conviction in this 2-seamer than maybe, you know, Haas or Susak does, because they just don't, you know, they're not there yet. It hasn't, you know, They haven't gotten up to speed with, you know, with the comfortability of the pitches. So for the most part, it's when guys are going to shake off, then they press the button on the pitch that they want to throw. So, you know, Susak said it's like something like 10 pitches a game for most of the staff, but, you know, for Logan, it's been a real source of the success of late. And I think, you know, you see what you know, Justin Message said, and, you know, it has been a challenge getting these guys up to speed. You know, they're basically learning on the fly now. They were there in spring training, but it was Patty Bailey who was doing the majority of the catching and, you know, the game planning. So they're still, you know, it's something like 6 weeks since the trade, and they're still kind of feeling the effects of that. And you see that in the catchers' ERAs. It's, you know, almost 1.5 points higher. You know, if you look at their ERA thrown to Bailey versus their ERA thrown to anybody else.
All right, so you were there over the weekend, correct?
I was.
All right. So, I mean, I've been watching this Giants team my entire life. I've been coaching, playing, again, watching over 40 years. And I've never seen anybody at a professional level do what Rafi Devers did. And then obviously avoiding the butt slap of Jace Tingler. What was the tenor like immediately after you were standing there peppering Tony Vitello with some great questions? Was he his normal self after the game?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're starting to see a pattern of behavior from Tony. It was kind of the same thing after Adames, back last month in Los Angeles. He loses track of the outs and he gets doubled up at second base. And it's like, well, should there be some accountability here? Do you need to talk to him? Do you need and it seems like Tony really likes, we don't know how he handles these things internally. We can't see behind those closed doors. But in terms of just the public optics of it, it seems like Tony wants I have yet to hear him really be critical of his players in the press, and that's perfect. That's not necessarily a bad thing from a manager, especially these days when players are getting paid so much and they have so much power. And especially you look at Adames and Devers. I mean, these guys are making $30 million. They're making 10 times what Tony makes. They have longer term contracts than so they have more job security. Yes, there needs to be accountability in the clubhouse. Devers needs to be held. When you're making $31 million, the expectation is that you're going to be something of a leader, at least either on the field or in the clubhouse. And so far, that hasn't been the case with him. You can say Adames is a good clubhouse presence, but the play on the field hasn't lived up to the contract. I think you're seeing a first-year manager coming in with, it was all the questions that we had, right? It's like, how is this guy going to handle the big personalities and big egos of major league stars who are making, tens of millions of dollars a year, hundreds of millions of dollars on their contracts? And I think, the answer is, he's massaging it. And I think he has been hesitant, to say anything publicly about them.
No. So Evan, let me stop you right there. Okay, I want to peel this like an onion real quick. I want to listen. Okay, so after you talk with Tony Vitello on Sunday, you're standing there, you're asking them back and forth. You go into the clubhouse and see all the players. Is that correct?
Yep. That's right.
Okay. What was
162?
Yeah. What was the vibe like when you walked in on Sunday versus maybe a normal game?
I didn't necessarily notice anything different from a normal loss, I would say. I mean, the difference is that, we had to ask Matt Chapman about the incident rather than Rafi Devers, because Rafi Devers doesn't talk to the press. We go in there and he's at his locker and, we ask would you like to address the situation? And, the team PR official, his translator says no, he doesn't want to talk. I asked him, he doesn't want to talk. So that ends up, putting the onus on his teammates to then try to make sense of the situation, which, it's just not a good look. What happened on the field, terrible optics. It made no sense in the moment. The move was just the most common sense in the world. Your slow space runner is the tying run on first base. Exactly. Of course, you're going to put Jonah Cox in a move that's been made a million. It's the only reason Jonah Cox is on the roster. It's the only time he gets in the game, right?
Yeah. So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. You've been, I don't know, couple hundred games the last 2 years, 200 and however many. How many of the 165, give or take, that Rafi's been in a Giants uniform, how many times has he been available to talk after a game?
Great question.
It's a good question. Oh, man, doing the math on my head, maybe like a dozen or so. It's tough because, you're not asking after every game, right?
Sure.
You're asking when he does something good, and you're asking when he does something bad. When he has a moment in the game, when he's an important factor in the game. I would say he's just not particularly available. I would say it's not a never, but it's not very often. And I think it's a product of him. He came over and he seemed to be pretty skeptical of the press from I think his treatment in Boston. And the San Francisco media is not the Boston media, right? There are a lot of times. There are a lot of times when we've been trying to talk to Rafi and we're just trying to say like, hey, what's up, man? Like what's going right for you? And he's not having any part of it. Of course, the start of the season didn't help in those regards where, there were some tough questions to be asked. And, he seems like a guy who just wants to play. I've never seen or experienced someone who's so reticent to speak to the media, but I also didn't cover Barry Bonds. So,
hey, Evan, we appreciate your time this morning, man. And we'll be reading you in the California Post going forward.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
There he goes. Giants beat writer for the California Post, covers all Bay Area teams for the Post as well. Those last couple questions, I think that gives us more insight to the player. Like just the fact that he can even count on a dozen times that he's talked to Rafi, or Rafi spoke to the media, but it sounds like almost every time it's only after something positive has happened. That's the only time. If there's any negative play or impact in a game, Rafi's not speaking about it.
Can we just... I'm still getting these texts. For example, Austin, I see you on the YouTube chat.
What?
Play the Eric Burns sound. Well, you guys are putting Devers on trial today.
Wait. We're not putting Devers on anything. We're reacting to what we saw when he showed up and was actively defiant about getting subbed out of a game when we all know you're the second slowest player.
Joe.
To tie the game for a pinch runner.
I do this for a living. I was scouring the internet looking for someone to defend Rafi Devers.
It's indefensible.
I looked high. I looked low. I found not one former baseball player, and there are so many podcasts out right now and so many TV platforms. I have not seen one person defend what Rafi Devers did in even the slightest way. Listen to what Eric Burns,
No Filter Network,
Eric Burns said, and he is usually pretty chill about things that happen.
Look, this is pretty simple. That's one of the most dog shit, immature, embarrassing moments that I've seen from a big league player. As unprofessional as you could possibly get, as selfish as you could possibly be, by basically saying, F you to your manager, F you to your teammate, F you to your first base coach, and really kind of F you to the game of baseball in general. It was horrific. I cannot make light of this situation at all, really. Tony Vitello's trying to sweep it under the rug. Hey, it's no big deal, competitor. I want my guy to be out there. Dude, save that shit, man. If he wasn't making 300 large, he'd be f***ing released. Gone.
You don't think some of the players are feeling that angry about Rafi? I got to imagine some of them feel that way.
I don't know about Rafi, but I think the situation, the coach, or the manager, excuse me, and, Rafi, the losing... Like the stuff with the hats. I think this is like toxic.
If I'm Logan Webb, the guy that's been here the longest, the guy that has had one good season in a San Francisco Giants uniform, I'm looking at Rafi, and by the way, having to speak on it for him because he doesn't want to speak to the media. Mm-hmm. I was like, who are you, dude? After 1 year, you're throwing a temper tantrum? I've been doing this bleep going on a decade, it feels like. I've been dealing with all this crap within this organization.
And I'm the one who has to talk on your behalf.
And you come in here.
You tuck tail.
Exactly, dude. Miss me with that. Like, if I'm Logan Webb.
By the way, that was the game I pitched and should have got a win.
Pitched my ass off. And that's all I've been doing for this organization. If anyone, not that anyone should do that, if anyone has the right to do something like that, it's me. And yeah, I've been pissed at Tony Vitello too. I've been pissed at the management too. I'm not showing him up. You know what I do? I'm a big boy. I'll talk after the game. And you know what? With every opportunity to throw my guy under the bus, I'm still taking the high road because that's what a leader does. That's what a leader like Logan Webb does. That's what a leader like Matt Chapman does. Well, they tried to pick Rafi up when they didn't even need to do that.
The leadership goes back to the manager too. Yes. The manager could have made a statement.
Yes.
Or at least could have, held someone accountable. It doesn't have to be like the most crazy tirade, Lou Piniella style, or Jim Leland, who you referenced yesterday. Just like, we don't do that. He knows that.
He knows better.
Yeah, like being accountable. Like what the Brewers manager did with the
Pat
guy.
Murphy.
Who's
doing the D-Generation X.
Yeah, like he was like, yeah, we don't do that, and we're going to talk afterwards.
Exactly.
And he just shut it down right then and there.
Boom. And again, Pat Murphy, a guy that made the jump, obviously did some minor leagues, but he was a college guy for a long time. But again, he's also an older man, too. I don't know, like, if he's more, like, hard or whatever. If we're realizing that Tony is just more of a happy-go-lucky, feeling like one of the boys. Because this is kind of like, he feels like one of the guys kind of manager. And not in a good way. Like, dude, you're the manager. You got to have a level of respect right now.
I don't think
or demand a level of respect.
He has no voice right now.
That's a problem.
Yeah. No,
maybe we all should have seen. Maybe we all should have seen it coming. I don't know. I love.
I'm not sure he would have been able to find his voice with this group of guys.
Again,
they
should have known. They should have known that.
Alex Cora has a World Series ring and has his family, the Cora family, Joey Cora, Alex Cora,
played in the league.
I mean, all of them did. Like, they are baseball royalty. Like, in the way that the Boones are baseball royalty. Like, the Cora family name goes way back.
Major League Baseball lifers.
Yeah. And, I mean, the guy was a good ball player and then was a really good manager, and he had the same issues with a bunch of grown ass men. So, you know,
and also, I'm not like saying this is the end all be all. Speak the language of Rafi. Go like on a personal level.
Did you ever saw that Red Sox doc? Did you?
Yeah, no, I watched it.
Yeah, so there was a point where Rafi himself.
You have to isolate. There's a couple of Red Sox docs, but yes,
the one where like Cora's the manager and it's about the clubhouse.
Yes,
Devers is one of the guys he's talking to about not seeing his family for a long time.
Yeah, like he gets it on a personal level, on a cultural level. And he couldn't get to that guy.
I know.
What makes you think a guy that has no major league experience in coaching 25, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like, yikes. And this was Alex Cora. We have sound from this. When they made the trade last year, he was here in San Francisco because they played the week after the trade happened. Cora was even trying to defend Rafi at that time as a good teammate. Take a listen to this.
Rafi was always ready to play at 7 o'clock. He was always ready. He was ready to hit, ready to play defense whenever he played defense, and I appreciate that.
Actually, take it back. He didn't say he was a good teammate there. He just said he showed up.
I mean,
and honestly,
it's like, hey, he showed up every day.
That's what that's what Rafi does as a Giant. Hey, he shows up. He shows up every day. Great.
It's like the worst thing you can have.
The bare minimum is what you do. Thanks, Rafi. Appreciate it. Well, here's a guy that actually played with him in Boston. Trevor Story.
Yeah, man, I enjoyed playing with him. He's a great guy. I love the kid. He's, he was good to, I think, a lot of people in here. He was, helped a lot of people, a lot of young guys. I know he was big with the Latin kids too. He definitely helped in his way, and I think, he did a lot of good stuff for the Boston Red Sox.
I don't know if he meant anything by it, but the fact that he referred to then 28-year-old Rafi Devers, a guy that was in the big leagues for like 8 years at that point, as a kid, something, maybe. Childish, petulant, acting like a big baby over the weekend. Maybe Trevor was trying to say something there. Hey, he's a kid. Great kid. I don't know. I need a team of adults right now. And it feels like I have a temper tantrum on our hands. And Keith Law, I thought it was brilliant. Hey, you can't be rubbing and smearing spaghetti on the wall and not get, in trouble for it.
You know who's acted the most mature, it seems like, on this team all year? Some of the young guys. Casey Schmidt. Hey, take that glove. Go over there. Hey, take that glove. Go over there.
You're so
hey, Casey,
right.
bat leadoff.
You're
Hey,
so
Casey,
right.
bat seventh. Hey, Bryce Eldridge, come up, sit. Hey, Bryce, we don't want you to play first. Hey, Bryce, when we tell you you can play first and when we tell you can be in the lineup, you'll be in there. Like the two youngest guys on this team have actually carried themselves with the most maturity. I mean, there's others that have been absolutely mature, like Logan Webb and I would say Jung-Hoo Lee, and I think Luis Ariz has carried himself as such. But I feel like the most team-friendly guys have been the young guys.
It's so true. And again, those are the highlights of the season, are those young guys and what they've been able to do.
They're the most optimistic part of the organization right now.
They're the only optimistic. Like quite frankly, thank God for Bryce Eldridge. Where would this team be at without Bryce Eldridge and the hope of him?
So let's say it's tonight. And now batting, number 16, Rafael Devers. Cheers, boos.
Oh, no, I was saying it yesterday.
Silence?
He's getting booed. There might be a smattering of boos, but it might just be mostly silence, to your point, too.
I don't think it'll be muted, I think. I don't think it'll be booed. I think there'll be some light cheers.
I'm curious. I'm very curious. And they're going to get a good crowd tonight. It's A's Giants, and I know the A's aren't they're not Oakland anymore, but these series always get a lot of people. A's are a good team. They're solid. Like, they're in the thick of it in their division still. I think they're only a game back. They have a lot of good young players. And it's funny, comparing and contrasting this team, like the team that the A's have built right now, wouldn't that be the perfect team for Tony Vitello to manage? In theory. A lot of young guys.
Yeah,
Kurtz, Soderstrom, Butler, right? You have a couple veterans on there. McNeil, right? Brent Rooker. But for the most part, it's a lot of young talent. That's the team he should be coaching. Not this team. Not with 3 bloated contracts. And you know what? I'm going to go easy on Chapman because I do think he's a good leader and a good locker room and clubhouse guy. I don't know about Adames. At least Adames does apologize when he makes mistakes and he makes himself toward the media. It's really, I have one beef and one beef only. It's Rafi Devers. And he needs to be off this team. as soon as possible.
What's going to be more what are you more intrigued with, the 11th overall pick or the reception for Rafi when he's announced if he's in the lineup?
That's a great question. Probably the 11th overall pick, what they do there. And then I'm turning the channel immediately to Rafi Devers, whenever that pick is made. And
Odds and Rafi show up to a Valkyries game.
Well, and I'll have Mark Grandy and Carter Chickering on my phone as I'm streaming that. Yeah.
Are you doing it tonight?
6 to 9.
Yeah, Grandy and I, 6 to 9.
NBA draft show special.
No, I'm a tank. I'll be in here.
Triple dipping?
Oh, yeah.
Dude, I'm so happy for you.
He's a legend. And you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM
awesome.
HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors, the Valkyries, always live in the Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Hey, Matt Steinmetz is always lurking in the chat. He's just always
What
lurking.
is he saying? Is it really
Jaylen
Steiny?
Brown, the next player who won't be coming to the Warriors.
Hey,
I love him so much.
You want Jaylen Brown? He's out there. Apparently, there's a bidding war now for him. That's the latest report.
Joe, I want you to understand something.
What?
No one with options wants to come to the Warriors.
What's a more desirable destination right now, the Warriors or the Giants?
Well, I mean, if you're a high-priced malcontent,
The Valkyries.
if you're a high-priced malcontent, the Giants let you do whatever you want.
Okay, we've gotten the national angle with Keith Law. We've got the local angle with Evan Wiebeck. Let's get
Jaylen
the
Brown.
broadcaster.
The next Warrior
perspective.
not good. This is just Steiny is just brilliant with the words.
Dave Fleming joining us on the other side. We had to bump him up a day. Bonte going to join us tomorrow. We wanted to move Bonte because I want Bonte's reaction to the 11th overall pick or whatever pick they end up making tonight. I think that's more important. All right. But Dave Fleming, he was on the call for the Rafi Devers, whatever you want to call it, defiance in Miami. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton is here. So text the group chat and make it a date. Fill up on fan favorite food bites, catch high energy stunts with monster trucks, and rock out with shows like Flo Rida and El King. Visit AlamidaCountyFair.com today.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Megan, trapeze artist and Scratchers enthusiast. So, Megan, what do you like about playing Scratchers?
Well, they're easy to play when I'm hanging around.
Oh, okay. Like when you're relaxing?
No, like when I'm hanging on the trapeze. I swing upside down, then do a quadruple somersault, all while playing Scratchers. Watch this. Ta-da!
Unbelievable.
I know, right?
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Ah. Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
June gloom may keep things cool, but termites never stop. Termite droppings or discarded wings, even from months ago, are signs of an active infestation. Don't wait. Call Pacific Coast Termite for a free written inspection. If treatment is needed, Pacific Coast Termite uses orange oil and Ultraset. No tinning, no move out, and no poisonous gas. You, your kids, and pets can stay home while they work. Call now and save 10% on termite services, plus get a free 2-year warranty. Ask about 90-day same-as cash financing on approved credit. Call 800-PACIFIC. For no tint, no move out termite treatment, call 800-PACIFIC. Pacific for Pacific Coast Termite. Some restrictions apply.
If you're ready to lose weight, feel stronger, boost your energy, or finally get your hormones dialed in, check out Jumpstart MD. You get real clinicians, real support, and a fully personalized plan with GLP-1 medications like semaglutide and tirzepatide, testosterone therapy, hormone optimization, peptide therapy, and more. They've helped Californians lose over 1 million pounds and counting. Visit one of their 13 Bay Area clinics or do it all online. Mention radio for up to 70% off this June. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com.
Summer's heating up, but your wallet doesn't have to. New windows and doors don't have to cost you a thing until 2028. Book this June and pay nothing for 2 summers with American Vision Windows. We've installed over 1 million windows across California and get most jobs done in 1 day. Hurry, offer ends June 30th. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. New customers only. Some restrictions apply. Call or see website for details. Offer ends June 30th, 2026.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in L.A.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world has noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Sarah from Alice. Welcome back to the JoJo Show, the morning roast at the game.
We're back. One more segment. This show, has flown by. Keith Law joined us earlier. Evan Wiebeck. If you missed any of those interviews, find them on YouTube where we are streaming or the free Odyssey app. We have the NBA draft tonight. We got all that coverage for you before, during, after. What are the Warriors going to do? It's been a crazy 24 hours in the NBA already. Giannis Antetokounmpo traded. He's no longer a Buck. He is a member of the Miami Heat, him alongside Bobby Portis. Julius Randle goes from Minnesota in a 3-team trade to Brooklyn. Nick Claxton goes from Brooklyn to the Bulls. Trae Young signs a $200 million contract. He's made $400 million in his career. That must be nice.
Any chance you can get to give Trae Young $55 million a year, you have to do it.
Jaylen Brown was dangled for Giannis Antetokounmpo in Boston. He's still out there. You got to think he gets traded at some point today. So there's a lot happening leading up to this draft. I thought it was going to be quiet. It's been anything but. And this is a loaded draft class. So we'll be locked into that all day tomorrow. Obviously, Bonta Hill's going to be joining us tomorrow. Joe, can't wait for that. But joining us now on the River Islands guest line, Dave Fleming, and joined us each and every week. Our 95 The Game Giants insider, and again, voice of the Giants for NBC Sports Bay Area, who was on the call in Miami with Javi Lopez when Rafi Devers did not want to come out of the game for a pinch running Jonah Cox. Dave, good morning. It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. Just Take us through your reaction to that in real time after you've had 48 hours to kind of marinate on it. Have you ever seen anything like that at the big league level?
Ever? I don't know. I mean, ever is a long time. I've done a lot of big league games, so I'd have to think about that one. But you don't see that very often, that's for sure. And I haven't done too much marinating about it. I'm letting everybody else marinate that one. I mean, look, was I surprised? I was surprised with how vehement he was. I mean, he really, really, truly did not want to come out of that game. And sometimes you see a player use their body language to express the fact that they're disappointed they're coming out. Not often do you see a guy try to wave the player back. I kind of felt for Jonah Cox just because, young guy hasn't been able to play much. He's trying to get in the game there, and what's he supposed to do didn't make him look all that good. But look, I mean, it was an unusual circumstance. It wasn't a great look for Raffy, who is a good teammate, shows up every day, wants to play. I mean, Devers is not a guy who makes a lot of demands. He just goes out there and tries to do his job. I kind of feel bad for him that, he's being portrayed as like some terror. My view of Raffy is not that way.
Hey, Dave, you're cutting out here. We're going to try to get you on a better connection. Pot him down. Dave Fleming. It's okay. He was traveling too. He did the call last night for ESPN, Braves v Padres. And we'll get a better connection with Dave. But I am curious, just his reaction overall. And I had to ask him, Joe, because he has been around the game for, 20 some odd years in Major League Baseball. I just can't remember seeing a player that defiant at first base and waving. And I feel for Jonah Cox doing all this. He's kind of lost in the shuffle.
I mean, it was like a birthday candle on the icing of the cake of a swept series after a great series against Atlanta. And I mean, you blow one on Friday night. Saturday, you boot the ball around. You throw like 100 pitches in 3 innings. It just was a nightmare. And then Sunday, Logan Webb pitches so well, and you have that happen in the ninth. They don't even have a throw over. I see we got Dave back. Yeah. Like, Jonah Cox can't even garner a throw over. He doesn't steal. Fine, that's whatever. And then you have Willie Adames roll over into a double play. I mean, it was just like the total birthday candle on a poop cake. I don't know what else to say, Dave. It was an awful weekend.
Yeah, it was. And it's, that's the story of this season, where they just take one step forward and 4 steps backwards, it seems like sometimes. Just when you think, hey, this is the version of the team we expect. This is the team. They went into Atlanta and kicked the Braves' tails to the point where, it really felt like the rain out on that Thursday was the Braves saying, I don't know if we want to play this team again today. Like, let's maybe wait for a few weeks till we have a different setup with our roster and their roster. And, I'm not accusing the Braves of anything. The forecast was terrible. The weather was terrible, but they weren't jumping at the chance to look for some other options to play that day against that Giants team. So you feel like, okay, go to Miami. The Braves are the team with the best record in the big leagues, and the Giants, just kind of beat them up for 2 days and didn't look anything like that against the Marlins. Marlins are playing well, and they're kind of spunky, and they play a certain brand of ball in their ballpark. It really works. It sort of fits their ballpark. All that stuff is true. But this is a Giants team that just cannot get any momentum going. I mean, it's amazing the sort of star power on this team, the talent level on this team, and they haven't won 4 games in a row, and it's June 23rd. 4 games is not a long winning streak. That's not asking a lot of they've had plenty of 4-game losing streaks. They haven't had one 4-game winning streak. Kind of tells you the story of the season.
Dave, where do they go from here? And I'm talking about regarding the incident. Is nothing going to be said publicly? Should something be said publicly? I'm sure that there's conversations internally or has been. Just your estimation, like where does it go from here?
It's hard for me to say because I never put on a big league uniform. I was not down there. I haven't been a coach. I haven't been a player. But the Giants teams that I've been around, the best Giants teams that I've been around, that something would have been, it doesn't mean punishment. It doesn't mean anger, but that would have been addressed. And, the message would have been sent from somebody that that's not how you treat your teammate and your manager on the field. If you're unhappy with it and you want to bring that up after the game in a different context, do that. You're a veteran player. You have the right to do that. And then you move on. And if nothing gets addressed, that to me says something about what's going on right now with the culture of this team. And that's not a criticism of anybody, but the best teams that I've been around, that would have been addressed to some degree, somehow from somebody. And so my guess is that everybody just moves on, and that's that. And I'm taking Tony for his word that he feels like he doesn't have to talk to Rafi about it. And if he feels that way, he's the manager of this team. But I just, based on my experience, I feel like if that had happened in most of the groups that I've been around, something would have been said about that.
I was kind of going through like the yesteryear machine, and yesterday I referenced a moment in 2011 when Tejada wouldn't put down the bunt, and then like basically was like, yeah, I'm not really sure why I was one bunt, and I was going up there to hit, and then the next day the Giants DFA'd him. That's not going to happen in this situation. But do you remember when I believe it was Ron Wotus at third base? I mean, I could be wrong, but I think he was the one putting the sign down. Maybe it came from the dugout, but like that was about as close to this situation as I can remember in a long time.
Yeah, it's a good memory by you. I mean, I do recall that scenario. I mean, Tejada was, look, everybody actually, really loved Miguel Tejada. He had a great career and came to the Giants as a shell of the player that he was. And you're right about it. It's just a totally different circumstance. And I'm not advocating for something extreme like that. I'm not. And I don't think anybody would. But I also think that no matter what your status on a team as a player, there, on the best teams that I've been around, there is a standard of conduct and the way you treat each other. And even if you're a great guy and a great teammate 99% of the time, when you do something that isn't in line with those standards, it gets addressed somehow. And maybe it has been. And maybe the Giants just don't want to talk about that publicly. Maybe the leadership of this team doesn't want to talk about that publicly, but nobody's advocating for, release the guy or trade the guy immediately or get him out of town. Nobody's saying that. But I think, raising the idea that that's not the way we do things here is not like a crazy notion.
Dave Fleming joining us here on the River Islands guest line, Giants insider and voice of the Giants for NBC Sports Bay Area. And so, Dave, just talking about Rafi Devers, it was kind of almost poetic in a way, too, that it happened on Father's Day. Obviously, the trade went down last Father's Day when they acquired the guy. What would you tell Giants fans right now? Because we keep seeing the text messages come in, the calls coming in. Hey, man, are we getting the worst version of Rafael Devers now going forward? And has his best years already happened over in Boston?
No, I mean, I don't think that's fair at all. None of us know the answer to that. And it's certainly a possibility that he's never going to be the player that he was for many, many years with the Red Sox, but I don't think that's the most likely possibility. I think there's a lot of things that have happened this year. He became a father right as spring training was starting, or I forget the exact timeline, but he spent a lot of time at home, and it's hard to blame him for that. He was when you talk to him about his son, he's a really proud dad. He wanted to be around his new baby boy, and then he pulls his hamstring, and he just did not have a very normal spring training at all. And whether that affected his conditioning, his timing, whatever it was, I think it was very clear that at the start of the year that he wasn't the best version of himself. And in some ways, he's kind of been playing catch up ever since then. He had a great month of May where he did look like the normal version of Rafi Devers. So I don't think that's not excuse making, but I don't think it's fair to come to the conclusion already. It's been 2.5 months of baseball and a guy who's had a 10-year big league career. I don't think it's fair to say that the Giants just have a guy who's never going to be at that level again.
And it just feels like everything that's going on, like on the negative side with this team, is overshadowing. Like Casey Schmidt, what do you have, 6 multi-hit games in a row or something close to that? And it's like there are, I sound like such a homer, but there are some silver linings to how horrific this year has been. Like, and maybe that's just baseball in general, but Casey's balling right now, Dave. I know that's not what people want to hear, but he really is, and I'm happy for him.
Yeah, me too. He's doing things the way you want everybody on that team to do them. You know, he's showing up every day. He's doing whatever the team asks him to do. He's not complaining about it. He's not asking questions. He's just saying, that's what you want me to do, I'm doing it. Like, that's a great role model. And he's become a much better hitter as his career's gone on, and he's trying his best to become a good defensive outfielder, which is really hard to do, and he's never done that. He's playing way out of position because his bat has been so good, and he deserves a lot of kudos for the way that he has carried himself and acted this year and performed on the field. It's been really, really fun to watch. I mean, it sounds patronizing to say I'm proud of him, but I am proud of him, and he should be proud of himself for what he's done.
Dave, how do you think Buster's handling all this, like, internally? And I'm not asking to speak about any conversations or anything like that, but obviously he was brought in for a reason, and some of the big moves he's made are getting called into question right now. The hiring of Tony Vitello, moving off Bob Melvin, obviously the big trade for one Rafael Devers. I mean, this is a guy obviously beloved as a figure within the organization. That's never going to go away because of what he did as a player, but he's kind of finding out that it's a tough to be in an executive position in the president of baseball operations when the team's not going well.
Well, it's really, 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 really hard job. And, you're in a job where everything that you do gets evaluated and judged immediately. And, that's the nature of all of this. And that's not changing. And that's not, Buster's never complained about that. But it's a really hard job, and it's a hard job to be perfect at. And so how is he feeling? I don't know. You'd have to ask Buster, but I'm sure he's not happy with this. This is definitely way different than how everybody envisioned this season going. Nobody thought it was going to be like this. And there's still a lot of time to make many more positives. And I think that's one thing in that job that you got to do. You have to be forward looking. You can't wallow in what's going wrong. You have to be a problem solver. And that goes for Buster, that goes for Tony, and that goes for everybody down in that clubhouse. There are still a lot of games left, half a season left, where, you and I, we were all three just talking about Casey Schmidt. Like, don't make that be the one positive we're talking about. Make some other strides in as many ways as you can between now and the end of the year. Show some toughness, show some fight, show your fans that you're working on the things that aren't going wrong. And I think, you can turn a season that has been a big disappointment into something that feels much different from that when we get to the end of the year.
Dave, you were in the middle of the broadcast. Did you get a chance to watch the U.S. Open?
Oh, there we
at
go.
all? I know you were in the middle of doing your thing. Did you go back and watch any of it?
When we signed off on Sunday, there was still a lot to go. So I watched a good bit of Sunday afternoon. Otherwise, I didn't get a chance to see a whole lot of it, which is too bad because it's a place that I love and a tournament that I love. But I only watched sort of coming down the stretch on Sunday.
Well, the fans were booing Wyndham Clark like a lot. Like, they were rooting against him, it felt like, for a long, long, long time. And obviously, he's a loaded individual. He ruined a clubhouse locker in Oakmont and kind of thrown a couple of hissy fits on the course. Athlete behavior, though, seems to be like a big talking point. And I've got some sound from Brandel Chambly later on about how these guys are making a lot of money. As someone who is obviously a broadcaster, and you guys understand that there are microphones and zoom-ins and all that, what's your thought just on athlete behavior and maybe the responsibility by some of these high-paid athletes, if there is any at all, if you believe, in terms of their conduct or how they act with young people watching?
Well, I think it's a two-way street. I mean, I think there is a real responsibility from these pro athletes to conduct yourself in a certain way, to understand your audience, to understand that your actions really matter and that what you do and say really matters. And, is that fair? In a lot of cases, it's not fair because many of these guys, I'm not talking about Wyndham Clark, this is just generally speaking, many of these guys are not equipped to be standard bearers of decorum or morality or whatever you think. I mean, they're just, we ask probably too much of these guys because they're in the spotlight. But there is an expectation of behavior and dignity and respect and conducting yourself in a certain way. It also is true on the other side. And there's an expectation for fans that these are human beings who are flawed, who sometimes don't act the way they want and sometimes make mistakes. And, the zero tolerance for that is really sort of hard to understand it from my perspective. And so, look, I think it's a two-way street. Everybody in our country, everybody in our culture could stand to act differently a lot of the time. And so, I would just say for fans and athletes alike, treat everybody better. That's like a pretty easy way to go.
Dave, we appreciate how you treat us.
Hopefully
we treat you well, because you were just on the road yesterday calling Braves Padres on ESPN. So thank you so much for joining us on short notice, man, and earlier this week.
You're the man, Dave.
Yeah, I'm glad to squeeze you guys in. My final ESPN telecast of my ESPN career was last night.
What?
It's kind of hard to believe. It was an end of an era for me. So I'm not going to re-sign with ESPN, and I'm going to have a little different life schedule. And so anyway, I was not emotional last night, but for me, it was the end of an era, and so I'm happy to chat with you guys.
So you're going to be doing, like, obviously the
NBC.
Yeah, the NBC. Was that? I'm assuming Peacock is the parent company, or is it the NBC?
NBC is the parent, and Peacock is the streaming service.
So you're with NBC now?
Well, I mean, I am working for them. I'm doing baseball for them.
Okay.
That's not why I am leaving ESPN. It's more just because I, want to do some other things and see my son play basketball and be around my friends and family a little more, and maybe not have the same kind of goofy schedule that I've had for a long time. Be around the Giants as much as I can be. I love doing Giants games. So, it's just sort of a personal lifestyle choice. And we'll see, things change in the future, but yeah, that was the end of my ESPN career last night. I did a lot of games over 16 years for them. A lot of games.
So,
hell of a career,
take me down the road, because I remember you doing WCC basketball games. I remember you doing Pac-10, Pac-12. I mean, you went back to the Pac-10, if I'm not mistaken.
College football.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Pac-10 college football Saturday night games. Like, what was the first game you did for ESPN way back when?
I believe the first game that I did was, I was trying to think of this the other day. Somebody at ESPN, they've been really nice to me over the last few weeks when I've been making this decision and talking about it with them. And somebody went back and dug through it, and we think 2009 college basketball. And I believe that the first game I ever did for them was at the University of Pacific out in Stockton. I think
Pete Carroll's hometown.
That's it. Old Bob Thomas and the coach out there.
Oh my
we went out to do a regional telecast. I think that was my first game.
Wow, UOP Gruden was at UOP for a short period of time.
Hugh Jackson.
They had a long legacy of football, basketball, baseball. What are they? Not the Pirates. What are they?
Are they the Tigers or something like that?
What is UOP?
They're the Tigers.
There you go.
UOP, the Tigers.
There we go. Wow, Dave, you've done golf, college basketball, college football. What else for ESPN? Baseball.
I mean, I've done a ton of baseball. I've done playoff baseball for them. I've done, big college football games. I worked with Dr. Jack Ramsey on NBA games. I worked with a ton of cool people, a lot of really, really great people over a long time. I'm going to miss that a lot. They treated me really well. I have absolutely loved my ESPN career. And so, I'm sad that it's coming to an end, but I just felt like it was the time to do some new things.
Move over to Rico. Move over. Dave's coming in. Let me ask you this one.
Okay.
Let
me just say this. Yeah. Of all the things that is not happening. Not moving anywhere.
Hey, who is more affiliated with the Pac-10, Pac-12? You or Roxy Bernstein?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty darn affiliated with it, though. And I did the final, the last college football game in the history
Please explain.
of the Pac-10 was Cal UCLA, and I did that one too. And so I feel privileged that I was on that game where I got to sort of say goodbye to the Pac-10 and the Pac-12 actually.
I love it.
Yeah, so a lot of great memories.
You're a legend, Dave, and I'm happy you get to see your son play basketball. Is he going to junior year this year?
He's going into his junior year. Yeah,
awesome.
Yeah,
How is he bigger than
pretty
you?
Good little hooper. So
yeah, is he bigger?
He's bigger than me?
Wow,
bigger than me. He dunks in games. He dunks on people now.
What?
So it's like a whole different level of. I tell him all the time, like, I'm trying to make sure that you're related to me, but I watch him play, and it's like,
It's his mom's genes. It's his mom's genes.
Oh, I love that. I love that. From a fellow guy that used to touch him in high school.
No.
Shout out him.
We got a joke on the way out. I want to see his reaction when he gets subbed out after a massive dunk. No, you can't take me out.
Is he going to finger wag?
No. I'm teasing.
The great Elliott Smith, who's the longtime head coach at my son's high school, has been the head coach at Lick Wilmerding for 40 years.
Yeah,
I think
he's been
this is
there
going to be
forever.
Elliott's 40th season. Elliott's going to have to be a little tolerant because there is a distinct possibility over the next 2 days that there's a dunking and warm-ups technical assessed to the Lick Wilmerding Tigers. So don't get too mad at my son, Elliott, if that happens. We're working on it.
I love that.
Dave, great stuff. And
Tell your son I said hi.
You said all those nice things about all those people you worked with at ESPN. I know for a fact they're saying the same thing,
You're a
seeing
legend.
you leave, and they're feeling the same way for you. We appreciate the time, man. We'll do it again next week.
Talk to you guys soon.
Oh,
There he goes,
that.
Dave Fleming, and no longer
didn't
with
even think
ESPN.
that.
No, well, in fairness,
I didn't even think about that.
we didn't. They probably announced it on the broadcast, or maybe they didn't. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they don't do that in this business. They just kind of sweep
Yeah,
it
they let
over.
it just kind of
But
go.
it was also the game ended last night, probably, but we were all asleep. 1-0
tried
Padres
to get to bed early.
went over to the Braves. We tried to. Yeah, Dave Fleming no longer ESPN, and all the years and years and years he was calling games for them. Now doing big things with NBC, and dude, good for him saying, you know what, maybe I need to take some plays off and enjoy this time with my son, and be a dad, because he already has a couple kids already in college.
I think he's got twin girls.
Got twin girls at Yale, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that it goes by fast, man. I can only
imagine him at the, when they go to the admissions, they have these little tents of financial aid and this. And he's like, can I do some calling of some games to knock off some of this tuition?
No, they're going to ask Dave, hey, Dave, can you be a public speaker at our broadcasting school? Can you do that? Maybe we'll look past some of these other things for your son. You can look past them.
I'm happy for him, though, because, he's really worked his off.
Of course.
Obviously for, 25, 30 years?
He has been, I swear, and he's got the baby face, too. He just turned 50 recently.
Grandy still looks older than him.
Well, Grandy's got the salt and pepper, all right? He's distinguished.
Well, you tried doing Warrior post games.
He's aged. Well, this season has aged Dave Fleming to the point where he's wearing glasses now for the first time. He's like, I don't want to, my body's rejecting me from having to watch this team.
Him and Javi really have a very good rapport that's been built up.
It's really
Not that
good.
him and Hunter don't. I really like Javi Lopez with him.
Yeah. No, he's been fantastic. See, you become more and more, appreciative as a fan when you go through the dog days of your teams and years, like with Dave Fleming, right? You can appreciate good broadcasters when the teams really suck, especially in baseball. Ted Robinson with the Niners, right?
When Eric Davis goes, got him on that Vernon Davis post,
absolutely.
You could feel the pain of Niner fans.
That's right. That's right. I mean, Tim Roy for all these years on 95.7 The Game when the Warriors haven't been what they were,
For the
right?
first time in 54 years.
The Bays team is the best team. It gets me every time because you hear it when you walk through the Chase Center and stuff. They play all the highlights. Play it here all the time. And speaking of the Dubs, they make the 11th overall pick tonight. Joe, what are they doing? What are they making?
I think we should have a little preview of our draft content for tonight.
That's true. 6 to 9.
Have you been doing your draft profiles?
I've done a couple of them. I'm going to watch a lot of film in the afternoon.
Oh, cramming for the
I'm
test.
a film guy.
He's a film guy. Hey, film study over here.
Dude, are we have to bring in Sterling Bennett?
Sterling.
Don't do that.
Hey.
Let me tell you.
Come
who do you want the
on.
Warriors
Come
to
on,
take?
man.
Who do you want the Warriors to take?
Yaxel.
I like Yaxel
Of course you
personally,
do.
but I just think it's because he's the most plug and play. Like, there's a couple players I'd be all in for. Nate Ament, I think, looks pretty good,
Yeah,
too.
but he's raw.
He's really raw, but I think, like, 6'10", can move off the wing like that. Ooh.
He's going to drive Kerr bananas.
I'm really worried about his shooting, so that's where I'm like,
Carter, how we feeling about this? I keep seeing this guy get mocked to the Warriors. He's raw, too. Kareem Lopez. How we feeling about him?
I like his game.
Okay.
I like his game, and I like players that played pro, too. Like, I think that's an advantage.
Yeah. Who do you think he reminds you of?
Oof.
Boy. It's a loaded question.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a great comp guy.
Okay.
You've only been telling me that Darren Peterson is him.
Well, I'm tuned
Dude,
out from
Darren
6 to
Peterson
9.
is him. I'm telling you. That kid is going to be really good in the NBA. So will
him.
AJ.
He's him.
Who would you take number one overall if you were starting a franchise from scratch?
I think AJ's the safer pick because I think that like his floor to ceiling is a little closer to each other, where I think Darren Peterson's floor is farther down and his ceiling could be higher too.
This has the feels to me, and it's not LeBron, but the way that draft shook down, LeBron, Darko, Melo, Bosh, I believe Dwayne Wade was in that draft.
Yes.
Yeah.
Chris Kaman was in that draft.
I liked Chris Kaman.
He had a good little career. Mikael Petrus was in that draft. Who else was in that draft?
I'm going to pull it up right now for you. Was it
Rashad McCants?
With the longest suits
there was
you've
a
ever
lot of 10-year NBA players in
the
that
longest suits you've ever seen in your life.
I truly believe that's one of the great drafts of all time.
Well, it's like what? Well, we always go
I think
what?
TJ Ford,
96,
Kirk Heinrich,
right?
TJ Ford.
I'm not done. Luke Rittenauer.
I got him up too.
Was Luke Rittenauer in that draft?
You're missing a Warrior champion.
Nick Collison. What? Who?
David West.
David
was in
West.
That. Yeah,
Pacers.
18. Boris Diaw.
Boris Diaw was a heck of a ball player. Give it to me in order.
Okay.
I nailed it almost in order. Huh?
All right. LeBron, Darko, Carmelo Anthony, Chris Bosh, Dwayne Wade, Chris Kaman. You did get that. Kirk Heinrich after that. TJ Ford.
Texas point guard.
Michael Sweetney.
Oh, Michael Sweetney. Kansas, right?
Jarvis Hayes. Yep.
Jarvis Hayes was garbage.
No, Georgetown for Sweetney.
Oh, that's what it was.
Mikael Petrus.
Yeah, that's
Nick
French
Collison.
Jordan. I nailed Nick Collison.
Sonic and Thunder legend.
Yeah.
Marcus Banks.
Don't remember him.
Luke Rittenauer.
That's the guy from Oregon.
There you go.
I referenced him earlier.
Reese Gaines.
Don't remember him.
Troy Bell.
Don't remember.
Zarko, who? Come on.
Shabarka, who ended up being on the Warriors. He was a Phoenix Suns player.
I just wanted to give you the last name.
We traded him with Shidavili.
There you go. David West. Sasha Pavlovich.
Really?
There you go. Yep. Dante Jones.
I remember him.
Boris, as I mentioned. Yeah. Zoran Planinic. Yeah. Who? Travis Outlaw, which is a
Travis Outlaw was nice.
That's a sick name, by the way.
I'm more of a Bo Outlaw guy.
Okay.
But Travis was not bad.
Brian Cook. Carlos Delfino.
Hey, Delfino was nice, though. Delfino was nice. Like, he had a nice little career.
Am I pronouncing this correctly? Ndudi Ibi? Abai?
Don't remember.
Kendrick Perkins. Perk.
No way.
27th overall.
These three picks in a row.
Hey, this one's actually not bad.
Yeah, these three picks are good.
Perkins, Leandro Barbosa.
The Blur.
Josh Howard, 29th overall there.
Josh Howard was nice.
If Josh Howard wasn't on so much weed, I'm telling you, he was going to be the man.
He was nice.
That was the first round, yeah.
That Dallas Mavericks team had him. It had Devin Harris. That team was so good. The one that the Warriors ended up beating. Right. They were so good.
The second round had some players, too, to be honest with you.
Me.
Kyle Korver.
Jason Capono.
Capono was nice.
Luke
UCLA.
Walton.
Matt Bonner.
Yeah, Matt Bonner, Zaza Pachulia, Mo Williams.
So you're, okay, did I not? I'm telling you, I think this is one of the greatest drafts ever. And it's not just because of LeBron. I'm talking about this year.
James Jones.
You could argue that there were more 10-year NBA players in this draft than any other draft.
Yeah, I'm pulling up another one. Obviously, 1996 is the one everyone goes to.
So 96, Joe Smith, number one overall.
No, Allen Iverson.
Oh, AI. Oh,
yeah.
Excuse me. I'm going.
Yeah, no. I think you're going to hear.
Next year.
Yeah.
Okay, so give it to me.
AI. Marcus Camby.
Camby, UMass.
Sharif Abdul-Rahim.
Yep, yeah, Cal.
Stephon Marbury.
Oh, yeah.
Ray Allen. Antoine Walker.
I love that. He weighs like 1,000 pounds now.
Lorenzen Wright.
He's huge.
He's a big boy.
Grizzlies.
Kerry Kittles.
I love Kerry Kittles. One sock up.
Is it Samaki Walker? Is that the name?
Yeah.
Eric Dampier.
Damp. He was a Warrior.
All right, come on. Well, next,
Overpaid
again,
him.
Warrior, 11th overall. Who was it that year?
Todd Fuller.
There you go.
And then what's his face? Then Kobe.
Vitaly Potapenko.
Yeah, Potapenko.
And then Kobe, 13th overall.
For Vladdy.
Peja Stojakovic.
I loved Peja.
Steve Nash. Tony Delk, 16th overall.
This one's deeper. But you got to remember, guys stayed in college longer.
Jermaine O'Neal, 17th overall. John Wallace, Walter McCarty.
Walter McCarty, Kentucky. He was nice.
Zadrunas Ilgauskas, great name.
Made the All-Star game with LeBron.
Yep. Dante Jones, Roy Rogers.
Multiple Dante Joneses.
Is this a real name? He's Greek. Eftimius Renzis.
Don't remember.
Derek Fisher.
D-Fish.
Yep.
And just look out for Matt Barnes driving to your house.
Martin Mursep. Jerome Williams. Brian Evans. Priest Lauderdale. Some great names here. Travis Knight.
Travis Knight was nice, though. Keep going.
Othello Harrington.
Oh, yeah, Othello Harrington. Come on.
Mark Hendrickson.
Dude, this is college. My wheelhouse. Somewhere Guido is driving a Recology truck, fisting, going, yeah. These were all his guys.
Maybe tonight's draft will equal one of these other ones we just mentioned. Final thoughts. Let's go.
96 is a great draft. And we took Todd Fuller.
Todd Fuller. Who did you want in that draft? Who did go back? 96. Who did you want? Young Joe Shasky in high school.
Not Todd Fuller. The NC State power forward who was a screen setter?
Not him.
Are you kidding me?
You're more of a Tony Delk guy?
Actually, Tony Delk had a 4-point play in the national championship game, double zeros for Kentucky. And he ended up being a Warrior, Tony Delk.
Steve Nash and all, he was local.
Nobody knew about Steve Nash that well. I mean, we knew about him, but it wasn't like that big of a,
Peja?
No. We wanted the high school. We wanted Kobe, but nobody knew Kobe was going to be that.
But was he was hyped up to be, right? Like, come on.
Also, they had Latrell at the time, so you weren't taking another shooting guard. The Warriors were a mess. They needed a point guard. It was a nightmare.
Was anyone, hopefully you're going to fall, like a Kerry Kittles maybe, or I don't know. I'm grasping at straws here. That what you could have gotten.
Joe.
What? Derek Fisher? He ended up being a Warrior one time.
I hate Derek Fisher.
D-Fish. Champion right there. Hey,
Derek Fisher with his one finger up with the Utah Jazz.
We should reach out to Derek Fisher. He's on our sister station now down in L.A.
Have him on, tell him I hate him.
He'd like that, right? What's your final thought?
Derek Fisher, no, I'm being real. Before LeBron and we had like a real rivalry, Derek Fisher was one of the true enemies of the Golden State Warriors.
97-1, The Fan in L.A., the morning show with D-Fish, baby. It's our boy. It's our teammate.
Pretty wild.
It is pretty wild. It's kind of cool, right? Like, come on.
And then said that his daughter needed specific health care and that he had to leave the Warriors. And then was like getting helicoptered back and forth. It was just a nightmare. Deron Williams versus Baron Davis was one of the best series ever. Carlos Boozer. And I'm not just saying that hyperbolic. Like, that was a great series.
That team had our number,
AK-47, Meme Okur. That team was good, dude.
It was a hell of a team.
I hated that team. Freaking Jerry Sloan.
Lakers waxed them, too, when Derek Fisher came back. What you got, Carter?
Join Grandy and I from 6 to 9 tonight. God, now that you bring up Jerry Sloan, what a catastrophe that was. How sad the way Darren Williams kind of pushed him out after 30 years.
Real.
Ridiculous.
Jerry Sloan, what team did he play for in the NBA?
Ooh.
Come on.
Chicago?
Yep.
Yeah. Woo. What you got, Sammy?
I love Jerry Sloan. He always looked like he was like ready to hit the whiskey.
One of the ones that didn't get the title, but like, God, you wish he would have.
All-time legend.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yo, you guys locking on House of the Dragon? Is that first episode of the third season?
I was watching Love Island. Casa Amor this week. Lock in.
Well, I'll be honest, Spadoni.
It's funny. Some thoughts for you on that.
It's funny that you bring up Love Island, Spadoni, because like I always kind of judge you for watching a show with so many dumb people in it, and yet I'm watching House of the Dragon now, just like, good Lord, I think every character in the show might be the dumbest character on television. It's actually incredible.
I didn't know where you were going with that same thought, and then I watched you do this show for a week. And now I get it. I thought this was where you're going to go.
No. I'm not going to watch Love Island. But like House of the Dragon, literally every character in that show is just an absolute moron. But still compelling television. Great first episode, though.
Okay. Because last season kind of lost me.
This episode was probably like what the season 2 finale should have been. They had the big little battle on the water at the end. That was pretty cool. Some more dragon stuff. Another character got off.
Build up their budget.
Yeah.
Something like that. But they got a lot of characters they got to kill off in these next 15 episodes they got left.
Because they have the old Game of Thrones theme still for this show.
Yeah.
It just makes me reminisce on how good those first 4 seasons
first
were.
4.5, 5 seasons.
Oh my God. Just everyone was locked in. And then it fell off so badly. It was like the Giants trading for Rafi Devers there. God. What's Michelle's thoughts for me on Love Island?
You would get more ratings breaking down lawn bowling than you would from you breaking down Love Island.
Well, thankfully, I don't do my entire show based on Love
She says you get so giddy and excited when Love Island comes up. You can tell it's the happiest thing that you have going right now.
Lawn bowling sounds like a lot of fun.
Smiling he is, dude.
What do you want me to be happy about in the Bay right now? Brandon Ayuk?
Yeah.
Rafi Devers? Huh? What the Warriors are going to do tonight?
At least you don't have the NBA Finals cutting into that. You watching it.
Please. That was the worst part. I have to pretend to care about Victor Wembanyama. No. By the way, Kenzie, night-night. Bryce, night-night.
This show,
night-night. Fremont Bank here for you, here for good.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section on the Safeway app and breeze through checkout. Fire up the grill and taste the difference. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast, untrimmed twin packs featuring high-quality beef with moderate marbling are just $5.99 per pound. And here comes my high-quality partner, Dan Dibley,
who loves marbling as well. And also, you can pick up sweet, juicy red cherries for just $2.99 per pound. Fresh, flavorful, and perfect for summer snacking. Stock up on sweet summer corn with a clip or click offer and get 8 ears for just $1. Limit 8.
Sweet. I like it. These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer in the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
The burrito is fire.
Hi, this is Maya.
And I'm Antonio. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito
is that it fuels our morning.
It's the full package.
You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns for a nice little crunch.
The chicken's always nice. It's crispy, it's juicy. And the cheeses, they melt together in a beautiful way.
And it gives me energy. It's perfect.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Meet Sophia, a huge soccer fan. With her Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's streaming 3 games, video calling her cousin in Mexico,
and running the quiniela all on my new Samsung Galaxy.
She's practically running the whole tournament from her phone.
Good thing I have Total Wireless.
Switch to Total Wireless Total Max 5G or All Access plans to get on a network that won't put you second. Plus, a Samsung Galaxy on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply.
History San Jose members are invited to our annual Red, White, and Blue picnic on the 4th of July. Enjoy an evening of crafts, games, and a view of the city's premier fireworks display in a private, relaxing setting here at History Park. Not a History San Jose member? Base membership includes 6 picnic tickets plus many more benefits throughout the year. Join today by visiting our website at historysanjose.org.
In May, we start seeing yellow jackets become more active and more aggressive around homes. Once they establish a nest, activity can increase quickly, especially in outdoor areas where families spend time. The key is to get ahead of it early. At ATCO, we focus on identifying and controlling yellow jacket activity before it turns into a bigger issue. You can visit atcopest.com to schedule service. And if you mention this station, we'll take 10% off Yellow Jacket services this month.
Reach your saving goals with Mirastar Momentum Savings.
progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at miristarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcast.
The burrito is fire.
Hi, this is Maya.
And I'm Antonio. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito
is that it fuels our morning.
It's the full package.
You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns for a nice little crunch.
The chicken's always nice. It's crispy, it's juicy. And the cheeses, they melt together in a beautiful way.
And it gives me energy. It's perfect.
Order the Chick-fil-A Hash Brown Scramble Burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Go Warriors.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Good morning, everybody. Steiny and Guru with you. And Evan. Carter, lingering. Big C. Big Tuesday here in the Bay. Warriors are going to get a new player, hopefully, tonight.
Yeah, it's draft night, Steiny.
Yes,
it is draft night. Shout out Kevin Costner.
5 o'clock. Draft starts. Warriors pick 11. It'll probably be around 6 or so. Maybe a little bit later, I would think. We've already got movement in the NBA. Giannis is going to Miami. 3-team trade.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm sorry, 2-team trade. Julius Randle's on the move.
For much of nothing, Steiny.
The Blazers have hired a head coach. We got things percolating in the NBA. And, of course, the Giants play tonight. They play the Oakland A's. They play the A's.
But you buried the lead. What's happening at 2 p.m. today?
What?
Buster Posey will be talking in the dugout.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, or wherever. Wow. But I know. What's he going to say? He better say something.
Well,
yeah, we talked to Devers. We gave him the belt. That won't happen again.
Gave him the belt. Nobody gives Devers the belt.
BTA.
Rafi's a competitor. We love his fire. We love guys that like to stay on the field. Yeah. It's just a little something we have to work through.
I need your help today.
I know you do.
Did you see it when I came in on my face?
I could. You said you were depressed.
Right, basketball.
But I didn't know why.
Basketball depressed. There were some options, but your boy's good. Listen, I know Giannis has a new home, but I can't front and say I didn't give my energy, the station, this market, Warrior fans. I mean, this has been a pipe dream for years. Giannis Antetokounmpo putting on a Warrior uniform, and the reality was he didn't go anywhere. But now that he has, on a day that we're going to add an addition, a young guy to
whatever you deem the Warriors are, what we are right now, Stoney, what if I told you it affected my mood to know Giannis is in another locale, but not this one? And I get the reasons why, but man, that is the antidote for after Curry, while we still have Curry. That would have been so beautiful. And it's just a reminder, we talked about him all day and night around, this area, and now he's in Miami.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I had to let it out.
Oh, I'm not depressed. I'm here to help you through it.
Not laugh at me, but help me through.
No.
Unfortunately,
I think we're seeing a pattern develop here over the last 9 years with the Warriors. Who else do you think belongs on this list? Dwight Howard, Giannis, LeBron.
This is making it worse, sir.
Paul George.
Okay.
Lauri Markkanen, Kawhi Leonard, Kevin Durant. Have I forgotten anybody that the Warriors have been said to be linked to who also is not here?
I think that covers it all.
I bet we forgot a couple.
Yeah. But I get the point of the exercise. But your bigger takeaway, like, there's still time. Like, I'm at the point, and the boss and I did something on Twitter last night.
Oh, I thought he was on vacation.
Well, he had time.
What'd you do?
Night. No, we just talked about the draft and the Giannis trade.
On Twitter?
Yeah. YouTube. You can go see us. Still there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
brought you up about 8 times, but what negativity, but you know how you are. But anyway, Steiny, damn. I'm trying, get me excited about this 11th pick.
Yaxel Lendeborg.
Yeah, but coming in and giving us dividends right away. You know what I mean? Can he help us this year?
Oh, Kevin Love.
Okay. Who's on the golf trip with LeBron, by the way. Okay. Yeah. But, man, can the whoever we get, can they help us immediately? Kawhi's still out there.
I'm much more interested if the player the Warriors draft can help for the next 10 years.
Yeah.
As opposed to next year. Okay, you want some good news?
Chavez was there. You got some?
Jaylen Brown's available, apparently.
Let's go.
Yeah. What do you got to give?
That's the only problem.
Who do you have to give?
How many future ones would it take? What about Draymond, Pods, however, whatever? Man, that right there, he talked his way up out of Boston. So I believe he will not, if it's not here, he will not be in the green come tomorrow morning. But Steiny, that's the type of player in his prime, can get his own shot, showed you he could be a 1, didn't like his microphone game, but he was just basically saying after they got ousted, it was my favorite season, that he wants to be not 1A1. But man, if we could get him in a Warrior uniform coming downhill, step back threes, play a little D, it's got a ring. Do we have the necessary resources to even put together a portfolio for Boston to think about getting them off their hands?
Well, it's probably,
you got me excited.
Well, it's going to be Jimmy Butler.
Night-night. Or bye-bye.
What does that mean?
Bye-bye.
No, I mean, that would be the player. The question is, are the Boston Celtics really ready to trade one of the best players in the league for a player who may not play for him next year for the sole reason to get off Jaylen Brown's money?
Right.
So that's going to take at least three firsts, I would think.
And I'll give you 4.
Okay.
You think I'm playing? I'm hurt.
Yeah, I don't think you're playing. I think you'd give up 8 if you could.
A little too much,
but you can't.
Yeah.
But 3 or 4 picks for Jaylen Brown. I mean, I think I don't know if these are the kind of things that are coming down Dunleavy's door or coming to Dunleavy's door. There's also talk about Trey Murphy along with DeJounte Murray.
I'm in, man.
Would the Pelicans be interested? Would the Pelicans, a team that was actually worse than the Warriors, be willing to take Butler, the number 11 this year, and maybe another future first for DeJounte Murray and Trey Murphy?
Oh, Steiny, I would love that,
man. Oh, man.
No.
DeJounte Murray played 14 games last year.
Okay, but what if that were to be 58 this year or 60? You know, what if that was an anomaly and he's back?
Well, let me ask you this.
I like the player when available.
You get DeJounte Murray and Trey Murphy. How much better do you think you are?
I think we can make the playoffs and not the play-in. Young legs that will spare Curry. we need that type. And the reason people, I get you want the do-over, but to me, that can't happen with one pick and 2 picks, 54 if they exercise both. I just don't think that's rebuilding while you got Steph and Draymond here and Jimmy and Horford and possibly Porzingis. So let's go add those 2, what I deem youngsters on this roster, Murray and Trey Murphy III. Stoney, I like that. Like that's where I'm at. I'll dance with anybody right now. The club's about to close.
Yeah, You ain't in, huh? All these decisions are really difficult decisions to make. Like, there's nothing that's jumping out. If you think, you like Murray and Murphy, and you're going to give up 2 first, including the 11, that's a big price to me because, you're giving up a chance at a good player this year. Everybody's really high on Trey Murphy. I get that. He can shoot it.
Okay.
A good player.
Yeah, long.
To me, DeJounte Murray is a question mark.
Health-wise, you mean? He can.
Yeah, but I don't think he's been great since he's left San Antonio. That's my impression. But no, they have a lot of things to do or a lot of decisions to make. But my question to Warrior fans is, with all this stuff happening, whether it's Giannis, whether it's Jaylen Brown,
Kawhi,
whether it's Julius Randle getting traded, my question for Warrior fans is, if in today's draft they select 11 and it's Lendeborg or it's Kareem Lopez or it's Ament or somebody even like that, is that going to be exciting enough for Warrior fans? Like, I welcome the Golden State Warriors bringing a young player in. I welcome it, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to really get Warrior fans excited.
Yeah, well, what are they excited about now? The last year was that was a disaster. So I'll tell you what, we love Hard here in the Bay. We loved Jordan Poole when it was good. We loved, who else? Who else did we love? We love Pods. He came out
Chris
of nowhere. No, he wasn't. He wasn't a youngster. Will Richard. But to be honest, and put it right on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control, Stoney. Just the youngster game here since 2021. I mean, Warrior fans are the PTSD or DTSD for the draft. Something always seems to go wrong with our young guys. Then we kind of think we got something in Quentin Post. Dibs, if you're out there, I know you told me to rest that. Now he's become basically nothing. It's just go ahead and try. I get from a basketball standpoint, come new and get this player, but is he going to have any impact? And it's the Clint Eastwood sudden impact from yesterday.
Yeah,
that's all for me.
If he makes sudden impact, great. I'm more concerned with his long-term career. But whoever the Warriors pick at 11 going into next season, I got to believe the guy's going to get a great chance to play right off the bat.
Well, that's for sure.
All right, so then
you're right there.
So we're going to get a player in here who's different, who's younger, and then we see how good the guy is. But 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to go heavy on the NBA draft today and the Golden State Warriors. There's a lot of stuff going on around the league. There's probably going to be more stuff that happens today. We'll also tie up some loose ends on Rafi Devers. Apparently, Buster Posey is talking to the media today at 2 o'clock. If ever there's a sign that the Giants think what happened with Devers is a big deal, I got to believe this is it. Buster Posey doesn't talk a lot, but he's making a point to talk to the media today at 2 o'clock. That segment was brought to you by Ceremony Ford. Ford's American Value for American Values employee pricing event is happening now at Ceremony Ford. Get employee pricing for all on most 2025 and 2026's. The Ford's in stock right off 280 in Colma Daly City or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Did you?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton is here, and it's a star-spangled celebration. Foodie bites, carnival rides, and concert nights with fireworks. Plus, check out tractor pulls, animals, shopping, and more. Don't miss it. Visit AlamidaCountyFair.com for tickets.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community-focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, it's Willard. At Habas Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Habas Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Habas fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Habas Law, relentless for justice. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Be sure to tune in to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game following every Golden State Valkyries game when Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky highlight the teamwork play of the game from the night before. Brought to you by El Camino Health, where togethering heals.
Odyssey San Francisco is proud to present our second quarterly game changer of 2026, Joe Hawks. He's a true team player who always goes above and beyond. Joe brings kindness and solutions to every challenge, making every day better. Thanks for being a true game changer, Joe.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. details on example rate at selectquote.com.
That was a stupid question, Steiny. Stupid. It's a difficult situation.
I'm busting wood.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's the NBA draft tonight. 5 o'clock it starts. And if you want to get a head start on it, head to Laughing Monk Brewing at Fulton Street in the city. Willard and Dibbs.
Yeah.
Going to be doing their show live there from 2 to 6.
Draft party.
Getting you ready for what the Warriors may do tonight. Will they take the 11th pick in the draft and add a younger player to the team, or will they maybe try to make a little wheel and deal move where they get a veteran in here, an older player to help immediately? A lot of names have been bandied about. They've been linked to Trey Murphy forever. He seems to be a player that they really like. Would you have to take DeJounte Murray along with Trey Murphy? Murray's coming off a very serious injury, only played 14 games last year. I won't say a joke about how he'd fit in, but Murray's health is in question after that injury last year. Jaylen Brown was rumored to be involved in the Giannis stuff, but he is in Boston. But there's a lot of talk that Boston's looking to move him.
Yeah.
Is Jaylen Brown a player that the Warriors even have the assets to acquire? Because I think what they've been running up against the last year or two is they don't have a coveted young player that another team wants, or a coveted player in their prime. And the problem with that is you need one of those to get a player who's in their prime to join your team. So I don't know if any of these big names are realistic or not, Goo.
Well, I'll say this. If we could hit the pause button on getting the young players that we would get via the draft, I'm looking at the Clippers, who got the 5th pick out of nowhere. They already got some young pieces. What if you dangled the 11th pick and whatever went with it, you had to attach to that to get Kawhi Leonard? That would excite me, and I think this fan base, for him to fit with, I know he's older, but he's bona fide, and we know what he is already, so no growing pains. But that would fit the mold of where I think the Warriors are at. And if the Clippers and Ballmer looked at, okay, we have the 5th and 11th pick, and we could get 2 guys to add to what I think are some young talent, that would make sense. Like, or do you think, Goo, that's a pipe? Kawhi's off? Come on, man. Or is it just like any other name I bring? Like you mentioned Jaylen Brown, and for the life of me, there is 11% getting excited of what if they pulled that off?
Kawhi.
Yeah.
Again, here's my problem with all these names is I don't know how close the Warriors have been to any of these guys. I just don't know.
Isn't that the way it should be?
Well, not necessarily, because if we knew that they weren't really in on any guys who have been traded recently, then I think we know that the Kawhi thing is just
talk.
Is just that. It's just talk. And that gets me back to my original point. If the Warriors don't make any moves and they take Lendeborg, or they take Ament, or they take Kareem Lopez, it's starting to feel like after the thing, like you have the FOMO today.
Yeah.
The fear of missing out after Giannis.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I thought it was out my system, but it wasn't, because he finally moved. But I'll say this, and you didn't ask me. I came in, I love what Milwaukee's done. And I know you're like, Goo, when you rebuild, you got to start over. And I think they got some ready-made guys with Ware, Hero, Jaquez. And now you got the 13th pick tonight. I in future first, I like that for Milwaukee. So when you watch them, they might do what Phoenix did when we thought, oh, they're done when they traded Durant and they competed. But with that said, I don't see, I know we got the Bay Bridge and the Golden Gate Bridge. I just don't see a bridge here where when we go young with Steph and Dre and Porzingis and Horford, how you bridge that to make it mesh. You know what I mean? I wish Lindenborg, if we draft Yaxel, I wish there were other Yaxels he could play with, maybe just a couple years older than him, younger than him, but then I can watch and know what I'm in, what's in store for us. Like, okay, we're watching them all grow together. It's kind of not like that here. Current, you know what I mean?
I could be wrong, but just gauging from some of the texts, it doesn't feel like, at least what I'm reading, is there's a lot of people out there that it feels like do not want an older guy. They just don't want an older guy.
Okay.
The Warriors need to reboot. Why get older? You're already there. That's Niner J. This one I'd like to talk about. 415, Miami didn't have a coveted young player either. Don't say hero. All right, well, let's really look at it objectively.
He's bona fide to
with
me.
the three players that Miami gave up. Do the Warriors have a player as good as Tyler Hero that's not Steph Curry? Okay. And if they do, it's Jimmy Butler, but he's hurt. So the Warriors don't have even a player like Hero.
Yes.
Okay. So who else was given up? Where's a young center that's got right. So tell me how the Warriors can make a deal like this. And even Jaquez, like he's Pods.
Right.
Who's
a little taller.
So Pods was like the third, it would be Pods would have been like the third best player that would have needed to be traded for the Warriors, but they don't have two players better than Pods to trade. So I disagree. I think when teams come and look at the Warriors right now, again, and I've asked it several times, what does another team want from the Warriors? What is their biggest asset?
Future first round.
Exactly. And that's a dangerous game when you already don't have young talent and young assets on the roster.
I'm being real with this guy that I'm about to bring up because in my world, it feels like it was much of nothing. And I'm asking you, Steiny, Julius Randle could not have fit here? Like if that news would have broke that the Warriors were acquiring Julius Randle without giving up the future, I mean, man, we don't have that. I'm shocked that, and I'm hoping or wondering, and I'll ask you all, is Dunleavy on the phone right now? Maybe trying to get that seasoned veteran.
I don't know if he's on the phone trying to get a seasoned veteran, but he's on the phone probably trying to make moves. I thought the same thing. I'm like, so can we just assume that Julius Randle, the Warriors had no interest in? I mean, to me, it tells me he's making next year he's making 33. And the year after that, he's got a player option at 35. So what it tells me is that the Warriors, they don't want a guy like Julius Randle to exercise his player option in 27, 28, because that's the year they're clearing money. So they'd have to do one of two things if they ever acquired a Randle between now and then, and it would be you'd either have to let him walk or you would have to re-sign him. But to me, what it says is we don't envision Julius Randle being a player on our team for the next 4 or 5 years. We're not it tells me that he's not the kind of guy that they want to use up their salary space on after 2027.
Yeah. And I get it. His style is not ideal for some teams, and he's a bull in the china shop. But I know he can get 18-6 in his sleep. But what is that 18-6? And I'm just throwing that out there. What is that actually leading? But I thought if you could kind of get him with Steph Curry and all that attention on Steph, the game would be easier for him. And again, I'm not saying Western Conference Finals if they got Julius Randle. My point is, Stoney, that was a talent. And, he wasn't making 50, 60 M's, as you just said. But if they see that type of player, maybe even his attitude is not a fit here, and that's why they weren't in on it.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is one of the issues the Warriors have is, let's say they could have gotten Julius Randle and maybe would have cost them the 11th pick this year. I mean, does Julius Randle make you a playoff team? Maybe.
I like him, but I hear you.
Maybe. Yeah. I don't know, though. And the other thing is, I'll be honest with you, these two guys from the Pelicans, Murphy and Murray.
Yeah, you got me now. I'm like, man.
I mean, can we...
Last call.
It doesn't bother you at all that they're two players that played on a 26-win team, so they're no real guarantee to elevate the team that they go to.
Now, I can remember a couple years ago, Trey Murphy III was on the Pelicans when they were going to battle with the Lakers in the playoffs, and right now, when you just tell me Pelicans, I just think it's a byproduct of, your environment, and everything is just rotten. But I'll separate the two. When I look at Trey Murphy III, Steiny, like, he's damn sure why they only won is not the only reason they won 26 games. He's one of those guys, you get him in a situation with adults on the court and in the room, the sky's the limit, and he's almost touched that in a toxic situation. I like him. His measurements, shoot three, and I'd like, man. How much he making, Steiny?
I mean, I know we like these guys, but I think because of the situation the Warriors are in, we like them more than they really are.
But we haven't had a player like Trey Murphy III in forever.
You think he's a frontline star?
I wouldn't say star. Steph Curry would be the star, but he would be 1B or C or 2A. Like, man, I like the player. I love the player.
Okay.
But obviously they might not, because nothing's being done. But I'm feeling like any and everybody even Zion on that team could be had.
888-957-9570 is the number. NBA draft tonight at 5 o'clock. Warriors have their highest pick since Jonathan Kuminga back in 2021. Wow. Yeah. So it's been 5 years since they've had a pick this high. My question is, how excited are Warrior fans for this pick? Are you more excited for this pick, or are you more excited for the possibility of what the Warriors could do with this pick?
And there I am. Just put my name on the ladder. Again, I'm going to welcome the rook if they go ahead and whoever it is. But I just know we got to buckle up because we are in, and it's no indictment on the youngster, without some ready-made vets to turn this thing around and give us a best chance to get out of the play-in next year and make the playoffs. I feel like we need some guys that have already played in this league.
Yeah. I guess we're still there in your mind. You laughing, Carter?
Is he?
Yeah.
Carter, what
at me or Goo?
At Goo's line, we need vets.
Thank you, Vernon.
415. The Wolves traded back for a worse pick in the draft to get off Randall.
Dude, he just,
well,
man.
they did a couple things. They had to get off Randall to sign DeSumnu, which they did. And then they clearly did not want a guaranteed contract from a first-round pick on their books. So they now have a second-round pick that's not guaranteed. So the Wolves are in, some cost-cutting move.
Well, they just paid your guy. How to pronounce his name?
DeSumnu.
Yeah, he got it.
Yeah, they decided they needed DeSumnu, and they had to get rid of.
He got paid.
They got rid of Julius Randle, and we'll see if they're in on Jaylen Brown. The Atlanta might be in on Jaylen Brown.
And the best.
Could the Hawks get Jalen Johnson for Jaylen Brown? I'm sorry. Could the Celtics get Jalen Johnson? I got to believe he'd have to be in that deal, right?
Yeah, man. I'll say this, but nobody asked me. You didn't. But Jaylen Brown talked himself out of town, and him and Tatum were peanut butter and jelly, man. And for you to go selfish and ball out, you did more than I thought you can do when it was just on you, and everybody gave you your props. But to go to the mic or these podcasts and stream and talk that crap about this was your favorite year, that's a shot at Tatum. I understand you might want your own show, but he's going to end up somewhere. And I'll just tell you this, if it were that, Jalen Johnson would be worth that. That's what I would want. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The one thing,
like Jaylen Brown's a baller.
The one thing that I am that I don't put into the equation at all, and that is because the Warriors seem to be far away. Like this is not the way I look at it. Put it that way. The Warriors are far away. We know that. So because they're far away, let's not draft 11 because it's just one young guy, and we need more than one young guy. All right. I'm with you there, but you don't get 5 young guys in a year.
So what do you do in the meantime?
You draft the 11th pick, and you hope that he's a starter in a year or two. That's the first thing that I do. And I don't use Jimmy Butler to get older. if I can use Jimmy Butler, I've got to use Jimmy Butler to get a guy here who's not 35 or older. He's got to be younger than that, I think.
So you really, and maybe I'm late to the party. It wouldn't be the first time. Because at L Best Ever J on the text line, if this is true and I'm just in naivete here, there's not a single player that would even make the Warriors a playoff team. Like, that's frightening to me. But if that's reality, then you got to do what you're saying. Draft, play it out, draft, play it out. You would be a fool to bring something old to this nucleus and still not get the bang for your buck in regard to being a threat to make not championship, just make the offs in the latter years of Steph and Dre. Or it could be Steph if something happens with Dre.
Yeah, I just what I don't like is making moves solely for Curry and Draymond in the next year or two. I think that would be very short-term thinking. That's the way I look at it. And Jaylen Brown's obviously different. Jaylen Brown isn't 35, but Jaylen Brown's a bona fide star. And when his name comes up, of course, I'd be interested in Jaylen Brown. He's a hell of a player. But realistically, the Celtics are going to have to get a player back.
Yeah,
they're not going to take... Really? They're going to take Jimmy Butler so that they can get off Jaylen Brown, who they just re-signed a couple years ago to a monster contract.
But we know it's not about basketball. If it's really bad and Jaylen Brown has done what I think he's done and alienated everybody around him to where he's got to go, maybe you take a penny on the dollar. But I want to throw one name up because I feel like the Warriors are desperate, and I'm being real, people. Even if you could possibly get Ja Morant at a bargain, that's just off the table for you? Ja Morant, who once was almost handed the keys to this league?
What are you giving up for him? Like that, it really comes down to that. But I get the sense, just say yes or no whether you'd be in on these players.
Right.
I think I know the Ja Morant.
I'm in.
De'Aaron Fox.
You know what? I'm out, Stoney.
Oh, we found a player.
Yeah, I'm out.
Even for Jimmy Butler.
Yeah,
straight up.
Well,
straight up for Jimmy Butler.
No, I would do that.
Okay.
I would do to Jimmy.
Jaylen Brown?
Oh, come on now.
Joel Embiid?
I like me, Joel.
Anthony Davis?
Oh, man.
We got to find a couple guys that you're not interested in.
Well, can you admit that we're desperate?
No.
The team, not you, because you don't have feelings. Can you admit that this is these are desperate? These are dire times.
I don't think Dunleavy feels desperate and dire. I just didn't get that sense from the press conference.
Well, let's do this. And I was trying to tell the boss this last night, and the people watching, Steiny.
Yeah.
Steph Curry's my favorite athlete, one of them all time.
Mm-hmm.
If this is not going to get better, then you got to have that conversation and move them. And then you start rebuild. Then you do it that way. But you can't please both masters trying to get young and still just, like, it can't go on.
Zach LaVine?
For Jimmy?
Sure.
Yeah.
What's his monstrosity of a salary? Oh, man. Let's go to Joe. Joe's in Burbank. Hey, Joe, what's happening, my man?
Hey, good morning, Steiny. Good morning, Goo.
Hey.
Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, on Leonard, do we even know what the league's going to possibly do with his financial contract?
You talking about Kawhi?
Yeah, Kawhi Leonard. Do we know what the league is going to do with his possible contract and financial situation that was, the cover up and all that stuff?
I think nothing.
Well, he's got one more year at $50 million, and like they're not going to avoid that because then he just becomes a free agent, which almost seems like a reward. So my understanding is maybe nothing happens to Kawhi Leonard, but it happens to the organization. So I think everybody's operating under the assumption that Kawhi Leonard's got $50 million next year on his deal, and that's it.
Yeah. Well, hey, thanks for that. That's a good point. Thanks for bringing that up. And, I wanted to also say, he usually, if you think back, not this past season, but other seasons, he usually misses a lot of games for different injuries.
Yes, he does.
And I kind of think that this last year, I think he kind of felt that there was a good chance they're going to move him. And I think he's looking down the road at an extension. And I think he played a lot of games, so he would have appeal to other teams. They wouldn't hesitate to try to trade for him. So I think that might be, something that, you're looking at, wow, let's trade for Leonard. And I love him. If he was healthy, that'd be a good deal. But I don't know. I question his ethics, his injury status stuff. And just jumping over to the draft real quick, that's a tough one. From listening to Dunleavy, it kind of sounds like they're going to maybe take the best young player available no matter what position it is, because they want to get the best player. So I don't know what you guys think of that, but I'm excited about the pick. I still am in that group of people that don't want to move it.
Yeah, I'm with you.
But anyway, you guys totally rock.
You too, man.
For taking my call.
Thank you. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah, I feel like if the league was going to come down on the Clippers, it would already come down. And, everybody would know, okay, even if you thought about Kawhi or what the Clippers can do if they want to get frisky, they would have some clarity on how bad the situation was. But nothing's happening, and I feel like nothing's imminent.
I'm also I'm working under this premise, too, that Steph is fine. I'm working under the premise that Steph is fine.
And I'm going to ask you this, with what?
What they do. With whatever they do. And I don't know why, but I just feel like, he knows they're trying to do a million different things to Sunday. If they can't get something done, they can't get something done. And if they have to take a guy at 11, they'll take a guy at 11. The one thing I'd also like to say is this is the highest pick the Warriors have had since 2021, you said, right?
Yeah.
So in 2020 and 2021, they had 3 high picks, Wiseman at 2, Kuminga at 7, and Moody at 14. They weren't equipped to play on those Warriors teams at that point because the Warriors thought that and were title contenders at that point. So I just keep in mind that if you make the right pick at 11, this guy is going to play a lot right off the bat. He's got to play a lot right off the bat if he's got any competence, especially if he's a guy like Lendeborg, because he's got 2 guys in front of him that aren't going to play for 3 or 4 months. So you're actually you finally have a built-in opportunity for one of your young players to give them a big runway. And yeah, you can go away from that to get a veteran type of player, but I mean, it's set up for this 11th pick to become part of this team and become part of this team in a hurry.
It's just sad that I'm so sorry at my job, Stoney. I just thought about this, and I don't believe any reporter asked Mike D last week or whenever we had him on our show. But I wonder if point blank range, somebody asked him, Mike, do you still think this team can compete? And you probably are sipping your coffee right now, like, compete for what? Mm-hmm. But I would just say a playoff team. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. How we feeling about tonight's draft? Is Yaxel Lendeborg the pick? Kareem Lopez? Maybe a Nate Ament? Big guy, young fella? What are the Warriors going to do? Feels like I'm a little more excited than most. I got you. That segment was brought to you by Cash. The boss isn't here today. That segment was brought to you by Cash Creek Casino Resort. You're going to love the way Cash Creek Casino Resort feels. Every escape there will feel a little more extraordinary. Every getaway is a chance to make the moment yours. Everything at Cash Creek Casino Resort will feel wonderful. Cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section on the Safeway app and breeze through checkout. Fire up the grill and taste the difference. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast, untrimmed twin packs featuring high-quality beef with moderate marbling are just $5.99 per pound. And here comes my high-quality partner, Dan Dibley,
who loves marbling as well. And also, you can pick up sweet, juicy red cherries for just $2.99 per pound. Fresh, flavorful, and perfect for summer snacking. Stock up on sweet summer corn with a clip or click offer and get 8 ears for just $1. Limit 8.
Sweet. I like it. These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer in the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar. And we are here to... Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Internet work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
What's up, y'all? It's Draymond. On my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, I'm calling it exactly how I see it with my real opinions on the league, the games, and the business of basketball. And with the NBA Finals here, you already know I'm breaking down every game, every adjustment, and every big moment as it happens. When Victor Wembanyama's in the paint, the Knicks, they gotta be feeling it. If you love basketball, this is where the conversation happens. Listen to and follow the Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcast.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Hey, Albert, can you help us plan and budget for a bathroom renovation?
I certainly can. Let me review your finances.
Who are you talking to?
Albert, my AI financial assistant that I can access right in the app. It automates all things finance, moves money, pays bills, creates personalized alerts, finds savings, and so much more.
Your bathroom renovation financial plan is ready. I found cash you can put aside, and to cover the rest, Albert can get you up to $10,000 fast.
Can you find contractors nearby within our budget?
Here's a list of contractors. Would you like help requesting a $10,000 loan for your bathroom renovation?
Yes!
Download the Albert app and use promo code FUTURE to access Genius. Plus, get up to $10,000 for whatever you need. Just download the Albert app right now and use promo code FUTURE to get up to $10,000. That's promo code FUTURE.
Join us on Tuesday, June 23rd for our draft party and special live broadcast with Willard and Debs inside Laughing Monk Brewery in San Francisco from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. We'll be bringing you up-to-date draft coverage. Plus, we'll have a ton of prizes. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
For great talk radio from 10 to 2, Steiny and Guru will get you through.
Championship coming soon.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we got the NBA draft coming up tonight at 5 o'clock. Warriors with their highest selection since 2021. Oof. They have the number 11 pick in the draft. Lot of buzz about Yaxel Lendabord, Kareem Lopez, a young player who's playing in New Zealand. There's a couple other names, and you know, I was just talking to Gudo on the break and said, there's a chance they could draft somebody that
you said it.
We didn't really talk about it all, and the guy might be very, very, very good.
I'll say this, Carter Chickering came in and cheered me up. He said this pick, Steiny, I'm paraphrasing, is a new chapter.
Hopefully.
Right. I mean, hopefully. I thought that would Wiseman, Kuminga, but man, you got to get it right. But the thing is, we're not going to know if they got it right for, 2 more years? Or could he hit the ground running? Because that player's going to get an opportunity if nothing else jumps off here in the Bay.
Yeah, maybe he could have a rookie year like Pascal and then not on the team after that.
But that was kind of
that was when the Warriors stunk.
Yeah, no,
like
there was no
now.
Curry. Remember? He talked about on podcast.
There might not be any Curry next year. Who knows? Here's what I'd like to see.
Ja Morant is my dark horse, man. He can play. We know this.
To me, and look, if the Warriors announce they've traded for Ja Morant, to me, that would feel like we're trying anything.
So that's how down you are on Ja.
We don't really have a plan, and we were all about trying to get the best player we could who's established in the league. And that's why we went after Ja Morant.
But he is a talent to you still, right?
I don't know.
Ooh.
I don't know what he is anymore. I know he's not a great three-point shooter in a league where that is monstrously important. What I'd like to see the Warriors do is select a player at 11 who's young, and then at some point, if it's this summer, it's this summer. If it's the trade deadline, it's the trade deadline. Can you possibly move off Butler and or Draymond Green, but not for an old guy?
Yeah.
Could we get a younger guy on another team that wants to get off somebody they paid in the last year or two that they just don't want to pay for the remainder of the contract? Would Trey Murphy be that type of guy? He's making 31. Would New Orleans want to just get off him money-wise? Probably not. It'd probably involve picks, but I'm less. I don't want to move picks, but I'd be more inclined to move a pick or two for a guy who's 29 than a guy who's 35 or older.
Let me ask you this: do the Warriors have future players on their team right now? And I'm torn, but I'm asking you: do you have clarity, or do you feel like they've got guys that are going to be on this roster in 4 to 5 years right now?
I mean, that's a little long to me, but if you just go through the names, Moody's going to be here, you would figure. Podziemski's going to be here, you would figure. Santos is obviously going to be here, you would figure.
Right, that's 3.
Will Richard's going to be here for the next couple of years. Next year and the year after, probably.
There's not an all-star in that bunch. Or am I robbing Will Richard or Pods
Well, Will Richard's not an all-star. I don't think Pods is either, but that's just me. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Devon in the Uber.
Our guy.
What's up, Devon? How you doing? Devon in the Uber. He's done.
Yep.
Coach Duran in Union City.
Yeah, the Union.
What's
baby.
up, Coach?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How's it going, man?
Hey, Coach, what's up, buddy? Oh, boy.
Hey, right now, 11th pick today, Warriors draft day. I'm juiced, excited. I'm going Yaxel Lindenberg, Michigan Wolverine. I think that dog comes in, puts in work, gets progress. He has a lot of desire and heart for the game. Let him get some run for Dub Nation. That's my pick. Let's go, Dubs.
All right, Coach Duran, what's Lindenberg?
I know we don't have a scoreboard, but we have the phone lines, the text line, the chat. I feel like Yaxel's been in the lead, would you say, or am I jumping the gun? Like nobody said hell nah to him.
I mean, there's a few reasons why. One is that he worked out for the Warriors. He might be there at 11. He talked about playing with Steph, and there was a lot of media there that day. So that definitely has something to do with it. But, keep in mind, Dunleavy and Larry Riley went to New Zealand to see Kareem Lopez.
There you go.
Maybe they think he's the pick, or maybe there's a guy that they haven't talked about one iota outside the offices, and we'll find out who that is tonight.
Let me put you on the spot. Yaxel or Kareem Lopez, if it were up to you, just between those two.
I mean, that would be such a guess for me.
I appreciate the honesty, man. I appreciate
I like the idea of Lopez. I like the idea that he's 19, but he's played professionally. But I also do like the idea of Lindenberg maybe more ready than any other player at 11 to come in and play. But what people say is, he's 24, so he must not have the upside of a 19-year-old.
Real quick, the boss and I talked about this. I brought it up. When did that become a thing, Steiny, to where you got your your guy that's 23, 24 years old, and somehow in this new NBA or world of basketball, that could be looked at, frowned upon? Like 24 is young.
Well, I mean, we've seen this for a long time now. I mean, I'm just thinking of the Joe Smith draft, when it was Joe Smith and Rasheed Wallace. I don't even remember how many of those guys played 4 years of college. I don't think any of them. I could be wrong. And then Garnett was taken. There have been a lot of players taken project-wise, and they don't pan out because you're basing the pick on a future, but they don't have much of a past. And that's James Wiseman to me.
I mean, Yaxel Steiny, 6'9", 240. Shoot it. I like him, man.
Yep. I mean, the other thing
I like Lopez. You got to be looking at his highlights.
I mean, the other thing for the Warriors is, the good thing is Dunleavy acknowledging they've got a lot of needs. And there isn't a position that they could draft where people would say, wait, what? They could, if they, like the Burris kid,
Brian
from Arizona.
Yeah.
Let's say he projects to be a point guard.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if he's there, you take him. You take him because our best player is capable of playing both guard positions. So you go get Burris. It doesn't mean anything for Steph Curry.
Yeah.
So a lot of people like him. They could absolutely go for a point guard and just say, we're going to start playing Steph a little more at 2, which they do all the time anyway. So that's another thing about Curry that you got to chalk up on the positive side is he's not the kind of guard that can't play the other guard position, so you have flexibility. You could draft a 1 or a 2, and Curry will be fine with either one. Let's go to Coach in Vallejo.
Oh, man.
Hey, Coach, how you doing?
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
No doubt.
And first off the bat, I have to get this out the way. I don't trust Mike Dunleavy, okay? I think he's way too conservative, and he drafts players that's like him. Now, with that said, I think the guy that fits the Warriors best right now and is young is Hannes Steinbach, okay? The guy has played professional ball, a la Luka Doncic and these guys, so he's got a lot of pro seasoning in him already. Led led the nation in rebounding. He has huge hands. I watched highlights, handles the ball well with both hands, and he's big enough and rugged enough. I think Steinbach would probably make the biggest impact on this Warrior team right now. Outside of that, I'd take the two Michigan forwards, Johnson and Lindenberg, before I take Mara. Okay, I'm just a little leery about big men. They just seem to take a long time to really come into their own. Not saying Mara's not going to be good, but right off the bat, I don't think he's going to help the Warriors right away. So I'm going Steinbach, and then I'm going Lindenberg or Johnson. Oh, and Barry's only a 25-inch vertical. Not enough.
Oh, I love it.
We got a lot of guys that can't jump. Okay,
Coach,
so
dude, Coach.
Yeah.
Like we
sounds like Andre Miller to me.
I love me.
I love Andre Miller on this team.
You know, in the day, yes, but nowadays these guards are jumping out the gym. Even Andre Miller would have a hard time getting his shot off these days.
Hey, Coach, let me ask you this. I think Stoney took some meds because he ain't coming down my road for wanting an OG or try to make a trade. But you're definitely out on the Warriors trading for the older guy, huh?
I'm definitely out on that. Okay, we got a field of older guys. You know what? These guys can't play a full season. We need guys that's going to be able to play a full season.
That's
okay,
incredible.
So I am kind of out on that.
All right, Coach.
Thanks, Coach. Yeah. Appreciate it. Yes, I saw Steinbach's name a few
somebody
like
backing him up here too. I hadn't seen.
I watched some highlights.
Give me something.
He's 6'10" and he's white. I mean, what do you want me to say?
Oh, Steiny,
he's rugged. He is rugged.
Coach liked him, though.
He did play.
Said he had big hands, Steiny. He
played at Washington this past year. He's from Germany. Played internationally in Germany before that. 20 years old.
Yeah, Chris A. from Oakland. I am really Gilligan. I am on an island. Well, maybe I'm not if the Warriors somehow shock us tonight and do something. You know, to trade that pick and bring in the older player.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're trying to come up with an NBA player on another team that Guru wouldn't want on the Warriors. That he wouldn't
Zach LaVine.
Zach LaVine.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Okay,
and
Zach
you know what?
LaVine.
I'm going to stick to my guns. De'Aaron Fox, too. He can't shoot, man. I don't think he recovers from what just happened.
Chris
so I'm
Paul
out
the second.
Dude, man.
510, Steiny, come on, bro. Last thing we need is another point guard. If we have a point guard that's better, 6'5". Yeah, I hate to say it, but I wanted Yaxel, but that's a good point.
What'd he say?
That's a great point from the 510. I hate to say it, but if I wanted Yaxel, but the Mavericks just hired Michigan's coach. That's right.
And they pick when?
I think 8.
Oh, boy.
8. So we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. Let's go to, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. No, I get it. Your point guard is your best position, but this is also, I think, an opportunity to utilize, Curry's ability to play both. If they think that a shooting guard or a point guard is the best player left at 11, I think you still got to go with that position, even if he's a guard.
How many dudes in a Warrior uniform now, not named Steph Curry, Stoney, can put the ball on the floor and create their own shot? It's a necessity. We don't have a lot.
They also need shooters. They also need size.
They also need athleticism. When Mike said we need everything.
Yeah. Let's go to Steve. Steve's in San Jose. Hey, Steve, what's going on, man?
Hey, can you guys hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Hey, longtime Warrior fan, longtime fan of the show. I think the criteria the Warriors need to go for is they need a dog. They need someone who could score. Number one option, possibly like LeBaron Fionn or Flemings or Mikael Brown, and it's going to be a guard probably, and someone who's played against good college competition. Like Haynes in Washington, I'm not that interested in. I'm not interested in Axel because he's 24, playing against 19-year-olds. I'm not sure how that's going to translate playing against men. And if the other one, if it wasn't a score, I'd go for a dog. And Morez Johnson, defense, dog. But the dog is the number one thing they need to go for, in my opinion.
Wow.
All right. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate the call. The two guys I don't know about Flemings. I think he's going to be gone by the time the Warriors draft. He's been linked to the Kings. I guess Dallas has 9, right? Did I say 8? Dallas has 9. My bad.
So we know Acuff won't be available. If he were, would you be interested?
Well, yes. Oh my, yes. But Acuff's gone.
You think so?
Yeah. And I think Wagler's going to be gone too.
And we know AJ's going first to DC. You're in the know.
Oh, I can't divulge.
Well, I think
we have 6 hours. There's stuff percolating. I'm not going to let out any info now.
Could you imagine if we had that was our pick? And Peterson or DeBonza was coming here.
Who'd you want?
AJ. But I wouldn't be mad.
We got Draymond at power forward.
Well,
and Butler at small.
We got Draymond at forward. Ain't no more power. You know what? That was unnecessary. I'm just down.
Don't let Wagler fall.
Hey,
that's the guy I'm claiming from this. We should each of the 4 of us should be able to claim one guy. And then you get to take one out of there. So
I like that.
So you would take DeBonza.
Yeah.
You want him to be your guy in the
Evan
NBA.
And I fought over that. Yeah, I'm going to take AJE.
All right. Evan, who's your guy in the top 4? You're willing to stake your reputation on.
In the top 4?
This is great.
I mean, I'll take Peterson, man.
Carter, I'll go last.
Well, Evan took mine, but I guess I'll take Caleb Wilson.
No, take Boozer. I don't want Boozer.
He might be the best one to start, though.
I know.
I don't know.
I would not have a problem with Caleb Wilson either.
Yeah.
He's intriguing.
Yeah, they're all ballers.
He's intriguing for sure. Now we got Devin back in the Uber. Hey, Devin. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, there's the thing. How you guys doing?
Hey, man.
What's up, baby?
Man, salute. Man, I just wanted to say, I got a couple things. One, I hope Warrior Nation feels excitement because I feel excitement, man, about this draft, right? And the reason I feel excitement is because I am realistic about my team. I am ready to flip over the hourglass, right? Like, everybody keeps counting on those little specks of sand, and it's like, for what? We aren't competing with the Knicks right now, with the Spurs, with OKC. But you know what the Spurs and OKC did was go through that time period where it was a little nasty, right? A little ugly for a little bit. But what I want Warrior fans to understand is it's been ugly. We keep saying, oh, we're a pulled hammy away from this and an injury away from that. We're not even an injury away from winning the finals. We're an injury from getting an actual playoff spot. You know what I'm saying? So I get that we got Steph, but I want people to think, like, if you had to drive a 86 Accord, and salute to the 86 Accord drivers, if you had to drive an 86 Honda right now, but you had high chances of getting a Ferrari the next year, you know? Wouldn't you take that deal anytime? And that's what this draft is about. So let's try to get guys that are going to play right now. Let's give our young guys some playing time. We got to get the old guys out of here. They had their movie, man. They had it.
Wow.
I love Steph, and I still want Steph to play. But and I still think Draymond is good. And I think Jimmy is good, and I love Jimmy. But if we're still like, oh, let's do one more last ride, and then the next season, let's do one more last ride. Well, how many last rides are there? I'm ready for a new ride.
Wow.
You know what I mean? I'm ready to root. I'm a diehard Warrior fan. I remember when Tickets was 15 at Oakland and sneaking in and stuff like that. I want good basketball, but I want fun basketball. Let's make basketball fun again. Let's go, Warriors. Let's whoever we get, just give them some time. That's all I ask, man. I love you guys.
Good stuff, Devon. Yeah. I'm with you.
I need some of what he's drinking, Stoney.
Pay the price. Got to pay the price after the last 5 years.
I wrote my dark horse down, and you guys can laugh at me. But, Stoney, there's a dude in the Lone Star State, Dalen Swain. We kind of talked about him.
Oh, I know 6'9". All about Swain.
He can shoot the three. I think he's going to be able to guard in this league. Like, what if that was the pick? I'm just like, man, Stan, we don't got too many wings like Wiggins and guys like that, man. Like, you think Dub Nation would just be in an uproar if somehow his name was
Nobody. I don't think
11.
anybody's going to be causing uproar. Now,
who can put it in the hole, man? Come downhill.
I heard Swain was more like a late teen guy. But again, is there any way you could deal with Charlotte to get 14 or 18?
We hadn't talked about.
I mean, if you could somehow do that, I would jump through hoops.
Why does that excite me?
Because then you can get Swain and
two dudes,
a Lendenborg, or Swain and a man, or Swain and Kareem Lopez, or Swain and somebody else you like. Hearing some, a lot of people. I kind of want to talk about this guy too, the kid from Stanford,
the guard,
Abuko Corey.
Yeah,
little smallish, but
6'1", 6'2",
good player.
Yeah,
let me tell you something about me.
He said, "Oh yeah."
I don't think I could be a scout. I don't think I could be a scout.
Because you talk like one at times.
Yeah, but I don't think I could be one.
Now, be honest, why?
I'll tell you why.
Being a little cat.
That had nothing to do with anything.
It did. You were scared.
No, like a lot of the information I'm giving you is just passed along to me about guys, from guys who know more than me. I saw a Corey play this year.
I called Evan and thought he was a star, but
he was good. There's no doubt about it. But I don't know.
Yeah, he was one and done.
A little undersized.
Yeah.
But see, that's why I couldn't be a scout, because I watched the game. I watched the Stanford game against I
think you went to the game.
What the hell did they play? SMU. Yeah. And he was good. I just, he didn't stick out to me like that guy can play in the pros.
Well, how many times, and again, I'm not saying I'm a scout, but I think if you told me, and I really want this to happen before I retire, if you followed me to 24-hour fitness and watched, I'm just a horrible example, it would take you 4 minutes to know if I could play or not. Those are your skills. Those are your eyes. You've seen a lot of ballers.
Yeah, he didn't stick out to me like that in the game I saw him.
And I say that to say is I watched Pods 8 times and never once thought, he wasn't bad. He hustled, that his game would translate to where you're sharing a backcourt with the chef.
It's hard. It's hard to find the right guys. Just ask the Warriors. It's your boy Leroy from the 510. So now I hear Swain in your guy's mouth. Can I get my propers on telling you about?
I remember.
Hey, Leroy.
It's just a feeling.
Settle.
Lee, calling it.
He's going 18. Swain.
You think he is?
I don't think he's going to. I don't think he's going in the top 11.
Okay. Right.
But who knows? All it takes is Dunleavy and Lacob to say Swain can play tomorrow. Swain might be able to play tomorrow on the Warriors.
I mean, there is an open sign. Whoever comes here, man, you got a chance to play. This is not the Kevin Durant Warriors. Remember where it was just... Well,
he left in 2019.
My point being...
This is 2026.
We're not loaded.
Durant's played for 4 teams since the Warriors.
It's been all bad. It's the worst decision he's ever made. He's got this new commercial with Drake, shoe commercial.
Yes.
Kind of whack. It's kind of whack.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. NBA draft night tonight. Warriors pick 11. Highest pick they've had since 2021. Let's be honest.
How'd that go?
Let's be honest. Well, they got
Snotty.
They got a role player out of it. Seriously.
How did that go again? And I love it.
Well, they got another crack at it.
Yeah.
And the bottom line is if they pick at 11 and they draft a player who's not better than Kuminga or Moody, that would be very, very disappointing. I think. Yeah. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Hey, there are things the insurance company hopes you never find out, like how quickly they try to close your case, how they look for anything you say to use against you, and how the first offer is almost never the full value of your claim. Because the faster they settle, the less they have to pay. That's not a coincidence. That's the strategy. So before you call them back, call Beam Law. From the first call, they take over. They handle the pressure, the negotiations, and the legal fight so you don't get pushed into a decision that you can't undo. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Call Beam Law now. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Bay Area, listen up, because Ceremony Ford has one of the biggest Ford offers of the year. From now through July 6th, Ford is running its American Value for American Values employee pricing event. And yes, that means employee pricing for all at Ceremony Ford. So here's the deal. You pay what Ford employees pay on most new 2025 and 2026 Ford vehicles in stock. That's below MSRP employee pricing, available to the entire public, not just employees, not just insiders. Everybody gets a seat at the table. We're talking Maverick, Bronco, F-150, Mustang Mach-E, Bronco Sport, Explorer, Super Duty, and Ranger, truck, SUV, hybrid, electric, work rig, family hauler, weekend warrior. Ceremony Ford has the inventory, and Ford has the offer. American Value for American Values. Get to Ceremony Ford right off of 280 in Colma and Daly City, or shop 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Struggling with social isolation? There's help, and it starts with shoes. Try Walk and Talk, the non-prescription treatment for people who want to move their bodies and mouths at the same time. Simply invite a friend on a walk. Just one dose boosts serotonin and reminds you that light gossip is better outside. Side effects may include new inside jokes and slight perspiration. Do not attempt if you're allergic to processing emotions in public. Individual results may vary. Don't wait. Ask your doctor if Walk and Talk is right for you. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Together heals.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
We all know what the two best words in sports are. Game 7. But the number 7 has even more meaning in vodka. Because when a vodka is 7 times distilled, it creates a smooth, premium taste that is unbeatable. And there's no better vodka than New Vodka. Spelled N-U-E, New Vodka is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. It's an award-winning, American-made vodka that is smooth enough to sip and bold enough to mix. So at a time when everything costs more, New Vodka is the best deal in town. Pick up a bottle of New Vodka at your local liquor store today, and cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's NUEvodka.com.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Your summer food game is only as strong as what you're working with. This July 4th at Lowe's, get up to 45% off select major appliances and save up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Plus, save $50 on a select Pit Boss DX Smart Electric Smoker, now $249. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 6/24 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Friends will help you move, but real friends will help you move a body.
That's a weird assumption.
Take him in.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What'd you say?
I said a couple things. I'm
That's a
mad
weird
at the
assumption.
boss.
He's not here.
Well, let me tell you why I'm mad.
Okay.
So we have fun last night on YouTube Live, and he puts it on Twitter, and I had a couple nosebleeds here in the past, and I guess he took a snapshot of me plugging my nose like something stinks. And I didn't know that was captured. So I'm like, what am I doing? I was like, well, that ain't cool. Get me at a low moment? And you don't tell somebody? Come on, man. I think you're backing me. You feel me?
I don't have a strong opinion about it.
You go into Laughing Monk to watch the draft?
No. I got to get a haircut today.
Look at my man. Lead the top.
We'll see. Yeah. I'm gonna let Lucia do her work.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There's a question for you on the text line.
I don't have it up. I'm focused on you.
Why is Guru obsessed with Kevin Durant? That from the 908.
Yeah, that's a little strong. He left for the wrong reasons. It was insecure, but his karma has been
for the right reasons.
His karma has been you know what since he's left. I'll just leave that there.
My God.
You had Devin Booker. Come on, man. I don't even got to go down the list. Now Houston, you didn't turn the youngsters against you because you've been talking about them, hiding and doing it. Man, old Durant, huh? Ain't been pretty since he left the Yay.
Yeah, no, I thought it was a great question too.
Stop.
All right, let me take on this tweet, or text, rather. From the 707, the Warriors have too many holes to be excited about the 11th pick.
Wow.
That's wrong.
I feel like I wrote that.
Okay.
Wow, man.
Are Giants fans excited by Bryce Eldridge?
Oh, no doubt.
Okay, well then why can't we get excited about the 11th pick on a team that's not very good?
Buster talks today, too. I don't know if that on the Guru computer is.
Well, that's why I work with you. So I put things into your computer that ordinarily would not be there. So when you say, yeah, Steiny, I can't, I'm kind of with that guy. We got too many holes to be excited about the 11th pick. Well, the Giants have more holes than the Warriors. Well, and they have Bryce Eldridge who's starting to come up. Yeah, but people are like, yes, we got ourselves a player. But why are you robbing the Warriors of getting a player?
Because of the record, and it's not Bryce's fault.
The Giants have a worse record.
Under. Yeah, they're 15 under, so it's not translating to wins.
No, but the Warriors are 37-win team.
Until you get some more Bryces around the diamond that match where he's at in his age and all that stuff, because we know some of the guys aren't going to be with him. But right now, it doesn't make you feel any better when now. I'll ask you this.
Bryce Eldridge does not make you feel better about the future?
No.
Really?
I'm saying no is not the answer. I'm saying yes, but it's not to the degree to where the losses keep coming. It's okay. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, he's a bright spot, but there's some dark spots, a lot of it.
The Mass Zorro, I'm with him. These fans are downers. I'm excited about the draft. I am too. I'm with you, Mazzoro. This is, damn it, people, this is the hard work we need to put in now. This is the time to get to work. Pick the right young guy. I get it. It's not sexy, 11. I
mean,
remember a pretty good shooter back in the day who was picked number 11 by the Golden State Warriors.
SGA was picked 11.
Klay Thompson. This is the work we need to do today. Not, we need a 7-foot guy who's, no. This
Well, you can understand how Dev Nation has PTSD from the draft.
Oh, well, that was 5 years ago. Get over it. Get into therapy and get over it. They're not here anymore.
But I said this to you at Carter.
Is a flop, and Wiseman was a bigger flop.
Imagine if Wiseman
I can't live in the past like you.
They would be in their prime.
There was not a Chris Bosh in the draft.
No, but if he had a game like that, he still was in the Warriors.
They had a number 2 pick in a bad draft, and they blew it.
Just think about it, man.
I can't look back.
You know,
and that's the problem with you fans. You keep looking back.
Oh man. I am excited.
No, you're not.
Yeah. No, well,
you're not. And I can tell.
There could be an announcement by the time it starts.
Hopefully, the Warriors have selected Yaxel Lendeborg.
And I wouldn't be mad at that, but it's just, man.
Get into therapy if you're still talking about Kuminga and Wiseman. Seriously, get over it. You're like a scorned lover.
Yeah, I've been there before.
Stalking their ex.
No, see,
this is crazy.
I stopped. I don't do that.
I'm with Jim Mole.
What did Jimmy say?
How can you not be excited? One way or the other. For better or worse, this team is about to change. I'll take it. Me too.
I hate being a downer. I don't know how to do it, so it's hard for me.
Evan, help me here. He wants Thundercat. He wants young Thundercats, and they got an opportunity for one, and now that's not good enough.
See, that is...
Well, it's probably because you can't guarantee that.
Oh, I can guarantee
you'll get a Thundercat.
I think you're going to get a cat.
Let me see him develop into a Thundercat,
you know what?
Evan.
I think they're going to become a cat. They're going to be cat. Yeah. Stop being a cat. No, they're going to get a cat.
One on that.
No, they're going to get a cat.
And they haven't really been able to develop a Thundercat.
And there we go. That's the rat on the... I don't want to bring the party down.
That's because they're veterans. We're selfish over the years. Let's go to Daryl in Oakland. Wants to talk about Yaxel.
Well, I kind of want to talk about Yaxel, but then I thought about something to pose a question to you guys because I'm jealous right now. I'm jealous of the Milwaukee Bucks. I think they beat the Miami Heat, and I think they set their future up really nicely. And I was thinking to myself, would you trade Stephen Curry to set yourself up for the future? They have 2 picks in this draft, 2 other future, 3, I don't know how many picks, and then they got just a haul. And I was thinking to myself, wow. You know,
yes.
Would I do that? And so that's a question for you guys. Would you do that?
We kind of brought it up earlier. I posed it to you. I would never want to do it, but I would understand it.
Man, I'm jealous of Milwaukee.
I'm with you.
If they nail it with this draft, they've set themselves up. I mean, look at the haul they got as well. With in particular, they got a center.
Man.
They got a center.
I'm with you.
And if they can just get some players around that, they're going to have a really good team. And I don't see the Heat doing anything because I've had Giannis on my fantasy team. He goes down with ankle and knee problems all the time. So good luck to that.
Yeah, it's a little risk for Miami, that's for sure. Thanks, Daryl. Appreciate the call.
Two Daryl's thinking alike.
I mean, the one thing I said about what Milwaukee got, and I get it, they got Hero.
Yeah. Where?
I just think they could get lost in Milwaukee, and, Milwaukee's just 500.
Now, they got some pieces, and you're going to laugh. I'm like, they got Ryan Rollins still, so they got a foundation, and now if you think these 3 players aren't part of the foundation, you got a pick tonight, and you got future ones. That haul, I guess, had me melancholy, too, thinking about, man, I don't want Curry going anywhere, but I want him to be playing meaningful basketball. And if you can't do that here, and they had a real talk, you know what that is, Steiny, living in Oakland? A real talk about, hey, there's no bad blood. Get me somewhere. And the Warriors got that type of haul. I would be in your lap on, this is what you're talking about in regard to hitting the reset button. That would be, man.
Well, keep in mind that Steph is 38 years old, and Giannis is 31 years old. And I think, listen, we've danced around this topic forever. And for all we know, the Warriors may have had Steph Curry's name in some conversations with other teams. But if they have already gotten a feeling that they can't get a haul, well, then they'll never trade him. And I do wonder, how many future firsts for Giannis?
I want to say 3.
3? Steph probably doesn't get 3 future firsts at this age. With and he's also just got one more year left in his deal. Not that, so even a team that wants Steph, they have to know.
All right, so
he's only playing 2 more years, 3 tops. And does another team want to mortgage their future for 3 years of Steph?
You know what the nightmare in Warrior World is? Shout out Sheed. He moved to the Yuns now. He lives in Union City now. Hey, is Steph going to retire the best player on the Warriors? And if that answer is yes.
Is Jimmy still here?
I mean, Jimmy to me now is a far second after this injury.
You want DeRozan?
Now, what do you mean, do I want him?
Well, he's the latest name that came up on the chat. I figured I'd throw him.
I ain't mad at him. Dude's bono. Dude doesn't get enough credit for how consistent he is, but does he impact winning?
See now.
I said 34, 35.
He's usually pretty durable.
But what about my premise of Curry? Is he going to retire being the best player on this team? And if that happens, that's bad. That's not his fault. That's just a failure.
Well, I mean, look, you still think he's a top 10 player, so how can they get a player better? How is a player going to be better than Steph if you still think he's a top 10 player when he plays? Like, it's going to be hard to get that player.
Well, I guess my point is,
are the Bucks going to have a player as good as Giannis for the next 6 years?
I don't know. Like,
Probably
they got
not.
the capital to.
Probably not, though. I wouldn't think. 888-957-9570 is the number. NBA draft tonight. Warriors picking number 11. Oh, by the way, we got coming up at 1 o'clock today. Oh, boy. Didn't do my job. We got former Warrior Mo Spates.
Oh, man.
Mo Spates is going to join us at 1 o'clock. He coaches at Polk State University, an NAIA school. NAIA school. And we're going to get Mo.
Yeah, we've had him
former
on
champion
before.
And maybe talk to him about some of these players. I'm sure Mo's tapped in. And also, the other piece of news today, Buster Posey. He's going to make excuses for Rafi Devers today at about 2 o'clock. I can't wait for
that. That superseded the A's-Giants game for me. Like, I wanted, Buster's going to say, I put this in the cap.
Okay, here we go.
We talked to him.
Yeah.
He's not in the lineup today.
You want to bet?
He might even be suspended. Like, give me that. Give us that, man. Don't let the dudes run just rampant over the team. Have some backbone. You don't find it interesting he's talking a couple days after this?
No, I find it interesting. I find it interesting because he doesn't talk very much. And he's talking today.
Buster. Come
so
on
he
now.
know. Come on now, Wyatt.
Just check rap. Just say
you know what he
that
should
was
say?
not cool.
I made a big mistake. That's what I'd like him to say. Not, we were on the same page and we're suspending Devers. Oh, things are going to get better now. Yeah, we're suspending Rafi Devers. Give me a break. You're not suspending Rafi Devers because he waved off Jonah Cox.
He didn't wave off Jonah Cox. He waved off the manager and Buster and everybody affiliated.
I'm more interested in when he's introduced tonight at Oracle Park. What's
I gotta
the
believe
reaction?
there's gonna be some
Standing
booze.
O?
No, it's booze.
How come? He's a
Of what he
competitor.
did, and
Tony Vitello
people
said he was
didn't
just
like that.
competing.
Yeah. But the guys that go to work and gals, 9 to 5, regular people that have been following this team forever, they're not happy. I'm reading it. I'm hearing it. All shows. It's a national story. Nobody's Eric Burnsy he went off on it. Like, that just can't happen.
Yeah, well.
He played the game.
Just to show that Devers isn't the only Giants problem.
I'd never said that.
I'll wrap up the Pride Night fiasco this way. Rob Manfred had to write a letter to a congressman because the congressman wanted to know what happened out here. Oh. And this was Rob Manfred. This is what he said in the letter to Josh Hawley.
Okay.
Unfortunately, this is the Major League Commissioner. Unfortunately, this year the Giants' communication with players was inadequate and not clear. I mean, if that doesn't say it all about the Giants, I don't know what to tell you.
No doubt.
So
you
apparently,
think I'm just putting that is bad.
Apparently, the Giants simply did not inform their players that if they didn't want to wear the pride hat, they could wear the regular hat. And so there was a lack of communication about that. And
that's so easy to avoid all this.
Well, it is for a seasoned general manager and president, right?
Wow. I got nothing for you, man. Wow.
Rob Manfred. Unfortunately, this year the Giants' communication with players was inadequate and not clear. I mean, wow. Wow. Also, you're looking for some good news.
Yes.
Well, Jim Mole sent us a text yesterday. That's good news. Giants' attendance average this year is 37,367. That's up 3.5% from last year. And get this, Goo. Their attendance is up a whopping 14% since 2024.
That's beautiful.
That's a result of Rafi Devers. He must be in this lineup.
Johnson's pockets are getting fatter. My point is, okay, that's beautiful. The park is the best park ever, I believe. But step your game up and let's start winning some games. The park thing is taking care of itself. I
get this team's trying.
Well,
there's no quit in them.
No. You know,
what?
You ever have a take and it kind of doesn't hit with others, but it hits, you kind of think that was brilliant. And I said it to you, Willard and Dibbs, yesterday, and it didn't hit. Let's just say that. But had Devers had this reaction about being pinch hit, I would have been right behind him in regard to support.
But he hits 230.
But it don't matter.
Might be
He's
faster.
a threat.
He might be better on the base path than in the batter's box.
That they wanted your ass off to steal a bag, possibly, is when you lost it. It's crazy. That is true Rick Barry to me. It's crazy. Like, that's where you exploded when it was the right thing to do. Man, oh man. I can't wait for 2 p.m.
Oh, God.
It's
going to be so underwhelming. It's going to make you mad. That's my first prediction. It's going to be so underwhelming that you're going to be mad.
It won't be worse than Vitello after the game said, Ralphie and I talk all the time. Like, that hurt my heart.
We're on the same page. Get ready for that.
Or
I talked to Rafi.
And I'll take that.
Well, that's because beggars can't be choosers.
What you guys talk about?
Rafi, it'd be great if you could hit the pike. Apologize.
Man. That was not
apologize to Jonah Cox.
Dude,
that's the only guy he should apologize to. He put that poor guy in a tough position.
And what if Jonah would have just walked back to the dugout?
I would have.
He wouldn't have got it. He didn't want to come out. It would have got worse. And no steal attempt. That's a microcosm of the Giants season.
Let's go to Paul in San Mateo. Hey, Paul, what's going on, buddy? Paul, San Mateo. Thanks for having an issue or two with the phones.
Yeah.
All right. Since the NBA draft is tonight, I wanted to make an NBA comparison to the Devers situation. Oh. What's the difference between an NBA player at the top of the key to take his own shot? That happens for, I'm
not a teacher,
I'm sorry.
but that's an F.
My bad.
Oh, okay.
No, that's my fault, not his. Sometimes the texts get broken up, and then you don't know the order of the text.
Well, fix it, because that has
Coach
nothing to do with a shot.
Okay, to take his own shot. That happens 4 or 5 times a game. It looks like Devers just wanted to, quote, control the possession instead of needing a screen. If that coach calls a play, teammates come over to set a screen, and the player dribbling furiously waves the guy off. Okay.
No.
Yep.
No. A bucket does not count.
You know what? That's a great point. I'll tell you why.
That's why you're laughing.
Because when Kobe did it, it was admirable. Waving off teammates. But when Devers does it, we got to have a press conference.
This to me is, I don't like that analogy. I appreciate the effort. This is when you get subbed out and you tell the coach, whoever's coming in for you, I ain't coming out. Go back. That's what this was. Hey, Steiner, you need to come out the game. Tell Carson, hey, go back up. I'm not coming out. That's what this
Okay, let me ask you this.
That's how egregious to me this was.
Let's figure out what to compare this to. And we got Warriors in the top of mind. But what's worse, Devers not wanting to come out of a game or Latrell Sprewell checking himself into a game without the coach saying anything?
I think it was the Bulls.
Which is worse?
I got to be honest, Sprewell. What are you doing? Yeah, I'm going Spree. At least Rafi earned that walk. You earned first base. But, dude, you got to come out when they say come out, bro.
I mean, if they were to ever make the logo Kobe Bryant, that would be the image. Him waving off a teammate.
You and Evan won't stop. Huh?
Nope.
It's a Kobe shade.
Nope.
Oh, rest in peace, Mamba.
Are boos going to rain down on Rafi Devers? I hope
there
not.
Could be a couple. Well, if the team's not going to check them, the fans will. I think after 2 p.m., people will make up their mind if they're 50-50. If Buster drops the verbal hammer, we talk to Steiny. That can't happen again. It won't. That's all you need to do.
Oh, somebody got Rafi to talk.
Well,
that's great.
Buster could say it for us. Steiny, I really think they're going to be some boos, man.
Oh.
That was a selfish-ass act. Yeah. Okay, Goo.
Very competitive. Very competitive. You know, you need those guys with the fire.
And you know the worst part.
And I heard Lendeborg's got the fire.
All right, real quick, last thing on this. Yeah. The worst part was when his coach tried to pat him on the ass, and he did the Michael Jackson. That, to me, like, don't you dare touch me. That was the brat part of it.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever acted like a brat before?
You've known me for 8 years.
Yeah. I'm just wondering which incidents come to mind. For you.
There's no S.
Well, that one time you left that message.
But look at Evan laughing. You guys deserve it. Steiny, you might have called me 200 times.
We've all done it.
Evan started the Saturday show, Steiny. He gave me an apology. I was in the room crying like, that's my guy. I called him back. Like, I appreciate it.
Still didn't hear from you until late Sunday.
You guys did something that could have ruined me. Ruined us.
How about this? Guru, not
the brain part. Don't read that one.
No. It's not like taking a shot at you. But somebody is saying that, there's not going to be booze tonight.
Oh,
because that's like Twitter would boo him, but Twitter's not real life, is what the guy's saying.
But how many calls did we take between all 3 shows yesterday? Were not Twitter. Fans were hot. Nobody defended Devers. Not even Willard. Well, no, Willard was hot.
You want me to defend Devers?
Or try?
It's going to be tough.
You did get a lot of support in regard to the scapegoat, but go ahead.
He's never... You got to understand, it's not easy to be a World Series champion and play for a vaunted franchise like the Boston Red Sox and then find out you've been traded to a AAA team.
Oh, you might be. You are so.
He deserves better than this.
That was bad, but yeah, timing was great.
You know,
there could be some booze tonight when he. I can't wait. But Buster can fix it or prevent it.
No, he can't.
If he drops the hammer, says he's
been what?
We had a conversation.
Okay.
That can't happen again. It won't.
Oh, well, it should have never happened the first time.
I don't want to go Kawakabe. There is a standard here that all players must abide by. And what happened in Miami is unacceptable. We talked to Devers, and it won't happen again. Now you're laughing.
I am laughing.
So nothing will come remotely close to that. He's got to be talking for a reason.
Yes, because he knows. He stepped in it. They stepped in it multiple times in the last year. Chicken's coming home to roost.
But you can't lay down to a player. That's what Buster's words can. Hey, we talked about it. It won't happen again.
Great managers treat players differently, and Devers is the best player on the team.
Wow.
So the rules are different for him. No. All right. 888-957-9570. I see Caleb. I see Paul. I see Jeremy. We'll get to you all on the other side. And we got a great opportunity for you. We're giving you a chance to win a round of golf at the beautiful Silverado Resort. And you think that's great? How about this? Playing with me or one of the other hosts? Yep, that's right. We're giving you a chance to play golf with us on Monday, July 13th. Each host will be paired with a winner, so there will be 6 winners. All you have to do is send us a video of your swing, your drip, or why one of us would want to spend the day with you. Get your video done now and submit it to 95.7 The Game. Make it under 30 seconds, and you might be playing with us at Silverado Resort on Monday, July 13th. That segment also brought to you by Safeway.
Take him in.
Head to Safeway this week and pick up sweet, juicy red cherries for just $2.99 per pound. Fresh, flavorful, perfect for summer snacking. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
The Oakland Roots are having a season to remember in 2026, bringing excitement, passion, and winning soccer to the Bay Area. From thrilling goals to an electric atmosphere at the Oakland Coliseum, there's never been a better time to be part of the movement. Join thousands of fans and cheer on the Roots as they continue their push this season. Get your tickets today at OaklandRootsSC.com and follow all the action on KTVU Plus and ESPN Plus. Oakland Roots, Oakland first, always.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Toyota's 4th of July sales event is on. This is the season for more. This 4th of July, get 3.99% APR plus $500 finance cash on 2026 Tacoma SR5. Or get 2.99% APR plus $1,000 finance cash on Tundra. Make the most of summer in a new Toyota truck. Don't miss the 4th of July sales event. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with pre-rated credit and can be combined with other offers. Cashback offer excludes Tundra TRD Pro and 6/30/26.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank, and when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
Thinking about losing weight, boosting your energy, or balancing your hormones? You should check out Jumpstart MD. You work with real clinicians who actually guide and support you every step of the way. They offer personalized weight loss plans with GLP-1 medications, hormone optimization, testosterone therapy, and even peptide therapy. They've got 13 Bay Area clinics, or you can do everything fully online. Mention radio this June for up to 70% off, and all members get a free hormone consultation. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com.
Wednesdays are for unwinding and for wine. At P.F. Chang's, your midweek reset just got better because every Wednesday, bottles of wine are half off. So text the group chat, make a plan, and turn an ordinary night into something worth savoring. Great wine, great company, half the price. Wine Wednesday, only at P.F. Chang's. Available to guests 21 and over. Dine in only all day Wednesday. Please drink responsibly.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins AeroBurst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of AeroBurst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
In Oakland, cloudy skies with a high of 68.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Join us on Tuesday, June 23rd for our draft party and special live broadcast with Willard and Debs inside Laughing Monk Brewery in San Francisco from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. We'll be bringing you up-to-date draft coverage. Plus, we'll have a ton of prizes. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
Porzingis has been MIA. Miss me with Porzingis.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What's more likely to happen today?
No!
The Warriors trade the 11th pick, or Buster Posey suspends Rafi Devers?
The latter. Buster, the fact that he's speaking, I think something's coming.
Go Warriors!
Listen, I just really do. And I think it's a suspension-worthy transgression. And also, this could signal to me that that it's over if that's how they feel this thing is with Devers, by knowing what's going to transpire if they do suspend him and they could call their shot. Why is he talking all of a sudden today? You got to get your house in order. Yeah,
obviously.
But what about the pride thing that went bad?
No, he's got a lot to answer for.
And that's my whole point. But you can't let guys just run. I mean, the Warriors have they've won 4 titles, but you never check Draymond Green.
In the grand scheme of things, I'm not sure it's suspension worthy.
Or what about out the lineup tonight? That's what I kind of meant, a benching. You know what? I got to take that back.
I would just say be careful.
Yeah, a benching, that's all.
Be careful.
But it was worthy of that, right? To just sit down one game, showing up your team and manager.
Honestly.
Come on, Steiny.
No.
Keep it real, man.
I am keeping it real. And this would be, you can't start the punishment or the accountability with this one.
Then you'll never have a culture worth a
you got to start somewhere else, because too many guys have gotten away with too much BS this year without accountability. And just because Devers is a lightning rod, I would be careful. I would be careful. Let's get back to the NBA draft tonight. Warriors have the 11th pick. The big name that we hear a lot about is Yaxel Lendeborg. Will he be there at 11? 24 years old, out of Michigan. Pretty tough. Good player. I see no reason why he couldn't come on to the Warriors and play immediately next year. And then, you find out what he's got down the line. But in any event, I see no reason why the Warriors can't make a draft pick tonight. And we're watching this guy play next year as a rookie some fair amount of minutes. And that's what Mike Dunleavy's tasked with tonight at number 11, which, again, should happen around 6 o'clock. We'll have Willard and Dibs, 2 to 6 from Laughing Monk. And that is in downtown San Francisco on Fulton Street.
And then we got a show after.
And then we got Carter and Grandy with the draft show afterwards. So they'll break it all down for
Carter, you nervous?
No, I don't think so.
He's currently watching Braden Burris highlights.
I love it.
What's the upside of Ament?
I like him.
Carter?
I mean, 6'10", can play on the wing, but he's pretty raw. Pretty raw.
He is raw.
But which is it? He's 24. He's too old, or he's too young. Raw.
I don't think 24 is too old.
Oh, okay.
I'm not in that camp.
Okay,
he's 19, but
19.
Is Jared Vanderbilt? Is that kind of what you're talking about? That sort of raw?
That body what a waste. What a waste. That dude's body is just nothing.
Good defender.
Yeah, but he's a liability so much they hide him.
He'd be a terrible pick at 11. All right, let's go to...
I'll be listening, Carter.
Let's go to Caleb in Newark.
Our man.
What's up, Caleb? How you doing, man?
What's going on, y'all? How y'all feeling?
Oh, dynamite.
A little nervous.
You're a little nervous? Hey, look, I wanted to get on this NBA stuff, man, talk about... I'm going to propose you guys a trade, all right?
All right.
All right, so would you guys do this, okay? Would you trade Jimmy?
Yes.
This draft pick tonight for the Warriors and a 2028 first for Trey Murphy and DeJounte Murray?
I'm doing that. Your boy's doing it. I'm in. Man. And Murray ain't no bum. I'm in, Caleb. Where do I sign, man?
I hear you.
Where do I sign? Steiny?
Steiny doesn't know.
No.
You're thinking about it more than I thought you would, though.
My answer would probably be no. But
would you be mad? You don't sound like you'd be mad. Go ahead, Caleb.
I think DeJounte Murray's kind of done. That's me. I mean, he only played 14 games.
You think he's done, Steiny?
I don't know if he's done, but I didn't like after he left, when he went to Atlanta.
Yeah.
Like, I followed him a lot, and he's okay. I like
him still. I can see how you can be skeptical of him, but Steiny, he can play when he wants to. I believe.
And Trey Murphy the third, he better be good because we talk about Murphy the third like he's a star out here. So that gives me a little bit of pause on Murphy, you know.
But they would be, Caleb, our second and, tell me if I'm wrong, Steiny, both of you.
So you would be
they would be
the
our
Pelicans.
Second and third best player.
Yeah, you'd be the Pelicans. Can they have Zion? And we have Curry.
I mean,
I'm not saying I wouldn't do it.
See, and there you go.
But I don't like, here's, a couple things about these picks. Dunleavy was talking about how they might be more valuable. I wonder if they're more or less valuable, if you have no control over what they're going to be. See, if I'm trading with the Warriors and I'm trading for their 2028 pick, I'm banking on them stinking in 2020. I'm talking about the Warriors.
Yeah, right.
But if they stink, it's no guarantee that you'll get a really high pick. So I don't know how much value there is and whether teams will be likely to trade him or not likely to trade him.
Yeah, Steiny, Trey Murphy the third, 22-6 last year, 47% from the field, and guess how much from three? Shock me.
40.
38.
Oh.
I mean, man, that
sounds like Posey.
Dude, I like him, man. 6'9".
So he's not as good a three-point shooter as Moses Moody.
Well, you're not going to have Moses.
But Moses shot 40, didn't he?
But who's the better player, Steiny?
I need to see Murphy play 20 games as a Warrior. By the way, anybody notice this? I remember back in the day, I'll take you back, 70s and 80s. I know you love when I do that. Shut up, Evan. The Philadelphia 76ers, they traded Mo Cheeks. And they didn't tell Cheeks about it, and he was told about the trade by a reporter in Philadelphia.
Oh, damn, pre-internet.
And it was considered unbelievably cruel to Mo Cheeks. And how could you do... Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah?
During
you
that
tell
time.
me then. You tell me...
I'm right here.
Why I get to see a live reaction of Jaden McDaniels finding out that Julius Randle's been traded.
I saw that. Yeah.
And also Yaquez finds out that he's been traded. Somebody holds a phone up
now it's
and says, you've been traded.
Yeah. I mean,
I guess you don't need to tell players anymore. I thought that was like the first thing.
So you went somewhere I wasn't. Oh,
you keep it in-house.
Wow.
And then you tell the guy, and then you make the announcement. I guess that doesn't.
What if they tried to call him or text him and he didn't? They're obviously on vacation or whatever. Didn't hit back.
I don't believe that.
Didn't Chris Paul say that? That's how he found out that he was being traded from Phoenix.
Yeah, I think it's almost common practice.
Would
now.
that bother you, Evan, or would you be like the
would
message?
Bother me.
Would it bother you really?
Yes, a little bit.
Or would the fact you're getting traded supersede that? To me, it's like, damn, it is what it is.
I mean, I think that there's got to be at least some professional courtesy. If you're moving on from someone that you invested a lot of money in, you'd think that they would care enough to give you the heads up.
Wow.
Before they call Shams.
Yeah. Oh, somebody on the chat saying Luka.
Oh, yeah?
They didn't tell Luka, apparently.
Well, apparently they didn't tell anybody.
I know. No, LeBron.
Speaking of which, nobody likes my theory, huh?
On?
If he went back to Miami now that they got Giannis.
Oh, God.
Why? Bam, Giannis, Wiggins. What's the last
You can't play four guys in the key.
They're going to fill out the roster just like the Lakers. The Miami Heat find the best value for like lower tier or cheap players. They find guys. Vincent, who else do they find? They just come up with dudes, man. I'm not like Pat Riley.
What about the bigger picture?
Okay, which is
he didn't want to come here. He did not want to come here.
I'm being real. If he wants to still win, and I think he does, that he should not have wanted to come here.
So anybody who still wants to win shouldn't come here.
I.e., who's Kawhi? I mean, come on, man. This team's got holes, man.
Yeah.
Mike told us. Mike Dunleavy said, when you say our team needs a little bit of everything, wow.
Yeah. I love when guys are realistic. I don't like pie in the sky.
Well, then that's why tonight they exercise this 11 pick.
Hopefully. Let's go to Paul in San Mateo. Hey, Paul.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey, doing well, man.
Okay. I'll talk about the draft real quick and then some other things. You guys had to be crazy talking about...
Hey, Paul. I got to ask you to call back. You're crackling a little bit, but I get you right back on.
He was coming for us.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
What do you think he said we were crazy for?
I didn't hear that first part.
Yeah,
I thought he said you were crazy.
No, it was us. We were together.
Well, if he says you can be singular or...
Yeah, he said you guys.
Well, maybe he meant Evan. And Carter said some reprehensible things today, too.
We'll find out. Peterson or AJ to you? I would like to talk to me about that.
Oh, boy, I've...
Seriously, man.
Take him in.
Why do you do that?
We were like, dude, anytime, man.
Because there's going to be dead air if I don't play something.
Thank you, Evan. Ayuk is helping us, man, big time. We might need to send him a check.
What was the question?
How close is it to you for AJ and Peterson? Like, I am conflicted, but
I
AJ
like Peterson a lot,
dude.
But there is a little part of him that worries me. But I look, if I were Washington, I'd take Devonta. Okay. But if I'm Utah, I got to take Peterson.
Now, what do you mean worries you?
Utah is number 2?
Dude,
Utah's got 2. But
they got some players, man.
That's the one he said he won't go to.
Right.
Oh, whoa.
But so did what's his name?
Ace Bailey.
Bailey didn't want to go there either. Oh, yeah, dude, Danny Ainge will draft you.
Peterson and coming out the game, is that what you're talking about scares you?
It's just a little mercurial. Just a little.
Like Butler.
I guess. I don't know him that well, but he's got a game.
I mean, Jimmy
I'd be happy with any 4 of those guys.
Well, you think?
Yeah. Let's go to Jeremy. Jeremy's in North Oakland. Hey, Jeremy, how you doing, man?
Steiny and Goo, what's good?
What's up, baby?
Huge fan of the show.
Thanks.
Listen every day. Right on. I'm ecstatic for tonight's pick. I cannot wait for Adam Silver to come to the podium and the draft, team rings and he calls out the name. Like, we don't have to talk about big game hunting or going to get a big boy anymore. We're going to get a nice young player, whoever it is, whether it's Lopez or Yendelborg. I mean, let's go. I'm ready.
Let's go.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too, Jeremy. I think a lot of Warrior fans are ready. Except Goo.
No, I'm ready.
Yeah. You're not excited.
Somehow we can get those two you mentioned in New Orleans. I would be excited, Stoney. Yeah.
It doesn't scare you at all that I'm
already petrified. The worst part's starting to happen. And I think we got our head buried in the sand thinking last year was just a one-off. We're slow. We don't lack of athleticism. Like, man, let's keep if it's still about Steph, let's give him some ready-made help already. Then when it's time to strip it all down and tear it down, we do the fixer-upper.
Then when it's time to shut it all down and rip it all up, we got to wait another 3 years. That's my biggest problem is if you don't start now, you're not going to have a good year next year regardless, and then you're going to be looking at a longer dry spell than needed to happen.
All right, let's do this.
Period, end of story. You draft 11, you take your chances next year knowing that you've been dealt an awful hand with Butler and Moody. You do your best. It probably won't be enough. You get another young player in here, and then next year we got some money to really remake the team, especially if we could move Butler or Draymond for a younger player. And boom, in a year, we've subbed out 4 to 5 players on this team. That's good enough for me.
You know what? I hear you, and I want to ask you guys this because I'm conflicted. And this is not a compare contrast with Sacramento, but where the Kings are at, if you're the rookie, would you rather go to a team like that doesn't even have a dude, Keegan Murray maybe, or would you want to come here with where the Warriors are at, and they may not know where they're at, but you still got the silhouette of Steph and Dre, or you could go to Sacramento and kind of be the guy faster if everything worked out. What would you prefer? Like, just, I don't know if I'm a young guy. Draymond, Steph.
Nobody wants to go to Sac. I don't think.
But I guess my point is a team with no, you know what I mean? To where you could hit the ground running and might be the guy.
I mean, if I were a young player, I would rather go to the Warriors. Huh. But it's because Moody and Butler are hurt. Well, they are hurt, and they are old, and they are gone in a year or two. So if I'm a young player, I'm looking at the Warriors saying, I can play next year.
Would you look at Sac like I could take over this team?
Yeah, but Sac's had a long line of those players who have never been able to live up to those expectations. But I don't know how the Warriors are looked at now by younger players. Maybe.
Well, Lindenborg said he could see himself in the Warrior system, for what that's worth.
It's going to be interesting. I think there's going to be some action tonight.
What if I set the over-under? Dibs will join us at the crossover at 2 in regard to trades. What would you take? Tonight, they'll be announced before the draft starts, 2. Would it be less than 2 or more than 2? I think I've taken the over. Jaylen Brown's going somewhere. And tonight's the night to do it.
Maybe.
And it's stupid basketball-wise. I don't know what
Boston will be fine.
Jaylen Brown, man.
Don't worry about Boston. They know how to run an organization.
Well, if you let Brown talked his way out of there and probably ruined his relationship with Tatum. How you going to say, Steiny wasn't here, was the best radio I ever did?
Well,
come on, man.
Brown might be their best player right now.
And Tatum might get hurt again. His calf didn't even, he couldn't last in the playoffs.
Hey, I think Brad Stevens has a little better feel for what's going on in Beantown than you do 3,000 miles away. All right? That's a guy that's he knows what he's doing.
All right, we'll see.
Absolutely.
You think he's traded tonight, JB?
No.
That's the smart thing to do.
See, here's the other thing I'm worried about. LeBron. Giannis.
Yeah. Stars.
The Golden State Warriors have traded Jimmy Butler and the number 11 pick for De'Aaron Fox. What if that's the move?
I'm so if it were before the playoffs, I'd be on. I could see it, but just that thing, man. Wow. I'm so down on him.
Who?
De'Aaron Fox. And that one of the worst decisions
He'd be the
I've ever seen.
second best player on the Warriors.
Can I tell you this? No, I know we're up against it.
Well, we're not.
Oh, really? We're not. I thought you were. I looked at your body language before the clock because sometimes you don't even know you're my clock. But that was as worse than the Pete Carroll decide not to give Lynch the ball and throw it in the Super Bowl against the Patriots.
What was?
De'Aaron Fox against New York got the ball and didn't dribble it out and get fouled. That's how bad of a decision that was. I'm serious,
and he'd be the second best player on the Warriors 40 nights a year and the best player on the Warriors 40 nights when Curry doesn't play.
Does that even get, I'm being real, does that get you to the playoffs?
No, probably not. David disagrees with me. David in Washington, D.C. Hey, David, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing good. Thanks for having me. Yeah. If I was a young player, I would definitely rather go to the Kings.
Would you?
Why would I want to come here? Why would I want to come here just to set screens and pass the step? If I make one mistake, I'll be DNP'd for God knows how long. Nobody's signing up for that. I think the Warriors, like I told you guys, the only solution is to blow this whole thing up. Do you know that last year with League Pass, I was watching Pods, Al Horford, and Guy Santos? Who really wants to see that? Nobody. It's time to blow it up, start over. Guru, this is going to hurt. But if you can trade Steph and move up in the draft, that's a lot better. You might not play 40 games this year. So you got to start thinking about it.
I'm with you. I'm with you, man. I don't want that to happen, but I could understand it. Like, hey, man, I hear you. I really do, Stoney. I don't want the chef not to retire a Warrior, but if you really want to, what he said, do what you're start over, that's what you do. Now, do you get the Giannis package? Maybe not, but you get something damn near close to it to me.
What if I told you that I'm starting to believe that, we've talked about Steph for years. Yeah. I think they missed the window. And I'm not saying it was even a window, but I don't know that they could get a haul for him right now. I mean, he's 30.
Team that's
he's
close.
30. Okay. So
even the Hornets. What if he went to the Hornets?
Like, do you think they'd be their championship calendar?
I really believe, I could see them getting to the Eastern Conference Finals. Well,
who are they giving up for him?
Well, that's the other part of that. But yeah, they
didn't even make the playoffs.
Tiny man.
And now they're going to win the East with Curry?
Man. I'm just telling you, Curry to me, they were in the play-in. He could take that team
That's not playoffs.
I know. He could take them from the play-in
to the Eastern Conference Finals.
In the weak East. That's how much I think of Steph, Steiny.
Well, I get that.
You still got to double him, man. This dude's still damn near 40%.
You know what? And hate on me if you want. I don't know that you have to double him anymore. Like,
when did you have that thought?
Right at the end of the year, and now that he's 38.
Well, I'm not there yet. You still got to give him that attention to me.
I mean, the reality of the situation is the Warriors probably can't trade Steph.
What if Atlanta had it Curry? You know what I mean?
Okay. Are they okay, who are they going to give up? Jalen Johnson? No chance. No chance.
Well, I don't think. What would the Warriors want? Young
Jalen Johnson.
Yeah, and picks too, right?
Yes. What team in their right? Why would Atlanta trade 2 firsts and Jalen Johnson for Steph Curry?
Because they think he's a closer and he can go Jalen Brunson and be their Jalen Brunson and I'm talking about right away and have that impact. That the dude's gravity is still there. Snotty Steph is a problem. Makes everybody better once the announcement was made.
I think this is the mistake we make. I really do. I think this is the mistake we make out here in the Bay. Atlanta is not trading Jalen Johnson to get Steph Curry. I'd be shocked. He's 23. He almost averages he's kind of a triple-double guy.
All right, well, we could drive down the street. There's some different teams that I believe would covet Steph to the point to where they'd be like, you know what? It's worth the risk.
So a GM is going to trade 2 future firsts and a ready-made star for what, Steph Curry? Who can bank on what they know?
Well, the timing doesn't work for me right now with the runner's knee, but
all right, we can talk more about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. You know, you only get one shot at this, one chance to handle your injury case the right way, one chance to get the compensation you actually need, one chance to protect your future, and once you make the wrong move, you don't get a do-over. Sign too early and it's final. Say the wrong thing, it's recorded. Take a low offer and you can't go back. So before you make any decisions, call Beam Law. They step in immediately, guiding you, protecting you, and making sure every move is made with your best outcome in mind. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. If you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't take that risk. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
We all know what the 2 best words in sports are. Game 7. But the number 7 has even more meaning in vodka. Because when a vodka is 7 times distilled, it creates a smooth, premium taste that is unbeatable. And there's no better vodka than New Vodka. Spelled N-U-E, New Vodka is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. It's an award-winning, American-made vodka that is smooth enough to sip and bold enough to mix. So at a time when everything costs more, New Vodka is the best deal in town. Pick up a bottle of New Vodka at your local liquor store today and cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's NUEvodka.com.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct, to the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton is here. So text the group chat and make it a date. Fill up on fan-favorite fair food bites. Catch high-energy stunts with monster trucks. And rock out with Big O Tires concert shows like country band Lone Star, Hoobastank, The Maine, Flo Rida, and more. Plus a drone show following every concert. Shopping, wine tasting, carnival rides, fireworks, and more. Open Wednesday through Sunday through July 12th. It's all here. Visit AlamidaCountyFair.com today.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
With increasing summer temperatures, this is a good time to replace your home siding, decking, and fencing. Golden State Lumber and Showroom works closely with contractors to keep your home protected. AZEK Exteriors offers outstanding durability, is easy to install, and protects against fire and dry rot. And TimberTech Advanced PVC Decking has a Class A fire rating and is backed by industry-leading warranties. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com for products that increase the value of your home. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Listen up. Sarah Monty Ford has one of Ford's biggest offers of the year. From now through July 6th, Ford is running its American Value for American Values employee pricing event. You pay what Ford employees pay on most new 2025 and 2026 Ford vehicles in stock at Sarah Monty Ford. We're talking Maverick, Bronco, F-150, Mustang Mach-E, Bronco Sport, Explorer, Super Duty, and Ranger. Visit Sarah Monty Ford right off of 280 Coleman Daly City or shop 24/7 at SarahMontyFord.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
By the way, congratulations on the clinching the play-in.
I've been on the 600, yeah.
You knew that,
Don't do that.
Okay.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, draft night. Oh.
What happened?
Oh, boy.
Uh-oh. Game recognized game, man.
Well, what needs to happen is 95.7 The Game needs to get rid of Steinmetz.
Don't let that affect.
Your takes are wrong. Trade our best player for what? Yeah, I didn't really say that.
No, I was sticking up for the chef in regard to our caller's point about what you could get for him and how attractive he is. And he would be Halle Berry, Kim K in their prime, Beyonce.
Well, they wouldn't know. They're not in their prime. Sorry, they're not in their prime. It's Kim K at 48.
If Ann Edwards got his hands on Steph, Minnesota, if Jokic got his hands on Steph, that's what I'm talking. Like Steiny, they would. Hey, I think they would meet that price tag. That's all I'm saying. That's how great the gravity is still there for the chef.
You're under the illusion. You are under the illusion.
Talk to me.
That teams look at Steph like it's 2022.
No,
how could any team out there
right now,
because
of the runner's knee,
give up 2 future firsts for Steph, and they're also going to have to give you a good player? That's a big risk.
So let me ask you this, and nobody wants to hear this, but I do.
Yeah.
Then what are you saying in regard to Steph's open value on the open market? You don't think he could get with your eyes closed, you could get that, I believe, and that player you covet. Like Jamal Murray, I don't even think the Warriors would want him back because you're going strictly youth movement. Get low, you know what I mean?
You would trade Steph Curry to the Nuggets for Aaron Gordon, Peyton Watson, and 2 future firsts.
I would hope I could get 3. No, this is only going to happen if Steph wanted it to happen. That's what that's what I'm telling you. Steiny, I think tonight you think, and you're not wrong, you wouldn't be wrong, and I'm trying to gear myself up how I'm going to feel when this does happen, but when this 11th pick is announced tonight, you still got Jimmy on IR. Moody, we don't know when. You still got Steph, Dre, I just feel like people think this 11th pick is going to be Bill Russell.
Well, it could be Klay Thompson.
But in a couple years, right?
Yes.
But in the meantime,
but
what's going to happen?
Any player you draft will probably need time to develop. So does that mean you don't want to draft anybody?
I would have to ask Draymond Green or Steph Curry, stewards of the team, are you on board with us being hopefully not what we were last year, but maybe a non-playoff team until that guy goes through his basketball NBA puberty?
Well, I thought we're getting Butler and Moody back at the end of the year.
And you could. But I'm just, hey, man.
Hey, man, what?
I'm worried. What I'm worried about may already
be excited.
I can't after last year. How can you be excited?
That's why you need to be excited. Because they're finally going to get a young player who might play. That's the only thing I care about.
We had a young player named Kuminga.
Right.
We had a young player named Wiseman.
They missed.
Yeah, but
they missed.
Fans don't forget that.
Okay, so then what you're saying is
I got PTSD.
because of mistakes that Bob Myers and Joe Lacob made 5 and 6 years ago, you're going to change your strategy and not allow Mike Dunleavy to draft at 11. Like that I think's unfair too.
No, and I like how you paint that, but that I got to be honest, it's about Steph. To give him another shot at making the offs and having a shot like he told us to our face. And I just think a ready-made NBA player like a Kawhi Leonard, the two dudes in Houston, Trey Murphy III, and our other guy there, Murray, I just think that's more realistic of the Warriors this season being competitive more so than they were last year than expecting. And he could do it, the rookie, whoever he is, to come in, hit the ground running, and then we be better than we were last year. That's all. That's my reality. Big Hog telling me, and maybe he's right, Goo, you need to stop worrying about winning. It's over, partner.
Who was that?
Big Hog.
Yeah, Big Hog. Big Hog 925.
Careful.
No, seriously.
That's what they call Harleys. Harley Davidsons, I believe.
They're Hogs, Snotty. I'm shocked
for
you knew
Kawasaki
that.
and Suzuki to Harley Davidson.
Evans,
but of course, Harley Davidson's made in the United States.
With the IU stuff, he's playing that stuff like a new beat. Raise hell. Commanders. I
think the one thing.
Big Hog hit check me,
I think
Stoney.
the one thing you're missing.
To give it to me.
Is you are just taking out of the equation that Butler and Moody are going to miss at least half the season each.
Man. Wow.
So if I start with that premise, how are they better than last year? And my answer is, boy, that doesn't sound realistic to having miss both those guys and be better than last year. I think you're going to, I do think next year is the year to make a sacrifice for the future. And that would mean playing the 11th pick. It would mean spending the year trying to move off of Butler and move off of Draymond and see if anything else comes along the line. This is where, this is where I do think Mike Dunleavy is probably different than you.
Yeah.
I don't think this, he doesn't feel this urgency like you do. And I'm not saying that like he doesn't care, but he can't go into this offseason. I need to do 4 things. I need to get LeBron in here. If not Kawhi, then get Kawhi, and then get Murphy in here. Yeah. And it can't all happen in 1 year.
No, okay. Hey, that I hear, but what do you make of what they said at the post-game pressers when they were talking about turnovers and hitting the reset? And Kerr was talking about what I took from it, tough love, or more, we got to do this or that. I thought he was sending a message to what we had, the veteran players.
Yeah,
and I think they're going to continue to go veteran. And that's why, Stoney, before 5 o'clock today, I would not fall out of my chair if a trade is announced. And I know, again, I don't have any sources, but I just don't have hey, look, I'm going to be excited for the 11th pick. I just am if they exercise it. But to sit here and say you're trying to go young with Steph, Dre, Jimmy on the men, it just don't add up to me. Porzingis possibly coming back.
Well, what doesn't add up to me.
You're old.
Right. So why would you? Okay.
Let's get better being old.
No, let's get older is what you're saying. And I am down on that. Obviously, we have a difference of opinion there. But what would be wrong with, yes, you're stuck with Curry, Draymond, and Butler for the rest of the year. All right. Curry's not going anywhere. Butler and Moody are on expiring contracts. Let's figure out if and what we could do with them over the course of the season. Okay. In the meantime, we'll get a young guy in here at 11. Like, I don't think there's a short-term fix.
But you still, in regards to being competitive without Moody and Jimmy, are you doing what Big Hog is telling me, Steiny, or like, Goo, don't expect anything as far as competing next year?
Well,
that's a hard pill to swallow with Steph and Dre still in the uniform for me.
Steph and Dre are part of the reason that they're in this position, first of all, because Draymond is declining before our eyes, and Steph has had trouble staying on the court for the last 2 years, including 2 years ago at the most important time of the season. And I just, I don't think there's a quick fix here. Let's go to Pete in San Ramon.
Our man.
Hey, Pete, what's going on, man?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How y'all doing?
All right, draft day.
All right. So, I'm not crazy about the idea of trying to get Trey Murphy. However, Trey Murphy and Derek Queen from the Pelicans for Jimmy Butler, does that work?
Oh, 31. It would get close.
But why would the Pelicans say night-night to Queen, who I like? But I hear you, caller.
He's one of my Baltimore guys. Played at Maryland. And, of course, his other running buddy, Julian Reese, is on the D.C. Go-Go's right now. Angel Reese's brother. Both their parents played pro basketball. That's a family. He knows what he's doing. And so both these guys are like 22, 23 years old, 6'9". Who could say no?
Well,
why would New Orleans want Butler?
Yeah, I appreciate it. Plus, the money. The other thing is, New Orleans, they're cheap, and they've got Queen on a rookie deal.
No doubt.
So he's not going anywhere.
Yeah, he's got to be part of their future.
And I love Pete. I love everybody.
The Go-Go's. I love it.
But I mean, even if the Pelicans are holding the fire sale, Queen's a guy they would keep.
Yeah.
I would think. 415, I think Goo's overvaluing Steph with regards to what the Warriors can get for him. What can the Warriors get for a player who is 38, runner's knee, with a big contract? Well, you need to find a team that thinks he's the difference.
Or you do what is realistic, and I think the Warriors are doing, is how can you get something around Steph where everybody involved is enhanced? And that would be the team. And I think the quickest way, because time is an issue if you want to keep it real, we got to watch this rookie grow, and that's how it happens, right? But what if you could get somebody that was already proven, knows the league, has success in the league, and you could add that and you go out and try to let the chips fall where they may?
If that's the way you want to do it, I guess they could do it that way.
So there's no part of you think they're trading tonight?
I don't know. I don't think they're trading this pick. I think they're drafting somebody, and I think he's going to be on the Warriors. Thank God. By the way, this one must have slid under your radar.
Let me guess. Kuminga something.
No, nothing.
Oh, okay.
Kuminga. No, Draymond Green, he's got a podcast on the Odyssey app.
I've been waiting.
Yeah. He doesn't feel any pressure to win a title anymore. That's what he said.
You got to be kidding.
No, he doesn't feel any pressure to win a title. He's done that. He's got 4 of them.
Well, I'll say this. He's playing like it. If you say that into the microphone, it's a wrap, Saran. And it's so convenient you say it now when it's probably highly true and unlikely that you'll ever get it again. But you just want to let people know you ain't tripping.
Did I
just going through the motions now. I wish you wouldn't even told me that.
I'm sorry.
I'll go think about on the way home.
Think about Draymond on a team next year on the last year of his deal that's not winning. And he wants to stay healthy to become a free agent.
Everyone has a personal agenda.
Man. Like, what did Bob Meyer, you told me, just because you can say something good doesn't mean you got to say it. So what are you playing for now, Dre?
Committed to
love of the
winning.
game. Love of the game.
I believe I know what Steph's playing for, number 5.
I don't think so. I mean, he'd like a number 5, but he looks at this team and he's smarter. Like, as much as Curry would have made some really bad decisions as a front office guy, because he wanted Avery Bradley. Remember that?
Why let it go?
Oh, he also wanted every guy they didn't get.
He wanted Durant.
Did he?
That work?
The second time? Durant's on the list.
Sean Livingston had some things to say about Durant getting traded, and I think it was a game in D.C. We'll play it later this week, but it was interesting how Steph was letting Durant get his feet wet, and then there was one game where Steph was like, okay, I got to be Steph for us to win it.
Well, he did.
And Sean Livingston was what do you mean?
I mean, they had everybody.
We'll get the clip. We'll play it.
Do you remember? You remember how commonplace it was that people were just throwing around? Well, Durant's the one on the Warriors,
no doubt. But Curry allowed that.
Did he?
Yes. There's no doubt in my mind because he beat them when they were in different jerseys.
You know what?
Curry didn't.
I majored in history at college. I don't want to talk
I never
history.
Knew this.
I don't want to talk any more history about a guy who was here 8 years ago. You know what I mean? If you want to have a show where we relive the glory years, let's do it.
I keep going.
We'll get more
YouTube.
Highlights from the parade.
I'm on YouTube, man.
We'll get Clay. We'll get video of Clay signing toasters. We can, revisit Kevin Durant taking Bart. How about Kevin Durant opening the new Chase Center that everybody thought was a sign that he's going to be here forever?
He had that hard
He was
hat
back
on.
there with bulldozers. He's the.
Why are you rubbing it in, man? I'm just telling you, Clay stinks.
Let's go to Mr. Lee.
Yeah.
Mr. Lee in Fairfield. Hey, Mr. Lee. Oh, we lost him. All right, let's go to Flea in Oakland.
Flea, our man.
Oh, boy, Flea. You sure you want to bring this to Goo, Flea?
Yep, I got to.
All
Stoney,
right.
you cooking Goo again today.
Oh, Flea.
You cooking him again, Stoney. Now listen, Goo, please don't bring up do not bring up any more old players.
Okay.
That's the problem where we at right now. We got Draymond Green. He can't play. We don't know what Stephanie going to look like next season. We love Steph. No disrespect to Steph. But, Goo, please, tomorrow, don't say, oh, man, we can get you. Can we get? Don't say that, Goo. No more old guys, Goo.
Wow.
And another thing I want to say to the fan base that's listening, our GM is very bland. He don't ooze off any motivation. No players around the league want to go. I don't know what type of relationships, because I'll be assuming, but I don't think no players have type of relationships where they're going to come to the Warriors.
Wow.
And, because they got love for Dunleavy. He's extremely bland. Our last GM, he gave off motivation, confidence.
Wow.
Dunleavy don't give off that type of energy on the grand scheme of things.
No,
and I want to ask you, Steiny, because you've been around, I always say that. But Dunleavy don't give off that GM where we finna get some players, they're going to come in. I know I got some guys who want to win a champion. It's so sad when you said Draymond Green didn't give off no championship aspirations. That says a lot about the GM, the management. Because if your management is looking for championship, the players going to feel that pressure. So that tells you that up top is like, oh, they don't know what they're doing at this point. When we had Steph and Clay in their prime and Draymond in their prime, they knew what they had in front of them. Now they're like, we don't even know. Wow. And I think that is very serious when it comes to the franchise, that a player don't even care no more, and he's still on the roster.
Man.
Hey,
so I'm going to let you guys go.
No, good stuff.
Yeah, Flea, appreciate your call. Appreciate the call.
And now Flea is a VIP member. Congratulations. Of the Steiny fan club. And he's in there with Shasky, Dibs, and now Evan, we got Flea. I get it. People love you. You've been around.
Stop hating on the Warriors.
But let's talk about something that he said. Is it a prerequisite to not be bland in Mike Dunleavy's job? Because I know some people that might think that might be unfair. Hey, Flea, I'm not a rapper. Don't judge me. Judge me on what I'm doing for the team. even if it is bland, I could still be successful. I'm asking.
I mean, like, is Sam Presti dynamic?
Well, I guess when you're winning, yes. Was Myers the man when he was winning? We had this, yes. You know what I mean? He can help Draymond. Myers had that to him.
I mean, I don't think you need to be charismatic to be a president or a general manager. But, again, like, it's about – and I got to – here we go. Cue the Homer rant. You know, if you're talking about, you know, Dunleavy's kind of bland and nobody wants to play for him, I would say, well, it's not exactly true because he got Jimmy Butler here, and he had a relationship with Jimmy Butler from 15 years ago.
I wish you would have said that to Flea.
Well, he's listening. Yeah. And I'm not saying that everybody wants to come play here, but, you know, if Dunleavy's able to pull something off, I don't know what that might be. But no, I don't necessarily disagree with you. He's one of the frustrating things about Mike Dunleavy as a player and as a GM is that he is very reserved. Some would say a little bit passionless. But that's just who he is. He's somebody that grew up in the NBA, went to Duke, he's seen it all, and he's about patience and he's about all those things, not overselling, not any of that stuff. Yeah. And if the Warriors continue to have, you know, years like this,
or this 11 pick ain't it. Whenever that day comes, you know?
You know, people aren't going to give him the benefit of the doubt unless he starts winning. Steiny, are you really comparing Presti with Dunleavy? Come on, Austin. That's not what I said.
Oh, I'm mad. Austin tried to say I'm defending Dunleavy like Vitello. I come at both.
By the way, Mo Spates is going to join us at 1 o'clock. Former Golden State Warrior champion. Let's go to Tim in San Diego. Hey, Tim, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Looking forward to this draft.
Yeah, me too.
Looking forward to just get some new blood in here. Super talented draft. I love the idea of doubling down and try to acquiring another first pick. I just don't think Charlotte's going to do it.
Yep.
But with all that said, I like the Cameron the Carr kid. I really think there's talk of also the Houston guard dropping. That would be my basically that would make my draft. You know,
wow.
You know, that would be it. But yeah, I think we got to go best player, small or big. You got to get someone who can break down the dribble or who has a defined skill, and especially on the offensive end, whether it be low post, whether it be off the dribble, or whether it be shooting, hopefully all three, but at least one of those, something very defined. We do not have that. We do not have a signature player with something signature strengths that we can go to other than Curry right now. It is a bland team. And getting to Dunleavy, doesn't matter if you're bland or not. Bob Myers made bomb-ass picks, meaning like bomb is in bad picks. He wasn't the best. It was Jerry West who built this team, not Bob Myers. He just, you know, Bob Myers had great relationships being a lawyer, an attorney, representative, but he was not the best talent evaluator. Anyways, that's it.
Thanks, Tim. Appreciate the call. You know what? I'm not sure Bob's ever taken the bar. Do we know that Bob's an attorney? I know he's an agent. Doesn't mean you have to be a lawyer. Let's text him and see if he's got his law degree.
Well, I'm dealing with something else.
All right, I'll text him.
I mean, the people that stab you in the back, man.
Like who?
Horace Bird is my guy.
Yeah,
Trade Guru for a 5th-round pick.
I'm out.
Well, they don't have 5 rounds in this draft. You must be talking football.
But it hurts when you read it. I am truly Durant. But, dude, I can't
Horace
wait.
is one of our favorites.
Well, but I can't wait, man. So what did you make of Flea's bland? I like the word, but bland is bad, especially with food.
I think he's right.
Shout out Carnival Cruises.
Dunleavy's not the most charismatic guy in the world.
What letter grade would you give him? Like, this is a big draft. This is a big pick if they use it, right?
Well, I'm giving him a grade before he drafts.
Well, we're giving him a grade
since
he's been on the job. Oh, you're saying? Yeah, that's where I was at.
C.
I said C-.
Sam Presti might not have been able to get the Warriors out of this hole.
Is that what you call it, a hole? With Dre and Steph?
Chasm. Abyss.
We're on the side of the road right now. When we get ready, get back on there, on the track.
Yeah. If you say so. I'm not going to rob the Warriors of that. Mo Spade's coming up at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
One of the favorites. One of the fan favorites while he was here.
He could shoot.
He could shoot.
Yep.
All right, 888-957-9570. Once again, Mo Spates is going to join us at 1 o'clock. Talk a little NBA draft, talk a little Warriors. It's draft night. Warriors picking 11. And don't forget also today, Buster Posey is talking to the media at 2 o'clock. I wonder what that could be about. Buster Posey will be talking to the media at 2 o'clock. Willard and Dibbs will be in at that point, and they'll be all over it. That segment was brought to you by Saramani Ford. Ford's American Value for American Value's employee pricing event is happening now at Saramani Ford. Get employee pricing for all on most new 2025 and 2026 Fords in stock. It's right off 280 in Colma Daly City or 24/7 at SaramaniFord.com. Saramani Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
The Oakland Roots are having a season to remember in 2026, bringing excitement, passion, and winning soccer to the Bay Area. From thrilling goals to an electric atmosphere at the Oakland Coliseum, there's never been a better time to be part of the movement. Join thousands of fans and cheer on the Roots as they continue their push this season. Get your tickets today at OaklandRootsSC.com and follow all the action on KTVU Plus and ESPN Plus. Oakland Roots, Oakland first, always.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Joan, a method actor and Scratchers enthusiast. So, Joan, what do you like about playing Scratchers?
Well, as a method actor, it's about becoming the ticket. Scratching up, down, stage left, stage right.
So what's your motivation? Because your performance feels so real.
Oh, I was just tapping into my inner Scratchers.
Incredible.
Yes. Bravo me.
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000.
Meet Sophia, a huge soccer fan. With her Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's streaming 3 games, video calling her cousin in Mexico,
and running the quiniela all on my new Samsung Galaxy.
She's practically running the whole tournament from her phone.
Good thing I have Total Wireless.
Switch to Total Wireless Total Max 5G or All Access plans to get on a network that won't put you second. Plus, a Samsung Galaxy on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
For soccer fans who treat match day like ritual, San Jose's Japantown is where it starts. And right in the middle of it all, there's J-Town Pizza. Before kickoff, giant pizzas hit the tables. cold drinks start flowing, and fans settle in for the world's biggest matches. From pre-game meetups to post-match celebrations, J-Town keeps things buzzing well after the final whistle. Big matches, big gatherings, big pizza energy. J-Town Pizza in San Jose's Japantown.
With increasing summer temperatures, this is a good time to replace your home's siding, decking, and fencing. Golden State Lumber and Showroom works closely with contractors to keep your home protected. AZEK Exteriors offers outstanding durability, is easy to install, and protects against fire and dry rot. And TimberTech Advanced PVC Decking has a Class A fire rating and is backed by industry-leading warranties. Visit goldenstatelumber.com for products that increase the value of your home. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Join us on Tuesday, June 23rd for our draft party and special live broadcast with Willard and Debs inside Laughing Monk Brewery in San Francisco from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. We'll be bringing you up-to-date draft coverage. Plus, we'll have a ton of prizes. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
But I got to tell you, you are the man. You are a box of peanut brittle.
Go Warriors!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, coming up in 10 minutes, we've got former Golden State Warrior and NBA champion Maurice Spates going to join us.
Yes, sir.
He's been hired as the head coach at Polk State University in Florida. He had been an assistant at Georgia Southern before that, and he was, back in the day, the 16th overall pick in 2008, and going to ask him about what he remembers about the draft, if he follows the Warriors from where he's at, and then talk to him about some players that he's probably very familiar with, having been at Georgia Southern and now at Polk State JC.
And I wonder what it's like coaching these these youngsters today. Well, you're not around a lot of, besides Evan and I, you're not around a lot of young people.
Well, when I graduated from college back, I was about 23 or 24, I did coach a junior summer league team. 7th and 8th graders.
How'd that go?
We were terrible. I couldn't get my big man to produce.
And I got Eddie House to the league. Coached him from 3rd to 8th grade, St. Anne's. Steiny, he was Steph, man.
No, he wasn't. And that's the problem.
He got to Evan. He
was
had
a one-dimensional shooter.
Some of the parents were hating. This can't be stopped. Anyway, go ahead.
Sounds like Guru made him believe he was Steph.
On the way home, I drop him off. You know what? You want to stop at McDonald's? I got you, man. I got you, Eddie. Little Eddie,
oh,
you
nice. You feed him junk food. No wonder he never was in shape.
Oh, stop. He got a ring, baby.
Great player. Great college player. And he's got a ring. I'm not here to denigrate.
I'm
not here to denigrate Eddie House.
You can't.
I'm here to denigrate you as his coach.
Shout out St. Anne's and the U. And the Warriors.
I'll tell you what.
What you got?
I want you to keep, if you're a Warrior fan, keep an eye on 3 teams tonight. The Hornets, the Bucks, and the Thunder. I'm just thinking a little bit here. The Warriors have 11. The Hornets have 14 and 18. The Bucks now have 10 and 13. And OKC has 12 and 17.
But what would Milwaukee want from us after they got that haul? 3, I like players.
About 11 and pods for 10 and 13.
But don't you got Ryan Rollins?
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Neither of them are starters.
and you've talked about this and beat me over the head with this talent-rich draft. I'm just telling you, 10 and 13. If I'm Milwaukee, I'm exercising those two.
Well, I got to look at their
2 players.
I got to look at their money situation, and if they think Pods is a ready-made player, I would. I think I would do that in a heartbeat.
Well, let's put it right on the table. Brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Before we get Mo Spates on, is it just me, or I feel like the Warriors really truly love Pods that they wouldn't deal him?
I don't think you can love a player so much like Brandon Pajemski that you wouldn't move him. I mean, that's preposterous.
Right. And now, the reason I bring that up is the Utah thing when allegedly it was out there that Lacob and company were, hesitant to include Pods. Remember that?
Yeah, I mean, I know Ryan Rollins started, but
yeah, I hear you.
Pods could play on Milwaukee. I do kind of want to look at Milwaukee's roster now. They may have so many guys that they only want one rookie on their team.
Now, how about the Thunder? You brought them up.
Well, I think the Thunder, because they moved Aaron Wiggins
in the middle of the night,
that basically may signal that they're willing to use both picks, 12 and 17.
That's filthy. They got those picks.
Yeah, and what's funny is when he was making those moves, nobody was crying about, but how are we going to maximize? Who was our best player before Shea got there? How are we going to maximize Westbrook? We're wasting. Apparently, Bob Myers is a lawyer.
Yeah, he passed the bar.
Well, then why don't you say so last segment? Because you just saw Tex, and now you want to claim credit for it.
No, I
that's
don't
exactly
even
what
have the
happened.
thing up. No,
that's pretty much what happened.
Stoney, I tune you out at least 40 seconds per show.
Okay.
And that was part of the 40, and I didn't hear you.
Okay.
Then I double back. I'm like, he did answer. That's my guy. We saw him last.
Okay. All right. Text line annoying me. Let's go to Mr. Lee in Fairfield.
The field.
Hey, Mr. Lee, what's going on?
What's going on, fellas? My favorite afternoon show. Let me always say that first.
My man.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, you know what? I'm like, and I'm being a little facetious, but can we get Sam Presti tonight just for the night to make a draft? Because like the caller said before, I have no trust in our leadership above as it relates to making these drafts.
Wow.
And I think sometimes that's the reason why we keep saying, can we trade this guy? Can we trade this guy? 2 guys you just mentioned, Steiny, the young man from Atlanta and Trey Murphy. They were both in the draft with Kuminga.
Yep.
And Moody. But our leadership just didn't see. You know what? We're gonna go with this Kuminga guy so raw, and then we're gonna take Moody because their coach has some connection to the NBA. I forget the young man's name. That was the coach at Arkansas at the time that Moody was there. But again, now we're trying to trade for guys that somebody else saw something in that we didn't see anything in. I'm nervous too, Goo, when it comes to this draft because I just don't trust the guys making the draft. And you talk about Mike Dunleavy. I think he's a nice young man, all the pedigree. I don't get no energy from him either. But hopefully the saving grace will be the brother from Michigan will be available at 11.
Yaxel?
Yaxel.
Okay. That's
the guy. I watched the kid play. He got all the skills. He can handle. He can rebound. He can shoot the three a little bit. And let's. I'm with Steiny on this. Let's go ahead and start moving forward, man. I don't want to bring no more old dudes. Get some of these young boys a chance to play. We saw young boys play. The kid in Philly started every game.
Damn.
And then your Harper kid, he played a whole bunch of minutes in the championship.
Man.
Yep. Great
Come
stuff.
on, fella. Let's go. Let's move on. Time to turn the page, baby.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you, Mr. Lee.
He wants Sam to make the pick.
And
Can you imagine?
Yeah, let me bring up, just because,
what?
I had Edgecombe last year. And the caller's right.
I haven't had him. Go ahead.
He played every game for a playoff team that won a round. Think about that.
Yeah.
It's not just about a rookie you bring in and you don't play him. Edgecombe was a starter on a team that won a round in the playoffs.
That makes up for your Connect debacle. So good. You 1-1, Steiny.
Yeah, okay.
Dude, I like Connect. I still think he could play.
I have never been more right on a guy than Connect. I told you he was going to be a lottery pick. He was, and then I said, but I don't think he's going to be as good as everybody thinks.
I have not. I know you think I'm talking. I have not given up on him, Steiny.
Well, he's 29 now. Remember, he came into the league. He was older than Lenborg.
Is 17 a lottery?
Yeah, that year it was.
What?
He wasn't a lottery pick, is what I'm saying.
Well, I had him at 17. In my draft.
And I just own dumb Daryl.
Let me tell you something.
Over here, didn't even think about
you horses behind.
Oh, man. Thank you.
If you're going to take Connect from me, then I'm not playing the game with you guys anymore.
No, you gave up on him. And
That's right. I have given up on him.
I still think he's going to find somewhere to play.
I know the difference between a college player and a pro player. He ain't a pro player. He doesn't shoot it well enough. Mm-hmm.
Good job on Edgecombe.
What?
How about Acuff? What's your?
I don't like him.
Seriously,
I don't know. I don't know him well enough.
You don't know him well enough.
You know who I like? Am I saying it right? Wagler.
Well, no, Kareem Lopez is your guy in this draft.
No, Wagler's gone before Lopez.
Yeah.
Guy from Illinois.
Yeah.
Now, that's a guy you could get behind.
I like Swain and Ament.
Yeah, well.
What is Swain?
11's too high for both.
Man. Look at
we'll see. We're not there yet.
Big Smoothies in Oakland.
Man.
What's up, Smoothie?
Hey, gentlemen, it's great. Today's like Christmas. You don't know what you're going to get. But you know you're getting something. I'm hearing Burris out of Arizona is a light dude, according to Mark Spears.
Okay.
But I don't know, man. I like the Michigan cat, but I would rather go with Trey. Hey, trade that pick and get Murphy up in here, man. If we could do that,
man,
get Murphy up in here and get a decent player in the second round.
I'm with you, Smooth.
You know, I would rather do that because he's still young. Luxembourg is 22?
24, actually.
24. So he's older than Trey Murphy, right?
Trey Murphy is.
Oh, you got him.
He is 26. Trey Murphy
in his prime.
Just turned 26.
2 year difference. Give me Trey Murphy all day.
Man,
experience. He's a defender. Man, if we could pull that off, and listen, man, I don't know one GM that made me excited. What are these people talking about? Name a GM. Oh, this GM's got me. Have you lost your mind? You're excited over a GM. Who are you, man? You're excited over. I can't name one GM that got me excited. And yeah, Sam Presti, but let's not forget, he did go on a tanking campaign for about 3 years, in all fairness.
I got you.
Yeah.
Good stuff, Smoothie. 415, Connect may be a cautionary tale for Yaxel. It's not a bad thought.
I still, again, Stotty, I don't know. Something happened with the Lakers, and they said it was politics. I don't know. But Connect still, he can be a part of a team. I'm not saying star. I have not given up on him. And if he were on the Warriors, I would be excited.
Who?
Connect. I'm telling you, he can shoot it, man.
He's not a great shooter.
Stoney, I'm telling you,
he's not a great shooter.
When he plays the Warriors, he is.
Okay, well,
but with
I'll go check those numbers,
but
too.
with the right, I want you to. With the right toolage, I'm just saying, dude ain't no stiff. I know you giving up on him.
Okay, why didn't he play for the Lakers when they need all the younger guys? Politics.
Yeah, well,
can you go deeper than that?
I don't want to snitch on my sources. No people in the league.
You can't just say that.
Well, I can't.
Politics. He's been in the league 3 years on the oldest team in basketball, and he can't get run.
No, it's not. I'm telling, man. Like, you really think he's bad, huh?
He's an eighth man.
Yeah, well.
On any team. But you know what? You like these eighth men.
They count.
Yeah, they do. They just don't help you win. All right.
Well, most spades, Donnie.
Yep. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk studio. We're talking NBA draft. Starts tonight at 5 o'clock. Warriors have the 11th pick, and they will pick around 6 o'clock, probably.
Randy and Carter will be on for Willard. Willard and Dibbs will probably, they'll be over by the end.
Yes.
Duh.
The other news coming out today involves the Giants. Buster Posey
can't wait.
Is going to meet with the media in the Giants dugout at 2:00. You know, it'd be really funny.
Tell me.
He doesn't even mention Devers.
Now
it's all about Pride Night. I'm not taking questions on Rafi. That stays in house.
See, that would
be what a real leader does. You don't tell schools about the clubhouse.
No, we just want to know if there's going to be some discipline handed down.
Yeah, no, there's not.
See,
there's not going to be any discipline. You don't want to open up that can of
Steiny, stop.
That can of worms.
We're 15 under. They'll win tonight.
Yes.
Okay. No,
you're already doing it again.
You're
doing the thing you said you wouldn't do.
Win.
They're going to win tonight. You said you were done doing inane stuff like that.
This is more for the A's pitching staff and who's throwing in.
Oh, okay. Who's pitching for the Giants?
Brubaker.
Ray.
Oh.
Brubaker.
Tattoo you.
Dude, I'm fired up. What happened?
I'm just reading something about you. But I don't want to share.
Because I don't want to snitch with my connect info.
Why don't you have the text line up?
I like focused on you, man.
All right. Hey, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands and Lathrop. Let's welcome in NBA champion, former Golden State Warrior. He's now the head coach at Polk State Junior College in Florida. He was the 16th pick in 2008. Maurice Spates. Hey, Maurice, how you doing, man?
How y'all doing? I'm good.
All right. We're doing well. You know how much the Bay loves you.
Mo.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, let me start here. What do you remember about your draft night in 2008?
Man, just the whole process leading up to it. I had 18 workouts, so it's crazy. And the day before, I was supposed to go work out with Philly, and they canceled. So I got me a little worried, but other than that, just the day of, waking up knowing your life's about to change. It's crazy. The day of, I went to go pick up my first car. So I was at the dealership at 8 a.m. that morning.
Toyota Camry?
Audi A8.
Look at him.
Go hard, go big, go home, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, Mo, let me ask you this. I was juiced to get you on because you went through experience. Now you're coaching young kids. What if the Warriors pick whoever they pick? Talk to us about what situation that young player's coming in on an older team with Draymond and the silhouette of Steph Curry. How difficult can that be?
It could be difficult, but it could be a lesson also. The kid, whoever it be able to learn from some guys that did it for a long time and that's still doing it. So it'd be a good experience. It definitely would be something that that player grew up watching those guys, and he'll be on that team playing against with those guys. So it could be good and bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Maurice Spates joining us on 95.7 The Game. Member of the 2015 championship Golden State Warriors team. How familiar are you with the guys at the top of this draft? I know you were at Georgia Southern as an assistant. Is there anybody in this draft that has caught your eye?
Nah, top of the draft is pretty loaded. But it's crazy. My favorite guy in the draft is A-Cup.
Okay.
Wow.
Just because we're kind of killing. So that's my favorite guy in the draft, honestly.
The point guard out of Arkansas.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Hey, Mo, let me run this by you. What do you think the biggest differences or challenges when you came out and got drafted as opposed to these young kids today in today's NBA?
Repeat it. I kind of cut out a little bit.
The biggest difference from when you got drafted for these young player standpoint to the ones coming into the league today?
Man, like back then, you usually go to the teams that's kind of older and you got more vets so the pressure is not as much. But now with this NIL stuff, with this money stuff, it's like the different kind of contract structures, like you kind of got to come in and be ready. If not, they're going to get you out of there. You know what I mean? So back then, you didn't have to really worry about that at this kind of level. And just now, it's the contract stuff is different. And I think that's probably the biggest thing.
Mo Spates joining us on 95.7 The Game, head coach at Polk State Junior College in Florida. This is one of those questions that I ask a lot of players who've played with Steph. On the one hand, I feel like it's really easy to play with Steph. On the other hand, I think it could be a little tricky to play with Steph. When you got to the Warriors, you're obviously a veteran by that point, but how did you find adapting to the Warriors system and Steph Curry when you got here?
Nah, with the whole Warriors organization, they make it easy for you. You know what I mean? When it comes to Steph, when it comes to those guys on that team, they want you there. So they're going to do whatever it takes to get you comfortable. So with me knowing Steph, we used to kind of play AAU a lot together. We were around the same age, kind of knew him a little bit. But they made the transition fun. They made the transition comfortable with Mark Jackson and then with Steve Kerr. So those guys willing to work with you, willing to help you, and that's always good whatever it is in life you're doing, especially with jobs and especially with going to different teams. So it was fun. It was good.
Mo, my partner makes fun of me because I'm holding on to the past in regard to the Warriors and what you were a part of, but your coach, your former coach and former teammates, Draymond and Steph, are still going at it, and I feel like they need to maybe trade the pick and get a seasoned veteran to just maximize the Curry window. Do you agree with that, or do you think they need to go a different direction and make the pick and get young?
I still think, me knowing competitive how Draymond and Steph really is, I think they still think they can really win it. So I think, I agree. I agree with getting an older guy, some kind of way figuring that out, getting an older person in free agency, and then using that with the draft. So it could go different ways, but I know those guys ain't really want to throw that towel in yet either, though.
Yeah. Hey, Mo, let me ask you this. What kind of coach do you think you're going to be? Are you going to be laid back? Are you going to be demonstrative? Are you going to be a yeller and screamer? Are you going to be a teacher? What kind of coach do you think you're going to be as a head coach at Polk State?
Man, through my career, I had a lot of different coaches. So for me, when I sit back and see my coaching philosophy, I kind of look at all the different ones I coached for. When it comes to Steve Kerr, to Mark Jackson, to Doc Rivers, to Mo Cheeks. So for me, I'm not a type of coach that's going to embarrass a kid in front of everybody. I'm going to do my coaching in practice. I want to do my coaching in the film room, just being able to show them so when we get in the game, they already know what we're supposed to do. And then in timeouts, I'll probably get on if I have to get on them. But I'm not a person to try to show no player up or make a player feel embarrassed in front of all these people. I kind of do all my coaching in practice. Yes, it's going to be times I have to get on these guys, and that's what me, being a coach, I'm learning on a daily basis is pick and choosing when, where to do it. So for me, I'm going to coach how I want to be, how I was a player. When I was a player, yeah, I mean, it's kind of me. So it's different. It's going to be different kinds, but I'm going to be a player's coach. A player going to be okay to come talk to me, come to my office and talk to me about whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I love that, Mo. I really do. And you taking something from all the coaches you coached for. Let me ask you this about Coach Kerr. What was his best attribute that you liked when you were under his tutelage?
Coach Kerr is a player's coach, so it's easy to go talk to him. It's easy to ask him, Coach, what I got to do to play. It's easy to do that kind of stuff like that, but he will get on you also when in terms of expecting more out of yourself and more out of the team. So with him, he's definitely cool and collect, but he definitely have a part of the competitive side of him playing basketball. He brings out also. So it's a little bit of both, and that's what him and Mark Jackson are the kind of guys that I'm kind of leading towards.
That makes sense.
Mo Spates.
Hey, Maurice, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Can I get him one quick?
Yeah,
one?
absolutely.
Mo, who's the best player in this draft if you were picking number one?
AJ.
Okay.
AJ
all right.
number one.
All right.
AJ Devanza. Hey, thanks, Mo. Really appreciate it. Good luck to you.
Thank
We'd
you.
love to catch up, once you get into it and your season gets underway.
Yes, sir. Appreciate y'all.
Absolutely. Maurice Spates, 2000 and 15 NBA champion with the Golden State Warriors. Wow. Now the head coach of Polk State Junior College in Florida.
So he still thinks Dre, or he knows, and Steph still think that. I kind of got goosebumps.
Don't forget he's friends with him.
But he said, hey, friends. Not just a draft, free agencies too, Stott. He's like, put something together now.
Well, I mean, has Mo Spates now given you championship prospects?
It's just a refresher on Steph and Dre ain't okay with not drafting a rookie.
Well, Steph
They're trying to go.
But Draymond said he's okay with not winning another ring. We don't know about Steph. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. One more segment before the crossover. It'll be about the NBA draft. The Warriors pick 11th tonight. Draft starts at 5. Hey, it's an opportunity you're not going to want to pass up. We're giving you a chance to win a round of golf at the beautiful Silverado Resort. And you think that's great? How about this? You could play with Guru or Shasky, or you might get lucky and play with another host other than me. That would be a good start. That's right. We want you to play golf with us on Monday, July 13th. Each host is going to be paired with a winner. So there's going to be 6 total winners. Here's what you do. Send us a video of your swing or your drip or why one of us would want to spend the day with you. Get your video done now and submit it to 957thegame.com. Just make it under 30 seconds. Again, come play golf with us at Silverado Resort on Monday, July 13th.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong?
I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
June gloom may keep things cool, but termites never stop. Termite droppings or discarded wings, even from months ago, are signs of an active infestation. Don't wait. Call Pacific Coast Termite for a free written inspection. If treatment is needed, Pacific Coast Termite uses orange oil and Ultraset. No tinning, no move out, and no poisonous gas. You, your kids, and pets can stay home while they work. Call now and save 10% on termite services, plus get a free 2-year warranty. Ask about 90-day same-as cash financing on approved credit. Call 800-PACIFIC for no tint, no move out termite treatment. Call 800-PACIFIC for Pacific Coast Termite. Some restrictions apply.
Want to talk about low testosterone or impotence? No way, right? But did you know 1 out of 4 men suffer from this condition? Listen to Dr. Robert Rowley from Prime Male Medical.
At Prime Male Medical, we specialize in acoustic wave therapy, sublingual lozenges, injectable medications, and testosterone treatments.
Get your first visit, PSA test, testosterone test, Doppler ultrasound, and a year of follow-up visits for just $99. Go to PrimeMaleMedical.com or call 415-761-4037. 415-761-4037.
Listen up, Serramonte Ford has one of Ford's biggest offers of the year. From now through July 6th, Ford is running its
It's American Value for American Values employee pricing event. You pay what Ford employees pay on most new 2025 and 2026 Ford vehicles in stock at Serramonte Ford. We're talking Maverick, Bronco, F-150, Mustang Mach-E, Bronco Sport, Explorer, Super Duty, and Ranger. Visit Serramonte Ford right off of 280 Coleman Daly City or shop 24/7 at serramonteford.com.
Hey, it's Willard. At Hobbs Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Hobbs Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Hobbs fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Hobbs Law, relentless for justice. Visit HobbsLaw.com.
Omar Hammond is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Summer's heating up, but your wallet doesn't have to. New windows and doors don't have to cost you a thing until 2028. Book this June and pay nothing for 2 summers with American Vision Windows. We've installed over 1 million windows across California and get most jobs done in 1 day. Hurry, offer ends June 30th. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. New customers only, some restrictions apply. Call or see website for details. Offer ends June 30th, 2026.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
All right, thank you, Jimmy. Appreciate it.
Jimmy.
Big day in the Bay. We've got the NBA draft starting at 5. Warriors, they pick 11.
Yes.
And coming up in 40 minutes, Buster Posey is going to talk to the Bay Area media.
I can't
apparently
wait.
About a lot of things that are going on with the Giants. I'm
State
sure he'll
of the
address.
Union, right?
I'm sure he'll address Pride Night. I'm sure he'll address Rafi Devers. I'm sure he'll get questions on Vitello and how he thinks Vitello's doing in his first season. So Buster Posey, the fireman today, is going to probably try to put out some fires. And the Giants head into action tonight against the A's. Tied for a season-high 15 games under 500. They're 9 games in back of the wild card. But the one thing I've noticed...
I told you I'm done.
No, you're not.
Yeah, Giant Nightly.
Now I'm not.
Okay, it bothers me.
You know, there's 5 teams basically as the third wild card.
Yeah.
So there's a chance the Warriors or the Giants could win 3 in a row and still be 9 back of one of the teams. It's just my dad used to say this. That's a tough road to hoe, son.
Yeah. Tougher than Brandon Marshall's son. You saw what he did to him. Snotty, that's taking over the world. Was that too much? I just love a father being there. Joe Jackson, he wasn't perfect. At least he was in the home trying to be there for his kids. But Brandon Marshall, he's catching some heat, Stoney.
Well, let's explain what happened. Brandon Marshall's got a son.
10 years
He's a former
old.
wide receiver that played for Denver. I know that.
Yeah.
And he has a 10-year-old son, and he put out a video of, I guess his son wasn't listening to him.
Yep.
and he made his son run. Okay, that's a little bit different, but okay.
Nighttime.
He made him run.
Yeah.
At 2 o'clock in the morning.
Wow.
That's a bridge too far for me.
Is it?
Yeah, 2 in the morning. Come on.
But do you understand?
No, not 2 in the morning. I'll meet you halfway on the running, even though I don't like it.
All right, right.
But 2 in the morning?
Yeah.
That's...
that
young man should be getting his 8.
I'm going to say this to you, and I mean this, and, we're family, you, Evan, and I, and the listeners. But, Stoney, there is epidemic in the black community. The black father is not there, and I'm grading with a curve. I don't agree with the time that he did this, but Brandon Marshall was trying to instill discipline. He's there, and I get, again, I'm only Tupac can judge, but I look at it from a prism of at least you're trying to instill or get your child, your son, to listen, and it might have been a little rough, or more than that, the time, and he told him if you didn't start running, we're going to go 3 miles instead of 2. So I'm going to meet you halfway and say I appreciate the efforts of trying to instill discipline as opposed to the young kid not even having a father around. There's that.
Okay.
For me.
I don't feel real strongly about it.
But are you calling him a bad parent, or are you just saying the activity was a little too much?
Yeah, that's too much to me. 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Parents are soft these days. I know I was. You said you were.
Yeah, my kids are great.
Well,
I wouldn't change a thing. I've got right now. I got 3 daughters thriving. I'm glad the way I did it. However I did it, I don't even know.
Now, what if
was it too
Brandon
much? Was
Marshall
it too
feels
little?
that way?
Well, good.
Like this will ensure that he feels this way about his
or
kid.
it'll ensure that his son will never speak to him once he becomes an adult.
That part, yeah.
I don't I'm not here to
Did you have to film it, or everything's filmed now, Goo?
Well, you film everything.
It's not what
You
my
said
kid.
you're going to film something tonight when the Warriors take Yaxel.
No, that fucking judge. Look at Evan. No, that was if they made a trade. Yaxel's what we expect. I come out my garments when something, if it was Kawhi or something. Yeah, I didn't like the recording of it. I will say that part of it.
Yeah. What do you want? You know what? Let's take we'll take Marvin Livermore, and then I do want to talk a little bit about Posey.
He comes for us now. It might be you or me. Yeah, Marv.
Oh, okay.
I know you, Marv.
I'm just sitting here listening to my favorite 2 guys on the radio, and not going to call in, but you guys and your revisionist history. But Goo, I do want to have one quick Grand Canyon story for you guys real quick, because I know, Goo, you're probably like me. If you do go to the Grand Canyon, you drive in with your family, you're going to try to step up your vacation like I did, and they have an air tour. I'm like, hey, let's do this air tour.
Okay.
Dude, we got on that plane, and there was like 12 of us. There were people from Italy, Japan, France, and Americans. We get up there in that airplane going to the Grand Canyon. I have my 4-year-old daughter on my lap. That air turbulence starts going crazy, and everybody was praying in their language. My daughter throws up on me. For 45 minutes, they cannot deviate from that flight pattern. For 45 minutes, I sat there with throwing up on me, praying that the plane would crash to take us out of this misery.
Wow.
So don't do it.
So it was a plane?
Don't try to step it up.
It was a plane and not a helicopter?
A plane, and what else happened? We got off that plane and we left. We didn't even go see the Grand Canyon because we were so steep.
That's incredible. Wow.
Yeah, so don't do it. Don't try to step up your vacation if you go to the Grand Canyon. Just walk it. Hey, back to the revisionist history. Diane, Goo, the caller before. We need Trey Murphy. Revisionist history. Steve Kerr would not have played Trey Murphy, just like he didn't play Kuminga. The only thing I do love Trey Murphy because he can get hot on 3-pointers. That's the best thing he does against Kuminga is, hey, he can shoot the 3. But Steve Kerr would not have played him, just like he would not have played Franz Wagner if they took him. He's not taking Draymond's place. So please, you guys, stop trying to mention guys that were drafted the same time as Kuminga and act like Steve Kerr would put these guys on with all of their warts. It would not have happened, just like it happened with Kuminga. That's all I want to get out.
Appreciate it, Marv. I don't know if I'm.
Go ahead.
I don't know if I'm ready to say Kerr would have never played anybody. I mean, I think the big reason he never played Kuminga was because Kuminga didn't really have a foundation.
Yeah. Murphy has that. And
Murphy also went to Virginia.
I'll give Steve Kerr credit for this. If the reports are true, Marv, he did see something in Wagner, and Wagner has been nothing but a player in Orlando. So, I mean, just think about that for a second. If he liked him coming out of college, I damn sure believe Wagner wouldn't have got the Kuminga treatment. He would have been on the floor.
Maybe.
Man, and a part of our future.
Maybe. It
starts tonight.
Or what could have very easily happened is they play Wagner and they're not in love with him, and because they're going for a title, he doesn't play.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do, and I'm being real, putting all my cards on the table. I really do believe the Golden State Warriors are going to draft a player at 11, but we just were joined by former Golden State Warrior NBA champ Mo Spates. Stoney, do you think that was just, those are my friends? I don't know how often he talks to them, but I think one thing, because maybe it's the runner's knee and Draymond and his future, but I really believe you have to tap in to how Draymond and Steph feel about where this team is at and what they're tasked and asked to do moving forward and who with. So I say all that to say is I do think it matters, and Steph and Dre has some say on which direction this team that they try and go. And that could have a bearing on what gets announced, maybe nothing. And, if they just draft the 11th and say we're just going to run it back and wait for guys to come back. But Mo kind of said what we kind of know, that they're gladiators and they haven't waved the white towel, even though Draymond said, I get it, Sonny, there's no pressure.
Who watched more Warriors games last year, you or Mo Spates?
I would say me.
I would say you by a mile. Okay, so Mo Spates is talking about Steph from 5 years ago. Like, I don't think that he's seen Steph and Draymond.
So I shouldn't even pose the question.
No, I didn't say that.
No, I mean, that would have been, I hear you.
But, and the other thing is that I'm, just to be clear, I'm all for taking Steph and Draymond's temperature.
And man, what a word.
But I ain't giving them any say-so. And I'm certainly not making a move for the next year or two if you're giving up something or a player that could help you 3 years from now. I am out on any kind of quick fix because I don't believe in a quick fix, whether it's Kawhi Leonard or Ja Morant or LeBron James.
What was Jimmy Butler, though, to you? Did he fall under quick fix?
I'd say half and half. Half and half. Because they extended him. But, what was he? So he's going to end up playing, 3 years for the Warriors.
Exactly.
They did the Jimmy Butler trade, and there were risks involved, and they knew that. There were risks involved with his history of games played, and maybe less or more of a risk in terms of how he's handled some of the situations he's been in past organizations, and we'll see how he handles things this year, whether he can even get back onto the court, and whether he wants to get back on the court.
If
he doesn't have a contract for next year. Let's go to Jay. Jay's in San Jose. Hey, Jay.
What's going on, fellas?
Hey.
Hey, so Guru said, y'all know I rock with y'all every day.
Right.
But that Brandon Marshall takes, we gotta draw the line, guys. When it comes to people's children and how they raise them. Now, I know he posted the video from what y'all say. But Staney and Guru, y'all talk about y'all kids and family every day. What if callers all of a sudden call in and get a take in those areas? I mean, you do share, but you don't want people telling you about your kids and how to raise your kids. Now, that's a little bit too far because there's just too many variables involved that you don't know about. Like, you ain't even in the radius. You're not even in the circumference of that situation. You don't know, what happened prior to what he warned them about. Now, Guru, I hear what you're saying about the epidemic and everything like that.
All
So
right.
let's look at Jalen Brunson, right?
Yeah.
He just won a championship, and they just released all the videos of how his dad was making a run up hills, run sprints, crossover, and we see how it pays off.
Love
now
it.
let's stay in that same energy. Coco Golf, you see the tapes of her dad, right? Serena and Venus, Joe Jackson, Tiger Woods.
Yes.
Come on, there's too many examples of great fathers being hard on their kids and pushing them a little bit farther. Now, for discipline issues, I don't know. But let's say if you just seen some greatness in them and you wanted to push them, we don't say that's too much. But if it's a discipline issue, it's too much.
That's beautiful.
Come on, guys.
Beautiful,
Let's clean it
man.
up a little bit.
No, you made some great points, man.
Clean it up.
Seriously.
I appreciate you saying that, Guru, because it was hard for me to call in and hold you to the fire on this one.
But let me
because
say something real quick. And
when it
Stoney
comes to
backed me up with
kids-
this.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
don't think that should have been videotaped. That's just me. And you're right. We do share our kids and our stories. But to videotape that, then you give everybody a right to share their opinion, no matter who they are. So that's what we did because the world's talking about it. But I gave him more love than hate just for being there, and I'm grading on a curve. But to post that, he didn't have to do that.
That is true, Guru. You got a point. But when we talking about when you want to err, you err on the side of grace and love. So if he made a mistake, you err on the side of grace and love and say, I don't know the situation, but okay, let's see how it pans out. There's no way in the world, like Jalen Brunson don't hate his dad. You say, like Steiny said, somewhere down the line, he might end up hating his dad. Jalen Brunson loved his dad, but you think he was loving his dad when he was sitting them, running them up in the hills? Y'all see that video? We never see the hard work that's put in behind the scenes and the sacrifice kids got to make to be great. We're talking about the great ones. And Jalen is one of the great ones now. I get him that. I give him that. You know what I mean? But we look at the ones that really go above and beyond.
Good
they
call,
had to
man.
go through something. They had to sacrifice a lot, and their parents had to do the same.
Good call.
Thanks, Jay. Appreciate the call. Yeah. I mean,
Interesting.
I think he's probably mostly talking to me there, other than you. I would just say this: when a dad puts up a video like that, like if that video's never posted, I don't think about Brandon Marshall. I don't think about his kid. I don't think about Brandon Marshall as a father. I know nothing about him. But when he chooses to put a video like that out, well, that's going to garner
You
reaction.
invited, no doubt.
And to my way of thinking, should he be placed in, what is it?
CPS?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
2 a.m, it seems a little funky to me. And
But I
the
love all
idea,
the examples
the
you
idea
brought up. Yeah.
I mean, the other thing, listen, Jay, you were right on the money. You were right on the money.
Yeah, I love
but,
it.
Rick Brunson's telling Jalen Brunson to run as part of a workout that he's
different,
doing.
yeah.
This sounded like a punishment, but again, I hear you.
Yeah.
And I'm not incensed about it. I just it's probably something I wouldn't choose to do, but I'm not in Brandon Marshall's situation.
Can I ask you a Jalen Brunson question?
Yes, he's better than Curry.
No. Oh. Did you know at Villanova?
No.
And he was in a good program.
Did you know at Dallas?
No.
Okay.
But my eyebrows were raised, but that's the essence of sports is who knew Brunson was capable of becoming what he is now? And Villanova, we had no idea, right? I mean, he was a good player, don't get me wrong. But you telling me Dallas, and I know what you're going to come back with, and it's not a bad thing. Guru, he wouldn't have been that with Luka.
He wouldn't have.
But, man, I don't even think Dallas thought he was capable of this.
Well, even if they did, they weren't going to trade Luka and keep Brunson probably.
Yeah. But you never situations, man. You never know. And that's why I was hoping the most for Kuminga when he got to Atlanta. And he's still relatively young.
Whoa. We were talking about Brunson.
No, but how'd
Kuminga come up? Brunson's a finals MVP. Why would you bring Jonathan Kuminga's name up?
Because
he's an eighth man.
It's bigger than that.
It's actually not.
Listen, and this one I go deep and you fall off, man. This is why Evan and I have our talks that we do. It's about change of scenery, how powerful that can be for one.
Okay.
Regardless of what entity
how did it work for Jordan Poole, his change of scenery?
I'm being honest.
Yeah.
There was nothing going to fix what he had to endure here on that video. I'm going to just
how about all the scenarios that Chris Paul's been? He's been on 8 teams. Change of scenery always worked for him.
I think
sometimes a guy who is who he is.
Yeah, and I think Chris Paul, for the most part, made an imprint everywhere he went.
What kind?
For the better.
Yeah, I would say that he made no imprint here.
Well, that wasn't
just
Chris
telling
Paul.
you.
It was over.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Just telling you.
I'm just, I am blown away that we can look at athletes and sometimes get lost and say, in a different locale, could they become their best? And Jalen Brunson's showing that.
Yeah. Dude, it was a month ago when people were still saying he can't win it. So, of course, nobody thought he could do this.
Right. I'm just
Draymond Green didn't think he could do it. I didn't really think he could do it either.
Well,
so, no one, it's like, did anybody see Curry? No, nobody saw Curry. Nobody saw Curry. They saw he could be a hell of a player. Nobody saw him one of the greatest of all time.
Yeah, we saw LeBron.
Let's go to Manly Man in the city. Hey, Manly Man.
Hey, guys. Thanks. Yeah, I'm doing well. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure. No problem.
I think since this is such a great draft and everything, I think it's extremely important that they get a second pick.
Love it.
Or Mr. Murphy from the Pelicans, if that's possible. And I'd give up one pick for Murphy and I don't know if I'm pronouncing the other guy's name, Yai, because those were the, trades that I saw online. But I think it's crucial that the Warriors try to get 12, 14, or 17 or 18 number picks so they can get two good players out of this draft. And I would mortgage 2 draft picks to get those, and even 3 players out of it, because if you get playing time, you can get better. And that's the whole point. And so long as you don't get injured. If you get playing time, you can grow as a player. And that's exactly what happened to Brunson in New York. And he was surrounded by quality individuals. And that's what you need. And with these rookies, if they all stay healthy and Curry stays healthy, they could make a deep run in the playoffs. But you got to have health and you got to have some chemistry. And those are the things. Do you guys, my question is, do you guys think we can get number 12 or 14 or 17, 18 picks? And what do you think we'd have to give up for it?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question, Manly Man. The latest I heard about the Charlotte Hornets, they have 14 and 18, and the Warriors obviously have 11. Could there be something happening there? Apparently Charlotte, at least as of recently, was saying they want to use both picks. There's 3 teams in the top. There's 3 teams that have picks, multiple picks early, and that is Oklahoma City 12 and 17, Charlotte's 14 and 18, and now the Bucks have 10 and 13. I don't know how they could do it. Well, I do know how they could do it. They could make a trade, but yes, I would absolutely, positively be interested in the Warriors getting another pick, either trading 11 for the 2 picks of each of those teams or either of those teams. And if you have to give up a player, I might even give up a player. And if it's Pods, I might even give up Pods. Now, we'd have to make the money work. But yes, I would actually consider Pods and 11 for 10 and 13. Probably the Warriors might think that's too much, because if they think Podziemski's their good young player, why would they trade a good young player?
Yeah.
But if they believe that there's 15 players in this draft that have an upside bigger than Podziemski's, well, then you owe it to your organization to try to do it. That's it?
No, I thought the caller was still on the line.
Oh, no, he's gone.
Oh, yeah. No, I hear you. And this is me thinking what the Warriors think about Pods. Not untouchable, but damn near there. Like, he is a part of their future. That's just me.
Well, and look, if
just your thoughts on that.
Right. If the Golden State Warriors have made a decision right now that Pods is absolutely part of their future, that's foolish.
Wow.
It's foolish.
I appreciate the honesty.
I mean, come on. I mean, what are we doing?
Man.
The Warriors have one untouchable, and we know who that is.
Right.
And that's it.
The Chef Curry.
Oh, I meant Butler.
Yeah, sure you did.
All right, we've got what?
I was going to say I'm remote, but I got to turn my mic on at the Laughing Monk. Norm's got an appointment. I want to go through there, man. Damn.
There is 0 chance a team would give up a first-round pick in the top 20 selection of this draft for Pods. Maybe. maybe you might be right. But keep in mind that you get a young player in pods and you still have a pick. You still have the 11 or, whatever the Warriors would trade you. I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you, but I do think here's one thing I don't do. I don't put all my eggs in the Warriors fans' assessment of pods because I do think there's some teams around the league that probably like him a lot more than Golden State Warriors fans like pods. So, but if somebody's saying giving up pods would push the narrative that they can't draft. Well, not if they got two players who end up working out.
Your draft pick got you something a little later.
All right. We've got crossover coming up next with Willard and Dibbs. They are at Laughing Monk Brewing today for the draft party, 2 to 6. If you're not doing anything, get over there and say hello to them. Warriors probably going to be on the clock around 6 o'clock. Draft starts at 5. They have the number 11 pick. And don't forget, coming up in 20 minutes or so, Buster Posey is going to meet with the Bay Area media. I think we can figure out some of the topics, but Buster Posey's talking at 2 today, and we'll be all over that too with Willard and Dibbs on the other side.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton is here and taking family fun to a whole new level. Kid-approved bites, monster trucks, carnival rides, and animals. Plus, movies on the lawn, fireworks, and drone shows. It's all here. Visit AlamedaCountyFair.com.
Some matches are too big to watch alone. That's why before the sun comes up, the lights are already on at Jack's Bar in San Jose's Japantown. Fans gather shoulder to shoulder as chants build toward kickoff. Tables shake after every goal. By sunrise, the whole place is roaring with the sound of the world's biggest matches. For decades, Bay Area soccer fans have found their way to Jack's for mornings like these. Open every weekend at 6 a.m. Real soccer culture. Real match day atmosphere. Jack's Bar in San Jose's Japantown.
Ragnar the Terrible got a job at a big bank. Let's listen. So what's it like being a 5th century warlord?
Same as Big Bank. We conquer and extort gold from conquest.
Huh. We just lower our customers' deposit rates and raise their fees.
And if they argue, put on their floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart. Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free, with lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
If you're ready to lose weight, feel stronger, boost your energy, or finally get your hormones dialed in, check out Jumpstart MD. You get real clinicians, real support, and a fully personalized plan with GLP-1 medications like semaglutide and tirzepatide, testosterone therapy, hormone optimization, peptide therapy, and more. They've helped Californians lose over 1 million pounds and counting. Visit one of their 13 Bay Area clinics or do it all online. Mention radio for up to 70% off this June. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com. Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
Reach your saving goals with Miristar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at miristarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
With increasing summer temperatures, this is a good time to replace your home siding, decking, and fencing. Golden State Lumber and Showroom works closely with contractors to keep your home protected. AZEK Exteriors offers outstanding durability, is easy to install, and protects against fire and dry rot. And TimberTech Advanced PVC Decking has a Class A fire rating and is backed by industry-leading warranties. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com for products that increase the value of your home. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Your summer food game is only as strong as what you're working with. This July 4th at Lowe's, get up to 45% off select major appliances and save up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Plus, save $50 on a select Pit Boss DX Smart Electric Smoker, now $249. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 6/24. While supplies last, selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
The U.S. plays on home soil with a squad full of big stars and a new generation of attacking talent. Their youthful, high-pressing style and a gifted forward who thrives in big moments make them a genuine threat to advance deep.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Join us on Tuesday, June 23rd for our draft party and special live broadcast with Willard and Debs inside Laughing Monk Brewery in San Francisco from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. We'll be bringing you up-to-date draft coverage. Plus, we'll have a ton of prizes. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
I love Kuminga.
Only Tupac can judge.
It's the Guru Steiny Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
All righty, it's time for the crossover. Brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We've got you covered. BayAlarm.com. Let's welcome in Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. They're at Laughing Monk Brewery in downtown San Francisco. Fulton and Masonic. Gents.
Yeah.
I hear the noise.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go.
Bring the noise.
Look at him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. We got England, Ghana. We've got people. We've got food.
Yep.
No score. Not yet. And then we've got the countdown on. The Warriors are potentially going to be on the clock.
Go ahead, Steiny.
No, I didn't. I was...
Willard, I think I know you because both of you are my brothers.
Of course you know me.
Have that look like goo. I can't wait to ask you this, but I might be wrong. But can I slip in? I'm so excited about 2 o'clock over at 3rd and King.
Oh, no doubt.
What is Buster going to say? Dibs, give me something, Buster.
Why is Buster going to say anything?
Man.
Is Buster going to do like a mid-season review? Like, it seems obvious why he's going to talk, which is, Rafi knows he can't do that, whatever. But
is it obvious?
Well, I don't know about that.
I got multiple choice questions for everybody if it's obvious.
I think it's 50-50 Pride Night Devers.
And how about poor play and everybody's name at the trade deadline that's not even here yet?
That part.
I mean, but anyway, go ahead. You were saying.
June 23rd. Are we really doing trade deadline preview? And if he is actually going to talk about, if he's going to talk about the Rafi Devers situation and Devers is in the lineup tonight, it's an emasculation sensation of Tony Vitello.
It's an early buck is what that is.
Yep.
I'll tell you what. Go ahead.
Well, my question is not even just what he is going to address. But can you guys help me with how is he going to make any of those things better?
I'll tell you what.
What could he say?
Okay. I feel like some people in the Bay think Devers went Sarah Kamaguchi, who is the skater from Fremont.
Close.
That was a great effort.
That's what happened to
Sarah Kawaguchi walks down the hall.
Sarah Kawaguchi catching a stray.
Kawaguchi.
Please.
But they feel like devastated, right? And I think today he can fix that a bit, Willard and Dibbs. If he just says, I talked to him, that's not Giant baseball, and bring it back. I think he could really fix that, and I think a lot of fans are like, okay, Tony didn't do it, but Buster, can you just let us know that somebody talked? Not got beat over the head, but I think that would go a long way for me.
But would that make you feel better if someone's just Mark, like, I talked to him?
And just say that wasn't Giant baseball and that can't happen again. Something to that.
That to me is a little, like, I get why you would feel better as a Giant fan, but that's pretty flimsy. Like, you don't need to be told that that's not okay when you're a 29-year-old decade-long veteran in Major League Baseball. So I talked to him and we're good now. Quite frankly, not good enough for me. And I don't think it's good enough for just about everybody we've heard. Has everybody noticed how offended the baseball world has been by this? All of the former Giants, Rich Aurilia, JT Snow. How about Keith Law this morning saying he needs multiple days of sitting?
That is wild.
MLB Network could not stop talking yesterday about how embarrassing this was.
Eric Burns.
Yep, Eric Burns, who's like, I know he's a crazy person, but he's like fun and laid back. Like he doesn't take stuff too seriously. And he was beyond bugged. So,
do you believe a suspension is on the table?
It crossed my mind.
Man.
I don't think so, but it crossed my mind.
It's crossed mine too, and I don't think so either.
I don't either.
That would be, like, it's funny, Mark, like, and Dan, it's a big deal, but no, it's not that big a deal. Is it really suspension worthy?
Feels like that would push a little bit of the pendulum in the other direction to where now Rafi would be like this sympathetic figure a little bit because I do think that most people would feel that's a bit of an overreaction. But, man, like the San Francisco Giants are just one PR disaster after another right now.
Wow,
and so that's why I think it feels like he wants to get out in front of it. I'm curious to find out how.
I told Steiny, I think, and I don't want this to happen or be the case, but you mentioned everybody on MLB Network, former players, guys on NBC Sports Bay Area being open, Mark. I think there might be some boo birds if he's in the lineup tonight and he comes up for his first at bat. I could understand it because, again, I feel like he feels like he's above the law and nobody checked him, and I'm hoping Buster will just say, again, Dibbs, we talked to him. That can't happen. Giant baseball's, and that I think will kind of, quiet the noise.
It will, and then, Tony V will speak in the dugout in about, 2.5 hours, and he'll be asked that. And so what's Tony Vitello going to say after Buster? If Buster actually addresses it and says, yeah, he can't do that, and, we're going to sit him down for a couple of days, it, to me, feels like he's taking the power away from Tony Vitello. As much as he's trying to help, the fact that Buster's speaking today, if they address this at all, it feels to me like it's, defanging Tony Vitello.
Yeah, I don't really know what to expect. Maybe, it's funny. We were just talking about, I don't think it's nothing, but I don't think it's a huge deal. But in a way, we don't know if Buster Posey is like, that's it. Like it may be bigger to Buster than anybody else, and maybe he's been seeing some. Maybe they take him off the field and just try to move him as soon as possible. That would seem drastic to me, but it is one of those things where I am like, what's he gonna say?
Yeah. Listen, it would not surprise me at all. We know who Buster Posey is. To see something like that on the field, I'm sure challenges every baseball sensibility that he has. I'm sure this drove him absolutely nuts. This is Buster Posey we're talking about. This is a catcher, a champion, a leader. This is all of those things. And so I'm sure this drove him up the wall. But I'm kind of like, I think what you're saying too, Steiny, is I don't really see what is on the table for him as far as either getting out in front of it or punishing or putting him on the table and saying we're going to move him. It's like you still need a partner, and that does not help that. I don't know what it is he's going to do that's going to make this better here in 6 minutes.
So to Dibbs' point, why you think the State of the Union today, obviously the first game back after that debacle Sunday.
The silence is deafening.
Yeah,
I mean, didn't y'all feel like the silence was deafening after the game?
Yeah, I mean, the thing about today is he may come out and say, I've got to talk, I'm here to talk about Pride Night and what happened. And then someone goes, what about Devers? He could say, yeah, it's an internal matter. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, who knows what he'll say?
Yeah.
He could say that, but it's actually an external matter when Devers goes Mutombo and then yells in his helmet and then basically avoids everyone in the dugout. So you could say it's internal, like how you're handling it. Well, Buster, how are you handling it? Is he in the lineup tonight? And we won't know that until about 2 hours from now. But Mark actually said yesterday that he would have him just DH for a week. Like, you're in the lineup, but you don't get to put your glove on. You just go ahead and DH, and that would be kind of a lightweight punishment, I guess.
But that's like go to your room, but you can still watch TV.
Yeah, like so that was less about Rafi for me and more about Bryce. The message being the message being Bryce is our first baseman.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Bryce is our first baseman.
Gotcha.
If it's Dan Dunleavy, what are you doing tonight? What are you doing, Dibs, with the pick?
I've been saying this for maybe 4 months, ever since I started locking in or yocking in, as my daughter famously would say, on college basketball. It's Yaxel Lendenborg for me. And I know that he's older and maybe he doesn't have the same ceiling that a younger guy has, but I like what he does on the floor. And we'll get into all the players who are potentially going to be available at 11. But if you're going to make the pick, for me, that's the pick. He's a grown man. He can play the wing. He can defend. He can shoot. He can pass. He doesn't have to dribble. Yeah. I think that he's the guy.
I want to real quick get back to something Willard said about Posey. So I just want to start a conversation. So when did Buster Posey as a player show his true colors more than any other time, kind of? Wasn't it with Hunter Strickland?
You could argue that.
Okay, so
you could argue that.
So what bothered him about Strickland, and he showed how upset he was by not doing anything, essentially. Right. It was probably something that Strickland was breaking the code or wanted to throw at a guy when it wasn't the right time, if I remember correctly. So this may be something with Devers that really rubs Posey the wrong way.
I would imagine that it absolutely did. I still have some head scratching going on about the Hunter Strickland thing because I don't know if that was Posey was mad about it or if Strickland wanted a piece of Harper so bad that Buster was like, dude, have at it. He's coming and I'm not going to stop him. Yeah. I don't really know the answer to that one, but what I mean, and I think to your point, Steiny, we know who Buster Posey is. This guy has always been a head down, don't show anybody up, team leader, like consummate professional, Hall of Fame performer, zip zero kind of flash, and a team guy who's a forever backstop. Like that kind of guy sees what Devers did Sunday as just beyond breaking the code.
Yeah. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Had some NBA news today. Giannis is now a member of the Miami Heat. Julius Randle's been traded from Minnesota to the Nets. And the Warriors draft tonight at number 11. Giannis trade.
I'm trying to figure out how the Heat are supposed to be good with this trade. Like, why is Giannis excited about this if it's about basketball?
What if LeBron were to put on a Heat uniform?
I know that's a fun thought, but we have no reason to think that's coming, do we?
Yeah, I thought he was going to put on a Warrior one, so I'll fall for anything.
Well,
Yeah.
I think that's more likely than the Heat. I don't think he's going to the East Coast.
I don't think he's
you know
leaving.
what I mean?
Yeah. But I'm with you.
Like Giannis, Bam, and what? Like why? How is that a good?
This is Andrew Wiggins.
Is that a good team in the East?
Maybe a top 4 team in the East.
Maybe.
And they're not done adding. You know, you still got free agency.
Yeah, you do, and not a lot of money to spend on it.
I mean, Wiggins is the interesting piece because he can opt in for $30 million, and then that becomes tradable. Or you could try to renegotiate that one and keep him for 3 years at $70 million or whatever. But the Heat definitely have other moves that they can make and will make. But the other side of it, I like what Milwaukee got.
I love it.
I mean, they got a lot of picks. They got some swaps, and they've got some young, potentially good assets.
Can I ask you guys something about the trade that didn't happen? So, because I think it's applicable to the Giants right now. How is Boston doing with Jaylen Brown now knowing that this is just like Draymond at the deadline, right? Like we put your name in a deal and we were going to ship you out, and then it didn't happen. Similar to everything we've seen about Matt Chapman and Willie Adames and Rafi Devers over the last few weeks, where it's like, yep, the Giants would love to get these guys out of here. Where does that leave a player once he knows then doesn't go?
I feel like this has been brewing, and maybe it's not an altogether surprise for both sides. Like Guru's been saying today, he feels like Brown's kind of trying to talk his way out of Boston for whatever reason. This is an interesting one because I get the sense that if Brad Stevens doesn't think Jaylen Brown wants to be there, he's going to move him. Like tonight.
Well, yeah. I mean, Steiny said earlier that he doesn't think it's tonight, and Guru actually set the over-under on trades. And I think you're talking about trades involving players. You put the over-under at 2.
Yes.
And, I mean, to me, the Jaylen Brown one would be the most shocking or surprising or the most profound. And, yeah, I'd love to see that happen. And I guess there's a chance he could land here in a Jimmy Butler swapperoo, but I doubt it.
I was just thinking about LeBron here a bit. It just hit me. I'm willing. I'd bet my mortgage he's not leaving LA.
It's a big house you have now.
I know, but and he it's just hitting me. So the guy's 42, right? 41.
Damn.
His oldest kid is 23 or 24, and he plays with him. He's got, 3 or 4 other kids who are all probably between 13 and 19. I kind of, now it just hit me. Now I know why Draymond Green doesn't want to be traded. His kids are they're younger than LeBron's, but, you've won 4 titles. The writing's starting to show on the wall. I could see why. And it doesn't necessarily mean they don't care about championships. It's that they got their championships, and I'll bet you LeBron doesn't go anywhere.
I mean, I think it's all along. It's been only if everything falls apart and people get upset with each other does LeBron end up looking elsewhere. So I'm with you. And by the way, shout out Kevin Durant and the Hamptons 5. I'm not mad at players if winning a championship late in their career is not what drives them. If it's family and geography, like did Giannis just make a move to win a title? I'd argue no. But maybe he wants to be in Miami. Ask where his wife wants to be, or who knows what. But hey, man, good on you. Whatever makes you tick.
I mean, we basically heard a Hall of Fame player describe that Chris Mullin, when he got traded to Indiana, he said he was ready to settle in. His kids were young, but there was a chance in Indiana with Bird and Reggie Miller and those guys, and he said, you know what, I'll do that. But he certainly weighed it, that's for sure, and he was ready to stay here and not be bitter about it, just kind of go with the flow.
And he was obviously earlier in his career than Draymond is. I mean, Draymond's got one more year in his deal, and he might be able to get additional years after that, but who knows? And so when you're at the end like that, and I actually think about this with Steph Curry, and you look at what he has down there in Atherton, and, he and Aisha and their 4 kids, they've got a pretty good life, not only because of the money, but they've got the house, and, the kids are playing volleyball and doing what they're doing. And so do you really want to, upheave that and go out there and chase another title and have your 4 kids have to move? It's tough.
Yeah, either your 4 kids move or you leave for the year and miss it all while they stay behind.
Mike Breen on the call, am I right?
Look at you. Hey, Willard and Dibbs, what's on your radar about will you be on air when they pick? Because I know we got Carter and Grandy after. How's that read? Do you think you'll get it in on your show? Or
I think, if this were Dibbs' Kalshi, I feel like we got about a 35% chance of the pick happening before 6 o'clock. So it's unlikely. However, I'll tell you, there is some flexibility that has been built into our world for potentially the first ever post-show crossover.
Wow.
Look at 6 o'clock. So, in other words, if we're getting real close, we might just stay.
Right.
We might just stay.
Okay. Even if Carter and Grandy don't want you to?
There's no chance of that happening. And it's kind of like if they feel that way, Steiny, they're going to have to keep it in-house.
Gotcha.
Right. Kind of like the Giants.
I mean, if Chickering tries to give me the Devers with a finger wag, that's not happening, Carter Chickering. I don't care how big you are.
Hey, Mark, let me ask you this.
I mean, in this analogy, Grandy and Carter Chickering are Jonah Cox.
Look at you.
And we will shoo them. Right. We will shoo them right out of laughing mud.
It gets worse every time I watch it, and I can't stop watching it.
It's brutal.
Come on, Buster. Just give us something, man. A little discipline, man.
But if he does something, it's like,
that is interesting. You say you're making Tony look bad.
Right. It's like if Grandpa comes in and disciplines your kid and the parents are like, I was going to go ahead and let that slide. But Grandpa, who lives downstairs, is like, no, you're grounded. And Mom and Dad kind of shrug like, oh, Grandpa has spoken.
But at every turn, you guys told me young Tony needed to learn how to do it on this level. And maybe he missed a moment after the game, Will. And now Buster talked to him and he'll go to the masses and say, we handled it.
I mean, maybe he will, but I'm kind of with what Dibbs is saying. Not so much that this is definitely going to pull Tony's legs out from underneath him. I'm just trying to figure out, and I'd love to be surprised, but what words right now are suddenly going to make any of these situations better? But maybe he's got a maneuver to make.
So, but let me ask you about this. So theoretically, if Posey says, we're suspending him for 2 or 3 games, you guys would take that as cutting Vitello's legs off?
A little bit, I would.
I wouldn't.
Either would I. Go ahead.
I mean, I would to the extent that, Buster, I guess he is the one who could actually make that call because he's the president of baseball ops, but you're not going to do that yesterday. You're going to wait till today. And I think that the whole thing about Tony Vitello, if he was really put off by the move, he should have handled it emotionally in the moment and at least confronted him.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean you have to make it into a full-on fight, but if Tony V was really bothered by it, well, then react in the moment.
See, I think maneuvers like that actually do take some thought and some collaboration.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? I don't want overly reactive. I'm not saying I love the way Tony handled it or what he said, but that's not in the moment for us to know. If you're going to suspend a guy, if there's a real problem, that's not for Tony to address right away to me.
Yeah. The other thing that and I'm going to give him an out here, just to give him an out, is everybody was clearly focused on Devers and what he did. I mean, I don't remember seeing Vitello in the dugout or Devers walking by him in that group, but he still had a game to finish managing, and maybe at that point he's like, that Devers is hot. He's out of the game anyway. I got a guy on first, and we got to try to win this game. I'll deal with that later. And then the media, in the meantime, and he, downplays it a little bit because maybe he knows he's going to have to talk to Devers after that.
I think that's all fair. I think what got everybody was when he started, making it sound like Rafi had a good point almost.
No
like
doubt
Rafi's
about it.
really good from first to third. It's like, okay.
He just said he had lower leg soreness the night before.
Obviously you can get away with the whole Rafi is a competitor and did not want to come out. There's a reaction there. And, maybe that's not ideal, but, he reacted. But starting to get into the whole, he's got leg soreness. He's really good from first to third.
Oh, that cut me.
Almost like he had a point. It's like, no, he didn't have a point. He's just being a jerk.
All right, guys. We're looking forward to it. We'll have a new Warrior hopefully tomorrow. Fingers crossed. We'll have
golf lessons for Christy and I start tomorrow, people. So, yeah.
Exciting.
We'll preview that tomorrow.
I already did.
No, wait, okay. You're now, go.
Yeah.
First, did I hear you're not coming today?
Yeah, Norm's got an appointment I got to take him to, so I put that out there. No jokes from Steiny.
Good thing I got in on Kalshi on that one.
There you go.
See, Dibs, that's what I heard.
What would the Kalshi be on tomorrow?
Oh, there is no Kalshi. I'm there. It's done.
Well, I'd still like to know the numbers.
Hey, Will, that is done. Man.
It's like Jimmy Butler promising championship.
Yeah. Steiny, I just looked, and it's 62% no-show.
This hurts.
38%. Thank you. He actually does show.
Will, I'm there, baby.
No, oddly, I'm looking at Kalshi, and as Goose said, he's definitely there.
Oh, no doubt.
Yes went down for some reason.
Yeah,
I don't know why the market's...
y'all beat the brother up, man.
Hey, she's waiting for you. I got clubs waiting for you.
That's how I'm there. That was going to be the... Man, I'm there, baby.
I got you. And the guy who's taking care of you is a phenomenal teacher. Yeah. His name's Doug.
I can't wait.
Mill Valley Golf. He's phenomenal. He's a great teacher.
And shout out Christy Yamaguchi.
I got a haircut.
Yes.
That's my girl.
All right, gents, we'll bring it home, and let's see who they pick on 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go.
This is a big freaking day. And I want to let everybody know that, yes, Buster Posey is speaking right now in the Giants dugout, and as soon as that's done, we will have reaction, we'll have quotes, so stay right here. We're going to react to that, but we also welcome you into a day that we have been looking forward to for a long time, and you can come join us whenever you get off work or whenever life lets you. Laughing Monk Brewing right over on Fulton is a great spot. There are seats ready for you waiting. We got the World Cup on and the draft on tap. The Warriors at number 11.
Sitting at number 11, and there's so many different machinations that could fall to them and players that they might be able to get, players who could be gone. But the whole idea of the Warriors in the lottery again, I know it gives some people PTSD because last time we had this, it was Kuminga and it was Moody. You had 2 lottery picks, 2 inside the lottery, and it didn't go great, but it's a new GM, it's a new picker in terms of Mike Dunleavy. So, you know what? Give him a little bit of grace and see how he does.
For sure. I'm curious also, and we're going to get back to the Giants thing in just a sec, but I'm curious kind of what people's preference is. I very much feel in this moment the Warriors are going to make a pick. They are going to come out of here with a young player tonight, not trade it for a veteran. But I do wonder what people's preference is. Would you love to walk out of here with a 19-year-old or Trey Murphy or Kawhi Leonard?
Right.
Like, what's your preference?
It just depends to me on what it would cost you. Like, if you could get Kawhi Leonard for just the number 13 pick and Jimmy Butler's contract and his broken down leg, then yeah, that's fine for me. Trey Murphy, I do think would cost a lot more in terms of future draft capital. So if you don't have to part with anything extra, then yeah, I'm open to all those things. Trey Murphy is, I think, 26 years old and a guy who is just coming into his peak, and that would be awesome for the Warriors. But beyond that, let's just see who they take at 11. I'm excited for that.
Yeah, and so we'll be counting you down, and the draft starts just after 5 o'clock. We will have the picks for you live as they start to unfold. We may get the Warrior pick in by 6 o'clock. We might not, but not to worry at all, because Mark Grandy and Carter Chickering will have special NBA draft coverage here on 95.7 The Game all the way up until 9 o'clock. So we will get the pick and then all the reaction and everything else that's going to unfold in the first round of the NBA draft tonight. And we are here again, Laughing Monk on Fulton in the city. What a great spot. We've already sampled the food. It's delicious. The World Cup is on. England and Ghana into the second half. Still scoreless draw at this point. So all of these things going on. But then there's also the president of baseball operations for the Giants. And I think we all have the same question. I guess it's a two-parter. For me, it's why and what. What is he going to say and why? Like, Buster Posey called this press conference to start a homestand when the Giants have been fending off PR disasters like, you know, bugs flying out a windshield. And so I think that there's going to be a lot of curiosity to hear what he says, but also get that answer as to why. What exactly is it that the Giants are trying to get out in front of right now?
I think what he's going to say, Mark, is he's just going to clarify the fact that Jared Oliva was claimed by the Mets today. I think that's why he called the press conference.
There goes the Giants' speed.
Yeah.
They had speed, and it's gone.
Well, they had speed, and then they pinch ran that speed for Rafi Devers, and then they didn't use the speed in Jonah Cox. But Oliva's been claimed by the Mets. Maybe this whole thing is just a little bit of a smokescreen to really officially announce the Oliva news. And I'm obviously joking,
right?
But that's the only thing that right now is newsworthy. And I don't even know if he started his press conference yet, but he can address any number of things.
He has. He has started his discussion in the dugout, and again, as we kind of get the quotes and hear what's being said, we're going to give you all of that reaction as soon as possible. But I know where people's heads are. Obviously, it starts with Rafi Devers and reacting to what took place in Miami on Sunday. The Pride Night stuff has been a little stubborn to go away.
Right.
The Giants came up again yesterday in a statement from the commissioner of baseball, Rob Manfred, in talking to politicians who were kind of threatening to bring action against discrimination. Baseball kind of responded by saying, first of all, keep in mind, we have a rule in place that's collectively bargained that says you cannot change uniforms. You can't write stuff on you. You can't do that. Secondly, we didn't punish anybody. So I don't know how there could be discrimination. All we did was warn everybody. But the thing that made it kind of new again last night is in the end of the letter, Manfred blamed the Giants.
Right.
He blamed the Giants for all of this and said their internal communication was very poor with their players with regard to what they were allowed to do, what they were not allowed to do, and the fact that the uniforms in and of themselves were a choice and that the players did not have to wear them if they did not want to.
Right, and so I don't know if that was communicated to the players or if players just chose to do whatever they wanted to do anyway, but the whole thing, it's kind of a powder keg that, you're right, it just won't go away, and I wonder if Buster will even address it, because no matter what Buster says, he's either going to alienate part of his clubhouse or the rest of the clubhouse. No matter what he says on that issue would be inflammatory.
Okay, this is interesting because here are the first two pieces of information that we can give you as far as what Buster Posey is saying right now in the dugout. Here is issue number one. Buster Posey declines to discuss anything regarding Pride Night communications and anything else to do with Pride Night, quote, baseball questions only. Numerous follow-ups got the same answer, quote, baseball questions only. Okay, Buster, what about Rafi Devers? Quote, he has not spoken to Devers yet. It sounds as if he might. Devers is expected in the lineup tonight.
There you go. So why are we holding a press conference?
I don't know.
So you won't address Pride Night, and that's fine. And it makes me wonder how he actually feels as an individual about Pride Night and the entire, movement in totality. I don't know if I've ever seen him speak on it. And so if he won't answer questions about it, maybe he's somebody who agrees with what those pitchers did.
Couple more pieces of information to pass along. Buster says that Tony Vitello did speak to Rafi Devers and then added, quote, everybody has missteps. So he is characterizing what happened with Devers in Miami as a misstep. Said everybody has missteps. Tony Vitello spoke to Devers. Buster, at this point, has not. One other baseball issue has come up. Buster Posey flatly says he is absolutely not open to trade offers on Logan Webb.
Right, but open to pretty much anything at the deadline when it comes to the big-name contract guys except Logan Webb. So, and I'm reading from Susan Flusser. Yep. I know you're looking at Alex Pavlovich, and we're kind of doing the dual Twitter stalking right now. And the fact that, everything is open except for Logan Webb, I like that because Logan Webb is somebody, if you traded him, you're going to want to go out and get another Logan Webb. So what are we doing?
Buster has added that the San Francisco Giants have discussed Pride Night internally, but did not want to discuss it publicly. And then his only quote was, our focus is on the team, the draft, the trade deadline, and trying to win games. Okay. That from Buster Posey.
I mean, so again, why are you out here speaking? Because honestly, you should be focused on the team, the draft, winning games, the deadline. Those are obvious things. So why are you coming out and speaking? I just don't get that.
I can give you a guess. I'm with you.
Okay.
I don't know how this is technically going to make anything better or go away, but my sense is that the Giants right now have such a high level of discomfort in terms of the way the public narrative about their team sounds. It has been one hell of a week and a half. One hell of a week and a half. The San Francisco Giants have gone from accusations of bad teammates all the way up to Capitol Hill and claims of discrimination and beyond. So that's all happened in a week and a half. Also, meantime, you've had all of the reports from every baseball reporter in the world basically saying Giants are willing to get rid of all their players. Giants just want off of all their players. Add all of this up, I think that they are so uncomfortable with the discourse right now that Buster just felt, I better go talk. I better go talk. What are you going to say? I don't know, but I just better be available because we need to look like we're willing to address this. But odd that he would come out and on one of the subjects be like, we're not addressing it.
Right, and apparently he made a statement and then refused to take questions about Pride Night. So he was able to make the statement. I haven't seen exactly what he said, but other than that, he expects Rafi Devers to be in the lineup. Okay, that's fine. That's Tony Vitello's decision, I guess, but player, your highest paid player, show up your manager, and then you have an off day, and you call a press conference to say, I expect him in the lineup? What are we doing? What's the point of any of this? For me, as a Giants fan, you're not assuaging or soothing any of my concerns or my questions.
Quote, it's been a rough year, no question. It's been a rough year. It feels like we get a little bit of momentum, and it goes right back the opposite way. And again, it's that's obvious.
You're 15 below 500.
Yeah, that part is obvious. I think right now in this moment, the immediate question for Giants fans, and we will take your calls coming up here in a moment, 888-957-9570. I think we've got the first response with regard to how the Giants are handling Rafi Devers. And that is, Tony Vitello had a conversation. Buster Posey did not. He characterized it as a misstep. There will be no discipline. So, Giants fans, what do you think?
Right. Going out there, Rafi, and he's played in every game, so go ahead and keep playing in every game. And, if you get into a spot tonight where you have to be pinch run for, go ahead and bring out the index finger. Go ahead and wave the finger again.
I'm not shocked at all that he's going to be in the lineup tonight. I actually support him being in the lineup. We don't know yet if he's playing first or DH. That was one thing I'd love to see, which is the Giants back Bryce Eldridge as their first baseman by putting him at first base for at least a few games. But I will tell you one thing that I would have loved to see, a little bit more firm of a statement from Buster with regard to what Rafi did on Sunday. Quote, everybody has missteps, to me, is true, but it's a little light. I would have loved Buster to give something more along the lines of, you can't do that.
Right.
We ain't doing that around here.
Steve Kerr with the he cannot be that guy pounding on the table, which it's easier for Steve because he's been doing it longer and he's the coach, and Pods is a young player, but you should, if you're going to have a press conference, you should come out and say something. Either, you know what, it's a misstep and I support Rafi and this and that, or like he shouldn't do that and be a little bit more, condemning of what the action was. Otherwise, and I'm still waiting for the other shoe to drop on this press conference. Like why?
Why?
Like, why are we doing a press conference?
I don't think you're going to get what you're looking for.
And I know that I'm not going to get what I'm looking for. And shout out you too.
You too.
I still
That was an easy one.
What I'm looking for. But to me, it just speaks to Buster's inexperience, Tony Vitello's inexperience, and the whole front office, which is kind of a Schmidt show. Honestly, it's amateur hour.
Although Schmidt's been playing well, so it's actually not really that much of a Schmidt show. But I get it. All right, 888-957-9570. Devers will be in the lineup. Tony Vitello spoke to him. Buster did not. Giants fans, how does that make you feel? 888-957-9570 is the number. We're at Laughing Monk in the city on Fulton, getting ready for the NBA draft. The Warriors are working on some front office voices to join us. Monty Poole will join us next hour. We got a lot going on and a lot to get ready for. So let's get going on that. Plus, coming up next, we'll tell you how you can end up playing golf with us at one of the Bay Area's top golf destinations. We are sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water, live at Laughing Monk on Fulton. This is Willard and Dibbs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
The Oakland Roots are having a season to remember in 2026, bringing excitement, passion, and winning soccer to the Bay Area. From thrilling goals to an electric atmosphere at the Oakland Coliseum, there's never been a better time to be part of the movement. Join thousands of fans and cheer on the Roots as they continue their push this season. Get your tickets today at OaklandRootsSC.com and follow all the action on KTVU Plus and ESPN Plus. Oakland Roots. Oakland first, always.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Megan, trapeze artist and scratchers enthusiast. So, Megan, what do you like about playing scratchers?
Well, they're easy to play when I'm hanging around.
Oh, okay. Like when you're relaxing?
No, like when I'm hanging on the trapeze. I swing upside down, then do a quadruple somersault, all while playing scratchers. Watch this.
Unbelievable.
I know, right?
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
You only get one shot at this. One chance to handle your injury case the right way. One chance to get the compensation you actually need. And one chance to protect your future. And once you make the wrong move, you don't get a do-over. Sign too early, it's final. Say the wrong thing, it's recorded. Take a low offer, you can't go back. Before you make any decisions, call Beam Law. They'll step in immediately, guiding you, protecting you, and making sure every move is made with your best outcome in mind. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. If you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't take that risk. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment.
SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Wednesdays are for unwinding and for wine. At P.F. Chang's, your midweek reset just got better because every Wednesday, bottles of wine are half off. So text the group chat, make a plan, and turn an ordinary night into something worth savoring. Great wine, great company, half the price. Wine Wednesday, only at P.F. Chang's. Available to guests 21 and over. Dine in only all day Wednesday. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from The Morning Roast, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs. And if you want to see their beautiful faces, you can check them out on YouTube. Search 95.7 The Game right now.
Rafi Devers will be batting fourth.
Yep.
And playing first base.
That's great. That's great. I'm sure that he learned his lesson. Like, you go finger wag on a Sunday, you have an off day Monday, and okay, Rafi, you go play first again. And you get to go play first, Rafi. I'm sure you've learned your lesson. I didn't talk to you. I'm Buster Posey. I didn't speak to you, and Tony Vitello defended you. So, like, what are we even doing here?
The only other moderate news piece that came out of Buster Posey just talking in the Giants dugout was that he expressed confidence in manager Tony Vitello going forward.
Okay, that's good. I mean, I wonder if the guys who are in the clubhouse every single day have the same level of confidence over Tony Vitello. And if you're a younger player and you see what Rafi Devers did, which is all but, I mean, he used his index finger, but he might as well have used his middle finger. And if you're a younger player, you have your veteran, your highest paid player on your team, do that and get no rebuke. So I mean, all bets are off.
I think you're all aware of the positions now. Eldridge is DHing. Devers is at first. Tonight's lineup will go Arise, Eldridge, Schmidt, Devers, Lee, Adames, Chapman, Gilbert, Susak. Robbie Ray toes the slab.
I love it. Yep. And, another thing that he had mentioned, Buster Posey, is that they're open to anything and any offer except for Logan Webb. So, all right, Robbie, go out there and shove again, grunt and shove, and maybe you can be somebody who's on the move like Darren Ruff.
Yeah, I think that, that made sense, that in a moment that is probably very mentally challenging for Logan Webb, and at a time where the rest of the league is going to smell blood in the water. Such incredible weakness right now in terms of the Giants' position, their bargaining position, that Logan Webb is a target. So it makes sense for Buster to go out and get ahead of that and say, like, don't even ask. That's going to be a no from us, dog. I agree with that. To me, like, I would have understood if the Giants say we're absolutely open to anything, but I don't want to see Logan Webb move. And I like your line that if you trade Logan Webb, the next thing you're doing is looking for another Logan Webb. Turns out, looks like they might have already traded a Logan Webb last year in Kyle Harrison.
Oh, boy.
So, we arrive at this, but after kind of seeing all the information that just came in from Buster Posey, and if you're just joining us, this is just me paraphrasing. Buster stands by or behind the statement that the organization already made about the Pride Night happenings. Did not want to discuss further. As far as Devers is concerned, said everybody's prone to missteps. Tony Vitello has spoken to Rafi. Buster has not. Rafi's batting fourth and playing first. So I'm kind of with you. Why did you even have this?
What's the point?
And again, I think that he thinks, and the Giants think, that there is some sort of an accountability appearance by doing this, but there wasn't a whole lot of meat on the bone.
Right. I mean, there was no meat and there probably was no bone, but for me, from a PR standpoint, and your lovely wife, Christy, is better about the PR side of it than I am, but when you come out and you don't allow questions on Pride Night and you have your statement, it only propels the story forward. So now your various aggregators, and it's an aggregation sensation, I know that.
You're on a roll.
But they're gonna aggregate this and say, Buster Posey declines to address Pride Night fiasco.
Yeah.
And so now it's another day. Now it's another day of, you didn't make a comment, so no comment means the story lives more.
Yeah, I mean, if he did make a comment, like, it's going to live more the second he calls the press conference, because if he does make a comment and it seems to lean in one direction or another, that's a story too.
That's true.
And who knows, with the way things are in this country right now, you don't have to say much, and the next thing you know, like, you're on CNN and Fox News and MSNBC and all of this. So I get wanting to steer clear of that, but to come out and also basically say, I didn't even speak to Rafi, and just a little whoopsie-daisy, and he batting fourth tonight. I'm like, what is it that you did have to say?
Right.
You basically said, I don't want to talk Pride Night. There really isn't much to say about Devers. Did you have this entire press conference just to state publicly that you're keeping Logan Webb? That's the only newsy thing that has come out of today.
Right, and didn't we already kind of know that?
I mean, assumed, at least.
Right, that he was, mostly untouchable, but, you're open to doing anything else with any other player, and, well, that got reported last week by 3 or 4 or 5 MLB experts, MLB reporters, so if that was coming from the Giants, you already put that out there. So that's out there, and the Pride Night was a dodge, and Rafi Devers, you didn't talk to him. So what are we doing? And did he mention Jared Oliva? Because that, to me, is the only newsy thing that came out today.
I don't think he did mention Jared Oliva, but I'm sure the Mets will enjoy Jared Oliva. He moves up one slot in the National League standings.
Big.
Jared Oliva to the New York Mets. All right, we're going to go to the phones here in just a sec. Couple things. I want to remind everybody, you are listening live to Willard and Dibbs at Laughing Monk Brewing in San Francisco on Fulton Street. Real easy spot to get to. Parking is not difficult. The food is good. The TVs are on. World Cup is here. And obviously the NBA draft is only hours away. Warriors sitting at 11. I'm going to go ahead and predict Braden Burries to the Warriors.
I love it.
That might be hope more than an actual thought.
Kukush.
But Kukush.
Okay.
Braden Burries to the Warriors. Fingers crossed. But let's see how that all plays out. And then we've got continuing draft coverage into the night with Grandy and Carter Chickering coming on at 6 o'clock. Also, an opportunity you do not want to miss. Do you want to win a round of golf at the beautiful, and I mean it's awesome, just there last weekend, Silverado Resort in Napa? Play a round of golf with one of us 6 hosts here at 95.7 The Game. Here's all you need to know and to be thinking about. You got a chance to play with us on Monday, July 13th. So, item 1, are you free? Daytime, July 13th.
Okay.
Start there.
I'm free.
Next, each host is going to be paired with a winner. So there will be 6 of you crazy people that are going to be joining us to play golf. All you need to do is submit a 30-second or less video that highlights, first and foremost, your swing. Can you swing the club without hurting anybody, including yourself? That's going to be key here. Get your best golf gear on. We want to see the fit. And then a word or 2 or 3 or 4 about why you want to play with us or at least one of us. Go to 957thegame.com, submit your video, and then poof, that's it. You may get a call back, and you may get selected, and you may be at Silverado with us on July 13th.
Which would be awesome, because
really awesome.
I cannot wait to meet
great.
you, the person who actually sends in the video and qualifies in golf. We've had some great experiences. We did one at Berkeley Country Club.
Yes, indeed.
And remember, we had the listener on, I think, the 3rd hole with the big Willard and Dibbs sign
on their balcony. Yes.
And then, of course, Cache Creek was great. We met Zucci Main, who played with a different group, and you and I went out there, and he played with you.
Oh, he played with me.
Yes.
Such and I were a twosome.
Yes.
He wanted his jorts out and everything, man. We were rocking it out there.
That's right.
We were crushing it.
Sunny, you gotta rock the jorts when it's that hot.
It was a hundo, dog.
Just the jorts.
Anyway, all right, out to the phones. Willard and Dibbs, we're glad you're with us. Thanks for being with us. Chris in San Jose. Hi, Chris. Thanks for the call. What's on your mind?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Let me get to the point real quick. First of all, Augie Garrido, University of Texas, gave his team a post-game speech. Please look him up. A world-class baseball coach, Augie Garrido.
Sure.
Number 2, you have pissed on the legacy of Jackie Robinson, Roberto Clemente, and Dick Allen, who took batteries and insults and racial slurs to play this game, and you're playing the game and throwing your manager under the bus the way you did. You ought to be ashamed, Mr. Devers. You ought to be ashamed. And he has a history of erratic or shaky behavior. So why are we surprised, and I'm surprised it took this long, for him to show his true colors? Now, how are the fans going to react? That's the key. Do we know enough, care enough about the organization to say we're not going to put up with it as fans? Are we going to kowtow, acquiesce, and just go, give me a hot dog and a cold drink? All right, the spotlight's on us, the fans. Thank you.
Chris, thank you. To me, a little, listen, I'm not going to diminish what Chris is feeling. I think that that's all fair. I don't know that something like this goes so far as to, as he put it, kind of piss on the legacy of some of the greats and all that they fought through in order to create baseball in its current form. I have the utmost respect for that. I don't know if this situation pushes necessarily that far, but for him it does. And I'll also say this. I'm not going to express a lot of confidence at all that this is going to go the way Chris wants it to go. In other words, he's suggesting, hey, fans, basically protest. Don't go. And I I don't like his chances.
I don't like his chances either, but I would bet you that there is audible boos tonight when Rafi Devers steps to the plate for the first. I do think
that's a tough putt in San Francisco. You know that.
I'm not saying the whole crowd boos, but I do think that when you look at the year he's had, underwhelming, the year they've had, pathetic, this situation where you finger wag a manager who nobody is like latched on to Tony Vitello yet, but still you kind of feel for him. Here's a veteran who comes out and openly disrespects you. I would bet that his first time at the plate, there will be some boos.
I'm trying to think back to last weekend, and part of this is that the story and the information and the emotions maybe weren't all the way formed yet on Saturday or Sunday. Is there a reaction the next time Sam Hentges, Ryan Walker, JT Brubaker come out of the bullpen, or Landon Roop start this week? Is there a reaction?
I think that there very well could be, and it hasn't happened at home. You're right; they all pitched on the road, and again, I think it plays to me a little bit where the overall discontent is higher than it normally would be, and so you have these things, the Pride Night and the Rafi Devers, and so fans are frustrated already, and then now you have this additional thing that would frustrate you more. I'd be surprised if they didn't actually have a reaction like that.
888-957-9570. I just know that the fan base loves being at the ballpark. The fan base does not enjoy booing. They just don't. And so it's going to take some real emotion for them to get there. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I don't know that we're going to see the outward emotion that maybe some of you would predict. But we'll find out. We'll find out with the A's in town tonight. Jeff in Los Angeles is next. Hi, Jeff. Thanks for calling us. What's up?
Hey, guys. Well, I got to tell you one thing. You mentioned Jared Oliva being signed by the Mets. You know what would have been interesting? If they had somehow kept him and he could have played the role that Cox has been playing, and Cox could be getting regular at-bats in Sacramento instead. It's the exact same role, and that's just another mistake that they've made.
Yeah.
Guys, I listened to the press conference. I'm infuriated. But basically, it's Devers is getting away with everything. He's in tonight's lineup. Same as it ever was. Nothing's going to change. Buster said, I'm disappointed that we can't get on a roll. You can't get on a roll with this pitching staff. You're not going to win more than 2 or 3 games, period, with this pitching staff. So this is all on Buster. The bottom line is, no harm, no foul. Devers does what he wants. The inmates are running the asylum, and nothing is going to change. Buster could have put a line in the sand and said, this stops now. Devers is going to be on the bench, and if Devers doesn't like it, he's going to be suspended. And they should have sent a message, and they didn't. This was so weak. I have completely lost faith in Buster, and I've pretty much lost faith in Tony. They were better with Farhan, and they were better with Bomel.
Jeff, thanks.
Strong, Jeff. I like the take.
Well, it's not just strong. It's kind of factual. Now, I'm not saying that there isn't time to switch it up, but I don't know how you would argue otherwise right now that the Bomel Giants, the Farhan Giants, and obviously,
oh my God,
the Kapler Giants were a better experience than this. And by the way, the reason I'm confident in saying this, look, we're only halfway through. I'm not telling you what's going to happen next. I don't know. This is the most unpleasant Giants season that I can remember in my life.
And you've said that now repeatedly, and it only gets more unpleasant, unfortunately. And so before you got to Miami, you're coming off a neat little 2-game sweep in Atlanta with a rain game to be determined. And you're thinking, okay, Miami's not a world beater. Maybe you take 2 or 3, or God forbid, you win all 3, and you come home with some Uncle Mo, not the horse, but momentum. And then you go there, and it's loss. Great game from Logan Webb, highlighted by an embarrassment from your highest paid player. So not only are you 15 games below 500, and you are what your record says, and I do think that this one actually fits. This one actually might be the first time I'm actually right.
They are what their record says.
Your record's embarrassing, and your actual play is more embarrassing than that.
Pasta, that doesn't count as a sweep, does it? When the Giants won 2 games in one day against the Braves and then had a rain out, the 3rd game of that series will get played in late August.
I don't think it technically does count as a sweep, but
It's the closest thing we got.
They're looking at it as a positive thing and probably a sweep.
Can we at least give him a baby broom? Like one of those ones that the umpire uses?
I'm going to give him a dust devil.
What
they
about
don't get a sweep.
A Swiffer wet jet?
Yeah, they're going to get a Swiffer. Giants got a Swiffer in Atlanta.
And by the way, don't hate on the Swiffer wet jet. That S works.
Oh, I ain't hate on nothing.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of Atlanta, let's go to Frank in Atlanta, joining us here on Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Frank.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hope you guys had a good Father's Day.
Thank you.
This, I missed part of the press conference. I tried to catch it, but it was almost over.
Okay, well, we can update you on anything.
Like I was trying to tell Steiny and Guru Friday, this is a failure of leadership, but I don't think I propels my point good enough to them. This is a failure of leadership of your team leader. The Giants have made 5 egregious mistakes this year. 4 of them are made by the 4 team leaders: Matt Chapman, Willie Adames, Logan Webb, and Rafael Devers. Those are your 4 best players. Those are your team leaders, period. Each one of them has made an egregious error that should have been called out. That problem should have. This calls for a players-only team meeting, no manager, because you've thrown your manager under the bus in his position being a rookie. You guys have shown zero leadership. This is the show. This ain't AA. All 4 of those mistakes are mistakes a baseball player doesn't make his sophomore year of high school. Now, the Pride Day incident, that's a failure of the general manager and the manager. But this stuff that everybody's trying to throw Vitello under the bus about behind his supposed to be $800 million worth of team leaders, no, I'm not going to blame that on. None of it should go to Vitello.
Hey, Frank, can I ask you a question? I think we're clear on what you're sort of pointing to with
to him and was going to take him out of the game, and then he didn't want to come, and then somebody patted him on the butt, and then there was the big issue in the dugout.
So
they did take him out.
Yeah, and there was no issue. Logan actually, the only issue that some had with Logan was they wanted him to be more firm about it. He, after the game, just said that's Tony's decision, and that's what I told him in the dugout. Now, personally, I don't buy that. I think there was a lot more going on behind the scenes, but Logan did not make a scene, nothing at all. The very next time he went out, Tony went out to the mound to ask Logan if he wanted to stay in a game. And Logan did stay in the game. And, in fact, I think that was the only time the Giants finally won one of these Logan games. So, anyway, I just wanted to get some clarity on that, Frank.
No, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but that's what I'm saying. It involved the team leader.
Yeah, but he didn't do anything.
And
he didn't call anybody out.
He didn't do anything, but it involved him. It wasn't his fault.
Yeah.
He was involved in it.
I mean, I just think he was a pitcher that just got taken out of a game, Frank. Like, I don't.
Yeah, for me, Frank,
there's no incident there. I think you're making up an incident is my point. But I get where you're coming from. I really do.
That one to me is more of a Tony Vitello issue where he and the pitching coach didn't handle it the right way. And you should have had him come into the dugout and asked him how he was doing before you shook his hand and the rest of it. But the big one for me is what Frank was saying about a players-only team meeting. The players are not leading. Rafi Devers is your highest player. He's not a leader. Nope. Willie Adames is chumming it up with opponents. Logan Webb's a pitcher every 5 days. Jung Woo Lee's having a monster year, but English is not his first language. Casey Schmidt is young. Luis Arise is a rental. Where is your leader for a players-only meeting?
Well, so in all of these conversations, I can just tell you where I'm going to come from. This is just the way I look at it. I'm going to leave Logan Webb the bleep out of these conversations. Logan, in my mind, has done zippo-dippo wrong, and he is completely capable of being a leader, but his zip has been taken out of his fastball as far as leadership because, A, he was hurt for part of the time, and B, I don't think he's gotten the backing that he needs from the organization, including his manager. So that's why I said yesterday, this is the end of the innocence. I know some people want to be like, Tony got put in a wrong spot. I agree with you. But I also don't think Tony has handled that well.
Right.
And Tony took the job. You can't take the job and then be like, oh, by the way, I can't lead veterans. Well, then you can't have the job. And was it offered to him? Sure. But to me, that's just all shared. That's all shared. As far as leadership right now, that is the buzzword. None of us can see any of it.
Right. And it all goes from the top down for me. This Buster Posey press conference today, I haven't heard it, obviously, but to me, that's another example of a lack of leadership. So Buster comes out and has a press conference for what? For who? For what? Like, so you can address nothing at all? And so basically, all the questions that people want answered were not addressed. No Pride Night questions, and Rafi's going to play. So what was even the point of coming out here and doing a press conference? I still don't get it.
Well, we do have another development.
Okay.
And this is a new one. Ladies and gentlemen, Rafael Devers has spoken to reporters.
Wait a minute. Where's the breaking news sounder?
Rafael Devers has spoken to reporters. I don't even know if I care what he said. I just want to let everyone know that Rafi Devers spoke to reporters.
Wow. Okay.
But do you want to know? What he said?
I could probably guess, but I'd love to hear it.
Oh, that's a fun game. Why don't you guess?
I was in the heat of the moment and stuff. And
why is everyone turning to Kyle Shanahan?
I don't know.
Rafi Devers does not sound like Kyle Shanahan.
Well, I mean, I got caught in the heat of the moment and stuff. I got caught in the heat of the moment, and I regretted using my index finger in that manner. And, boy, I wish I could have it back, but I can't, so we just got to move forward.
It's actually not quite the tone of it. He did say that he has apologized to Tony Vitello. However, it was because this was all a huge misunderstanding. What? He says he told Vitello earlier on the trip that he had some hamstring soreness, and he thought that's why he was being taken out. So he was trying to get the message across that, no, the hammy is okay. And, as always, he'd like to let the media know that they've all blown it completely out of proportion.
Oh, we have.
Yeah.
You know what, Rafi? I hope you're watching on YouTube right now. No. You don't get to do that. We're not blowing anything out of proportion, RD.
All right. We have actually some of the comments from Buster Posey. We'll play them for you next. We're live at Laughing Monk in the city. Our draft coverage is going to start to come hot and heavy here in the 3 o'clock hour as well. Monty Poole, among others, hopefully will be joining us as we get ready for the 11th pick tonight. This is Willard and Dibbs.
And it's Dan Dibley here. The thrilling basketball finals are over, and now it's time to prepare for the next season with the draft. On Kalshi, you can trade every pick, whatever player your team might draft, and so much more. Utah has got a pick, and I think they're selecting at number 2, and there's a certain Kansas guard that they may take. There's actually a 73% chance that they will take him, meaning a $100 trade would pay out $136 if they select that very player. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, D-I-B-S, and get $10 when you trade 10. K-A-L-S-H-I, Kalshi. Trade on anything 18 and over. Only restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Bay Area, listen up because Ceremony Ford has one of the biggest Ford offers of the year. From now through July 6th, Ford is running its American Value for American Values employee pricing event. And yes, that means employee pricing for all at Ceremony Ford. So here's the deal. You pay what Ford employees pay on most new 2025 and 2026 Ford vehicles in stock. That's below MSRP employee pricing, available to the entire public, not just employees, not just insiders. Everybody gets a seat at the table. We're talking Maverick, Bronco, F-150, Mustang Mach-E, Bronco Sport, Explorer, Super Duty, and Ranger, truck, SUV, hybrid, electric, work rig, family hauler, weekend warrior. Ceremony Ford has the inventory, and Ford has the offer. American Value for American Values. Get to Ceremony Ford right off of 280 in Colma and Daly City, or shop 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. Gas tank is full, tonight's dinner plans are set, grocery shopping is complete, and I even got everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
Every one of those stops gets me a bit of money back.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on gas, groceries, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first grocery trip.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Earn cash back on errands and everyday essentials. Download Upside and use promo code TUNEIN5 to earn an extra $5 cash back on your first purchase at one of over 100,000 available locations. That's promo code TUNEIN5 for an extra $5 cash back. Remember, use promo code TUNEIN5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
DraftKings Sports is live in all 50 states. Yes, that means you, California. The whole world is watching one tournament right now. Group stage chaos, knockout drama, stoppage time heartbreak. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in California. So whether you're catching the early kickoff before work or the late match at the bar, you're in on every minute, every match, every moment, all in one app. Right here in California, the world's biggest stage is in the palm of your hand. New DraftKings customers sign up with the code 957thegame, spend $5 to get $200 in total rewards. That's code 957thegame in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends June 28. Terms, dkng.co/predictions promo.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I love this show, man. 95.7, man. I'm a gamer.
On 95.7 The Game.
Look, I'm not trying to belabor this point, but can I ask a question?
Of course.
Off of this idea that Rafi Devers would like everyone to know that this was all a misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. They're going to pitch to us that Rafi had told Tony Vitello earlier on the trip that he had hamstring soreness. Apparently after that, it became just like a little secret that nobody would address. He leads off the ninth inning with a walk in a 2-1 game. You protect your investment and get a faster runner on base in a situation where it's obvious. And Devers shakes his hand and shoos someone because he now believes the only reason Tony is taking him out is because of soreness earlier in the trip, which is not why Tony Vitello was taking him out. But furthermore, we end the conversation, and I appreciate that Rafi at least finally spoke to the media. But we end with the media has blown this out of proportion.
Yep, it's our fault again. My fault.
Hold on a second. Can I ask a follow-up to Rafi if I were able to be there right now? Does JT Snow count as the media? Does Rich Aurelia count as the media?
How about Eric Burns?
Does Eric Burns
kind of, but
count as the media? Do the countless, the line around the block of former Major League Baseball players who some have media-ish jobs now and some don't? JT Snow's a manager of a minor league club. Are they the media? Because I'm pretty sure they blew it up more than anybody I heard from.
Right.
They had the strongest commentary about this, more so than any media member. So that is not an acceptable answer, and it has become all too frequent in the snap, react, all-encompassing let's blame the media thing. I think we all know why that's become so popular in the last decade, but it's a cop-out. It's a cop-out. Don't blame the media, Rafi. Everybody hated what you did.
Right.
Everyone, including your own teammates. There's a still shot of Logan Webb mean-mugging you in the dugout. Did he blow it out of proportion?
He's not the media. So, I mean,
that's a BS response.
It's a complete BS response. And just looking at Rafi Devers' career, he's played in 1,220 games in Major League Baseball. And I would imagine he played some youth baseball as well. I don't know his full background, but the idea of getting pinch run for in the ninth inning in a one-run game, and you're not the fastest guy, and he does have 33 career stolen bases.
Huge.
He's been caught 19 times. And so, yeah, you're not the fleetest of foot, and we might need somebody to come in and steal a bag, which they didn't do. You should understand, after 1,220 games of Major League Baseball, that had nothing to do with your hamstring or how your leg was doing. That is an absolute no-brainer of a move that any manager would make. And for him to react like that and then come out today, and you're right, it's great that he actually talked to the media, which is something he very rarely does.
Yep.
But I'm not buying it. I'm not buying your answer. I'm not buying your interpretation, nor is anybody who is around baseball.
I appreciate that he spoke. I appreciate that he apologized to Tony Vitello. I think that was warranted. And so those parts are great. But to say that this got blown out of proportion by anybody in a media circle, I think is just flatly inaccurate, because the strongest reactions I heard might have been in the media, but they weren't by the media. This offended baseball. It offended people's baseball sensibilities all over the country to the point where he's been the lead story in baseball on a team that does not deserve to be a lead story.
Right.
And so that speaks for itself. I'm glad that he and Tony talked it out. I'm glad that there was an apology. I think heat of the moment things happen, but to then point the finger back at those speaking to him is kind of predictable and just kind of weak.
It's clownish, quite frankly, and it's certainly like a prideful response, but in the moment, you're very proud, and so you don't want to be pinch run for. I get that, and you do what you did, but now 2 days later, just own it. Own the fact that, yeah, that was a bad look, and I shouldn't have done that. I showed up my manager who is brand new, and, I regret it. Tony and I have talked. I've apologized, and I'm just hoping that we can move forward. And, to the fans, I want to let you know that that's not who I am. We all have those moments where we make mistakes, and I made a mistake, and you go forward. But he didn't do that. He, put it back on somebody else. It was the media blowing it out of proportion, and it was, a miscommunication between the manager and myself. I don't think that Tony sent out Jonah Cox thinking, you know what, Rafi's got a bum leg. I got to make sure that I take him out right now to protect that leg. He was thinking, fast guy, slow guy. I'd rather have the fast guy on first.
Can I read you a tweet that's just come out from Buster Olney?
Sure.
Widely respected reporter at ESPN, obviously, comes on the show quite a bit. We love Buster. We love all people named Buster. That will never change. But the idea that Buster Posey has not done a good job to this point as president of baseball ops is kind of obvious. I don't think anybody needs to run from that. But here's Buster Olney 5 minutes ago. Quote, "It makes no sense that Buster Posey hadn't spoken to Rafael Devers about Sunday's incident before meeting with reporters before today. We talk about players performing with urgency. What about urgency for the head of baseball ops?"
Ooh, Buster on Buster right there.
Buster only doesn't criticize anybody.
Pretty much.
That's not kind of what he does.
Yep, exactly. And yet he comes out and he's absolutely spot on. So you haven't spoken to Rafi Devers. You're going to have a press conference on a Tuesday. This happened on a Sunday, and yet you're not going to have spoken to Rafi Devers, and you're going to come out and just admit to the media that you haven't talked about it? Why are you having this press conference?
I don't know.
Like, it would be one thing if you said, Rafi and I talked, and, I let him know that this is not acceptable in any organization, let alone this one, and, yeah, we're going to move forward. But you openly admitted you haven't talked to him? I mean, this is amateur hour, Mark. And I hate that it's Buster Posey.
I tell you what, it is starting to kind of, this is just me using my gut. I don't want this to sound like an accusation. It's not. I just kind of feel like we're just repeatedly being lied to. Like, I just feel like we're being lied to. That's just me speaking from the heart is, let me ask it to you this way. Do you really think Buster Posey hasn't spoken to Rafi Devers?
Since the incident? I mean, it's possible, but if he hasn't spoken to Rafi Devers, then that's almost a fireable offense. Like, honestly, if his name was not Buster Posey, if it was Buster Johnson, I don't even know, Mark. I was going to try to come up with a clever name, but I couldn't because this is really striking me. He would be not only on the hot seat, but people would be calling for his job. He's a part owner. I get that. He's unfireable, I suppose, but he's having a disastrous year as president of baseball ops.
Let's hear from Buster Posey a little bit and what just took place at 3rd and King a short time ago. So let's start with the Rafael Devers situation because that's kind of where the conversation is right now. Again, when it comes to Pride Night stuff, Buster pretty much passed on adding anything to that situation. So let's start with whether or not Posey felt like he needed to talk with Rafi about what took place on Sunday.
Yeah, I think so. It's something that I'll probably sit down with him. And I think, again, talking from Tony, I think he understands that part of it.
Okay, so Buster's saying there he will talk to him, but he hasn't yet.
Right.
Then an off day, you have a plane flight, and then you have all day today, and you have a game here in 3 hours. Rafi's batting fourth and playing first. You're going to talk to him?
Eventually. I mean, maybe after he has a really good game, that way the conversation will go a little bit better. I don't know. Like, why would you talk to him? Other than the fact that it was a super embarrassing moment and he showed up, your skipper, your hand-picked skipper, who is already treading water, by the way. I mean, Tony Vitello, I know that I'm kind of in the minority as far as whether or not he'll be back next year, but he's clearly struggling. And go to any national pundit, and they all think that he's a guy who is outright struggling. And so your star player, and it's not even July yet, and he shows up your manager, and you're not going to go talk to the player about that? It's just a joke.
Next, Buster Posey on the current leadership in the clubhouse.
I mean, other people can speak on me. I'm not going to speak on myself. I feel like Tony's has the clubhouse. I think he has the respect of the players in the clubhouse. Everything's going to be heightened when our record is what it is. But there's no concern on my part that he doesn't have the respect of the clubhouse.
I mean, does he?
There's no way to kind of categorize that. Does he? I mean, collectively, I don't know. Man to man of everyone, I don't believe so.
Right. And
I don't believe so.
It would be very hard to come in and get that man-to-man, to get that command. And I know when you struggle and you're 15 games below 500, it's even tougher because I'm sure some of the veteran players are thinking, God, this guy's come in and we can't win. And, I don't like all his moves and this and that. And he pulled me out because, Bryce needs to play. And so I had to sit for a day, and I don't like sitting.
More Buster Posey on this is just his reaction to what Rafi did. And then he likened it to something that's happened on the Giants before.
Yeah, you can tell he's frustrated. I mean, look, with the way the season's gone, everybody's frustrated, and I think that's a byproduct of frustration. I haven't spoken to Rafi directly, but I know Tony has talked to him, and he can, share more with you. But I know they had a good conversation after the game, and it kind of reminded me of, it's not exactly the same, but I remember an incident with Casilla in Arizona one time coming off the mound with Boch. Gosh, I mean, sometimes in the heat of the moment, you're battling, you want to win a game so bad, stuff comes out and happens probably that you would rather it not happen. But, I think about Casilla, it's one of my favorite people in all the whole world and one of my favorite teammates, and we're all prone to have missteps at times.
Okay, so you know what comes to mind there? And we're looking at video of what happened between Casilla and Boch. I don't remember what year that was, but obviously that's somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 to 15 years ago. And it's like if you're referencing that, you're like, oh, it's kind of similar to that. Well, yeah, and you remember that a decade and a half later.
Right.
You're able to reference it right away a decade and a half later.
It's only because the media blew it out of proportion, Mark. That's why.
Here's an interesting one. Here's Posey's reaction to the question, why is the record what it is since Rafi arrived?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have an answer for you on why that has happened the way that it has. I mean, you can go back and look at Rafi's career numbers and, make an argument that has been one of the elite hitters in the league. So I don't have a great answer for you.
Okay. I think your question that you brought up right off the top is an incredibly fair one. This press conference is now over, and I'm not quite clear on why it happened.
What did they accomplish? He got a statement out about Pride Night and said, here's our statement. We've already talked about it. I'm answering no questions. And he spoke about Tony Vitello, and he thinks, he's not in there, but he thinks he still has the clubhouse. And Rafi Devers, basically, there's a misunderstanding. Like, what did you really solve here, Buster? You solved nothing.
No, the only thing that moved this conversation forward actually was Rafi talking to reporters. And again, I want to keep pointing out, I really appreciate that he did that. That's good that the Giants either convinced him to do it or he felt the need to do it. It's good that he apologized to Tony Vitello. But I'm going to refuse to believe that, A, this was a misunderstanding. I think we understand exactly what took place out there. And I don't really appreciate the idea that now somebody's trying to reframe it. It's very obvious what took place. And then the implication that this was blown out of proportion by the media. That whole idea is kind of funny to me sometimes. Like, look, social media does blow things up. And yes, we can be a very dramatic society. I'm going to admit those things. But the idea that the media blew something out of proportion, look, the media is in many ways simply the go-between. They are the middle ground between you and the fans. If this is something that brought about an emotional reaction to everybody who watched, there is no way to blow it out of proportion. The reaction is what it is.
Right.
And it's organic. I don't know anybody who watched that in the moment and went, that's no big deal. And then on Monday they went to work and they're like, hold on a second. Willard and Dibbs, it's a big deal. Now I'm mad.
Right, now it's a big deal.
That's blowing it out of proportion. That's not what happened. My phone went crazy the second this happened.
Mine too.
By everybody watching, including tons of former big leaguers. People who have, no. That's,
excuse me.
Not my phone. No, not my phone. Those are two separate things. My phone went crazy.
Yeah.
And then a bunch of former big leaguers went crazy.
Okay.
Not a bunch of former big leaguers on my phone.
You kind of tied that together.
I know. I didn't mean to do that.
You tried to pass it along.
I didn't mean to do that.
And
it was a misunderstanding, Dibbs. I don't want you to blow it out of proportion.
I've already blown it out of proportion. You're a big deal, and you have a lot of former major leaguers who text you in the moment. I get that. I'm just some nobody with a 3-year-old, running around and trying to push her on the swings.
It's not the way it went down. But anyway, everybody I know reacted to this right away. And so therefore, to say that the media turned this into something that it's not, no, this is A to B. We all saw exactly what it was. So that's great that you spoke today. It's great that you apologized to Tony. Those things are necessary. I don't think the fans need an apology. I do think your teammates do. Maybe that's already happened. And then other than that, it would be nice to just frame this as what it is. I lost my bananas at a time when I should not have, and in a way that I should not have. Thank you for coming to my locker. Go Giants.
Right.
I'm going to go try to get every ground ball and scoop ball tonight at 3rd and King.
I do think that this is made worse by the fact that Rafi Devers kind of complained his way out of Boston. So I'm not saying that he's a bad actor, but the Rafi Devers backstory combined with the Tony Vitello rookiness as a manager, that's kind of a perfect storm. If it was just garden variety veteran with, garden variety experienced manager, it would be less of a thing. It still would be a thing, but it wouldn't be as big a thing as it is with Tony Vitello, the rookie. How's he going to handle this one? Here comes another hot potato for you, Tony.
Monty Poole's going to join us in 10 minutes, and we will get to some NBA draft, which is only hours away. We're live at Laughing Monk, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game, on Fulton here in the city. Great spot. We just watched England and Ghana play to a scoreless draw on one of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I might be missing a couple. Big screen TVs that are right here, just crushing smash burgers and Caesar salads, and everything is delicious. The vibe is great. We got Giants jerseys at the bar. Everything is phenomenal here, and we'll get you ready for the NBA draft. And the picks will start coming here in less than 2 hours. I'm going Braden Burries. You're going to put your chip in the circle of Yaxel Londonborg.
Staying with it.
And then and we'll see where this thing goes. But Buster Posey speaks in the Giants dugout today. And yeah, I'm with you. I'm having a hard time exactly figuring out why. Do you know what I've decided the definition of this Giants team is? Listen, I think that we've got a pretty patient and strong fan base for San Francisco Giants baseball in this town. What I've noticed all year long is not even so much that the Giants, quote unquote, do everything wrong. I don't even necessarily believe that. One area where Buster is absolutely correct is simply the idea that some of these things would not land so poorly if our record wasn't so bad.
Yep.
And I do think they're trying. It's not like I see guys out there. There have been a couple situations, but I don't see people out there dogging it and not caring. I think they're wearing it. So, I'll give them that. I think the effort is there, and the record does elevate all of the emotion. But here's what I notice with the Giants. They have a hard time making things make sense. And I think that's what we're actually looking for. In other words, if you're going to call a press conference, have it come after you've spoken to Rafi Devers.
Yep.
And don't make it sound like this press conference just happened at an inopportune time. You know, I've been on a flight with Rafi. I work with Rafi. We're both here at the ballpark today. We've both been here since this morning, but I haven't had the chance to talk to him. No. Yeah, you did. You got his number and everything. You're the Pobo. Like, if you need to talk to him, and you said today that you're going to talk to him, then talk to him.
You can call him, and he'll probably answer.
It's no different than when you brought up Bryce Eldridge and then didn't play him. If you could just kind of make things make sense, you'll find, and Buster knows this, you have a very open, forgiving, and strong fan base. But you do need to make things make sense. So from Bryce Eldridge to not talking to Rafi Devers, to looking like nobody's on the same page on Pride Night, you have to make things make sense. And then I think people will listen and receive what you're saying. But the Giants have failed to do that so far all year long.
It's because he's brand new in the job, and I don't think he's getting any advice from either above or those people close to him. It feels like everything is so reactionary. You mentioned Pride Night. You know that Pride Night is scheduled, and you probably have a good sense for your clubhouse in terms of who is pro, who's more likely to be against, and I don't even know where Buster falls on that spectrum, but you should probably have an idea and have somebody get with your players and say, all right, this is what's coming up next week. Here's our plan. We're going to wear these uniforms with these hats. Anybody have any issues with that? Okay, you can go ahead and raise your hand and we can talk about it. We'll figure out how we'll navigate it as a team. Instead, it's, players feel threatened. They write scripture on their hat, and now it's an ongoing, almost 2-week debacle because Buster Posey's not ahead of it.
Right, and it ends up on Capitol Hill, and then Rob Manfred points a finger directly at the Giants and says, actually, this is all their fault.
Right.
And here we are again at what is just a big misunderstanding.
That's right.
Yeah.
But, and again, it's the media that's making a bigger deal out of this than anybody.
For sure.
Other than, the president and the Department of Justice.
I mean, you know what's wild is this is another snapshot of how rough of a season it's been for the Giants. Buster Posey can have a press conference in the dugout at the halfway point, and very little with regard to the baseball decisions that he's already made even comes up. Like, if you really didn't have all these side controversies going on, you might have a conversation about, hey, Buster, looking back now at your first full off season, how do you feel about the bullpen that you built? Do you feel like the closer situation needs to be addressed into the future in a different way? Do you feel like Rafi Devers and Bryce Eldridge can coexist on this team at the same position? These are functional baseball questions.
Right.
I'd love to ask. We can't even get to them because we got guys making up their own uniforms on a night-to-night basis and waving off managerial decisions. And then no answers come to even those.
Exactly.
When it is time to sit down and talk.
And if you're going to have a press conference, I don't know why you had the informal, meet me in the dugout thing. That's kind of what the manager does. If you really want to address this from a professional standpoint, do it in the press conference room. Don't do it in the dugout.
Well, that's kind of the way they do it. The media's already there to talk to Tony. I get that, but I hear what you're saying, too.
Well, those questions for Tony are coming, I'm sure, tonight.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area. For our money, nobody is more tapped in with the Golden State Warriors than our guy Monty. He will join us next, as the Warriors are probably about 2.5 hours away from adding a new rookie to their roster. Live at Laughing Monk in San Francisco to get ready for it all, this is Willard and Dibbs.
This game day traffic report brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. We got the A's at the Giants. What a game. Northbound 101 backed up from before Cesar Chavez. 280 already jammed on the approach to King. The metering lights aren't on at the Bay Bridge, not yet. With your game day traffic, I'm Tiffany Whitstrom.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley here. Fremont Bank is my bank, and I love it because it's a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel, and they are so deeply committed contributing to their clients' goals, and in that case, it's me, and also empowering the community all around us. And it's because they're active members of those communities that they serve. They support local nonprofits, and they're one of the top local corporate philanthropist organizations, and they keep the money local. They reinvest it into businesses and organizations and activities, all of which make the Bay Area better. And it also contributes to a more vibrant and enjoyable community all around them. They actually have 21 branches now, 20 in the Bay Area, 1 in Carmel by the Sea. So if you go out into your community, you're going to see Fremont Bank working hard for you. Whether or not you're a customer, Fremont Bank is doing big things to help your community be a lot better. And also, they designate 5% of their earnings for charity, and that happens right here in the Bay Area. And their clients keep their money in the Bay Area. Fremont Bank is working all around you. You need to go in and become a part of it. It's Fremont Bank, putting the community in community banking.
Meet Sophia, a huge soccer fan. With her Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's streaming 3 games, video calling her cousin in Mexico,
and running the quiniela all on my new Samsung Galaxy.
She's practically running the whole tournament from her phone.
Good thing I have Total Wireless.
Switch to Total Wireless Total Max 5G or All Access plans to get on a network that won't put you second. Plus, a Samsung Galaxy on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Lucky and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. And right now, you can earn an extra $10 cash back bonus on your first grocery run at Lucky and Food Max.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cash back. Download Upside and use promo code SAVE6 to earn an extra $10 cash back on your first purchase at Lucky and Food Max. That's promo code SAVE6 for an extra $10 cash back. Remember, use promo code SAVE6.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the 3 brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar. And we are here to... Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Hey, it's Willard. At Hobbs Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Hobbs Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Hobbs fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Hobbs Law, relentless for justice. Visit HabbisLaw.com.
Omar Habbis is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Whoa, okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
The T-Mobile one says their customers had the lowest wireless bills versus the other big guys over the past 5 years. And our latest experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now or...
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. And right now, bring your phone to T-Mobile and we'll give you $400 when you switch.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. $400 with new account on qualifying line. Unlocked device credit ported 90-plus days with device and carrier and timely redemption required. Virtual MasterCard typically takes 14 weeks. No cash access and expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC. Visit T-Mobile.com.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Odyssey Sports is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
That's a great question.
That's a great question.
It's a great question.
That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
I'm pretty thankful for Monty Poole.
Always.
I'm just going to say, well, yes, always. Even more so now, though. Gives us an opportunity to stop hammering away at all of these different situations surrounding the San Francisco Giants. And
one of the rare guys to be on 2 Rushmores. He's on Mount Montymore and Mount Poolmore.
Well, I mean,
I said it.
He's the Pool who's still here around Chase Center.
Yep.
That's for sure. And it's a big night. The NBA draft and what we think will be Mike Dunleavy's first ever lottery pick as GM of the Dubs. We're live at Laughing Monk in San Francisco on Fulton, getting ready for all of it to unfold. The picks will start here in about an hour and a half. And joining us live on the River Islands guest line is our friend with NBC Sports Bay Area, Monty Poole. Hello, Monty. How are you tonight?
I'm doing okay. How about you guys?
We're doing good. Let's start with, I guess, the obvious one. Are we feeling pretty confident that the Warriors are making a pick rather than trading a pick tonight?
Yeah, simply because generally speaking, when you try to make a trade on draft night, more trades don't get made than do. Which is to say, the Warriors are open to trading. They're making efforts to trade, but most of those trades don't happen. Some do, and there's still a chance it could. But if I were a betting man, which I'm not, I would bet that they'd probably end up keeping the pick simply because no trade works out.
If they were to make a trade, who do you think would be the most likely target at this hour that they would be seeking?
Well, the noise around Trey Murphy III is legit. They like him. At least I'll just say that most people in the building like Trey Murphy, and a lot of them liked him 5 years ago when the Warriors had a chance to draft him and bypassed it. And so now, of course, he's making big money. He's a proven NBA level player. Approaching star level player. And so I can see why they would be interested in bringing him in, because he answers a lot of questions for this team. He's a wing, 6'7", 6'8", can shoot it, good athlete. He does a lot of things the Warriors don't have many people that do those things. So I would understand that. Now, the talk around LeBron and Kawhi Leonard stuff, I mean, it doesn't really, I'll just say it's highly unlikely, and one of the reasons is because do they really want to get older?
And the answer is probably no. At least they have certainly said in an ideal world it would be no. Monty, let's go down the Trey Murphy road for a second. If they were to get in on that, what would a potential deal look like?
Well, they have to give up that 11 pick and then figure out some financials and future draft picks, because the Pelicans know that Trey Murphy is a coveted player. And so there are other teams that are also looking at him. And if you're Joe Dumars in New Orleans, you're thinking, okay, let me find the best deal for my guy if I'm going to move him. And nothing says they're going to move him, but all the chatter is that they are open to moving him, and he's open to leaving. So it's just who gives you the best deal, just like what happened with Miami and Milwaukee with Giannis. Miami had a better deal than Boston, at least one that the Bucks liked more than the one the Celtics offered, and so they went for it. And so I think in New Orleans, the fact that Murphy has several teams that are looking at him position to kind of be choosy. But if you're the Warriors, yeah, you got to give up.
I mean, you'd have to give up multiple firsts, I'm sure. And do you think that it would be more likely that it would be the Jimmy Butler contract, or could Draymond Green actually be in play for a deal like this?
Yeah, you would need to give either several players making moderate amount of money, or one of the three big contracts. We know that's not going anywhere. And so Draymond has, just a few more days before his deadline hits for his opt-in. And all signs suggest that he'll choose an opting in or opting out, and then signing maybe a 2-year contract to line him up with Steph and Steve Kerr. 2-year contract at a lesser salary than the $27.7 that he'd be making if he simply opts in. So, and Trey Murphy makes, he's at around close to $30 million a year. So the money would work, but there are other issues. And I've been asked several times in the past couple of weeks by other people around the league, would the Warriors, are they open to trading Draymond? And I will say they're not close to it. In the past, they've been close to it. And I think now, I'm not saying he's on the table, but what I will say is that if the right deal comes along, I would think that where the Warriors are now, they would definitely consider making that move.
Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, with us on draft night right here on 95.7 The Game. All right, Monty, let's transition to if they make the pick. If they do that at number 11, who do you think is the most likely name to get called?
Well, the Warriors are hoping that they have a couple of guards on the board still, but there's only a couple of guards that they really love, and Braylon Burries is one of those guys, and the general belief is that he's probably going to be gone before 11. But if he's there, I got to think they would at least strongly consider taking him. They're going to take one. I think they're going to take one of the 4 or 5 or 6 wing / forward center type guys. The 3 guys from Michigan, Mara, Johnson, and Landerberg. I think all 3 of those guys are in play. I think they like Landerberg a little more because Johnson is a little raw. But I did have someone yesterday tell me, a league person said, if Mara's there at 11 and the Warriors are on the board at 11, on the clock at 11, that he believes that they will probably take Mara even over Landerberg. Those are the guys I'm looking at. I've heard, they never talk about Sanak from Houston, but I was told that they don't like him enough. And so you look at that. And the kid from Washington, Steinbach, I always told that they like him a lot. So we'll see where they go. But I think if Burris is not there, I think the likelihood is they draft one of those guys that are between 6'8" and 6'11".
Right, as opposed to the guy from Michigan who is 7'3", Ade Mara is kind of what I'm hearing you say.
Yeah, no, Mara would if he's there, he's definitely in play. I'm not saying they wouldn't, because the kid is, is he a perfect player? But no. But he gives you some things you don't already have. He walked in the door and be their best rim protector since Andrew Bogut. And I think we can say the Warriors could use that because their perimeter defense is kind of leaky. So they could be looking for someone who can kind of back up the guards that keep letting guys pass them. So, no, it's definitely that without Butler, at least as of now, without Butler and Moody for the start of the year and maybe most of the year, they need some help on the wings, and that's the Landerberg is in play.
Monty Poole here on 95.7 The Game. I wonder if you think that this is going to be one of those wild drafts where you've got teams trading up and teams trading back. Might the Warriors be active in trying to move from 11 either up or back?
listening, because there's so many players that they like. If they can get two players they like versus one player that they like maybe a little more, they would consider doing that, because as Mike Dunleavy said last week, we need everything. So he's not wrong. I mean, they need someone they need an on-ball defender. They need someone who can get his own shot. They need someone who can defend on the wing. They need someone who can protect the rim. They need a little bit of everything in this roster. And we saw what happened last year. Two guys go down. Obviously, Steph and Jimmy go down. And the roster they put out there is barely an NBA roster when those guys went down.
So, Monty, that's something I want to dig into a little bit, because they've talked a lot about being able to handle injuries and things that come their way a lot better this coming year. They want to clean up turnovers, etc. All right, let's go ahead and say they make the pick tonight, and there's no big name on the way. Then what else is out there for them the rest of the summer to improve this roster?
Yeah, the free agent market isn't really spectacular this year by any means.
Right.
You know, I mean, you got some of the old guys like LeBron will be a free agent if he wants to be, and you got those options out there. But in terms of someone who you would think can help them now and also be on this roster as maybe a potential pillar, 3-4 years from now when Steph is gone, there's not a lot there. So the trade market is more likely than the free agent market for the Warriors, and that's why they're trying to leverage this number 11 pick to a possible trade. And if it happens, then I think that would be their quickest ticket to get someone, an impact player in the league for a few years, like a Trey Murphy.
And beyond that, like after the draft and you go through the 2 days of this, what's next up for the Golden State Warriors? Is it as easy as figuring out the Draymond Green thing first?
Well, it's up to Draymond, because it's his choice. They've said that, and if he opts in, they can trade. They can if he's under contract, they can move him. Now, will they move him is a big question. And in the past, Steve, Steph have been big defenders. Anytime that's come up, they're like, no, Draymond and Steph they're a duo. We don't want to break that up. And I think at this stage, given what you saw last season, that would be in play at least. So it just depends on what happens. But I think if you're the Warriors, you hate to use the cliche, but they really are exploring all options. They really are, because they know how much they need, and they know how hard it would be to get that. There's no one free agent that's going to come there and solve their problem.
Monty, is there anything percolating, anything that could develop on the table for the Warriors to trade Jimmy Butler as an expiring contract to get someone in who will actually play a lot more basketball than Jimmy is planning to this year?
Well, the problem, okay, you got to find a team that is willing to take that.
Right.
That's a lot of money to pay for a player who's going to miss probably half the season, maybe more. And he's making more than $50 million a year. So it's expiring, but that's a lot of dead money you're carrying if you should make that move. So if there's a team that is out there that would make that move, the Warriors would be in listen mode, even though Mike Dunleavy said 4 or 5 months ago that, no, we have no plan to trade Jimmy. We know plans change. We've seen the Warriors trade guys that they didn't plan to trade, and it happens all the time. So I would not rule that out. But you got to find a team that says, yeah, we'll take this contract and just live with it for a year, knowing that he won't even be on the team until maybe sometime after the holidays.
Does that then become more movable as we get closer to the deadline, where a team wouldn't have to pay the full freight of the year?
Yes. Yes. As the money starts to shrink, prorated, it becomes a little bit more appealing to bring in a guy with making that kind of money and move out someone. Now, and there will be teams that are looking to rebuild, that are looking to restock. I know next year's draft isn't supposed to be as good as this one, but every draft has players. And if you look at the Warriors, you're probably saying to yourself, you know what? Their draft pick next season might be pretty decent because they didn't make the playoffs this year. Is there a guarantee they make it next year? We don't know. So you're not looking at the Warriors like you once did, where you knew they were going to be picking 27, 28, 29, 30. They're not going to be picking somewhere lower than that. And that's more appealing if you want to make a draft pick for another team that's looking at making a deal with the Warriors.
Monty, before you go, we always need to kind of check in, get your thoughts on the center of this whole universe, which is Steph Curry. If there isn't kind of a win-now move that's out there for the Warriors, how do you think Steph will feel about all of that?
Well, Steph is he's pretty flexible. He's pretty loyal. But he definitely wants to believe that he goes into a season thinking, okay, we have a roster that we can compete with at the highest levels and beat anybody on any given night. And he couldn't be pleased with what he saw last season when he went down. You just had a team that didn't defend well. They had trouble scoring. Every part of a basketball process that makes it a good team, they struggled with. And the thing is, Steph isn't the only one who knows that. Steve Kerr knows it. Joe Lacob knows it. Kirk Lacob knows it. Mike Dunleavy. They all understand this. And so I have a position where they once were, a few years ago, when you could think to yourself, okay, you know what? We've got Steph, generational player. Let's do all we can to maximize his time with this franchise. And they ended up drafting projects. No matter how you look at it, when you draft a Kuminga, a Moody, and a Wiseman, you've got to be thinking, let's see what these guys are 3 or 4 years from now, because they all came in as teenagers. And how many teenagers come in and help a team immediately? It's really rare. So that opportunity was missed, and they can't make up for it because it's too late now, and Steph is now 38 years old. So, yeah, they got to do the best they can to try and build a roster that is competitive at the highest level, which will not be easy.
Monty, it's a very busy day, and we are so appreciative of your time. Thank you very much for doing it.
All right, boys, enjoy the bar.
Yes, we will. You never have to worry about that. There he is, Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, with some names and some thoughts. And then also solidifying what everybody already knew, which is that the Warriors are in a tough spot. And we keep hearing how creative they're going to have to be. And it's just a matter of, where does creativity even exist in this whole puzzle? I have to think that they've got something up their sleeve. Doesn't mean it's going to come to fruition. But I've got to believe that this offseason is not just going to be the 11th pick tonight, a second-round pick, and then a couple of, whatever
Bring
low...
back Porzingis.
Yeah, and then just low-level free agents, couple of additions. If that's it, and it may be, but if that's it, that's just, it's not going to land well with everybody.
Pretty underwhelming, and I just can't help but think about New Orleans tonight as a team that could be or likely will be very active, because I'm just looking at the salaries right now, and for next year you got Zion making 42, Poole's making 34, DeJounte Murray's making 33, Trey Murphy's making 27, and you stink. You're going nowhere, New Orleans. So if you're the Pelicans, and he was talking about the front office and Joe Dumars, you would look at this and think, we need to move off some of this money, and we need to get additional picks if we can right now to start to turn this thing around. So I do think that Trey Murphy III is in play tonight. I don't know if the Warriors have enough that they want to part with or that New Orleans would want to make this deal happen. But to me, between now and I guess the end of the first round tonight, I've got my eyes on New Orleans.
I do think, I do too. I do think there's a decent chance that Trey Murphy gets moved. I think, like many of the deals we've talked about recently, when you look at who's the ideal target for the Warriors, I don't know if the Warriors end up being the ideal target for the other team. And so that obviously played out that way with regard to Giannis back at the trade deadline. I think there's a good chance that ends up being the way this whole Trey Murphy thing plays out as well. But if you're going to give up the 11th pick, that's a guy that I can wrap my head around. And not because Trey Murphy is a star, but, when people are like, oh, we got to get a young player. And then it's like, and we want Yaxo London. You're talking about somebody who's about 18 months younger than Trey Murphy.
Right.
So, Trey Murphy is a young player. there's the beauty in the fact that Trey Murphy is kind of like drafting a known quantity. He's young enough to where you've got tons of time in front of him. He's signed for a couple more years after this one, and you already know that he's good. You don't have to go through that whole process. So I can wrap my head around that. I don't think it's likely, but you're right to have your eyes on New Orleans.
And I think that somebody from New Orleans is getting moved. And honestly, when you look at the other pieces they have, like Zion Williamson, he's got 2 more years at $42 and $44 million, almost $45. I think he's too much of an unknown. But you do look at Trey Murphy III, and if you're a team out there that is willing to be aggressive, you might offer up the kind of package New Orleans would want. And the problem with the Warriors in these trades is you really don't have that young asset of a player, an actual player to part with. Like Brandon Podziemski is a good player, but he's not a very sexy, like, oh, we got to have him target. And after next year, he's going to be out of contract. And so it's really the picks. And do the Warriors want to part with all those picks? I'm not sure.
Up to the minute, Kalshi odds for the number 11 pick in tonight's draft. The favorite at 29%. Yaxo Lundenborg, your guy out of Michigan. The second favorite at 23%, also out of Michigan, Ademara. And then the third choice at 18% is the guard out of Arizona, Braden Burries. I'm interested also in Monty's first response when he said there's a couple guards out there that they want more than anybody else, and Burries was the first name he brought up. He expressed some pessimism that Burries will be available at number 11, but that's an interesting, from a positional standpoint, it's interesting for the Warriors to be thinking guard.
Right.
Because, Steph Curry and, Pods.
Sure. I mean, Pods, great, but there are a number.
Well, I mean, he's on the team, right?
And he is a guard.
Yeah.
I get that. But if you look at the draft, in the top 14, if you want to, mock it all the way out, there are 5 or 6 point guards that are all in that mix. This is an unbelievable year for the point guard position. So if you want to go that route, this would be the year to do it. It's a little bit like, we talk about an NFL draft where there's a lot of tackles, a lot of left tackles, and if you are in need of a tackle, that would be the time to do it. So I do think that if you fall into a spot where it's Burries, Lundenborg, and Mara and everyone else, they're probably taking Burries.
I agree with you, but will he be available is going to be the big question there. All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. There's a lot of Warrior basketball coming up in our final 2 hours. Dalton Johnson of NBC Sports Area is going to join us in about 20 minutes. We'll also keep you up to date on everything going on with the Giants after Buster Posey and Rafi Devers both speak. In fact, there's a brand spanking new Devers quote that you're going to love.
Yay!
And that's next on Willard and Dibbs.
And it's Dan Dibley here. The thrilling basketball finals are over, and now it's time to prepare for next season with the draft. On Kalshi, you can trade every pick, no matter what player your team is interested in drafting, and so much more. Milwaukee, right now, is trading at a 30% probability to take a very large basketball player who played for Tennessee when they select at number 10. And a $100 trade would pay out $316 if they took that big kid from Tennessee. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, D-I-B-S, and get $10 when you trade 10. K-A-L-S-H-I, Kalshi. Trade on anything, 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
We all know what the 2 best words in sports are. Game 7. But the number 7 has even more meaning in vodka. Because when a vodka is 7 times distilled, it creates a smooth, premium taste that is unbeatable. And there's no better vodka than New Vodka. Spelled N-U-E, New Vodka is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. It's an award-winning, American-made vodka that is smooth enough to sip and bold enough to mix. So at a time when everything costs more, New Vodka is the best deal in town. Pick up a bottle of New Vodka at your local liquor store today and cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's N-U-E Vodka.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Joan, a method actor and scratchers enthusiast.
So, Joan, what do you like about playing Scratchers?
Well, as a method actor, it's about becoming the ticket. Scratching up, down, stage left, stage right.
So what's your motivation? Because your performance feels so real.
Oh, I was just tapping into my inner Scratchers.
Incredible.
Yes. Bravo me.
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Whoa. Okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
The T-Mobile one says their customers had the lowest wireless bills versus the other big guys over the past 5 years. And our latest experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now or...
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. And right now, bring your phone to T-Mobile and we'll give you $400 when you switch.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. $400 with new account on qualifying line. Unlock device credit ported 90-plus days with device and carrier and timely redemption required. Virtual MasterCard typically takes 14 weeks. No cash access and expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC. Visit T-Mobile.com.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Hey, it's Willard. At Habas Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Habas Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians. Because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Habas fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Habas Law, relentless for justice. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade. Dana Carvey. Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall. Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities. And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips. Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet. And then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Laughing Monk Brewing in San Francisco on Fulton. We're getting ready for the NBA draft. It starts in 1 hour.
Yeah, I can't
1
wait.
hour. Pick number 11, Dalton Johnson, is going to join us in 15 minutes. We keep talking out all the machinations for the Golden State Warriors, of which there are many.
Yeah, there are many, and, they could be on the clock and a trade can get announced or another team can make a trade. That's the beauty of the NBA draft is stuff happens. Like, picks get swapped and teams move up and down, and it usually gets to be an exciting thing.
Before we kind of continue with the Warriors and the situations and all of that, there is also the Giants news of the day, and that is that Buster Posey both spoke in the dugout, as did Rafi Devers inside the clubhouse. And both of them came away with basically, different reactions and tones, that's for sure. I just got around to watching the exchange where Buster Posey refused to answer any questions about the Pride Night happenings last week, and I did not realize how tense that was. That was a minute and a half of we're asking the question, and he was like, but I'm not answering the question. And they're like, what if we ask it this way? I'm not answering the question. What if we ask it this way? I'm not answering the question. And then it finally gets to elder statesman John Shea, and he goes, why don't you want to answer the question?
Right.
Like, why do you only want this to be about baseball? And he said, I'm not answering the question.
He didn't even answer the question about why won't you answer the question?
He said baseball questions only, which is kind of interesting because the way I look at Giants baseball right now and the way these questions are all going, none of them are baseball questions. Why did Rafi Devers act like a jerk at first base is also, in my opinion, not a baseball question.
Right, but he answered that.
Correct.
Because, even though I guess it is a baseball question.
What he basically said is I didn't talk to him, but Tony did. So,
right.
Whatever.
Man, I know
it's a weird day, dude.
It's a super weird day, and, we will never talk about Buster in terms of tarnishing his legacy because his legacy is as a World Series 3-time champion player, and he's a great player, and he probably will be a Hall of Famer. I'm not sure if he will, yes or no, but Buster Posey as a front office guy, this is a disaster. It's Michael Jordan-esque is what it is.
Well, the only reason it's not Michael Jordan-esque is that it is still very early. But it is on a dangerous path, and it's on a path that does not seem to have an exit strategy. How do you undo the things that have already been done? One other thing to throw in there, then when Devers spoke to the media, which again, I think it's great that he spoke to the media, and he also did say that he apologized to Tony Vitello immediately on the plane, on the way home. But then launched into why the media blows everything out of proportion.
Oh, wow.
And it didn't stop there. He actually wanted to explain to the media why he didn't like talking to the media.
Okay.
Quote.
Which is kind of ironic. You're explaining to the media why you don't like talking to the media?
I'm talking to the media to tell people that it's your fault, and that's why I don't like talking to the media.
Gotcha.
Quote, you guys just blow everything out of proportion, and I think that's a reflection of why I really don't talk to you guys.
Gotcha.
End quote.
Okay. Well, when you don't talk to us, it leads us, and I'm going to speak for all the media here, but it leads us to blow things out of proportion because we don't hear from you. And so when we see you wag a finger and Jonah Cox basically freezes and doesn't know what to do, and then you rip off your helmet and you scream into it, you probably weren't saying, Tony, I support your decision. You made the right move, Tony Vitello. And I had to do a little Shasky there. Tony Vitello. I'm sure he wasn't doing that. So when you go through all that and then you don't dap up anyone and you dodge a coach in the dugout and you don't speak to it, how are we not supposed to blow it out of proportion?
You got to the question that no one asked that we should have asked. Rafi, what did you say to your helmet?
I support your Tony.
What did you say in there? I really want to stay in, but I support my manager no matter what.
Tony Vitello, you genius. Jonah Cox, steal second base.
I just keep
steal a bag.
I keep getting stuck on this idea of quote unquote blowing things out of proportion. I'm not here to defend the media. It's such a nasty word and nasty process in 2026. We're just a couple of guys on the radio. Are we a part of the media? Sure, we're a part of the media. By the way, so are all of you, because you're listening to us right now and you consume this stuff, and everybody has a say in what goes on in the media, because if you hate what goes on in the media and you stop consuming that media stops existing. So nobody's like innocent here. It's not even about that. But I really do push back on this idea of everybody blew it out of proportion. Nobody blew it out of proportion at all. Everybody reacted to this the exact same way. Everybody I know reacted to this, especially in baseball, okay? Those of you who are driving around going, it's no big deal, tell JT Snow, tell Rich Aurelia, tell Eric Burns, tell Buster Posey,
right,
who said today, this is not okay. And I'll talk to Rafi, but I haven't yet.
Right.
Haven't gotten around to it yet.
He scheduled a press conference in the dugout, but it's blown out of proportion by us?
There is absolutely, unequivocally, no blowing this out of proportion. Everybody's reaction to this was organic, consistent, and real. Nobody looked at this as an opportunity to further their careers or ratings or anything like that. The reaction was immediate. It was all over the TV the second it happened. Nationally. MLB Network couldn't do enough of this yesterday. And that wasn't because they think the Giants rate. It's because they all had a very intense and negative reaction to a player waving at a manager, shooing a teammate, avoiding a bench coach, and leaving a game that was not over yet. I don't know how the hell else to say this to Rafi. That wasn't blown out of proportion. That was a big freaking deal.
And that was you who made it a big freaking deal. And I think about the Gabe Kapler, Zach Littell one, which was not a national story because it's Zach Littell. So Zach Littell doesn't want to come out of the game, and so he kind of spikes the ball into the manager's hand, and the manager follows him down the dugout, and it's okay. It's a reliever, and he gets DFA'd the next day, and so that made it more of a story. But this is Rafi freaking Devers. Like, Rafael Devers, do you not realize who you are? Of course you do. You're one of the most prominent players in all of baseball. So when you do something like this to a rookie manager, it becomes a much bigger deal because it's you and it's him. So we didn't blow it out of proportion. You blew it out of proportion by being so damn good.
Well, and to that point, it's always my favorite when there is very, very little awareness of why you make $28.5 million a year. Where do you think that money's coming from? What do you think you're being paid for? Why? Why does somebody think that they're like, yes, we want to give that human being $300 million? Why do you think that is?
Because he avoids the media, Mark.
Because the public is interested in what you're doing and saying. The salary comes with it celebrity. It's not just for talent. It's not just for talent. There are a lot of people who have talents, but other people don't want to watch those talents. Therefore, those people don't make any money for those talents. But if you have talents that people want to watch, then excuse me if I believe it's not required, but certainly a better way to go about your business might be to have a little bit of gratitude for all of the money that you make because of your talents, and therefore reaching back out to the people who help pay that salary with their interest. But if you want to act like those people don't exist and you're just here to hit doubles a little bit less often than we thought you would,
exactly,
then go ahead. You're allowed to do that. But I'm sorry, brother, you're going to get criticized.
Exactly. And you're going to get criticized when something like this happens and we don't really hear from you and we don't get a chance to, get your side of it. And then it's a couple of days later and Buster Posey has to hold a press avail in the dugout in order to try to explain away your behavior.
Let's do a call right though. We got Dalton Johnson in a little bit. Let's go to Patrick in South City. Okay, actually, let's hold it. Patrick, Nick, the rest of you who want to hang in, hang right there. We will get back to this, but also coming up in a few, Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area, is going to join us as we continue to get ready for the 11th pick in the NBA draft. Live at Laughing Monk Brewing, with great food, the atmosphere, the TVs, the World Cup, the draft, the Willard, and the Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
This game day traffic report brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Northbound 101 backed up from just past 280 and 280 North. Jammed from Mariposa as you get onto a very heavy King Street. A's and Giants, and traffic's already backed up with game day traffic. I'm Tiffany Whitstrom.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section on the Safeway app and breeze through checkout. Fire up the grill and taste the difference. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast, untrimmed twin packs featuring high-quality beef with moderate marbling are just $5.99 per pound. And here comes my high-quality partner, Dan Dibley,
who loves marbling as well. And also, you can pick up sweet, juicy red cherries for just $2.99 per pound. Fresh, flavorful, and perfect for summer snacking. Stock up on sweet summer corn with a clip or click offer and get 8 ears for just $1. Limit 8.
Sweet. I like it. These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer in the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
Meet Sophia, a huge soccer fan. With her Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's streaming 3 games, video calling her cousin in Mexico,
and running the quiniela all on my new Samsung Galaxy.
She's practically running the whole tournament from her phone.
Good thing I have Total Wireless.
Switch to Total Wireless Total Max 5G or All Access plans to get on a network that won't put you second. Plus, a Samsung Galaxy on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the 3 brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ILoveJax.com.
The Oakland Roots are having a season to remember in 2026, bringing excitement, passion, and winning soccer to the Bay Area. From thrilling goals to an electric atmosphere at the Oakland Coliseum, there's never been a better time to be part of the movement. Join thousands of fans and cheer on the Roots as they continue their push this season. Get your tickets today at OaklandRootsSC.com and follow all the action on KTVU Plus and ESPN Plus. Oakland Roots, Oakland first, always.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? Tune in for World Soccer Championship updates on the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Afternoons with Dan Dibley, right here on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Jack's Bar and J-Town Pizza, your destination for international soccer action in San Jose's Japantown.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
In Oakland, mid-60s, mid-70s in San Jose.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Shop Smart & Final for everything you need to celebrate America's 250th. Celebrate 250 years with deals on cookout favorites. This 4th, shop club sizes with no membership fees. For your chance to score a gift card courtesy of Smart & Final, visit 957thegame.com.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
That's funny. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Hold on a second. No. Just coming to you live from Laughing Monk.
Yeah, in the Laughing Monk Studios. That's like Inception. Like we're in the Laughing Monk Studios inside of Laughing Monk.
Inside of Laughing Monk.
Whoa.
Brewing company here at Fulton. On Fulton in San Francisco is awesome. Energy building, draft on the way. We'll tell you in just a minute how you can play golf at Silverado with us next month in just a few weeks. But Willard and Dibbs live, getting ready for the NBA draft, watching the World Cup, and diving through all of the mess that is the San Francisco Giants. Now we'll get back to your calls in a few. Let's welcome in our friend with NBC Sports Bay Area, also on a busy night, Dalton Johnson, covering the Warriors. Dalton, thanks for doing it, man. How are you this afternoon?
I'm doing great, guys. Thanks for having me. Definitely a really exciting night, no doubt about that.
Absolutely. So let's go. Why don't you just break the news now? Who are we getting?
God, I wish I could do that. That'd be awesome. Make my job a lot easier too, right, fellas? Gosh. They're in an interesting, fun position where I think that they could be in the driver's seat tonight. So a lot of different ways that these Warriors can go.
Like, how would they be in the driver's seat in terms of, like, sitting at 11 and having multiple guys they might want to take?
Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, this is a draft where, number one, it is just a really, really talented draft. And then I think about the teams and the players and their position ahead of the Warriors at 11, right? There's all these point guards, like this onslaught of guards everyone's talking about is going to go in the top 5, 6, 7. Someone is bound to fall. Maybe that is Braden Burris, who we know that the Warriors are high on, who can do a little bit of everything. But maybe it's somebody else. Maybe it is a Kingston Fleming. So you go, oh, wow, if that guy's there, do you take that high-end talent? I think about Dusty May getting hired by the Dallas Mavericks. Is he going to take one of his Michigan guys, like a Yaxel Lindenberg or Amara or a Morez Johnson Jr.? There's these wrinkles ahead of them that can change things. And then there's, again, just a lot of guys on the board that they like at 11, and there's a lot of different ways that they can go. So that's why I do think that they have perhaps the most interesting spot in the draft with a lot of different ways that they could go.
What are the chances, though, that when we get to 11, Dalton, it's not necessarily the Warriors making a pick? In other words, what are the chances of either a trade for a veteran or just moving to a different spot in the draft, maybe to gain even more picks?
Yeah, definitely a real chance right there. I mean, I wrote about it about 2.5 weeks ago as far as the chance of a trade back. And that's been discussed for a while right now with the Warriors, whether that means for one pick, for multiple picks. But that's the kind of class that this is. And I think that like the dream scenario, if they just stay in the draft, is being able to come out with two picks, being able to get a little bit of everything. We know the quote now from Mike Dunleavy saying, frankly, we need a bit of everything. And it was refreshing to hear him say that because it's the honest truth. It's the assessment of where the Warriors are at right now. And it's just their kind of roster construction as far as before the player options, before free agency. It's a team that has 6 guys under contract. 4 of them are healthy. So they truly do need a bit of everything. So it could be shopped for somebody like a Trey Murphy, but then you look at a team like the Charlotte Hornets who have 14 and 18. The Atlanta Hawks are really interesting in this draft with having number 8, but then having that number 23 pick too, right? So there's only 2 teams behind them that have multiple picks, and that's the Thunder who have 12 and 17, and the Hornets who have 14 and 18. The Hornets are the more likely. It makes a lot more sense for the Warriors because is there really going to be that player at 11 that the Thunder go, yeah, we like that player so much, we'll give you 12 and 17? Probably not, but I think that other teams like the Hornets could be worried about what the Thunder are doing also and try to leap the Thunder, knowing how good they are at drafting. So that's where this phrase gets thrown around too much for the Warriors right now as far as optionality, but they do have that optionality at 11.
Do you see the Thunder, though, being somewhat aggressive considering their roster crunch? They already have 14 players under contract, so might they be a more ripe candidate to try to move up?
Yeah. I would be surprised if they stay at 12, or if they're not going to use both of those picks. There's not enough room on their roster, as you already mentioned, and we're already seeing their changes with their roster when it comes to the money crunch, which is bound to happen to all these different teams, right? With Wiggins, you're going to see with Isaiah Joe, Kenrich Williams, they're going to have a different roster too. So they have the money crunch. I doubt that they're going to use both of these picks. They are way more of a candidate to move up, and that's why I think that the Hornets make more sense as far as having both picks behind the Warriors and having a little bit of that wiggle room and just looking at roster construction between OKC and Charlotte.
Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area, is with us on Willard and Dibs. The draft is just a little bit over a half hour away. Dalton, you mentioned that the Warriors are known to really like Braden Burries, shooting guard out of Arizona. What is it about him that they like so much? Why is he such a great potential fit?
Well, number one, he's one of those guys that really is just a good basketball player, which is such a cliche, but it's the fact that he can do a little bit of everything. He checks multiple boxes. You look at the two-way impact, right? And that's what the Warriors are always trying to get, especially next to someone like Steph Curry. He's a player who led Arizona to the Final Four as a freshman while leading them in steals and in three-pointers. He was right at the top when it came to rebounds and points per game and assists per game, and while shooting over 39% from three, while still being able to get downhill and explode for some big-time dunks. You look at the Combine, and he's top 4 in multiple agility drills, and also when it comes to his standing vertical leap, too. It doesn't hurt that he had a absolutely fantastic game in the Sweet 16 in front of Steve Kerr at SAP Center, so that definitely helps him, but it's the physicality. He's 6'4", not like super tall. I think like a 6'6" wingspan, but 215 pounds. We saw in these playoffs what a difference it makes to have these strong, big-shouldered guards like a Dylan Harper, like a Stephon Castle, who are slightly taller, about an inch or two taller, with longer wingspans than Burries, yes. But they came in about 210, 213 at the Combine when they were getting drafted. Burries at 215 is that strong guard that everyone is eyeing right now.
It's interesting, Dalton, because where they're sitting at 11, they may have a number of different options, whether it's Nate Ament, who's got maybe a future upside, or Ade Mara, who's 7'3", Yaxel Lendenborg, who I've been in love with platonically since January. Which player would they take at 11 that would surprise you the most?
Well, I mean, Ament to me would be a surprise. He is the biggest boom or bust prospect to me in this entire draft. He would make sense to me for a developmental team like the Thunder. And he has such a weird wide range because he's still such an idea. And that somewhat still worries me, right? Just the idea of a player. Kind of the in-between, a name that I'm really high on that we haven't really talked about yet is someone like Cam Carr. That's someone whose range as well, too. That the high end is probably 10 to the Bucks. Then you look at the Warriors. You look at the Bucks again now at 13. The Thunder, the Chicago Bulls have been mentioned with him. But I'm a big fan of Cameron Carr, who is 21, going to be 22 years old. Didn't have like the perfect college path where he had to leave Tennessee and then had this breakout season at Baylor. But when you talk about having a prototype of a 3-and-D wing in today's NBA, man, I really do see someone like Cam Carr. He doesn't have the same kind of frame like a Lindenberg, who's 241 of pure strength, right? Like, Cam Carr is really long and lanky, but a 7'1" wingspan, and in my eyes, the best movement shooter in the draft. And maybe that's the one that you can trade back for a little bit as well, too. But you look at how easy the athleticism is for him, how easy the shot making is on the move from long distance. And there's a lot to really like for Cam Carr if you project it's just getting some more muscle on his body as well, too.
Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area. Hey, before we let you run for the draft, I think there's got to be a big picture question because, quite frankly, 5 years of Bay Area talk radio came to an end last night with Giannis Antetokounmpo going to a different team. And it's fascinating to me that it was only about 4 or 5 months ago that the Warriors were all in on that idea and rebuffed, but now seemingly not even interested. What changed philosophically with the Warriors between February and now?
Yeah, I don't know if they weren't, interested by any means. I don't think that they had the best package. I think that their time to get it was at the trade deadline, and most teams understood that. Like, they knew that it was going to be most likely in the off season, but that would open up for other teams as well too, like the Celtics jumping in and taking a longer look at this Heat package as well too. And then it's just the lookout of this team. And sure, sometimes GM talk, sometimes coach talk, you got to read through the lines. But even when it comes to the draft and these rookies, Steve Kerr, Mike Dunleavy have said this is not the same situation as it was with a Wiseman draft or a Kuminga draft or anything like. They know that they are in a different period now. Steve Kerr's using the phrase transition period. What exactly does that mean for a team like the Warriors when they have Steph Curry, when they theoretically, we're going to assume for now that they're still going to have Draymond Green? That's the big question mark, of course. But when you're using words like transition period, it does change things. So I'm so interested to see what's going to happen with this draft and also how the Warriors and other teams even look at the new lottery system, 27 through 2029, with this new lottery system, but also those draft classes being seen as weak. So many different wrinkles with how teams are viewing their present and their future because of all these things.
Dalton, great stuff. Enjoy the night. We appreciate your time so much.
Hey, thanks, guys. Always a great time.
Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area. And everybody, I don't know if the Warriors have just done a really, really good job of not showing their cards, or if truly we're looking at a whole smorgasbord of directions here, but everybody's like, man, a lot of stuff being discussed, right? A lot of stuff on the table, a lot of ways that this can go.
I mean, they could trade Jimmy or Draymond and get a player and give up the pick and not draft tonight. They could stick and stay at 11, and as I was saying to Dalton, you got a lot of guys. Braden Burries, he might be there. Nate Ament might be there. Although I was just looking at one of my mocks I've been checking out, and the comp for him is Zachary Richachet.
Oh, great. That's a wonderful comp.
That's going to be a no for me,
Don't even
dog.
take him in the second round. around if that's the case.
Mara will be there. Lundenberg might be there. And then he threw out Cameron Carr, and I see him here on the CBS mock draft at number 20. And he's 6'5" with a 7'1" wingspan. That is bananas to have arms that are that long and a good shooter. So the more I think about it, the more I realize that Dunleavy, I'm sure, would love to trade back and pick up a couple of picks.
Okay.
And be able to get 2 of these guys.
There are reports out there that the Warriors and Charlotte Hornets have at least discussed the framework of a deal where the Warriors would go from 11 to 14 and 18. From 11 to 14 and 18, but it might be contingent on who's available when they get to number 11. So, look, flexibility plays tonight, man. I really don't have any sort of a great read on which way that this is going to go. It doesn't sound like anybody else does either. I'm sure the Warriors are zeroed in on a few things, not many things, but they've done a good job of keeping that all close to the vest. I don't know what to expect other than this. I definitely feel like the idea of a big swing for a big-time veteran tonight feels unlikely.
Even if it's Trey Murphy III, I'm kind of with you.
Feels unlikely.
Yeah, it feels unlikely, not because the Hornets won't be, or the Pelicans rather, won't be interested in making a trade. I just don't think that the Warriors have what these other teams want. And I'm thinking about the Giannis trade where Milwaukee got back 4 players, including a couple of good, young, solid players, Khalil Ware and Jaime Jaquez, and they're under team control, and they got picks. And so if you're going to trade Trey Murphy III, you're going to be looking for something similar. Maybe not the same level of, compensation, but you're going to be looking for players and picks. The Warriors don't have that.
Well, I mean, no doubt, but then again, you also, Trey Murphy is not Giannis. And you have the 11th pick tonight. Yeah. That's a big, big, big deal. And then what I don't know is what are New Orleans' actual motivations. I know sometimes when trades are made, it's because teams are in a powerful position and they want to load up on draft picks. Other times, teams just want to get out from underneath money. And I wonder about this one because the Pelicans continue to be a really bad team despite having a lot of big names on their squad who are all making a lot of money. And now you lose a little leverage in the news that Trey Murphy has some wandering eyes and would like to go somewhere else. And so when the league hears that, it kind of changes the conversation. I don't really know what kind of a powerful position the New Orleans Pelicans are in. Their players have seemingly been rumored to going somewhere for 3 years and nobody's gone anywhere. And all they've done is bring in even more. So I don't know if I understand the New Orleans Pelicans. Therefore, I have no read on what it is they're trying to get or can get back for Trey Murphy.
Well, I mean, Joe Dumars is there now, and so you would imagine that he's going to try to make this rebuild happen. And the really only way you can do it is by shedding some of these contracts that are bad contracts. And Trey Murphy III is not one of them, but if he's the most appetizing option out there for other teams, you may have to do the hard thing and trade him. Honestly, you might look at Zion Williamson and say, yeah, we'd love to get off of his money. He's got 2 more years, and he's been in and out of the lineup, but I don't know what his market is. So New Orleans is in a little bit of a tough spot, but I do think going into the start of the first round here in 25 minutes, they're a team that is probably really thirsty to be a part of the first round tonight.
Yeah, I would think so. But then again, what the Warriors seem thirsty for right now, in addition to Trey Murphy, is not locking up any money beyond this upcoming year. Right now, the only players who are locked up beyond this year are Moses Moody and Guy Santos. That's not a lot of money at all. The Warriors really value that financial flexibility. Would they make an exception for the right players? I don't think there's any question about that. But those right players are named Steph Curry, Trey Murphy, and very few others.
Right.
So this idea of where the Warriors will go with this and what they'd be willing to take on, I actually don't think that that's a very wide scope at all. I think it's very targeted. We know Steph will get extended. Trey Murphy, and beyond that, I really don't even know how long the list is as far as money that the Warriors would take beyond this year.
And even Kawhi Leonard, who doesn't have money beyond this year, but you'd have to give him money beyond this year. So when you look at that on the surface, that to me sounds like it would be preventative of making that move because you give up picks, including this year's pick, and now you got to sign Kawhi into his year 36, 37, maybe his even 38-year-old year, and that doesn't make a lot of sense. And that's why I'm still kind of fixated on the idea of the Warriors trading back, and they might be sitting there at 11, and Braden Burries might be available, and they might trade back with Oklahoma City and give up Burries to OKC in order to get two players because the Warriors need more than just one player to come in and help them right away.
I sort of feel like it might go the other way around. If Burries is available, the Warriors make the pick. If Burries is not available, then that's when the Warriors might look to move down a little bit, see who's still available. But then again, you got to have the partner. Like someone's got to be available at 11 that somebody really wants, or else no one's going to move up to 11 to get that person. So, but and the Burries thing, he's just one of, I'm sure there's 5, 6, 7 players that the Warriors really, really like. I don't think they're fixated on him by any stretch. I do know that he and Steve Kerr sat and had a very, very lengthy conversation after Burries' workout with the Warriors, and they're known to, quote, like him, and he's a guard from Arizona, so I'm sure that resonated rather well with Steve.
No doubt, and when you look at the draft, the first round, it's probably going to go to Bonsa, Peterson, Boozer.
You would think.
And then maybe it's Caleb Wilson, but then the draft gets interesting because Wagler has been said to go number 5, but he also could slide, and you got Acuff. Kingston Flemings is another guy who might be there at 11, depending on how people feel about him. So I do think once you get past the top 3, maybe the first 4, it gets interesting, and if the Warriors are hyper-focused on somebody and he's there at 11, then yeah, you draft him. But if you aren't hyper-focused on anybody who's going to be available, I do think it makes a lot of sense to move back.
All right, so that's all on the table, and the picks are going to start coming up here in just about a half hour. We're at Laughing Monk on Fulton in the city. The crowd's starting to gather. The World Cup is on. The draft is on its way. If you're just joining us and wondering about how all the Giants stuff shook out, we've been taking calls on that. Rafi Devers is in the lineup tonight, batting fourth, playing first base. He and Tony Vitello spoke on the plane. Buster Posey held a press conference today, says he will talk to Rafi, but at this point still hasn't. No discipline is coming, and Buster had no interest in talking about anything with regard to Pride Night. The only other newsy thing that came from Buster Posey is he said he absolutely will not listen to trade offers on Logan Webb. So that's what came out, and most of us kind of came away with at least the question of, why did you hold this press conference?
Right.
Seemed like the Giants really wanted to do it and wanted to do it before the homestand started. But I think a lot of people, because of that, thought that there was maybe something with a little bit more oomph that was going to come out of it that never happened.
Right. Either Devers' discipline or a clarification on what happened with Pride Night or something that would warrant or merit Buster Posey actually sitting down with all the reporters. And you talked about the tense opening where he said baseball questions only over and over and over. And that to me is a little tone deaf from Buster. Like, you knew that these questions were going to come, so why would you sit down if you wanted baseball questions only?
I really think what's fascinating, too, is as the Giants say baseball questions only, what I'm noticing is nobody even wants to ask baseball questions right now. And part of that is because their record has totally taken the urgency away from these baseball games. There are so many baseball questions to ask. Raise your hand if you knew that Elliot Ramos was in Sacramento's lineup tonight. Because he's in Sacramento's lineup tonight. And he's on his way to play left field for the Giants, and the lineup crunch is back, and we have no idea how that's going to play out, and no one's even asking that question. Nobody wants to know how Buster feels about the bullpen that he built. Nobody wants to know any of the things. Does Bryce Eldridge need to play first? Do those two, to these two guys, can they be on the same team? These are real questions that normally would be asked right now. But the Giants' record, combined with infighting and Pride Night discussions, nobody can even get to the baseball questions.
Right. Buster, Saturday, your club made 4 errors. What'd you think about that, Buster? How did it make you feel?
And make sure at the end you're like, That's a baseball question.
That's right. It's a baseball question.
I just want to make sure you knew that was a baseball question.
Right. Although if I ask him how he felt about the 4 errors, that's more about his feelings than it is about baseball.
I have a baseball question. Buster, last Saturday, could Trevor McDonald see the plate? Or was he just like guessing? Because the ball was flying all over the damn place to the point where Marlins players were probably scared.
Yeah.
Baseball question.
Yeah, that's right. Didn't get asked.
Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Don't forget about an opportunity you don't want to miss, and we don't want you to miss. Want to win a round of golf at beautiful Silverado Resort in Napa, and maybe do that round with one of us, one of the 6 hosts. 6 of you are going to win a chance to play golf with us on Monday, July 13th. Each host will be paired with a winner. So 6 total winners, and all you got to do is turn in a 30-second or less video that shows your swing, your fit, and your why. Why do you want to play with us? How good can you look playing with us? And can you hit a ball real far? These are the questions we want answers to. You head to 957thegame.com. You submit your video, and who knows, you might be with us, Silverado, on July 13th. But right now, you could be with us at Laughing Monk in the city on Fulton, getting ready for the draft on Willard and Dibbs.
And it's Dan Dibley here. The thrilling basketball finals are over, and now it's time to prepare for the next season with the draft. On Kalshi, you can trade every pick, what player your personal team will draft, and so much more. My personal team happens to play very close to where I am in San Francisco, and they may have their eyes on a big guy from Michigan with tattoos who's got a fun name, and he's trading at 28% right now, meaning if my team picks him at 11, my $100 trade will net me $337. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, D-I-B-S, and get $10 when you trade 10. K-A-L-S-H-I, Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton is June 19th through July 12th. The Big O Tires Concert Series has all-star acts like Beach Boys, Flo Rida, Elle King, The Maine, and Tower of Power. Plus, the Gene Simmons Band, Lone Star, and more. Full lineup at AlamadaCountyFair.com.
Don't miss Built Like a Baller every Friday as the Morning Roast breaks down the standout performance of the week.
Bird to heave at the horn from 28. Banks it in!
Brought to you by Baylord, wealth management for the Bay and the people who've built it.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS4KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS4KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS4KIDS. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS4KIDS.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're getting close, and it's been a big day on a few fronts. We're live at Laughing Monk in San Francisco, getting ready for the NBA draft. Here's how the night is going to play out the rest of the way. Dibbs and I are obviously here until 6. Whether or not the Warriors pick has happened at 6 is in question. It's an underdog.
Yep.
As to whether or not it's going to happen by 6. But if it hasn't happened by 6, we're going to maybe do a little crossover situation with our guys Grandy and Carter Chickering, who are going to take the show from 6 to 9 and cover everything and react to everything. But we'll cross that over and cross that bridge when it comes to that spot as far as who and when the Warriors make their selection. There's the real possibility the Warriors aren't even selecting at 11.
Right.
So who knows how this is going to play out, but we're going to stay flexible and with you and ready, and you'll get everything that you need right here on 95.7 The Game. It has also been a very big day, although maybe it sounds bigger than it actually is, for the San Francisco Giants, in that Buster Posey called a press conference at 2 o'clock, and many are still trying to figure out exactly why, because he refused to speak about the Pride Night situation, and I'd argue kind of kicked the Rafi Devers thing into all of you are right that can't happen, but it's been squashed. I didn't squash it. Rafi's batting fourth tonight. Onward we go. And then Rafi spoke to the media as well and said he apologized to Tony Vitello and then explained to all of the assembled media why he doesn't like them and why he doesn't talk to the media.
Exactly.
So that's a quick update on today so far.
Yeah, and that's great, and that's why Rafi Devers is not necessarily a fan favorite. And I know some fans always look at these things and say, oh, it's just you, the media. Who cares about whether or not players talk to the media? But I do think that the media becomes the number one conduit between the fans and the player. And if the player doesn't want to talk to the media, then a lot of times the fans don't get to hear what a player thinks about a situation or how they're playing or the rest of it.
Well, I think it's, in general, it's kind of a funny thing when fans say, oh, you media people are only ones that care if they talk to the media. I'm sorry. If they don't talk to the media, how do any fans know who and what these people are? Like, how? How do you have any relationship with them whatsoever? And please don't tell me that all you're into, the only thing you're into is the X's and the O's and nothing else. That you have no care whatsoever about who these players are, what they think, what they have to say. Jimmy Butler and Buddy Hield do a performance together. That doesn't do anything for you.
And then they get bobbleheads together because of their performance.
Stop, exactly. This is a part of the deal. There are no requirements on a day-to-day. There are requirements that people are available. And my point has always been that if one guy says, I refuse to be one of the ones who's always available, that just kicks it to his teammates.
Right.
Which is yet another example of what could be accused as being a bad teammate, which is exactly what I think Rafi was over the weekend.
No doubt, and I do think that it continues to kind of be the case where he comes out and, talks about how it's the media and this is why I don't want to talk to the media. And so basically what you're saying to your teammates is, yeah, I'm talking today, but sorry, Chappie and Adamas, don't expect me to talk again because the media blows everything out of proportion, and that's why I'm not going to talk to them.
Yeah, pretty difficult time for the San Francisco Giants. No two ways about that, but they're starting up a homestand. They'll play 6 games in a row, and this weekend, all the fans will get Rafi Devers bobbleheads. How about that? But when you push him on the head, he won't talk. I can tell you that.
That's right. And when you push him on the head, actually his index finger pops out and goes side to side.
That would be good.
Which is kind of a unique feature in the bobblehead. Actually, they should come up with a Rafi Devers bobble finger. Mr. Bobblefinger, Mr. Bob Bobblefinger.
Wow.
That was
you took that there.
I did. Only because you knew the song.
That was an extemporaneous piece, though, I could tell.
Mr. Bobblefinger.
So anyway, Giants play later on. And, yeah, if you want to weigh in on anything that you've seen from all of that today, we're here for it. 888-957-9570. I thought the whole thing kind of came up short with regard to really explaining everything that's taken place. The Giants continue to have a hard time making things make sense. That's kind of my take on it. And the trade deadline is coming, and where that's going to go, I have no idea. As far as the Warriors are concerned, and let's start to dive into this. And by the way, in a general sense, and we're checking it all out now, a lot of the supposed and expected prospects are currently out on the stage.
Being introduced.
It's almost like a big sports version of The Bachelor. People are coming out, we're learning their names and getting a look at their fits and all of these things. So we're getting close to selections and picks actually happening. The Warriors sit right now at number 11. Rumors that they might be willing to move back in the draft persist. And then the names like Yaxel Lundenberg and Braden Burries and Ademara, all of these are kind of at the top of people's minds right now as we get into this. But here's how I kind of see the overarching Warriors situation, and would love to know what you think, and listeners would love to hear from you as well on what you want to see the Warriors do tonight. 888-957-9570. Here's what I see as the Warriors kind of their challenge, if you will. I think people would love to have a young player that they can get excited about. At the same time, people would love to see something happen that makes them believe immediately the Warriors will be better this year. The challenge for the Warriors is, in this spot, with these options available, and I don't even know exactly what they are, how do you excite the fan base? How do you go to bed as a Warrior fan tonight and you're rubbing your hands together? Like, all right. That's the start of something And that makes me want to buy a ticket, or that makes me want to, I don't know, up my package on TV.
Easy.
Up my package.
Easy.
You know what I'm saying?
I do, but I don't think
How do they
there's
do
nothing
that?
They can do. Like,
why?
Because let's just say you stay at 11 and you take Yaxel Lendenborg. People will be excited because I've been talking about it for 5 months. But honestly, is he any good? Well, we're going to find out come October. And if they trade back and they pick up 2 players, maybe they still get Yaxel Lendenborg, having traded back with Oklahoma City or with Charlotte. But even at that, you're getting 2 players that most people don't really know. Now, if they go out and trade for Kawhi Leonard, that's something that you know. So that would be exciting because you know Kawhi Leonard. Or if, you eventually get LeBron, that's exciting because that's something you know. In a draft like this, when you're not taking the first pick overall, and I'm looking at A.J. DeBonsa right now, who most likely will go number 1 overall. Even at that, how many Warrior fans actually watched him play basketball this year?
Not many. Not many.
Right.
I actually think something that you've kind of been pumping is maybe the answer to my question. What if the Warriors did walk out of here tonight with 2 top 20 picks?
2.
And a second-round pick. What if you walked out of here with 3 rookies? And is that something that would excite Warrior fans? I know only to a certain degree, because you know me. I can already tell you we have a show tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I promise that I won't be mad. I'm not going to be angry at the Warriors.
What am I going to say?
I might be angry at the Giants. You're going to say that you like the pick.
And
that you like the player.
Man, you know me so well.
And I'm going to say, well, we'll see.
Ask me in 2029.
Ask me when we're all really old, and then I'll tell you if it was a good pick or not.
Right.
And I get it. That might feel boring on some front, but I just don't have it in me to act like I know what these players are going to do at the next level. But in what is supposedly such an exciting draft, if the Warriors could walk out of here with what feels like a full-blown infusion of young players that we can at least watch and try to grow with, this fan base is thirsty for that at such a high level, not only because of how old they are, but because the last times that they have been in this position and been in a lottery, it just didn't go well. It just didn't go well. So I think there's very much a we'd like to try again vibe going on.
No doubt. And just it's hard because everyone's been saying, deepest draft in so many years and all the rest of it. And, we're all excited. They're picking at 11. But if you look at the history of the lottery and the picks that are made in the NBA draft, it's easy to find misses in there. So of the 14 players who will go in the lottery tonight, 1 through 14, the likelihood is that at least 4 of them turn out to not be good NBA players. That's just what the math
yes,
will tell you.
Exactly.
I've been going back to the 03 draft a lot, and it's LeBron, Carmelo, Bosh, and Wade for the first 5. And you've got Darko Milicic, who went number 2, and that didn't work out. Even Chris Kaman, he went number 6.
Chris Kaman, yeah, he was all right.
Kirk Heinrich, good long career. TJ Ford went 8th, overdrafted. Mike Sweetney out of Georgetown was a lottery pick. Jarvis Hayes to Washington, lottery. My point is, even in a draft like this, where you've got 4 for sure Hall of Famers in the lottery, you still had other picks that were absolute misses.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios and coming to you live from Laughing Monk Brewing in San Francisco on Fulton. Great spot, all filled up right now. We're looking at beautiful plates of food in front of all the people out here. The TVs are locked in on the World Cup and the NBA draft, and the picks should start coming here shortly. So, yeah, I'm with you. And even in what is this quote-unquote stacked draft, yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. Like the picks that we're going to watch over the next hour, half of them are probably going to be disappointing.
Yeah, and it's just the nature of the inexact science of a draft. And Washington, by the way, is on the clock. So they're starting the draft on the hour. So the Washington Wizards will pick first, and They have their pick of just about anybody, but even if you go back through the history of number one overall picks, they haven't all been slam dunk, surefire great picks. There have been misses along the way. Michael Olowokandi springs to mind for the Clippers a lifetime ago. So even if the Warriors do find a way to trade back and get two players, they could miss on both. And I know it's too soon to remind people about that because, Kuminga and Moody, 7 and 14. You had two lottery picks, and neither one of them has really panned out great.
Well, that's always a sliding scale, right? I mean, did Moses Moody, quote-unquote, not work out? He was a 14th pick in the draft. Your expectations for that are different than if you have a 1, 2, a 3, a 4, a 5. Plus, he's a solid player. Now he got hurt, but he's somebody you wanted to re-sign. You re-signed him. I just think that sometimes those words of bust and disappointment, they get thrown around. Some of these guys will have long NBA careers, but they won't be great players.
Yep.
They're just players who are kind of all in that same sort of spot.
Yep.
And so if that's how you feel, then yeah, take two of them.
If you can.
Don't take one of them. Take two of them.
It'd be great if you could.
But obviously the Thunder or the Hornets are going to want to have to play ball.
Right, exactly. And I do think that the Thunder make a lot of sense to me because, they're in a spot where they don't have a lot of roster availability and they have two picks. So they might be a team that jumps even ahead of Golden State. If they're sitting there and they like, for example, Braden Burries, and Burries is still on the table at 7 or 8, they might jump all the way up there and take him because they really like the player.
Sure, that's a possibility. I don't necessarily know how they're going to get there. You know what I mean? How do the Warriors move up tonight?
What
are you giving up to move up?
You don't have anything, I think, to give up, honestly. And I'm looking at the teams ahead of them. Atlanta's picking at 8, and they also have a pick later in the first round, but Atlanta's a team that really needs a player. The Kings at 7 are interesting. They might be a team that would love to jump back and get 2 picks from Oklahoma City because they're drafting at number 7. And honestly, if you're Sacramento, you need a lot more than the 7th best player in this draft.
Well, look, most of these teams that are going to be drafting in the top 10, and Warriors included at 11, you are multiple people away, and by the way, and some time away.
Right.
They've all got to build together and whatnot. So I don't know, man. This is a prickly overall spot for the Golden State Warriors. I'll never say 2 timelines. I don't think that exists. There's one timeline. It's this timeline. It's 2026, and they are in a spot where there are multiple motivations, and that's very difficult. You know what I mean? Think about, and this is not a great sort of analogy, but I don't know. Have you ever had 2 love interests at once that you had to kind of decide?
Yeah.
And make a...
What? I said yes. You asked me a question, I answered it.
It wasn't.
Why you gotta make it so creepy?
Because you were the one that made it creepy.
Yeah.
You could have said yes, but you said it like that.
Yes. I'll say like Marv Albert in honor of the Knicks.
I mean, and that's kind of where the Warriors are, and that's an uncomfortable spot.
Can be.
Where you're trying to figure out, like, fork in the road, but actually what you're trying to do is kind of almost split the fork and go down the middle. The Warriors would like to get younger. They would like to excite the fan base and start the process of rebooting. They also would like to play good basketball next year, and they would like to do that for and with Steph Curry. How do you do all that in one night?
You trade back and you get 2 players. You have 2 girlfriends, and you toggle between the 2, and you hope that the pick that you make at 12...
It's getting creepier by the minute right now, by the way.
You hope that the pick you make at 12 and the pick you make at 17, that they never bump into each other.
Really, really regretting this analogy, and I knew that I would the second I brought it up.
That's a damn shame, Mark.
Yeah.
And so... on the clock, now Washington has 5 minutes to say the name A.J. DeBonsa at Kalshi. He's a 91%.
Or trade with Utah so Utah can come up and get the local guy.
I mean, local. He was there for like an hour and a half.
Whatever.
But
it's longer than most people stay in Utah.
I get it. And you mentioned all the teams up there thinking that, they all need a bunch of people. Utah is actually a team that they don't need a whole hell of a lot with all the trades they made and getting Jaren Jackson Jr. They're a team that would love to be able to take the one player and continue to evolve and be good next year.
Yep, and keep in mind, there was, it wasn't that long ago, few days ago that the Washington Wizards were kind of like the in-fashion discussion of the day with the thought that maybe they would trade Anthony Davis. Whether that's the Warriors or anyone else for that matter. Not a whole lot has moved there, and they are 3 minutes and 30 seconds away from having to call out a name and just move forward with that.
Yep, it's either A.J. Debonsa or Darren Peterson, who I think is a very intriguing prospect, a guy who didn't play a lot at Kansas last year. Apparently he had severe cramping, and it's because he was bulking up on creatine before he became a Jayhawks, and so he's not so much of an unknown because he looks to be a phenomenal prospect, but he sure didn't play a ton.
Darren Peterson would be an interesting pick for the Wizards in that they just signed Trae Young to a new 4-year contract. That feels a little bit, I don't want to quite use the word redundant. I think they're very different players, but that feels like you're going to create a little logjam that maybe for your future is not the right way to go. So I'm with you. I think that this is Debonsa, but we'll know here in about 2.5.
No doubt. And then if you look at Utah and what they have a good point guard that they have coming back in Keontae George, and they've got a ton of size in Utah. So would they look to add Darren Peterson? Absolutely. And that would be a very good and deep team, and a team that is really quite young. It's actually Ace Bailey. I apologize. He's the guy that they have who's going to be heading up their offense.
Fun to kind of bounce around with our and your partner in Kalshi and watch what's happening in real time as we approach these picks. And A.J. Debonsa, being the number 1 overall selection, is bouncing around in the low 90s right now in terms of its percentage chance of happening. Darren Peterson is the only other one registering on this right now, and he's hanging around in about the 8% mark as far as who is going to be the number 1 pick.
Yeah, and that would be a nice little win if you were able to get Darren Peterson, which is now up to 98% and then back down. So it feels like a fait accompli that it will be A.J. Debonsa, but you just never really know until the pick is in. And the pick is in, Mark.
The pick is in.
The pick is in.
The pick is in. And again, throughout the hour, we will have all of the picks. We'll go straight to the feed and let the announcement come with regard to who is the pick in each spot. We're about to get the number 1 overall pick in the draft in the NBA, and we will be on our way and heading toward pick 11 here very shortly.
I love it, and you get the pundits, the talking heads are still exchanging their ideas, and very shortly we will have the commissioner, Adam Silver, stride to the podium, and we will bring that pick to you as it happens. And the odds are it's going to be A.J. Debonsa. Yep. I believe the markets have now closed.
Well, yeah. On anyone else, you can go ahead and bet Debonsa and get your money back if you want.
Oh, okay. I mean, you can trade on anything.
Yeah, you can trade on anything. You do that. I don't know why, but you can.
I guess.
You're allowed to.
Yeah, you can. It doesn't make a ton of sense, but, it's just the way that goes. And I would imagine if the pick is already in, that you'd have Utah already on the clock. I would imagine that's how it is in the NFL, right?
You would think.
Even when the pick hasn't been announced, you go ahead and start their clock as well. So we might actually cycle through this to where we get to make the pick for the Warriors at 11 before we dip at 6.
If there is a pick for the Warriors at 11. So as we are going through picks and talking this out, that to me is the question of the night. I don't look at this Warriors thing in terms of we need a rookie or we need a veteran. I look at this in terms of we need excitement. Like, how can you sort of reignite this fan base? And that is a question that you all can answer at 888-957-9570. To me, as we sit here in this moment, the most exciting thing that could come would be actually the Warriors trading out of 11 and ending up with 2 players in the top 18 or so, and then sort of presenting a whole bevy of young players at the end of the night for Warrior fans to think about.
Because if you look at the roster, they've got 4 healthy players under contract right now.
Right.
I don't believe you're allowed to play with 4, Mark.
I don't think so.
You actually have to suit up 8. So right now, you're sitting with 4 players under contract
who
are
healthy.
More.
Yeah, we need 4 more.
Yeah, and you got 2 guys who are hurt, and so...
With the first pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Washington Wizards select Anise DeBonsa Jr. from Brigham Young University.
Okay, there it is.
Me.
That's A.J. DeBonsa. Did it scare you a little bit?
It scared me.
When he didn't say A.J. and you were thinking they picked somebody else. Who's Anissa?
If you're going to say his first name.
Who are you?
Then what's the second initial?
Yeah.
Anise, jumps a lot, DeBonsa.
The J is for junior.
Then it goes at the end.
That's true.
Then
It's
your
actually
name is A. DeBonsa
A.
Jr.
DeBonsa J is
I'm
what
sorry.
it is. So I'm sure now that he's in the NBA, they'll get that figured out, and the back of his jersey can say A-D-J. A. DeBonsa
A.J.
Jr.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Steiner will call him O.G. DeBonsa. O.G. Ananobi. It's one of my favorite drops that didn't make it from the old building.
And who knew? Who knew what would happen to that guy's life?
Turned out pretty
good. A few years later.
This guy is such a D.
So DeBonsa goes one, and the jingle kind of caught me off guard. Apparently, our feed here is just a skosh behind.
Yeah, no problem. Everybody, we knew that. We're fine. We're good.
No, I mean, Grandy, go ahead and drop the jingle whenever you need to drop the jingle.
Jingle, jangle, absolutely.
That's right.
DeBonta on his way up to the stage. There is smoke. There is a Washington hat. Welcome to the NBA, and the draft is underway. But the closer we get to this, I love the idea if the Warriors can pull it out. I kind of woke up this morning going, Burries. Let's give me some Braden Burries. I'm into that guy. I was grinding tape. And I like it. When he shoots the ball, it goes in.
Yep.
I noticed that. He really can. He's got a really, really nice jumper.
Yep.
I wasn't thinking guard, but you know me. I don't really like going into drafts thinking solely about positions. I'd rather think about players, and I like him, but I'm no scout. I'm no expert on this, and but we'll see what they do. But if they can come out of this with multiple exciting young players who, as Steve Kerr said, can play back-to-backs and just infuse some life and energy into this locker room, I think that would be a really good thing.
No doubt. And for Washington, they get a guy who's 6'9" with a 7-foot wingspan, and he's got elite athleticism and a shot that is in development. And so you think about the upside play for Washington. It makes perfect sense because there aren't that many people in this draft who have that raw athleticism, and he joins a team where Washington is a young team that has a lot of upside in the future, whether it's Koulibaly at 21 and Alex Sarr is 21. They've got a young core to go alongside Trae Young and Anthony Davis, so no tremendous rush for him to come in and be awesome right away because Washington is still developing.
Did you put together some profile info on the people who are at least highly rumored to be Warriors pretty soon? Because I'm mindful. I don't ever want the listeners to think that we think you all don't know sports. We know that you do. We know that you know sports. But I'm betting there's a lot of people cruising around in the Bay right now. It's rush hour, and maybe you're heading home from work, and you're like, I don't know anything about Braden Burries or Mara or Luxembourg.
It's a small country near France.
Exactly. But how many people have we heard call Yaxel Luxembourg?
Right.
It's Londonborg. But
Pazemski.
More importantly, let's do a little Kevin Durant. Who are you?
Okay.
What do you got?
Braden Burries.
Okay.
We'll start with him
let's talk
because
about
he's
Braden
become
Burries.
your crush as of today.
Yep.
He's being comped to Malcolm Brogdon. And when you look at Braden Burries, he's a very strong guard. And Dalton Johnson came on and talked about how he's 215 pounds. He's got a great three-point shot, and he is a very good and engaged defender. He's older than most freshmen. He just turned 20 in September, and he's got a lot of physical upside. He's got a polished game. They played at the highest level, and he's a player I think that is plug and play, especially as a defensive member of your backcourt.
All right, look, can we go down that road, though, for a second? So Braden Burries, you call him plug and play.
Yes.
He's a 2, right?
He's a 2.
Okay, so he's a plug and play? He's a plug and start?
No, he's probably a plug and play. I mean, on the Warrior team, he might be a plug and start because, you don't have like other human beings who play basketball.
Well, there you go. I mean, I'm still trying to figure out, and I don't know if tonight is going to bring the answer. I understand that there are trades. I understand that free agency is still ahead. Can I ask who on God's green earth is going to play wing for the Warriors this year? Who is the 3 on opening night? Do we have any clue whatsoever who that person could be?
We don't yet, and I don't think he's in the building. Like, Guy Santos is a guy who plays more of the 4, right? I mean, he's a guy who's a wing, but I don't know if you're going to go ahead and start him in that spot. You would hope that you could get somebody in this draft who you could look at as a possible wing, a 3-4 type of player, but you just never know. And also, you got to go out there in free agency and figure out who's going to be available.
Sure, yeah, you're going to have to go get some guys and fill out the roster and all of that. But that's one thing that is also on my mind tonight. I stand by my statement that you don't just go positional need in a draft, but the Warriors do need themselves some wings. You know what I mean?
No doubt.
Here comes pick number 2.
With the second pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Utah Jazz select Darren Peterson from the University of Kansas.
Chalky so far, no surprise.
I like the pick, Mark.
I bet you do.
And I like the player.
There was no question after DeBonsa went number 1 that Darren Peterson was going to go number 2. It is after this, and it is the Memphis Grizzlies where things start to get a little bit interesting. I know that the next 2 players are supposed to be Boozer and Wilson. We'll see if it kind of plays out that way, but this is at least stage 1 of where it gets a little mysterious, I'd say.
A little bit. I'd be surprised if Boozer didn't go number 3, and then, Caleb Wilson, who was such a monster last year until he got hurt, and that really derailed North Carolina's season. They were on a decent trajectory, and Wilson got hurt, and it was pretty much season over. But, you could wind up having Wilson go 3 and Boozer go 4. I do think that you start to see a little bit of intrigue now when we get to this spot in the draft.
Indeed it is right now. Cameron Boozer trending at about 97% to be the pick, although Caleb Wilson just jumped to 13 and Cameron fell to 85. It jumps all over the place, but you get the idea. Cameron Boozer, largely the favorite to end up on the Memphis Grizzlies.
Yeah, and we know that neither of them will be available at 11 as we do a look at some other players who will be available. Nate Ament is one out of Tennessee.
Maybe.
6'10".
They're allowed to pick him before 11.
They are, but
I checked.
Burries, Ament, Lindenborg, Ademara, these are all players who are mostly mocked in that range. And so as we talk about who might be there, I know that Grandy back in the studio is not a huge fan of Nate Ament, and he's a late blooming combo forward, and he struggled to live up to his lofty expectations initially at Tennessee. He feels to me like much more of a project, and I know that that's a triggering word around these parts. We don't want any more projects.
No, I went to school many years ago, and I'm done with final projects.
No doubt.
Let's take some calls. We'd love to hear from you. Dibs has got more profiles. We're already to pick number 3. It's 5:20. We're moving quickly. The Warriors pick is coming up. It's coming up in less than an hour. 888-957-9570. Dave in Fresno. Dave, thanks for holding. What's up? You're on with Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, if you're the Warriors, I think you guys would be looking at tonight, like, why am I not in some of these transactions? Giannis, Jaylen Brown, everyone's saying, the Warriors have nothing to offer. And that's something the Warriors need to look at as a team. Like, why do we have nothing to offer? We're talking about getting more picks, which is, in theory, a great idea. But the idea of the NBA is having young, good talent, and the Warriors have none of that. They can't offer that right now, and that's alarming in my opinion. That more so than what they get tonight or what they do tonight, whatever it is, they have to get something that is young and talented, because they don't have that right now. All their talent is in their 30s, and that's not good. And in this world of the NBA, whatever they stay at 11, move back and get 14 and 18, they better get some young talent and for the future have something just in case another big name is available that, you can stand at the table, the negotiation table, and be like, hey, we want to get in on that. Right now, who can you offer? Pods? Like, that's your best asset? Like, that's not good enough.
Right.
So that's what they need to think about. That's what they need to think about going in tonight. Like, why are we not in any discussion? Why are people saying we have nothing to offer? That's the most alarming thing to me.
Yeah, Dave, it's a good call, and I think it's a fair point. However, I do want to add to the discussion, when people say why don't the Warriors have any young talent? At least a part of the answer is they haven't had any picks. They have not. Look, this is his first.
The picks they had, they messed up.
Well, okay, but those are 5 and 6 years ago now.
Right.
Like, they have not been in the lottery. You know what I mean? And again, I'm not dismissing Dave's point. It's a fair one. But at the same time, most fans I know, when you come out of the championship 4 years ago, I don't know any fans who were like, yeah, let's turn the roster over. Let's get some of these win-now players out of here, and let's get some lottery picks in return for that. That's not where our heads were at. That's not where the Warriors' heads were at. And I support that because I supported it then. It made sense then. Does it make sense now? No. Now it doesn't make sense. And so now you're right. You better do a better job of the draft picks you have. I'm in full agreement with that, and Dave is not wrong. You have to. It's a young man's game. And so that's totally fair. I just want to add that to the discussion and make sure that we're giving space for the idea that it's not like for 4 years in a row the Warriors have had the 12th pick in the draft and blown it every time.
They have.
They've not even been in the lottery.
But you had young players, and Jordan Poole was a guy you didn't keep for obvious reasons, and James Wiseman was a blown pick, and he would be a part of your young core.
No doubt.
And Jonathan Kuminga would be as well. Moses Moody would be, but he's hurt, so I don't blame them for that. But the caller's right about you don't have a young core of anything. You've got pods, and you've got Will Richard, who is a 1 year in maybe, and you've got Guy Santos, and that's not a core. Those are all second-teamers.
They're all second-rounders, not pods, but the other two are second-rounders. So, again, it's all a sliding scale of what you judge. Even Jordan Poole being knocked off the team. Like, here's pick number 3.
With the third pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Memphis Grizzlies select Cameron Boozer from Duke University.
Cameron Boozer is the pick. As expected, we're expecting Caleb Wilson to be number 4, and that's when it gets interesting after that. But anyway, just to wrap that point, again, I'm not in disagreement, but even Jordan Poole having to be dealt, I don't put that on the front office. I put that on Draymond Green as far as the way that all ended up playing. You're not wrong. It's a problem for the Warriors, but there are also some understandable reasons for why the Warriors don't have young talent. They barely have any young players at all.
That's right. And so it's because they don't have young talent. They didn't draft correctly the young talent, and then Kuminga, whatever happened with that, either they mismanaged him or he's not that good. We're going to find out more as time goes on. But you wind up now with a group of old guys and young guys, but the most important thing now is on this night and going forward, you have to get younger and you have to find people who can actually play.
888-957-9570. Where do you want the Warriors' strategic focus tonight? I'm a big fan of Braden Burries. I'm a big fan of, if he's not there, moving down and getting 2 picks. Don't know if that opportunity even exists. That's kind of where my head is, at least in these 24 hours. Eric in San Francisco is next. Hi, Eric. Thanks for calling in.
Hello?
Hey, we got you now.
It's Eddie, not Eric. That's what threw me off. Sorry, guys. So I have a question.
Yes.
So do you guys know why the Warriors weren't in on the Aaron Wiggins thing? He only went for like 2 second-rounders.
Yeah. It's a fair question. Do I know why? I can't claim to know why. But all I can kind of lean back on there is when it comes to trades and who's a correct partner, I don't necessarily know what it was the other team was looking for. And then again, I also look at the salary structure.
There it is.
And I know that the Golden State Warriors right now are not interested in lining up salaries beyond next year unless it's players they really, really like. Aaron doesn't make a ton of money, but I'm not going to get overly upset about that one either, because while I think he's a nice young player, is he a game changer? I don't think so, and I don't think that's where the Warriors would choose to put their assets. But I also don't know, like, whose draft picks would the Thunder rather have in terms of what was offered. I don't know that.
And his contract is actually pretty friendly.
It's a very affordable one.
It's 10, then it goes down to 9, then 8, and then there's a team option for another year at about 8 and change, and so. Yeah, you'd like to be in on everything, and when you see him go for just a couple of second-round picks, you realize that you probably would have had the assets to be in on that, but you can't win them all, right?
Well, you can't win them all, and again, what I know that they're holding dear right now is
flexibility
after this year. You're right, that's not a big number, but still, it's a number. That's number one. And number two, I always look at these things this way. We may get to the end of the night and end of the summer and say that was stupid that they didn't offer a third second-round pick and get Aaron Wiggins. We may do that. But let's see what they do first, because that may provide some clarity as to why they didn't make a move like that.
Yeah, no doubt, especially when you look at the Warriors roster situation and they have so many free spots. But you're right about the money. They want to maintain that flexibility, not only for this year in case they can make a big swing, but also for the future going into next year when Steph will probably want an extension and he might be making more than he is now. So you do need to create that same level of roster flexibility, and I don't think that this player, Aaron Wiggins, would have been preventative of anything, but, maybe they weren't even aware that he was available.
888-957-9570. What do you want to see the Warriors do strategically? The draft is underway. The first 3 picks have gone largely as expected. A.J. DeBonsa goes number 1 overall to Washington. Utah takes Darren Peterson out of Kansas with the 2nd overall pick, and Cam Boozer, Carlos' son, and they're sitting together talking it out right now, goes number 3 to the Memphis Grizzlies. The Chicago Bulls are on the clock. The pick is in. We expect it to be Caleb Wilson out of North Carolina.
And that, to me, would be a phenomenal pick for Chicago because the guy is just an absolute monster out of North Carolina, 6'9", 210, another power forward who will go. You go from Tobacco Road to Tobacco Road. If it goes Duke right to North Carolina, there would be some synergy in that, and he was a highly rated prospect coming out of high school, and he went, as I mentioned, and had a great freshman year until he got hurt.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the Clippers sit at 5, and that's when things kind of go up in the air, and nobody really knows exactly how it's going to go. 4 elite players, and then a whole lot of really, really good ones. But how that all shakes out after this is anyone's guess. And so we're moving quickly. It's about 5:30. We've got about 4 picks in. They have not announced the 4th one yet, but they'll be doing that any moment. And I think we should get to some more of your profiling because there's been so much talk, mainly started by you, about Yaxel Lundenborg weeks and weeks ago. We should dive in, but we'll do that after this pick.
With the 4th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Chicago Bulls select Caleb Wilson from the University of North Carolina.
There you go, as expected.
It's almost like all 4 1 seeds made it to the Final Four. We knew that those 4 players were going to be the first 4 named. Clippers up next, and now it gets interesting.
Well, it's interesting because if you look at most big boards and most mock drafts, 4 of the 5 next picks are all point guards. Mm-hmm. So then it comes down to dealer's choice. Do you like Keaton Wagler out of Illinois?
He is the favorite.
Steiny's all on Keaton Wagler all of a sudden. So that's who he's hitching his wagon to. But you got Kingston Flemings out of Houston, good point guard. You've got Acuff out of Arkansas.
Acuff right now, according to Kalshi, is the 2nd choice, the 2nd most likely choice of the Clippers coming up next.
And then you've got Braden Burries as a shooting guard, but he could be in the mix as well. Michael Brown Jr. out of Louisville.
There's the 3rd choice, by the way.
So just looking at many mock drafts, the next picks are point guard, and then Burry's the shooting guard. So it could come down to just what the Clippers in their point guard.
And do they even want to make the pick, or could there be a trade on top? Let's not forget that the Clippers made a fascinating deal that signaled a lot of people earlier this year that they were kind of moving on to a youth movement when they moved James Harden in favor of Darius Garland, who is a guard. And so do they want to add another point guard to this mix? I don't know, and that's why this draft is about to get interesting right now.
Again, there would be a prime move back spot. If they didn't want a point guard, it would be a great time for them to move back, and I can't help but keep thinking about Oklahoma City, who could use a point guard. And, you got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who's there. He plays more as a 2. If there's a point guard that they love in Oklahoma City, now would be the time to jump up and get your Wagler on, or Acuff, or Flemings, or Brown Jr., or whoever that you possibly could fancy that you can't otherwise get.
The markets are wild to watch. They are flying all over the board, but the one constant is that Keaton Wagler is sitting up in the 90% range as the probable or possible next pick. But what'd you jot down so you can let everybody know about Yaxel Lundenborg, who is a possible Warrior target here at number 11?
The thing that struck me initially, beyond watching him play, and I watched a ton of his games this year, is the fact that he spent not 5, but 6 years in college. He had 3 years in JUCO, and then he had a couple years before he went to Michigan and won the Natty, and he's just so versatile, offensive, defensive. His 3-ball really emerged at Michigan. He didn't shoot a ton of threes until he joined Dusty May's team, and then the shot was unbelievable. 37% this year, including 45% when unguarded. He's a physical specimen. Wingspan of 7 feet, 3 inches, and it's on a guy who is 6'9". So long arms, strong body, good defender, highly skilled. I love him.
Here's the one thing I do want to bring up. We didn't get a chance much to talk about this, but Mark Spears on our show yesterday brought something up in terms of a concern about Yaxel Lundenborg, because we've talked so much about him. The Warriors have talked to him and about him, and everything seems to be so rosy. And Spears suddenly goes, hey, is it not a concern that his vertical leap is only about 24 inches? That is startlingly low for an NBA lottery prospect. I would have killed for a 24-inch vertical leap. But for an NBA lottery pick, that is a level of athleticism that is considered short of the mark.
Yep, 25.5 according to the officials. But still, I'm looking at your boy Braden Burries, and his standing vertical leap is 35 inches.
Yep.
So that's a little bit more, I think, of the norm. Now, when you get to Ade Mara, the 7'3" kid out of Michigan, his is probably about, it's actually 24 inches.
Yeah, I mean, for a 7+ footer, that makes sense.
Yeah. His standing reach is 9 feet 9 inches.
Yep.
In other words, you go tippy toes and you can grab the rim.
Yep.
Man, gotta be a nightmare to be on a plane.
So you don't even need to jump.
Right?
Yeah.
But I think you could look at that and say it's troubling with Yaxel Lundenborg, but then again, he's 6'9", so how much verticality do you really need? But then again, if you're almost 24 and your vertical is that, it's probably not going to get a lot better.
Understood. I just think it's also one of those things where you start thinking about if vertical leap is such at age 24, and he's already 24, where does that kind of athleticism go as a player ages and as a player starts to play 82 games a year as opposed to about 35 and things like that. So his aging is accelerated because he's not 19 or 20. He's already 24.
Right. So when you draft him, when you draft him, you're drafting him for the high floor, probably not for the high ceiling, because he is already 24 and he's allowed to get better, but he probably won't have as much upside as, say, DeBonsa, who's still so new to the game.
Clippers pick is in. We'll have that for you shortly. Adorable Sacramento fans, stand by. You're 2 picks away. Brooklyn is next, and we'll be on the clock momentarily after they announce this Clippers pick, and we're just about halfway to the Warriors selection.
Yeah, so I don't think we're going to get there during our show. It feels like it's going to be
probably not, but it's going to be close.
Grandy and Chickering production because, we're still sitting here waiting for pick number 5, and even though the pick is in, they're taking their sweet time as far as like.
There it is.
With the 5th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the LA Clippers select Keaton Wagler from the University of Illinois.
All right, so Keaton Wagler is the selection. Illinois point guard was the most expected pick, but this was the first time where as soon as Adam Silver kind of paused, the Clippers select. I'm like, ooh, I don't know what it's about to be.
Yep.
And then, indeed it is, Keaton Wagler, so he is on his way to L.A.
All right. I mean, he's just a really solid, like, point guard out of Central Casting. He's a good ball handler. He can score at all 3 levels, and he's somebody who was a late bloomer, 5'8" as a freshman in high school. Finally developed and grew and just became a fantastic point guard for an Illinois team that had a great run this year.
So the Brooklyn Nets are on the clock, and right now, Mikal Brown is tracking as the favorite to be the next selection, staying ahead of Darius Acuff, who is the second most likely selection. So that's number 1 on the board. But the Brooklyn Nets also making news yesterday in that they acquired Julius Randle in what effectively was a salary dump by the Minnesota Timberwolves, who moved back in the draft in order to get rid of Julius Randle.
And it makes sense because, you know, they're in a situation up there where contracts are starting to stack up as well. And as we look at the new NBA with, you know, the second apron and all the rest of it, teams are really concerned about having that many players, as you've always said, that many players making that much money. So you start to think about, you know, getting ahead of it before the contracts all come due.
Well, no doubt. And then also, obviously, they had an interesting year with regard to what they needed to do. And Dosunmu really kind of showed out, and they knew that they were going to need to keep him and sign him. They needed to free that money up, and they did by getting rid of Julius Randle, and immediately Dosunmu gets his new deal.
Yeah, as he should. I mean, younger player, and Julius Randle's a little bit further down the road in his career, so interesting to see what happens from here. I'm looking at some of the Kalshi odds, and the number 9 overall pick, Braden Burry, is sitting at 73% to go number 9. So not to say that it's a done deal, but it's looking like the markets are aiming for Burries to go number 9 overall.
And the markets have been right 5 out of 5 so far on these picks, but it does get more interesting as we go. Couple minutes left on Brooklyn's clock, so they're on the clock. Sacramento is next. The Warriors are 5 picks away. With that, though, as we wait for Brooklyn to make their selection, let's go live now to another portion of Laughing Monk here in San Francisco that happens to be 2 feet to my left in Dan Dibley with this World Soccer Championship update.
Thanks, Mark, and it's brought to you by Jack's Bar and J-Town Pizza, your destination for international soccer action in San Jose's Japantown. It all started today with CR7 Cristiano Ronaldo getting a brace. He was on a hat trick for the majority of the match, didn't get it. Portugal 5, Uzbekistan 0. England and Ghana played to a 0-0 draw, and now Croatia is leading Panama 1-0 in the 80th minute, but it's not over there. Colombia and the DRC, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, they take on each other from Guadalajara at 7 o'clock tonight, and that is your World Soccer Championship update, brought to you by Jack's Bar and J-Town Pizza, your destination for international soccer action in San Jose's Japantown.
That was really well done.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
I felt good about Guadalajara.
Yeah, just a great job. Thought the delivery was excellent. Let me see if I can match you by letting everybody know we got an opportunity that we really don't want you to miss, and we're looking forward to it. Do you want to win a round of golf at the beautiful Silverado Resort in Napa and play that round with one of us 6 hosts here at 95.7 The Game? That opportunity is on the table right now as we speak. First thing, are you ready to play Monday, July 13th? Be available Monday, July 13th. If you are, then sign up here because each host is going to get paired with a winner, so there will be 6 total winners. What you need to do is submit a 30-second or less video with your golf swing in your best golf gear and an explanation. sensation as to why you want to play with us.
Cha-ching!
By the way, mainly focus on the swing, because there's houses at Silverado, and we don't want you to hit any of them. Right. So, good swing, good gear, good explanation, and who knows, you could win. So go to 957thegame.com right now and submit your video. Maybe we'll see you at Silverado on Monday, July 13th. All right, we're coming down the home stretch. The pick is in for Brooklyn. Coming up next, we'll have that along with Sacramento, Atlanta, and we're moving toward the Warriors at 11. Live from Laughing Monk, this is Willard and Dibbs.
This game day traffic report brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water, northbound 280, backed up from Mariposa, getting to King Street, northbound 101 jam from 280, getting to East 80. Bay Bridge metering lights are on. With game day traffic, I'm Tiffany Whitstrom.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Willard. At Habas Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Habas Law has focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. It's why Habas fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Habas Law, relentless for justice. Visit habaslaw.com. Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
It's 5:30. Everyone's hungry. Nobody wants to cook. So make tonight fried chicken night with Safeway's fried chicken. Usually found hot and ready in the deli section. It's crispy, home-style fried chicken, hand-breaded with a seasoned blend of herbs and spices for that golden, craveable crunch the whole family loves. Whether you're driving home from work, picking up the kids, or running one last errand, Safeway has dinner ready when you are. Stop by Safeway tonight and bring home fried chicken from the deli. Safeway, fresh food, easy dinner, right on your way home.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Christian from Pleasanton. Luis came for a service at our complex here in Pleasanton. He was very professional, quick, and efficient. Everything was very easy, and we will definitely be using their services regularly.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
You hear that?
That can only mean one thing. Your WNBA team, the Golden State Valkyries, are back, and you don't want to miss a single moment in Valhalla.
You can feel the energy.
Get your tickets now at Valkyries.com.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Dub Nation, it's Stephen Curry. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
All right, we got a couple more picks to announce.
The picks are in?
And we are 3 picks away from the Warriors. The Atlanta Hawks are on the clock at number 8. At number 6, the Brooklyn Nets select Mikael Brown out of Louisville. And just moments ago, the adorable Kings at number 7. Somebody called Logan Webb. He's thrilled. Darius Acuff, Arkansas, point guard, is coming to Northern California. I like Darius Acuff a lot. Yeah. I think he's a good player. Mo Spates, I heard say on Steiny and Goo earlier today, he singled Acuff out as maybe a player that he likes the most in this draft. So we'll see how this all kind of ends up. But Darius Acuff on his way to Sacramento.
It's exciting. And as we talked about, it's the run on point guard. So he goes, and now you got Kingston Flemings, who possibly could be somebody who gets taken next. And Brayton Burry's a shooting guard, could go after that at number 9. And we're getting ever so close to the Warriors sitting at number 11. Could it be Yaxel Lendenborg, Ade Mara, his teammate, or somebody else? We are yet to see any real, sizzle in this draft. It's all gone pretty much according to Hoyle, and there haven't been any trades or any moves yet.
That is exactly right. And right now, the markets are saying that the next selection for the Atlanta Hawks will most likely be Kingston Flemings. Kingston Flemings is the favorite to go next, but Jalen Swain is jumping onto the board. Ade Mara is on the board, and this is where you start to, I think we're close enough now. You can smell the Warriors pick, and so you start thinking about some of the names that have been out there and that the Warriors might have on their mind. But Atlanta at number 8, I know we've talked a lot about Brayton Burry's. I don't think he goes here, but Dallas and Milwaukee have the next 2 picks after that before the Warriors, and he's certainly on the board for them in those selections.
No doubt, and he would be great to fall all the way to 11. I'm not sure if he will, and I just can't help but wonder if the Warriors will take somebody from Michigan, because in their spot, there'll be Mara, Lendenborg, and also Morez Johnson Jr., who went to Michigan.
Yeah.
All three expected to go in the late lottery, the high teens. And so, I don't know, what do you think? The Warriors land somebody from Michigan, and does that player feud with Draymond Green immediately out of Michigan State?
Well, whoever they pick is going to feud with Draymond Green immediately. That's why he's here.
Good point.
And so I'm sure everything will go according to plan there. But I do think that the Warriors right now are probably surveying this, and I think that multiple options are on the table. Everything that we've heard is that there's a lot that could happen that is based on who's available as we get closer. So I know this sounds silly because, of course they're monitoring and, of course, they're working the phones and everything. But that's just kind of what it feels like in this moment. A lot of options available for the Warriors. The players they may want at this moment remain on the board, at least from what we know. And we may know nothing, but that's what we've been told. And is the idea of moving back on the board as well. By the way, tracking the clock right now, it very much appears like this Warrior pick will not happen until after 6 o'clock. So I want to remind everybody that both Mark Grandy and Carter Chickering, who's tall enough to be in the NBA, but he's here, they are going to get together and handle our draft coverage from 6 until 9. That includes not just the Warriors pick, but the Warriors' next pick and all of the reaction that will come after the night is complete. So stay tuned right here to 95.7 The Game. Live reaction to the Warriors pick will be here after 6 o'clock.
Yeah, and I cannot wait to see what happens at 11. And, love to sit here and keep doing this with you, but I'm also excited to hear Carter and Grandy. And I just wish that the second round was tonight, because you have to wait another day for the second round. Who do you think you are? You're not the NFL, but you want to split this into 2 days? Go ahead. You're allowed to. It's your league. But I always would like, for it to just be one night, 2 rounds, and let's just wrap it up.
I agree with you because I don't think that the second round in the NBA quite has enough cachet to carry its own day. And so,
a little rhyme there. That was cool.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
I like that.
Workshop. So anyway, I'm with you. The Atlanta pick is in. We're going to get it here shortly. The markets think that it is Kingston Fleming's. We'll have that announcement momentarily.
Yep, and then you could go down from there, and you still have a couple of good guards that are available. And the Warriors might be in a spot where they can go to Ade Mara, the 7'3" center out of Michigan, or Yaxel Lendenborg, who's the 6'9" power forward, or go in a completely different unknown direction. I know some people were looking at LeBaron Philon out of Alabama, who's a point guard, as somebody the Warriors might be interested in, but they're going to get to a spot, and I don't know if Braden Burries will be there. If he is, it kind of is a no-brainer for me that you take him.
You would think. I'm also intrigued by the idea that the Warriors are interested in traditional centers. It just feels to me, every time we've watched them talk and maneuver in the last couple of years, the Warriors have not wanted a traditional center. Like a traditional center next to Draymond Green can be problematic in terms of spacing. So that's why they've drafted Quentin Post and signed Al Horford and traded for Kristaps Porzingis. Like, they have always just been enamored with the idea of the stretch five who can go out there and shoot. So I'm just not really buying the idea that the Warriors are in on a traditional center with the 11th pick in the draft.
Great rim protector, and then you start to think about who you're going to face in the Western Conference, and you're going up against Wembanyama, who's not a traditional center, and Chet Holmgren in OKC is a really big guy, and actually some of the mocks I was looking at have Ade Mara going to Oklahoma City. So you got
here's pick number 8.
With the 8th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Atlanta Hawks select Kingston Flemings.
There it is.
From the University of Houston.
Well, I don't know. You know what? What do you think about this, Grandy? What if Dibs and I just announce the rest of the first round now?
Yeah.
And we all go home? There's not been one surprise yet. Apparently, all we got to do is look at the percentages, and they'll tell you who's about to get picked. Nobody has deviated from the thought process yet. 8 picks in.
I mean, it makes perfect sense. So, you would just go ahead and look at number 9, and unfortunately for you, it's probably
Braden Burries
your guy,
is
Braden
probably
Burries.
the favorite, and indeed he is.
And then Nate Ament at 10, and the interesting one is at 11, it's a toss-up between Lendenborg and Ade Mara, so the Warriors might actually have the first intriguing selection of the night.
Yeah, Lendenborg right now definitely the favorite and tracking in the neighborhood of 60%.
Yep.
But yes, the number 9 pick in the draft belongs to the Dallas Mavericks, and right now they believe that Warrior target guard out of Arizona Braden Burries will be the pick, and the markets have not made a mistake yet.
Yep, and that's unfortunately, if that's the way the cookie crumbles, then you'll have to just pick yourself up off the ground and try to fight through it.
I mean, we're going to live another day. I don't think he's the only good player in the draft.
Right.
And for all I know, he's going to be a complete and total bust.
I mean, you never know. I saw him in Arizona, and they have a trio of guys who are all NBA ready, all
good.
freshmen, and Koa Pete is going to be a guy probably gets taken later tonight or early tomorrow. But we'll see how it goes. Brother.
Okay, all right. Well, the draft coverage will continue. The Warriors are the third team up. It'll go Dallas, Milwaukee, Dubs, Grandy, and Carter Chickering to take you the rest of the way. It's all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Thank you to everybody out here at Laughing Monk Brewing on Fulton in San Francisco. What a great host they've been today with the vibe, the food, and the drink. Thank you, Tim Jordan, for being with us, as always, for all of these remote broadcasts. Did you want to do it again tomorrow?
I do, yeah.
Feels like we might have something to talk about.
Sure.
All right. So for Dibs and for Grandy and for Pasta and for Tim, I'm Mark. Hey, Warriors, shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Whoa, okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.